1. Light Eater. Forbidden fruit, according to legend, is a mysterious fruit from the abyss. Any creature that takes it can gain the power they have always dreamed of, but will also pay an equal price. Since the forbidden fruit appeared in the world, human society has undergone earth-shaking changes. Some humans who have consumed the forbidden fruit have benefited the world, while others have caused harm for thousands of years. There are also animals that obtain the forbidden fruit, which cause great damage to human civilization and force people to build high walls and live in fortresses. Because most creatures cannot resist the temptation of forbidden fruit and will devour it on the spot once they find it, so for most people, forbidden fruit is basically as unattainable as myths and legends. However, the various extraordinary powers derived from the forbidden fruit are not difficult to obtain. Silver City. Inside an old building. Wearing a mask and carrying a briefcase, Uwei took the pen syringe handed over by the black shop owner and asked, "Boss, which generation of blood is this?" "The blood of the third generation of vampires, but I must remind you that although you can be transformed into a vampire by directly injecting vampire blood, you are an illegal household, the so-called wild vampire. Once the vampires discover your existence, you will be hostile to the entire vampire clan, and the self-purifying people will hunt you down." The black shop owner looked at Uwei and said slowly, "Hundreds of years ago, the ancestor of the Blood Clan transformed from a human into a vampire by taking the forbidden fruit. Now the Blood Clan has become an extremely powerful force in human society. Only humans who have passed the vampire assessment and test are qualified to receive the first embrace and transform into a vampire. This kind of vampire will be accepted and protected by the entire Blood Clan, and must also contribute his own strength to the Blood Clan. In the past, there were people who assassinated vampires and then transformed themselves into vampires through the vampire's blood in order to seek immortality, but without exception, these people were eventually killed by the self-purifiers sent by the vampires. The problem is that Uwei can't wait that long, and he doesn't have the patience to accept the test of the vampires. He was just a high school student who had just taken over a small factory from his deceased father and had a little money. If nothing unexpected happens, after graduation he will manage the factory like his father, and then hand it over to his son or daughter when he is old. Unfortunately, an accident happened. He was also diagnosed with ALS a year ago. This is hereditary. His father died of ALS. This horrific terminal illness can only be cured in the extraordinary world, but most treatments are extremely expensive. For example, if you ask a person with superpowers to cure his disease in one go, the price is 100 million. Even if he sold the factory, he could only raise about 20 million yuan, which was not enough to hire the other party. As for other treatment methods, the cheapest one would cost 60 to 70 million yuan, and would also be accompanied by some strange side effects. Finally, after spending a lot of money on investigation and consultation, he found this black shop that claimed to be able to buy everything. After selling the factory and a shop, he scraped together enough money to buy vampire blood and finally got hope of survival. As long as he injects vampire blood and transforms himself into a vampire, ALS will naturally be cured without medication. The disadvantage is that he will have to suck blood for a living in the future, and he is also afraid of silver and sunlight. This is the final payment. Uwei took out the silver ring and confirmed its authenticity by bringing it close to the pen syringe. After confirming that the blood in the pen syringe was indeed vampire blood, he placed his briefcase on the table and immediately turned and left. After returning to his residence, Uwei quickly pulled all the curtains and then went back to the bedroom and sat down. Taking off his mask, Uwei carefully took out the pen syringe. Looking at the blood in the syringe, he couldn't help but show an ecstasy. He finally didn't have to die. You know, the moment he was diagnosed with ALS, he felt like the sky was falling. He spent a month and a days before he mustered up the courage to accept the fact that he was going to die soon and tried every possible way to save himself. In fact, he now often experiences weakness in his hands and occasionally loses feeling in his legs. He was well aware that he was getting closer to death. Fortunately, there is still time. Uwei took off his clothes and after calming down his inner excitement, he slowly injected the blood in the pen syringe into his body. Soon he felt a chill emanating from his bone marrow, and then his consciousness became drowsy and sleepiness became irresistible. He lay down obediently and slowly closed his eyes. At the last moment, he could feel his heartbeat getting slower and slower. A day and a night passed in the blink of an eye. In the darkness, Uwei turned over. He suddenly realized something, opened his eyes abruptly, and sat up in bed the next moment. Did I succeed? He muttered to himself, then quickly pressed his hand to his chest. About a minute later, a smile appeared on his face, and sure enough, his heart had stopped beating, which meant that he had been transformed into a vampire by the vampire's blood. A vampire's heart beats only once a year. It is said that every 10 beats can gain a small talent, and every 100 beats can gain a big talent. So the longer a vampire lives, the stronger he becomes. In addition, if a vampire has enough food, its heartbeat can even reach once every 6 months, and its strength can be improved faster. This is why all vampires will suck blood even if they are not hungry. A newly converted vampire will have an initial talent. Yuxian recalled the information he had collected, and then carefully felt the changes in his body. First of all, we can rule out active abilities. Generally, active abilities are like opening your mouth to eat. You can use them freely after a little feeling. As long as you don't have a problem with your brain, you can master them easily. Since it is not an ability that he needs to actively release, it is a passive ability. This is more troublesome. Because passive abilities often need to be triggered before you can know what they are. I'm a little hungry, luckily I prepared a lot of blood packs in advance. Yuxian didn't feel his own ability, but instead felt a sense of hunger. He got out of bed and turned on the light out of habit, then just stood there in a daze. The body is absorbing light. Wrong. It should be said that his body was devouring the light. How is this possible? Although vampires are only afraid of sunlight and ordinary lights will not harm them, in fact, vampires also dislike lights and may even feel slightly uncomfortable under strong lights. Now he not only didn't feel uncomfortable, he even felt a little comfortable. Could it be that my first talent is to eat light? Yuxian looked up at the incandescent light, and his face of doubt and surprise gradually revealed a look of ecstasy. He immediately walked to the window. After deciding to become a vampire, he replaced all the curtains with blackout cloth, but he knew very well that it was definitely daytime outside. My feeling is not wrong. Even though there are curtains between us, the sunlight is shining on them and I can feel the warmth coming from them. But I don't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. I feel longing. Yuxian grabbed the curtain with one hand, took a deep breath, and pulled it open. The light instantly dispelled the darkness, and the morning sun shone in. Yuxian was bathed in the sunlight. He could clearly feel his hunger disappearing quickly. He was indeed eating, and his food was sunlight. He is an outlier among vampires. He feeds on light. He is a light eater. 002 Nora. The balcony on the 3rd floor. Yuxian was lying on a beach chair, enjoying sunbathing while wearing sunglasses. After carefully considering the pros and cons, he picked up the phone beside him and dialed the number of his homeroom teacher. After a moment, he said, "Teacher Chen, it's me, Yuxian." Previously, he applied for leave of absence on the grounds that the factory needed his management. He had originally prepared to stop going to school, but after learning how powerful the Light Eater talent was, he realized that the identity of a student was a good cover. Whose vampire is running around in broad daylight? Even if a vampire suspects him in the future, a simple investigation will clear him of suspicion. After explaining to his head teacher, Yuxian decided to return to school. Next Monday he will once again be a good student growing up in the spring breeze and basking in the sunshine. Thump! Yuxian had just put down his phone when he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He immediately pressed his chest, his eyes full of disbelief. Wasn't it said that the heartbeat only happened once a year, or that if there was enough food, it would only happen once every 6 months? He only basked in the sun for half a day. Hiss! Yuxian took a breath of cold air. The Light Eater seemed to be even more powerful than he had imagined. Because of the abundant sunlight, his efficiency in absorbing light is much stronger than that of ordinary vampires, so theoretically, his food is more sufficient. It doesn't take half a year, let alone a year, for him to make his heart beat again in half a day. Assuming his heart beats twice or once a day, he can gain a small talent in 5 to 10 days, and will definitely gain a big talent in 100 days. Even if the ancestor of the Blood Clan lived for hundreds of years, Yuxian estimated that he would be stronger than this ancestor within 10 years at most. The only thing he needs to do now is to survive, live safely, and develop quietly. On Monday. Early in the morning, Yuxian, wearing school uniform and carrying a school bag, basked in the sunshine and slowly walked towards Yincheng No. 3 Middle School. "Xianyu, it's really you. Didn't you drop out of school?" Halfway through, a slightly plump boy hurriedly ran to Yuxian and asked excitedly. He is Yuxian's dining partner at school, Zheng Shou. Yuxian smiled and said, "The problem has been solved, so I can go back to school early." When he got to school, he still had to submit an application to resume his studies, but he had already informed his class teacher, so it was basically just a matter of filling out a form. The two of them chatted intermittently as they walked slowly to the school gate. Do you want some soup dumplings? I'll treat you. Zhang Shou smelled the aroma of soup dumplings coming from the breakfast shop nearby, immediately swallowed his saliva, and asked. Yu Xian shook his head and said, I'm having breakfast, you can eat it yourself. In fact, after being transformed into a vampire, he currently only has two kinds of food, one is blood and the other is light. The former is the fixed food of vampires, and the latter comes from his innate ability. Of course, other foods can actually be eaten, but they will taste like wax and cannot be digested at all. Vampires are extraordinary creatures. Apart from their unique talents, they have many special abilities, such as night vision, super sense of smell, and super self-healing. And their physical fitness is far stronger than that of ordinary people. Without using weapons, a vampire can easily defeat a dozen well-trained special forces soldiers. Yu Xian had only been transformed into a vampire for 3 days, so his body was still slowly strengthening. For now, he could only deal with 1 or 2 special forces soldiers. If he dealt with more than that, he would probably be beaten. Just like most vampires are feminine and handsome, Yu Xian's appearance will become more and more refined, and her body will become more slender and taller. This is one of the reasons why wild vampires are so difficult to hide. Because their characteristics are too obvious, and they can only move at night and need to suck blood to survive, a little investigation will reveal all kinds of clues. If Yu Xian doesn't go to school, the vampires will definitely come to him when his physical characteristics become very obvious. But now his choice of going to school is different. After all, the races with handsome looks and slender bodies are not limited to vampires. Those humans who transformed themselves into elves through the forbidden fruit are also handsome and slender. Yu Xian doesn't have pointed ears, but he can walk in the sun. In his opinion, the vampires would at most suspect that he was a hybrid of human and elf, but would never suspect that he was a vampire. The two entered the school. The classroom for Class 3 of Senior 3 was on the 5th floor of the teaching building. By the time they reached the 5th floor, Zhang Shou was already breathing slightly. Seeing Yu Xian's calm demeanor, he asked suspiciously, Xianyu, have you been exercising secretly behind my back? Look over there. Yu Xian was too lazy to explain, so he pointed diagonally across and changed the subject. The Superpower Academy is diagonally opposite Incheng No. 3 Middle School. Although it is said to be opposite, it is actually separated by a street. However, if you look over from the 5th floor, you can still see what is happening opposite. Security at the Superpower Academy seemed to have increased, with men in suits patrolling the perimeter of the walls. Are you talking about those bodyguards? I heard that the little vampire princess was attacked some time ago. Zhang Shou said calmly, with an indifference that was none of his business. There is bound to be an insurmountable gap between ordinary people and extraordinary people who are born with extraordinary powers. Although Incheng No. 3 Middle School and Superpower Academy are only across the street, the students of both sides have almost no interaction. Little vampire princess? Yu Xian looked at the Superpower Academy and couldn't help but feel a little moved. Could it be that the blood he injected was drawn from the other party? In fact, because the two schools are very close to each other, even if students pay little attention to the affairs of the Superpower Academy, some strange knowledge will still inexplicably enter the school. At least Yu Xian really didn't know who was spreading this knowledge. However, thanks to this knowledge, he knew that after becoming a supernatural creature, his reproductive ability would drop significantly. Since the first ancestor, most members of the vampire clan were transformed from humans through the first embrace, and the number of vampires born through breeding is very small. There are a total of 6 vampire students in the Superpower Academy, and the one with the highest status is the little vampire princess, Nora Rex. It is said that because she is a hybrid born of a second-generation vampire and a human, she caused great controversy within the vampire clan. Some people believe that the first blood principle should be followed, but others believe that her bloodline was impure and should be purified by those who purified themselves. In the end, her father went against the crowd and saved her, sending her to school in Silver City, far away from the center of the vampire clan. Because her father has a very high status in the Blood Clan, she is given the title of the Little Princess of the Blood Clan in Silver City. By the way, Lao Zhang, what is the innate ability of the little vampire princess? Yu Xian asked as they walked. Zhang Shou thought about it, then shook his head and said, I forgot. I think I heard some gossip girl in class say it was very special. The little vampire princess's talent? I know, it's a day walker. At this time, the girl walking in front turned around and said, that's why she's criticized by the vampires. After all, she's the only vampire who can walk in the sun. Zhang Shou raised his thumb and grumbled, "Chenling, when it comes to gossip, I admit that you have the best expression in our class." Daywalker. Hearing this, Yu Xian was shocked and became more certain that the blood he injected came from Nora. However, in this case, the protection provided by his students may not be sufficient. What if the vampires suspect that the wild vampires transformed by injecting Nora's blood are also not afraid of light? 003, Silver Blood. Late at night, in the basement of a villa in Yincheng. Under the dim light, more than a dozen men were blindfolded and hung upside down in the air. He may not be very capable, but he has a big mouth. "Since you can buy everything, I wonder if you can buy your own life now?" A feminine-looking, long-haired young man in a tuxedo looked at these daring guys in front of him, and his murderous intent became stronger as he spoke. If he didn't need to torture them to find out the whereabouts of Nora's blood, he would have chopped these people into pieces and fed them to the dogs. As Nora's guardian in Silver City, Roche needs to take great responsibility for Nora's attack. In fact, Roche felt that he was innocent. Nora had the talent of a daywalker and could move in the sunlight, so he could only send human bodyguards to follow and protect her. What could he do when Nora was attacked while out shopping during the day? After Nora got into trouble, he immediately mobilized the entire vampire forces in Silver City and finally intercepted the group before they evacuated Silver City. To be honest, he really didn't expect that there was not a single extraordinary person in this group, and they were all ordinary people. "Tell me, who did you sell the stolen blood to?" Roche walked up to a young man, patted his face, and asked slowly. This young man was obviously the leader of the group, and he almost posed a threat to them by using silver weapons during the capture. "I don't know him. He was wearing a mask and probably had makeup on underneath it. There are rules in our line of work. Asking about a customer's background would break the rules. That's all I know." The young man remained calm and answered truthfully. Roche sneered and suddenly inserted his hand into the neck of the man hanging upside down next to him. The man immediately twitched and screamed, and then all the blood in his body flowed out of the wound along with Roche's hand, forming a slender blood sword. "Since you have your rules, then I will also use my rules to see whether your rules are bigger or mine are bigger." Roche smiled sinisterly. Next, the entire basement was filled with painful screams and chilling tearing sounds. Finally, before the moon set, everything returned to peace. Luo Qi came up from the basement, took a white towel from his assistant, and wiped his hands carefully. He said calmly, "Tang Bo, take your men to investigate. The thief who took Miss Nora's blood should be about the same age as her, and his family has some assets. He may have withdrawn more than 25 million in funds recently. It shouldn't be difficult to find him." "I understand. I will find that guy, and then..." The assistant next to him lowered his head and said. But before he could finish his words, Roche interrupted him, "Catch him alive and let Miss Nora do it herself. The Duke has ordered that the young lady should see blood." Logically speaking, even if the bodyguard was shot, Nora herself was not someone that an ordinary person could easily capture. As extraordinary creatures, vampires have physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people. Even if the opponent has weapons, it is not difficult for them to escape. Unfortunately, Nora was so frightened by the death of her bodyguard that she was injured by these ordinary people with silver tools before she could react. If these people had come for Nora's life, Nora would have definitely died. Yincheng No. 3 Middle School, Class 3, Grade 3. Yu Xian was sitting in the fourth row by the window on the left side of the classroom, reading a novel while basking in the sun. Once it's past 1:30 p.m., the sun will shine directly into this position, and even with the curtains drawn, you can still feel the high temperature. Yu Xian used to dislike this seat very much. But now he is very satisfied with this position. As long as there is enough food, vampires do not need sleep. Now he just stays in the school to bask in the sun during the day, and at night he will practice various fighting skills at home through online classes. Yu Xian was very clear that he had already stepped into the extraordinary circle. Whether he likes it or not, there will inevitably be a time in the future when violence will be needed. What he can do now is to prepare for the future and prevent it from happening. Only by making preparations early can we avoid being in a panic when the time comes when violence is needed. These days, his physical strength has been getting stronger and stronger, and things that he couldn't do before can now be done easily. For example, he can now do 1,000 handstand one-finger push-ups in one breath without even taking a breath. His strength is increasing rapidly every day. One finger is enough to hang yourself on the wall without falling. The force of a single arm punch exceeds 1 ton, and he can actually kill a cow with one punch. He also didn't know whether his power was strong or weak among vampires. After all, he had never heard anyone talk about the strength of vampires in the past. On the contrary, werewolves, witches, knights, warriors, and other extraordinary beings are known for their great strength. I don't know what talent I can awaken. Yu Xian closed the book, lay on the desk, enjoying the sunlight, and thought with anticipation. His heart has already beat 9 times. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to reach 10 heartbeats today and awaken his first minor talent. The small talents that can be found online, or that the vampires intend to make public to the public, are bat manipulation, blood flames, enhanced sense of smell, and hibernation. In Yu Xian's opinion, controlling bats and blood flames is the best, enhancing the sense of smell is the medium, and hibernation is the worst. In fact, hibernation itself is not bad. The first small talent that most vampires in the Blood Clan obtain is hibernation. This talent can greatly reduce the consumption of the body when the vampire sleeps, and it can maintain the stability of injuries and repair the body. The problem is that when dormant, vampires are very slow to perceive the outside world and are easily attacked. In the past, ordinary people found the safe house of a wild vampire, easily killed the dormant vampire inside, and thus gained the qualification to join the Blood Clan. Therefore, for a wild vampire like Yu Xian, unless there is an absolutely safe place, even if he awakens his hibernation talent, he would never dare to use it indiscriminately. The sun at noon is getting stronger and stronger. The students in the front seats had already drawn the curtains, but Yu Xian opened a small area so that he could continue to bask in the sun. The second class is history class. Yu Xian held up the history book to cover himself, then lay on the desk to bask in the sun. I have to say that the history teacher seemed to have extraordinary powers when teaching. He was obviously not sleepy, but after listening to the teacher's hypnotic voice, he felt drowsy and his eyelids kept fighting. Suddenly, his heart beat violently, instantly driving away his sleepiness. This time his heartbeat was even more violent than before, as if some power was erupting from his heart, impacting the meridians and limbs throughout his body. Finally, this power hit his brain, making him feel as if he heard thunder in the depths of his consciousness, and some power was condensing in his soul through his blood. In an instant, he had an epiphany and knew what the first little talent he had acquired was. His first small talent is an active ability called Silver Blood. 004 Alien Insects. In addition to being afraid of sunlight, vampires are also afraid of silver. While silver isn't as deadly as sunlight, it does inhibit a vampire's ability to heal. Generally speaking, if the vampire has enough food and the heart is not severely damaged, most injuries will heal quickly, but if the wound is caused by silver, it will be particularly difficult to heal on its own. Many dormant vampires of the Blood Clan were actually severely injured by silver weapons. Come home after school. Yu Xian immediately took out the silver ring he had used to inspect the goods from the cabinet. It is said that even if a vampire just touches silver, his skin will feel a burning sensation, and long-term contact will cause skin ulcers. However, Yu Xian now has no such feeling when he holds the silver ring in his hand. Is this still considered a small talent? I guess most vampires don't have such outrageous talents. Yu Xian crumpled the silver ring into a ball, confirming that because of his newly acquired talent, Silver Blood, he was immune to the inhibitory effect of silver on vampires. However, the main function of the Silver Blood is not to make Yu Xian immune to the inhibitory effect of silver on vampires, but to allow him to absorb silver and convert all the blood in his body into silver blood. When all the blood in his body is converted into silver blood, his physical fitness will be further enhanced. At the same time, he can actively consume the silver blood in his body to form a long whip or a thin line to attack the enemy. Being immune to the damage caused by silver is just a side benefit. Obviously, this talent is no longer a very good fortune, but an extremely good fortune. Yu Xian opened his mouth at this time, and the vampire fangs slowly grew out. He placed the silver ring that he had squeezed into a ball on the fangs and sucked it instinctively. It felt like sucking a ball of jelly. After the silver enters the body, it quickly merges with the blood. Too little. Yu Xian could clearly feel the silver blood that was born from the fusion of silver and blood. Compared to his blood, which had already turned cold, the temperature of the silver blood was slightly higher, and as it flowed through his body, it was like a hot current flowing through it. It's not uncomfortable, but rather a bit comfortable. Yu Xian adapted to it and became even more eager for silver. However, it is difficult to buy large amounts of silver now, and he can't afford much with the remaining money. This is mainly because the vampires have been buying up silver, driving up the price of silver to a level higher than that of gold. Moreover, the vampires always buy silver in a way that they never sell it out, and no one knows where they hide the silver. It is worth mentioning that the Blood Clan has a rule that anyone who contributes more than 10 tons of silver to the Blood Clan can directly qualify to become a vampire without going through any tests. Although becoming a vampire through this channel does not allow you to enter the core of the Blood Clan's power, immortality is enough to attract those wealthy people who are afraid of death. The Blood Clan is wealthy and powerful, largely because there is a group of wealthy people who joined the Blood Clan through this channel. Yuxian pondered all night but still had no idea how to get more silver. He thought about going to the black shop, but the black shop was too wild and even dared to attack the little vampire princess Nora. Now he didn't dare to have anything to do with them. While silver is important, safety is more important. He would rather save money slowly and collect silver products from the public than go to that black shop again. Early morning. Yuxian was basking in the sun on the balcony as usual. But today, for some reason, a foul smell kept coming into his nose. The smell was like a dead rat in a garbage dump, which made him feel nauseous. That's strange, why does it always smell bad? Getting up from the recliner, Yuxian sniffed around and suddenly the stench appeared again, but disappeared the next second. Etc. Yuxian reacted. It seemed as if he only smelled the stench the moment the warm flow of silver blood passed through his nose. In other words, the silver blood flowing through his nostrils enhanced his sense of smell, so he could smell smells that he couldn't normally smell? Then he deliberately controlled the silver blood to flow into his nose, and sure enough, the stench appeared again. He walked forward following the smell, then looked down at the balcony. The smell came from downstairs. The residents of this community are basically middle class and above families. There is a family of 3 living downstairs. The husband seems to be a lawyer, the wife runs a clothing store, and they have a daughter who is in the 4th grade. Will the whole family die in the house? Yuxian endured the stench and muttered silently in his heart. But he just happened to see this family going out yesterday, so even if they were dead, it wouldn't stink so quickly. Never mind. Yuxian didn't like to meddle in other people's affairs, so he quickly gave up thinking about it. Besides, it was almost time to go to school. He put on his school bag and went out. When he went downstairs, he happened to meet the daughter of the couple downstairs who was also going out with her school bag. He had an idea and controlled the little amount of silver blood to gather in his nose. In an instant, a strong stench came from the other person. So smelly. Yuxian quickly transferred the streak of silver blood from his nose to his right eye. The smell is gone. But then he looked through his strengthened right eye and saw that there seemed to be countless red worms entangled and wriggling under the other person's skin. Hiss, I'm going to die. Yuxian felt like his claustrophobia was about to set in at this moment. Just at this moment, the other party looked over, and when the other party said, "Good morning, brother," upstairs, a silver light flashed in the depths of Yuxian's pupils, and through her mouth, it seemed as if he saw countless insects trembling like tentacles. Good morning. Yuxian forced a smile. Then he quickly went downstairs and walked away in the direction of the school. On the way, Yuxian frowned, and could smell a bad odor from passers-by from time to time. A year ago, a major news event that shocked the whole country occurred in Chengdu, that is, the Chengdu tragedy. The specific content is about a middle school in Chengdu. All the teachers and students had their brains hollowed out by a mysterious parasite without knowing it. If a student who had secretly eaten the forbidden fruit had not transferred to Chengdu No. 1 Middle School and discovered that all the teachers and students in the school were living dead, the consequences would have been absolutely unimaginable. I remember that a year ago, because of the Chengdu tragedy, the Yincheng officials organized a national physical examination, and it was because of that national physical examination that he was diagnosed with ALS. Then, because of ALS, he lived in a daze for a whole month, so he didn't know whether the physical examination had found anything. Unexpectedly, the parasites in Rongqing invaded Yincheng silently. This is a big trouble. Want to report it? Yuxian thought hesitantly. Once he reports it, the authorities will surely have enough power to eliminate this parasite. The problem is that while the parasites are being eliminated, a second national physical examination will definitely be conducted. If he undergoes the physical examination, his identity as a wild vampire will inevitably be revealed. Xianyu? Xianyu, what are you thinking about? You look so absorbed in it. At this time, Zhang Shou's voice interrupted Yuxian's thoughts. Yuxian looked at Zhang Shou and saw that Zhang Shou was not infected by parasites, and he felt slightly relieved. It's nothing, I just didn't sleep well. Yuxian said calmly. Zhang Shou yawned and asked, did you also stay up all night reading that forum? What forum? Yuxian asked in confusion. Seeing that Yu Xian truly didn't understand, Zhang Shou explained, that forum is called that forum. If you have time, you can check it out. Especially the forbidden fruit section. There are people who specialize in recording the patterns of forbidden fruit's appearance and predicting where it might appear next. If the predicted location is in our Silver City one day, I'm definitely going to fight for it. Not everyone likes to be inferior to others. Whether joining the Blood Clan or joining other forces, it is basically impossible to surpass the ancestor. Therefore, some ambitious people set their sights on the elusive forbidden fruit, and forums like that forum were created to provide services specifically for these people. However, Yu Xian is not interested in this kind of forum. Now he is more worried about the problem of parasites. 005 Nora, the transfer student. 30% of the students in the entire school are infected. Yu Xian came to school and carefully observed all the students during physical exercises, which made him feel depressed. The situation in Yincheng is probably even more serious than that in Rongqing, and it is only a matter of time before it is exposed. Once the parasite is exposed, it is only a matter of time before he is implicated. This matter is imminent and the problem may explode at any time. Something must be done. Yu Xian returned to the classroom and took out his cell phone to carefully read various reports on the Chengdu tragedy. The parasite was officially named Heteromorpha 6 months ago, but its transmission mechanism remains unclear. However, according to research, once the eggs of the Heteromorpha enter the body of an organism, they will quickly enter the blood circulation system and eventually take root and sprout in the heart area, and dense antennae will break out of the shell. These tentacles can release a liquid that paralyzes the organism's sense of pain, and then quietly devour the parasite's flesh and blood along the blood vessels, leaving only the parasite's brain. At this stage, the host of the alien worm still retains self-awareness, but has lost all ability to perceive the outside world and can only feel fear and despair in the endless darkness. This is definitely a great mental torture. When the parasite is most desperate, the alien worm will gradually devour the other's brain. After devouring the brain, it will instinctively simulate all the parasite's behaviors when it was alive, and it will be almost no different from the original person. This mimicking behavior allows the xenomorph to effectively hide itself. And in the process of simulating the host, the alien worm will gradually realize that it is not the real parasite, but an independent individual with the wisdom of the parasite. If the parasitic host is a human, the alien worm will gain human intelligence and become extremely cunning and difficult to deal with. This is the ultimate form of the alien insect. Because a large number of eggs were found in this form of the heteromorph, this form was named the adult form. In the Chengdu tragedy, several adult members appeared, and it took the sacrifice of several ant-level police officers and a large number of special police to resolve it. However, even so, many people were still missing. The authorities believe that these missing persons are likely to be adult alien insects and are still being sought. If she's still conscious. After Yu Xian finished reading various information about the alien insects, the scene of the little girl greeting him in the morning inexplicably emerged in his mind. Subconsciously, he gradually exerted force with his hands, and many tiny cracks appeared on the screen of the phone in an instant. Fuck! When he came to his senses, Yu Xian found that his phone screen had gone black due to being squeezed, and he hurriedly checked it. After selling the factory and shop, his only source of income now is the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house that he is renting out. If he doesn't spend money frugally, he doesn't know when he will be able to save enough money to buy silver. Noon. Suddenly there was a commotion outside. Then the students in the classroom also walked out after hearing the sound, and all looked down in the corridor. Xian Yu, big news, the little vampire princess has transferred to our school. Zhang Shou came in from outside and said excitedly. Yu Xian frowned and said, our school is just an ordinary school. What can she learn in our school? The Superpower Academy teaches knowledge about the extraordinary world, which is completely different from ordinary schools. Could it be that he was exposed and Nora came to kill him? I don't know, but she really came, and she is so beautiful. She is definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Zhang Shou said excitedly. At this time, Chen Ling came in from outside the classroom. She said excitedly, do you know why the little vampire princess transferred to our school? You know this again and again? Zhang Shou looked at Chen Ling in surprise. Chen Ling proudly raised her head and chest, turned up her nose and smiled, you don't even care who I am. There's no news about Yincheng No. 3 middle school that I can't find out. You are worthy of being the gossip queen of our class. Then tell me, why did the little princess come to our school? Zhang Shou asked curiously. Chen Ling looked around and whispered, this story has to start from when the little princess was attacked. You may not believe that her attackers were just ordinary people. What does that have to do with the little princess transferring schools? Zhang Shou asked puzzledly. Chen Ling boasted, I'm best friends with Zhou Jie from the next class. Her second cousin works at the Public Security Bureau. They say their investigation revealed that the people who attacked the little princess didn't use any supernatural means. It was probably just a group of well-trained ordinary people using silver weapons. This news got to the little princess's school, and she was ostracized. This does sound embarrassing. Zhang Shou understood. If he had extraordinary powers but was bullied by a group of ordinary people, he would feel ashamed. The students of the Superpower Academy have a high opinion of themselves and have not experienced the dangers of the world. In their view, Nora's loss to an ordinary person is equivalent to bringing shame to the entire supernatural world, so they will naturally isolate or even exclude her. Nora's position in the vampire clan is already very awkward. In addition, the students did not really use violence against her, but rather used cold violence to bully her. Even the vampire clan could do nothing about it. The blood clan is very powerful, but they are not the only one in power. Not to mention the official forces that can suppress the vast majority of forces, even the elves, witches, cultivators, warriors, etc. have the power to compete with the vampires. In the end, Nora transferred to another school. Nora didn't choose to go to a superpower academy in another city, but instead transferred to number 3 middle school. The main reason was that even if she transferred to a superpower academy in another city, the students from those schools would still isolate and exclude her with cold violence once they found out. Therefore, it is better to come to an ordinary school. After all, as long as vampires live longer, they will naturally become stronger. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the bell rang for class. The homeroom teacher, Old Chen, walked into the classroom. Then, under the gaze of all the students, a girl with long golden hair, a bandage on her right arm, and a cool demeanor slowly walked in. At this moment, time and space seemed to stand still, and all the boys in the class had changed their dream lovers. Even girls are mesmerized by Nora's flawless beauty. As an extraordinary creature, Nora's beauty is too exquisite and her looks are too high. Although number 3 middle school has never held a school beauty pageant, the boys have tacitly reached a consensus since Nora transferred to the school that she is the undisputed school beauty. From today on, Nora will study with us. Old Chen coughed, waited for the students to come back to their senses, and then began to nag. Noila glanced at her classmates, and finally glanced at Yuxian obliquely. To be honest, 25 million is not 25 yuan. It is not difficult to trace such a large amount of capital flow. Adding age and gender, the blood clan only needed to mobilize external forces to quickly lock on Yuxian. According to the original plan, Tang Bo should lead people to capture Yuxian, and then Nora would kill Yuxian. But after learning about Yuxian's identity, Nora's father changed his mind and asked Luo Qi, Tang Bo, and others not to attack Yuxian. After all, Yuxian had just transformed into a vampire and was about the same age as Nora, so he was definitely a good whetstone. If Nora could hunt on her own and kill Yuxian with her own strength, she would surely grow. At least if we are attacked again, we must never act like a fool and wait to be killed. Within the vampire clan, the orders of father are absolute, so Nora transferred here. The information Chen Ling heard was actually both true and false. There were indeed some classmates in the superpower school who isolated Nora because of this, but Nora didn't care about those people at all. They were not in the same circle, and she never felt that she had to please anyone. After introducing herself, Nora was arranged by the class teacher to sit in the 4th row on the right, just level with Yuxian. Her first talent was Daywalker, and her second talent, which she awakened at the age of 10, was Blood Flame. Although she wanted to burn Yuxian, who had made her a laughingstock in the entire academy, to death with a blood flame, she did not act rashly. According to her thinking, Yuxian had the same Daywalker talent as her, and probably had a high resistance to damage from light and fire like her. She was not sure whether her blood flame could kill the other party instantly. If she fails, with the vampire's recovery ability and the strength advantage of male vampires, she may not be able to defeat Yuxian. So, she prepared a secret weapon, a silver dagger. What she had to do now was to get familiar with the students around her and reduce Yuxian's vigilance. When Yuxian relaxed, she would insert the dagger into Yuxian's heart with lightning speed. It can definitely kill with one blow. 006, Games. Wait until the bell rings. Yuxian walked out of the classroom silently, stood in front of the railing in the corridor, and stared into the distance in a trance. A cool breeze blew and he closed his eyes, but before he could breathe in the fresh air brought by the wind, the stench flashed by again, and his relaxed mood became heavy again in an instant. He was very afraid of death, especially waiting for death in pain like his father. Because he was in charge of everything for his father, he understood the pain and despair of needing machines to assist with breathing and swallowing, and being unable to move the whole body. Eaten till only the brain is left. Yuxian could imagine that this was definitely a more horrible way of dying than his father's. Because of understanding, we can empathize. Call the police. Yuxian took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. Although he is no longer a human being, he cannot be without humanity. A real man has things he does and things he shouldn't do. Even if there are tens of thousands of people against him, I will go forward. Even if his identity is exposed, the worst that can happen is that he hides in the deep mountains and forests, and returns to human society when he becomes invincible. He didn't believe that vampires could find him in the mountains. After all, he didn't need to suck blood, or even ordinary food. As long as the sun rose as usual, he was not afraid of any war of attrition. Lao Zhang, lend me your phone. Yuxian walked to the window and said to Zhang Shou, who was talking to Chen Ling with his but sticking out. Where's yours? Zhang Shou took out his cell phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to Yuxian, asking by the way. Yuxian had no choice but to take out his broken phone and said helplessly, the screen is broken, I don't know if it can be repaired. After saying that, he returned to the guardrail with his cell phone and dialed the number of the sheriff's bureau. Hey, I want to report it. Yuxian was a little nervous, and as soon as the call was connected, he spoke immediately. What do you want to report? Asked the person on the other end of the phone. Yuxian calmed down and said, I want to report that the alien insects have invaded Silver City. Many people have been parasitized by the alien insects. The situation is extremely urgent. Please hurry up. Oops, I'm exposed. Suddenly, the voice on the other end of the phone changed, from a woman's voice to a shrill male voice. Yuxian's eyes suddenly widened, his mouth opened but he couldn't utter a word. Even the sunlight falling on his body couldn't dispel the chill in his heart. Who was on the other end of the phone? Since you've been exposed, let's play a game. Thanks for calling, little brother, don't die. The other party said leisurely, as if he didn't care about being exposed at all. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. Yuxian gritted his teeth and crushed the phone in his hand instantly. Damn it, have the alien bugs already invaded the Public Security Bureau? Before he could think of what to do next, a dazzling light burst out from the chemical plant in the distance, followed by a loud bang and violent vibrations from afar. The school's glass was instantly shattered, and all the students screamed in fear. At this time, one after another, the students who were parasitized by the alien insects stood up from their seats with expressionless faces. They seemed to have received a unified order, and 6 3-meter-long red tentacles grew out of their backs. The students who had just recovered from their fright all whitened their eyes. Zhang Shou was originally talking to Chen Ling about this, but when he saw the scene, he immediately climbed out the window to the corridor. A tentacle attacked instantly, and before Zhang Shou could react, his neck was entangled. The next second, a silver light flashed, and the tentacle was cut off on the spot. Yuxian gathered the little silver blood he had at his fingertips and said, "Hide behind me." As he spoke, he rushed to the window, jumped up, somersaulted into the classroom, and in midair he cut off the tentacles that were wrapped around Chen Ling's neck. Thanks. Chen Ling was still in shock and gasping for breath. Yuxian pulled her behind him and said, "Stay with Zhang Shou. Don't be too far away from me." As he spoke, he cut off several tentacles that stretched out, then picked up a chair with one hand and used it as a weapon to knock a strange insect that rushed forward to the ground. He stomped hard on the opponent's head, then picked up the chair and swung it quickly, knocking the alien insects to the ground wherever he passed. The chair was too light for him to swing with ease. With his normal strength of 1 ton, he would not be afraid of these abnormal insects if he had the right weapons. The problem was that he didn't have any suitable weapons at hand, and the chair would be deformed after a few hits, making it no match for the task. Shit, has Xianyu eaten the forbidden fruit? Zhang Shou also held a chair for self-defense and was stunned when he saw the scene. Chen Ling's eyes sparkled as she whispered, "Why didn't I realize before that Yuxian is so handsome and manly? Don't just stand there, save him." Yuxian glanced at the two of them out of the corner of his eye and said unhappily. Some students were knocked to the ground by the alien insects before they could react, and now it is unknown whether they are dead or alive. What is even more infuriating is that Nora, a dignified vampire, was hung in midair by a strange insect with its tentacles wrapped around her neck, and her long legs, which couldn't even be hidden by her school uniform, were still kicking around. Yuxian initially suspected that Nora had transferred here to deal with him. But seeing Noilamo's poor performance, all his worries were immediately dispelled. With this performance, I guess ordinary people can easily deal with her. Xianyu, help! At this time, Jiang Shou used a chair to block a tentacle, and the chair was taken away in an instant. Yu Xian looked back and frowned. It was obvious that the students in other classrooms had been wiped out, and the alien insects from other classes were coming to attack. The classroom had doors in front and back, so it was impossible to defend it. We had to retreat to the roof. There was only one entrance and exit on the roof. As long as we guarded the entrance and exit, we could wait for official rescue. Prepare to retreat, go to the roof. Yu Xian threw the chair out and instantly knocked the alien insect that was trying to snatch Zhang Shou's chair to the ground. Then he jumped over 2 tables, picked up a chair and shot the head of the alien insect that was strangling Nora. He picked up Nora, who had fallen to the ground, and rushed out, and the surviving students followed him. Rushing all the way. Any alien insect that stood in his way was either knocked away or killed instantly by his brutal punch. Fortunately, the teaching building has only 6 floors, and Class 3 of Senior 3 is on the 5th floor, so they rushed to the rooftop of the teaching building in less than a minute. Yu Xian put Nora down and pushed her to Chen Ling's side, then turned around to guard the door and kicked the alien insect following behind down the stairs. Close the door. Yu Xian leaned against the door, absorbing the sunlight to restore his strength. The other students were also panting, bending over with their hands on their knees, sweating profusely. After a short break, Zhang Shou couldn't help but ask, Xianyu, what's going on? Why are there so many strange bugs in our school? No way. How could the strange insects from Chengdu get to our school? A student said in horror. Chen Ling said angrily, what do you mean by yes or no? Isn't it obvious that those are alien insects? But what do they want to do? As she spoke, she looked at Yu Xian, wanting to get an answer from him. I don't know. Yu Xian sighed and shook his head. He really didn't know what the alien insect's goal was, and the mysterious man on the other end of the phone cast a huge shadow on him. The other party could command all the alien insects with just one sentence. He was definitely a dangerous person that he couldn't afford to offend. It's not safe here. Once the alien insects take control of the entire school, they will definitely launch a general attack on the rooftop. I can't defend it alone. Look around and see if there is anything you can use. Yu Xian rested for a moment and said to everyone. The alien insects are not zombies, and they cannot be avoided by just being quiet and not making any noise. Why don't we take down the wire mesh and wrap it around the door? Zhang Shou said immediately. The edge of the rooftop of the teaching building was surrounded by barbed wire, and with Yu Xian's brute force, he could indeed remove it. Well, it's 4:30 in the afternoon now, and there are still 2.5 hours until dark. If we can hold on until dark, my guardian roach will definitely arrive, and then we will be saved. Nora said weakly. To be honest, she now feels like a waste. She came here to assassinate Yu Xian, but in the end she still needs Yu Xian to save her life. She didn't speak because she was shy, but because she was too embarrassed to see people. She is obviously quite strong. There is also Blood Flame as a killer. But when she was attacked, she still acted like a fool. It's so embarrassing. 007 level. It's been too long. 2.5 hours. By the time your guardian arrives, we'll probably have been completely devoured by the alien bugs. Yu Xian was very clear that he had exposed his identity in front of Nora. When the other party's guardian came, the others would be fine, but he would be in danger. Moreover, only more than 10 minutes have passed since the alien insects were exposed, and students in many classes have been wiped out. If the alien insects concentrated their strength and attacked, he was confident that he could jump off the building and escape with 1 or 2 people, but the rest would probably die. Lao Shang, you and those male classmates come over and hold the door. I'll go try to get a weapon. Yu Xian looked at the barbed wire, thought for a while and said. As long as the wire mesh is rolled up tightly, it might be useful as a stick. I have weapons here. Nora quickly spoke at this time. As she spoke, she revealed the bracelet on her wrist, and the next moment a red pistol appeared out of thin air. Space equipment? All the classmates looked at Nora in surprise. Although there were introductions to space equipment on the internet, it was the first time for everyone present to see the real thing. What other weapons are there? Yu Xian took the pistol and tried to aim at the distance, then returned it to Nora and asked. There were only dozens of bullets in the pistol, and he had never used a gun before. He estimated that even if he used up all the bullets, he might not be able to kill a single alien insect. Nora was silent for a moment, then took out a half-meter-long dagger and said, "This is a silver knife. Although it's not particularly sharp, it has a great restraining effect on vampires. You should use it with caution." "A silver knife?" Yusian took the knife and said with a smile. Noila Mo immediately lowered her head and blushed. She knew that Yusian must have guessed something. "Thank you, this knife came just in time." Yusian didn't say much, and the knife really came at the right time. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, he pinched the dagger into a silver ball about the size of a lead ball. He opened his mouth, took a bite, and said with a smile, "Just in time, I'm hungry." Nora looked up at Yusian as if she saw some incredible monster. Not afraid of the sun and uses silver as food, is this still a vampire? Could it be that Roche and the others made a mistake? This is too outrageous. After absorbing all the silver, Yusian felt warm all over his body. His 5 senses were fully enhanced and he could clearly sense any movement within a radius of hundreds of meters. Then he took a deep breath and his body quickly turned black. "Yusian?" Zhang Shou couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this scene. Yusian said, "Don't worry, I'm fine, better than ever." To others, he appeared completely black, primarily because he had used his silver blood to enhance his ability to absorb light. Previously, while he could absorb light, it wasn't perfect, so some light would still be reflected, allowing others to see him. Now he used the silver blood to strengthen his body's ability to absorb light, resulting in no light being reflected from his body. As we all know, when an object does not reflect any light, it will not emit any photons that can be detected by our eyes, and it becomes a so-called perfect black object. Yusian is in this state now. Everyone can see him during the day, but at night, I'm afraid no one can observe him standing in the dark. In addition, in this state, his physical strength recovered very quickly, and even if he was injured, he could recover in the blink of an eye because the food was so abundant. "I'm going to go down and take care of those weird bugs. You guys stay here and don't move." After Yusian got used to this situation, he smiled at everyone and then turned and left. After Yusian came downstairs, Chenling asked curiously, "Yusian must have eaten the forbidden fruit. What do you think his ability is?" Student Yusian probably didn't eat the forbidden fruit and became a transcendent through the forbidden fruit. He starts at the eagle level. It doesn't take that much trouble for him to deal with the abnormal insects in the school. Nora couldn't help but say. Since the forbidden fruit appeared in the world, many lucky people have gained a variety of abilities through it. Different systems have their own levels and realm divisions, and the strength division is very confusing. Finally, dozens of the strongest extraordinary people held a meeting together and set a unified level division. That is, insects, ants, bees, birds, snakes, eagles, wolves, tigers, dragons. The insect level is the lowest and the god level is the highest. Although even the lowest level insects have the power to easily kill ordinary people. But as one big boss said, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some ability. Insect level. In fact, it is to remind those who have just gained extraordinary powers. In the eyes of the stronger, you are still just an insect. So what level is salted fish now? Zhang Shou looked at Nora and asked curiously. Nora thought for a moment and guessed, probably an upper insect level or lower ant level. What do you think, could he be a vampire? Vampire? Ha ha ha, how is that possible? He is not afraid of light and loves to eat silver, how could he be a vampire? Everyone laughed when they heard it and burst into laughter. Although Nora wanted to refute, she couldn't find a reason to refute. Not being afraid of light can also be explained by being a daywalker. Not afraid of silver? Could it be that Yusian also has the talent of a silver eater? But don't forget, if Yusian really used her blood to become a vampire, it has only been a few days, and it is impossible for him to have a second talent. In addition, Yusian also has the ability to turn his entire body black. These are 3 abilities. It's really unlikely that he is a vampire no matter how you think about it. The more Nora thought about it, the more she felt that Roche and his team had made a mistake in their investigation. Although Yusian also used a large amount of funds, perhaps he used it for other purposes, such as purchasing silver for food? The Blood Clan speculated that the price of silver was almost the same as that of gold, which could explain why Yusian spent so much money. Nora felt that she had to have a good talk with Roche and the others when she got back. Yusian cannot be wronged. Downstairs. Yusian walked in the corridor on the 6th floor, his fingers dancing like playing the piano, and the 3 alien insects were instantly cut into pieces. Although not all the blood in his body has been transformed into silver blood, at least 40% of it is already silver blood. With enough silver blood, he can release extremely sharp silver threads. This silver wire is not pure silver, but a special metal mixed with his blood in silver. It is soft but also sharp and tough. The most important thing is that the silver thread can move according to his thoughts. Even the walls of the classroom or steel can be cut easily, and it feels like cutting tofu. At this time, more and more strange insects came out of the classrooms of each class, but before they got close, they were killed by Yuxian using silver threads. A parasitic insect that had been parasitizing the teacher just emerged and saw this scene. Fear flashed in its eyes, and it yelled, "Everyone, come out quickly! There are enemies! Kill them!" The alien insects from the following classes rushed out one after another, and when they saw Yuxian, they immediately roared and charged forward. Yuxian had a thought, and a silver line shot out from his finger. All the alien insects that rushed up were cut in half by the sharp silver line, and fell down in half. Yuxian looked towards the end of the corridor and saw that the Chinese teacher who had just yelled had disappeared. As expected, compared to the alien insects that parasitize students, the alien insects that parasitize teachers are more cunning. At this time, the sound of artillery fire was heard in the distance. It was obvious that the Yincheng officials were not completely wiped out. They finally reacted and began to fight back. 008 Jotai. Very good. Yuxian was cheered up and listened to the sound of artillery fire as if it were the sound of nature. Having support means no worries and no need to consider subsequent issues. Now all he has to do is kill a lot and kill all the alien insects in the school. But just as he was about to go downstairs, he heard a painful groan and stopped immediately. Are there any classmates alive? He turned and walked into a classroom, and found a survivor, breathing faintly, in a corner full of debris. Yincheng, Sanshan Psychiatric Hospital. A large number of strange insects were frantically devouring the medical staff. Dean Chen Xingson hid in the cabinet in the office, not daring to breathe. He didn't expect that there were so many patients in the hospital who were parasitized by alien worms. Compared with the alien insects that parasitize normal people, the alien insects that parasitize mental patients are obviously more violent, less afraid of pain, and even have stronger mobility than ordinary alien insects. The armed security guards in the hospital only had time to fire one shot before they were all killed instantly. Now he can only hope that the authorities will come to the rescue as soon as possible. Suddenly, the office door was violently pushed open, and a thin man in hospital gown walked in with relaxed steps. Dean? Dean? Where are you? I'm Jotai. The man lowered his voice and called around the office. Finally, he came to the cabinet and knocked on the door, muttering to himself, "Are you there? Are you not here? Are you not here? Are you not here?" After a moment, he seemed a little disappointed and muttered, "It seems that the dean is really not here. I wanted to tell him a big secret." As he said this, he turned and left. Chen Xingson widened his eyes and let out a breath. Jotai. This is the most dangerous patient in their hospital. Jotai suffers from multiple personality disorder. The problem is that except for the main personality, all the other personalities are very scary. They are all perverted personalities such as murderers, skinning artists, finger collectors, cannibals, etc. This guy was locked up in the hospital and was restrained almost 24 hours a day. Chen Xingson couldn't imagine how Jotai broke free from the restraints and was not attacked by the alien insects, so no matter whether Jotai was a human or an alien insect, he didn't want to have any contact with the other party. But the opposite happened. Just when he thought Jotai had left, the door of the cabinet was suddenly pulled open. Jotai looked at Chen Xingson with a smile and said, "I found you, my dear dean." Then he pulled Chen Xingson to the office chair and sat on the other side. "What do you want?" You'd better not do anything rash, otherwise. Chen Xingson said in panic. Jotai interrupted with a smile, "What else? Are you going to lock me up again?" Ha 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 ha, from now on, no one can lock me up." Suddenly, his expression changed, from crazy to a little cowardly. "Dean, am I sick? Please take a look at me and take my pulse." As he spoke, he put his hands on the table and looked at Chen Xingson expectantly. Chen Xingson didn't act rashly, and Jotai didn't seem to care either. He muttered to himself, "Dean, isn't this world amazing? A parasite wanted to parasitize me. I was so scared, but I didn't expect it to choose the most useless boss. After it replaced the boss, we ended up parasitizing it. This feeling is really great. Its body is so strong. You mean, the real Jotai has been replaced by the consciousness of the alien insect, but you personalities have become parasites in the consciousness of the alien insect and suppressed its consciousness? Chen Qingsong asked in surprise, his eyes wide open. Jotai nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, you are worthy of being the dean. You have sorted out the matter clearly in just a few words. So do you think you are a human or a mutant insect?" Chen Qingsong couldn't help asking with cold sweat on his forehead. A smile gradually appeared on Jotai's face, and tentacles emerged from his facial features. With the help of the tentacles, the two eyeballs were almost close to Chen Qingsong. A tentacle broke apart and a voice said, "Of course I am human." Chen Qingsong looked at the horrifying scene in front of him, his pupils trembled violently, and he was frightened to death. "It's really boring." Jotai slowly retracted his tentacles and looked at Chen Qingsong, who was frightened to death, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Then he suddenly thought of something interesting and said with a smile, "We still have some time, why not go find that little brother and play with him?" As he spoke, his expression kept changing. Finally, he looked at Chen Qingsong's body with greed. It was obvious that this body had changed its personality again. If Chen Qingsong were still alive, he would definitely guess after seeing this scene that perhaps the alien insects originally possessed some kind of ability similar to the consciousness network, and Jotai's personality was like a virus, which had infected all the alien insects through the alien insect's consciousness network. These personalities of his can take over the body of a certain alien insect at any time, and even hide in the network to issue orders to all alien insects. Yincheng No. 3 Middle School. Yu Xian carried a student with a broken leg back to the rooftop. He carefully put the injured student down and said, "Lao Zhang, all you boys come and help. I've dealt with all the alien bugs on the 6th floor. There are quite a few injured students who need our help." "Okay." Zhang Shou nodded. Then several other boys gritted their teeth and decided to go down to help. Chen Ling said, "I'll go too. Just leave 2 students here to take care of the injured students. Then I'll go too." Nora felt that she should do something. Yu Xian did not refuse because there were quite a few injured students, so one more person would mean more help. However, when everyone went down to the 6th floor and just walked into the classroom of Class 3-6, they couldn't help but turn around and run to the corridor to vomit. The situation in the classroom was too terrible. Some students were eaten by the strange insects and only half of their body was left, and some students were only left with half of their face. It was simply hell on earth. As innocent and foolish high school students, Zhang Shou and his friends had never seen such a horrifying scene before. "Are they okay?" Nora looked at Chen Ling and others and asked worriedly. Yu Xian, on the other hand, looked at Noila Mo with some surprise, and said with a smile, "I thought they would be like this, but it was you who didn't spit it out. I'm a vampire and I don't have the ability to vomit." Nora rolled her eyes at Yu Xian and continued. Yu Xian finally realized that it was no wonder that although he felt that the situation in the classroom was tragic and terrifying, he did not feel any physical discomfort. It turned out that it was because he was a vampire. At that moment, a strange insect rushed up from the 5th floor stairs. Yu Xian immediately flicked his finger, and a silver thread instantly cut the rushing insect in half. He dared to let Zhang Shou and the others come down to rescue them, so he was naturally confident that he could protect everyone. Silver blood. When Nora saw Yu Xian's silver line attack, her eyes suddenly widened. She looked at the corpse of the alien insect on the ground and thought in shock. This was the great talent her father awakened when he was 150 years old, but why did it appear here in Yu Xian? She looked at Yu Xian in disbelief, her mind in a mess. In fact, she didn't know much about the silver blood, mainly because her father had never shown himself swallowing silver in front of her. She only knew that the silver blood was an ability that could create silver threads, otherwise she would have associated it with something when she saw Yu Xian swallowing silver before. After waiting for a while, Zhang Shou and the others finally recovered. Yu Xian took the lead and walked into the classroom. Zhang Shou gritted his teeth and followed immediately, and the others followed suit. Here, she still has a heartbeat. Yu Xian quickly found the first survivor. A girl with missing hands and feet and a bite on her face. Everyone present had a heavy expression when they saw the girl. In the past, Chengdu massacre was just 4 words, and many people could not understand why the word tragic was used. Now that they have witnessed the tragic plight of their classmates, those present feel that the word tragic is not enough to describe the horror of this disaster. 009 Beautiful Silly Goose. After Zhang Shou and the others had adapted, Yu Xian did not stay on the 6th floor, but prepared to go downstairs to continue cleaning up the alien insects. If he had not discovered that there were still surviving students in the classroom on the 6th floor, some of whom were in urgent need of treatment to stop bleeding, his original plan would have been to go downstairs and kill all the alien insects in the teaching building. Now Zhang Shou and others are responsible for bandaging the wounds of the surviving students. What he has to do is to kill all the alien insects as soon as possible and save more classmates. Wait, I'll go with you, Nora said with courage. Yu Xian looked at Noila Mo, as if he saw a golden goose. Just as he was about to refuse her, Noila Mo said, "If you let me go with you, I'll give you 20 kilograms of silver next time." Deal. Yu Xian agreed immediately. Silver is very expensive now. 20 kilograms of silver should be enough for him to use for a long time. The two went down to the 5th floor. Yu Xian flicked his finger, and the silver thread instantly killed several alien insects standing in the corridor and biting students. Nora was not idle either. She quickly took out her pistol and aimed at an alien insect in the distance. With a gunshot, the alien insect's body was blown up on the spot. Yu Xian was slightly startled and looked at the gun in Noila Mo's hand. He didn't expect the bullet of this gun to be so powerful. I hit it. Nora said to herself excitedly as she looked at the fallen alien insect. She then aimed at the alien insects that ran out after hearing the sound and pulled the trigger continuously. One by one, the alien insects exploded and died under the gunshots. There are about 25 to 30 students in a class, but there are actually only about 5 to 10 students infected with the alien worm. There are 4 classes on the 1st floor of the teaching building, so there are about 30 to 40 alien worms on each floor. Nora's pistol had a total of 15 bullets. After killing 15 alien insects in a row, she began to reload in a hurry. Those strange insects naturally didn't want to give her the chance to reload bullets, so they rushed out from behind the classroom cover, but before they got close, they were killed by Yu Xian controlling the silver thread. After making sure that all the alien insects on the 5th floor were dead, the two went down to the 4th floor. Nora is still asked to kill some of the alien insects with a pistol first, and then use the replacement bullets to lure the alien insects to launch a general attack. Yu Xian will deal with the alien insects that rush up in the last wave. Do you have enough bullets? When they went down to the 3rd floor, Yu Xian asked. Nora nodded and said, "Enough. I have prepared 100,000 rounds of ammunition." Ever since she was attacked by an ordinary person, she had specially prepared a pistol and bullets, and in sufficient quantities. On the 3rd floor, the two cooperated tacitly and killed all the abnormal insects in just 1 minute. After making sure that no one had escaped, the two continued to go down to the 2nd floor. You are also a vampire? Nora walked behind, gave Yu Xian a complicated look, and then asked in a low voice. Yu Xian walked in front and said frankly, "Yes, I have ALS. If I don't become a vampire, I will die. I heard that you were not only attacked by gangsters because of me, but also ostracized by other students in school. I'm very sorry." Anyway, he had already prepared himself mentally when he called the police. Once this disaster was resolved, he would flee to the ends of the earth and would not return to human society until he was invincible. I see. Noila Mo looked at Yu Xian with a complicated expression and muttered softly. The two went down to the 2nd floor. Nora immediately put aside all distractions, held the pistol with both hands and kept shooting at the alien insects. After the bullets were used up, she took out the bullets and changed them while looking at Yu Xian. The remaining alien insects took the opportunity to launch a general attack. Yu Xian waved his finger downward, and a silver thread fell like a wave. In an instant, the alien insects were cut into various strange shapes. At this time, the teacher who had escaped earlier rushed out of a classroom, jumped down from the corridor, and landed on the ground square. Still want to run? When Yu Xian saw the scene, he immediately held the railing with one hand and jumped from the 2nd floor to the square. Before he could make a move, a gunshot rang out, and the teacher who was parasitized by the alien insects had his upper body exploded and fell to the ground. Nora upstairs was holding a gun and gave Yu Xian a sly smile when she turned around. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and her long golden hair fluttered in the wind. Yu Xian's eyes were dazzled by the bright scene. Yu Xian retracted his previous thoughts. This is not a golden goose, but a beautiful goose. Suddenly, Nora's eyes showed fear and she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. Careful! When Nora's voice rang out, a black shadow flashed by in an instant. Yu Xian reacted quickly and started to dodge when Nora's eyes widened slightly, but the black shadow still cut off one of his arms. Boom! A rectangular sign fell heavily on the stairs of the teaching building. Yuxian's blood flowed down from the top of the sign, passed between the words "school ahead," "slow down," and finally dripped onto the ground. Yuxian covered his wound, glanced at the sign, and immediately turned around. He didn't know when he saw a woman in professional attire squatting on the school wall. "Little brother, I'm here to play with you." The woman had a crazy smile on her face, but her voice was male. Yuxian's expression was solemn, with a silver light flashing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are the bastard on the other end of the phone." Yes, I'm that bastard." The woman jumped down from the wall and said with a smile, "Introduce myself. My name is Jotai. I used to be human, but now I'm a worm." It slowly walked over to the body of the teacher parasitized by the alien bug and squatted down, muttering to itself, TSK, you already have such a powerful body, but you don't know how to use it. What a waste." Bang bang bang. Upstairs, Nora took advantage of Jotai crouching down and unable to dodge, and immediately fired 3 shots at Jotai. However, no explosion occurred. Instead, Jotai had 3 more bullets in his hand. He stood up and said with a smile, "Bullets aren't very fast. In fact, all alien insects have the ability to dodge them. It's just that the alien insects have been pretending to be humans for too long. Even if their consciousness awakens and they realize they are not human, they will still follow some of the bad habits of humans. Whether it's reaction ability or speed, it is subconsciously constrained. Humans have a self-protection mechanism that automatically sets a safety threshold when controlling muscle activity to prevent excessive use of force from causing muscle and bone damage. Many alien insects were affected, so they could only exert about 50% of their strength. Jotai's personality is different. He naturally doesn't care about his own body. He is the type who would not hesitate to hurt himself to achieve his goals. So when his personality enters this body, the power of this body is fully released. "Give it back to you, little sister." At this moment, he swung his hand and 3 bullets immediately shot towards Nora upstairs. Boom! In mid-air, the bullet touched the silver wire and exploded immediately. Yuxian's body had turned pitch black. At this moment, he waved his finger downward, and the silver line extending upward immediately slashed towards Jotai. 010, Qilin. The body Jotai used was that of a tall woman, estimated to be about 1.7 meters tall. Under normal circumstances, even if the body is full of alien insect tentacles, as long as the skin is not damaged, the alien insects will still move like humans. But Jotai is different. Facing the silver thread that was coming at him, his body was like a deflated balloon. He twisted and dodged, easily avoiding Yuxian's attack. Then he raised his hand, and the skin on his arm burst open instantly, and dense tentacles entangled together to form a thick arm. "Here comes the fist." Jotai laughed loudly, jumped up, and punched Yuxian on the ground. "Danger." Yuxian immediately jumped to the side, landed on the ground and rolled away quickly. It has to be said that losing an arm had a huge impact on him. If his right hand was still there, if Jotai dared to jump up, he would be strangled to death in minutes. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground where Yuxian had just stood shook violently. Jotai punched a half-meter hole in the dusty ground. If this punch had hit a person, it would probably have punched a hole through the person's body. On the other side, Yuxian half knelt on the ground immediately after completing the roll, inserted his left hand into the ground, and manipulated the silver wires to penetrate the ground and quickly attack Jotai. In an instant, dense silver wires drilled out of the pit, weaving a large net to cover Jotai and shrink instantly. At the critical moment, Jotai still had a smile on his face. His body exploded, turning into dense and disgusting tentacles, which flexibly emerged from one of the grids, even bringing out human skin. If anyone has seen an octopus moving through various small holes in the sea, they can probably imagine how Jotai got out. Then all the tentacles quickly drilled back into the human skin, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the appearance of a young girl again. Such micromanagement and speed. Yuxian could see Jotai's movements clearly and was shocked. Although Jotai's ability did not exceed the limits of the alien insect, his control over the alien insect's body was too strong. It was estimated that most alien insects could not perform this operation. At this time, Jotai saw Yuxian's broken arm on the ground a few meters away. He glanced at Yuxian, and then a large number of tentacles grew out of the broken arm. He picked up the broken arm on the ground directly, and the tentacles drilled into the arm one by one. The alien worm actually has a very abnormal ability. That is, it can use its tentacles to simulate the flesh, blood, and nerves of other creatures, thereby manipulating their bodies. This can be said to be the most basic ability of the alien worm. Otherwise, it would eat up the host's body and cause the host's brain to be deprived of oxygen, and would have died long ago. Little brother, your arm is really nice. Let's continue playing. Jotai manipulated the tentacles to control the continuous swinging of his arms, and said with a smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Yuxian. So fast. Jotai's running speed is much faster than other alien insects. It was at least 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary alien insect, and his route when running was not a straight line, making it impossible for Yuxian to guess his route. In desperation, Yuxian could only retreat frantically, trying to keep as much distance as possible from Jotai. The two chased each other on the playground. From time to time, Yuxian used silver wire to block Jotai, while Jotai seemed to be dancing or playing, easily avoiding various attacks. At the same time, Jotai would also wave Yuxian's right hand, and occasionally suddenly stretch it out and punch Yuxian. In fact, Yuxian's attack posed basically no threat to Jotai. Although the silver wire was extremely sharp, as long as it could cut Jotai's body, it would definitely cause serious damage to Jotai. But Jotai was extremely flexible and his body shape could change very quickly. Several times, Yuxian intended to use silver wire to form a large net, but Jotai could always easily escape from the mesh. Instead, it was Yuxian himself who was almost hit by Jotai's fist several times. Although he managed to avoid the attack, he still had several scratches on his body. However, as a vampire, these minor wounds healed in the blink of an eye, so there were no obvious scars left. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot was heard. Jotai, who was chasing Yuxian, immediately leaned back to dodge. The bullet flew past his chest and finally hit the ground in the distance, causing an explosion. Good opportunity. Yuxian seized the opportunity, turned around and waved his left hand. A large number of silver threads waved wildly in the air, cutting towards Jotai from different angles. Faced with the silver wire that was like a dragnet, Jotai immediately used the same trick again. A large number of tentacles burst out from his skin, and he chose one of the grids to escape. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. As soon as Jotai came out of the big net woven with silver wires, he was shot by Nora. A large number of tentacles broke apart in the explosion. The few remaining tentacles quickly drilled into the woman's skin and rolled backwards. Although Nora fired several more shots in pursuit, Jotai was too fast and the remaining bullets all missed. Bitch, I'm playing with my little brother, you're so redundant. Jotai did a series of backflips and landed on a branch of a tree in the school. He looked up at Nora, his wrinkled face full of resentment. Neither Nora nor Yuxian spoke, but at this moment they had a surprising tacit understanding, which was to kill you while you were sick. The bullets and silver threads intertwined together, and in an instant, the tree where Jotai landed was blown with a big hole by the bullets, and at the same time, it was strangled into pieces by countless silver threads. However, Jotai quickly jumped back just before the attack came, and now he was back on the school wall. Little brother, I will come to play with you next time, and, you bitch, you are dead, I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. Jotai Xian said to Yuxian with a smile, but his face changed the next moment, staring at Nora and said crazily. As he finished speaking, bullets and silver lines came again, and he immediately did a backflip and disappeared outside the school. In fact, Jotai's original plan was to kill Yuxian or destroy this body, but because he got Yuxian's arm, he realized that Yuxian's arm was not simple, so in order to bring Yuxian's arm back, he decided to retreat. Yuxian and Nora did not relax their vigilance immediately after Jotai left. They stood there for a long time, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Jotai had really left. Sitting down on the ground, Yuxian felt exhausted both physically and mentally. He had almost been beaten to death by Jotai's punch several times just now, and now he was filled with fear. At this time, Noila Mo came down from the second floor and trotted over. She slowed down when she got closer. Yuxian turned his head to look at her. Their eyes met, and suddenly they both smiled tacitly. It's so scary. I've never seen such a scary monster. Nora was sitting next to Yuxian and was also scared. Yuxian nodded and said, luckily, we chased them away. Suddenly, Nora pointed a gun at Yuxian's lower back, and Yuxian had no choice but to cooperate and raise his only hand. There are many people in the vampire clan who are 10, 100, or even 1,000 times stronger than that monster. My father's patience is limited. He asked me to kill you. If I don't do it, he will send someone stronger, and then you will definitely die. Nora looked at Yuxian and said. Yuxian couldn't help but laugh and asked, so you decided to kill me first? Humph, I have a suggestion for you. You'd better find a way to join Qilin. Nora retracted the gun and said to Yuxian. Yu Xian quickly pressed the issue. Qilin? You're not saying there really is a Qilin mythical beast in the world and you want me to join its side, are you? No, Qilin is the name of the official organization. I don't know the specific situation, but I heard 3 years ago that there was a vampire like you who joined Qilin, and the Blood Clan had given up on his self-purification. Nora said. Karen. Official organization. Yu Xian's eyes lit up. This option seemed more reliable than escaping to the mountains and becoming a savage. 011, Uwei. Who wants to be a ghost if they can be a human being? Yu Xian didn't really want to live as a savage in the mountains, he just had no other choice. Do you have a cell phone? Yu Xian was very curious about what kind of organization Qilin was, so he asked Nora beside him. Noila Mo took out her phone and handed it to Yu Xian, saying worriedly, the password is 6 sixes. You are not allowed to look at the photo album or the browsing history, otherwise I will shoot you. Don't worry, I'm just checking something. Yu Xian said with a smile. After unlocking the browser, Yu Xian opened the browser and searched for the word Qilin. The results showed various legends about Qilin. Someone even posted a post confidently declaring that he had seen Qilin in the wild. Pfft, you don't think you can find information about Qilin on the internet, do you? At this time, Nora couldn't help but laugh. Yu Xian returned the phone to Noila Mo, and said calmly, there is nothing to lose by checking it out, so why not give it a try? At this time, Nora took out a bag of blood from the bracelet, bit through the blood bag with her fangs, thought for a while, took out another bag and handed it to Yu Xian, as if sharing a snack. No, although I am a vampire, I don't suck blood. Yu Xian refused. Although his body was already a vampire, since he could feed on light, he felt it was better not to suck blood. Don't worry, I'm not a classicist. These are all artificial plasmas. Let's try it. Nora licked her fangs with her little tongue and encouraged with a smile. The two pushed and shoved, and finally Yu Xian couldn't persuade Nora anymore, so he had to take the blood bag. All right. In fact, he was also a little curious about what it tasted like when a vampire sucked blood. He pierced the blood bag with his fangs, and the next second he felt a surge of vitality being sucked into his body, and all the cells in his body became warm. This feels great. It's a completely different feeling from sunbathing. Gradually, his consciousness was lost in this warm feeling, and his mind went blank. When I came to my senses, the entire school was surrounded by a large number of soldiers. What did you put in the blood? Yu Xian stood up, looked at the soldiers around him, and couldn't help but ask Nora next to him. He lost consciousness after drinking the blood. If Nora or these soldiers had tried to do something to him, he would have had no chance to resist. Nora explained with a smile, it's really just ordinary artificial plasma, but I didn't expect you to be blood drunk like my cousin. To put it simply, after drinking blood, you will feel like being drunk. Yu Xian was speechless after hearing this. It turns out that there are vampires who are drunk on blood. Fortunately, I discovered this weakness in time this time, otherwise it would be troublesome if I failed at a critical moment in the future. The subsequent finishing work was all handled by the soldiers who rushed over. Under the arrangement of the surviving teacher, Yu Xian and Nora went to the tent outside the school with Zhang Shou and others to rest. The entire Silver City is currently in a state of war, and it is definitely impossible to go home. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yu Xian woke up from the wooden bed in the tent and couldn't help stretching. Maybe because he was quite exhausted from the battle with Jotai yesterday, he actually slept until dawn. This shows that vampires don't really need to sleep, but their energy recovery speed is usually faster than consumption, so it gives people the illusion that they don't need to sleep. Of course, it could also be because growing a new arm requires a lot of energy. When Yu Xian woke up, he found that his right hand had healed. The newly grown right hand was almost indistinguishable from the original one. He said almost because this arm seemed even more perfect. In fact, many people's arms are not exactly the same size because they are left-handed or right-handed. For example, right-handed people. If you look closely, you will notice that the right fist is bigger than the left. Yu Xian used to be right-handed, so his right hand was actually a little bigger than his left hand. But now both arms are exactly the same size, and his sense of balance is much stronger whether he is punching or doing other movements. Walking out of the tent, with the sunlight shining on his body, Yu Xian felt like a mobile phone connected to a power source. He became more and more energetic, his thinking became more and more agile, and he was aware of everything going on around him. Not far away, Zhang Shou and others were sitting in a row, looking at the school. A group of soldiers in white protective suits were disinfecting the entire school to prevent the alien insects from leaving eggs somewhere and other hidden dangers. What are you looking at? Yu Xian walked over and sat next to Zhang Shou. Zhang Shou said gravely, I just heard that there are only a little over 100 survivors in the entire school, and most of them have been left with lifelong disabilities. Half of these survivors were rescued by Yu Xian and his team. If it weren't for Yu Xian and Nora's cooperation to quickly kill the alien insects in the teaching building, there might only be 30 or 40 survivors. Yu Xian fell silent after hearing this. Of all the students and teachers, only one survived. Then, I don't know who started it first, but several girls started sobbing quietly, making the atmosphere even sadder. Even Zhang Shou's eyes were red. Xianyu, do you think my parents are doing okay now? By the way, where is my cell phone? Zhang Shou suddenly asked. Yu Xian suddenly showed an awkward smile and said embarrassedly, your phone. As you know, it happened suddenly, so I accidentally broke it. That's right, it was a mess back then, and it's a good thing you were there, otherwise we would have been in trouble. Zhang Shou recalled yesterday's situation and said with understanding. If it weren't for Yu Xian, he knew that he and the other classmates would never have recovered. Even his life was saved by Yu Xian, so a mere cell phone is nothing. At this time, Chen Ling and a male teacher came over with several bowls. She forced a smile and said, everyone is here for breakfast. Oh, I've been hungry for a long time. Zhang Shou immediately cheered up, stood up, and said loudly. Chen Ling walked up to Yu Xian with a bowl of noodles. Yu Xian took the noodles and said with a smile, thank you. Although he couldn't digest other foods and they tasted like wax, he didn't want to refuse Chen Ling's kindness now. He held the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other. Chen Ling then noticed that his right hand had grown back and asked in surprise, Yu Xian, is your hand healed? Well, it will grow out after a good night's sleep. Yu Xian took a mouthful of noodles and said with a smile. At this time, he frowned and subconsciously looked up at the male teacher who was distributing breakfast. This teacher is. He looked at the other party and asked Chen Ling. Chen Ling introduced him, Mr. Uwei is the physical education teacher for the 3rd grade. He happened to have no classes yesterday, so he slept in the dormitory. That's why he didn't get bit by the alien bugs. Oh, teacher, you must have been sick yesterday. Zhang Shou said with a smile. Although the 3rd year of junior high school is not as stressful as the 3rd year of high school, the study pressure is just as great, and the physical education teacher is also often sick. Chen Ling glared at Zhang Shou unhappily, while Yu Xian looked at Uwei, feeling something was not right. Although his sense of smell and vision, enhanced by the silver blood, did not detect any problems, for some reason, he vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this teacher. The problem is that the authorities should have checked everyone present, so there shouldn't be any who slipped through the net. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Yu Xian lowered his head and ate noodles. But there seemed to be a voice in his heart always reminding him that there was something wrong with Uwei. 012 Lion Light. From then until noon, Yu Xian was observing Uwei. However, Uwei did not reveal any flaws. His smell was that of a normal male, there were no tentacles moving under his skin, and his heartbeat was very normal, indicating that there was no foreign object in his heart. Moreover, through long-term observation, Yu Xian also found that Uwei suffered from kidney stones, lumbar muscle strain, rhinitis, and other diseases. In summary, he is a middle-aged man. Although there are signs of exercise, they are not many. This is in line with the role of a junior high school physical education teacher. Strangeness. Yu Xian was puzzled. If there was really something wrong with Uwei, what exactly was wrong? Zhang Shou, who was standing by, couldn't help but say, Xianyu, if you really think there's something wrong with teacher Yu, why not report it directly to the soldier? Once he's arrested, a thorough inspection will reveal the answer. Just because I reported it, they believed it? What if nothing was found? By the way, where is Nora? Yu Xian looked at Zhang Wei and asked 3 times in a row. Zhang Shou opened his mouth and found that he could only answer the last question, so he told Yu Xian that Nora's identity was rather special. Her father was the diplomatic envoy of the vampire clan, so she was picked up by bodyguards last night. All right. Yu Xian was helpless. He originally wanted to ask Nora's opinion. Although Nora sometimes looks dull, like a pretty goose, she is actually very thoughtful. Or perhaps it is because she is too smart and thoughtful that she appears dull at critical moments. Afternoon. All students were invited to separate tents for investigation and questioning. Yu Xian entered one of the tents. The staff members were a man and a woman. They first told Yu Xian not to be nervous, and then asked routine questions. Name? Yu Xian, the Yu of having more, the Xian of the wise. Gender? Male. Age? 17. Race? Human? Vampire? Yu Xian suddenly said uncertainly. The female staff member smiled and said, as long as you think you are still human, you can fill in human. Then let's choose humans. Anyway, I will never drink blood again in my life. Yu Xian thought about it and said firmly. After filling out the basic information, the two asked Yu Xian to recall what happened yesterday and recount it in detail. At first, the two staff members were relatively relaxed, listening and writing, but as they listened, their expressions changed. What? Is this guy the first person to discover the alien worm? What? The sheriff's bureau was infiltrated? What? Also encountered a leader suspected to be a strange insect? After they finished writing, they couldn't help but look at each other, then asked Yu Xian to wait here, and the two of them hurried away with the report. After spending about an hour in anxiety, the tent was opened again. A middle-aged man with a square face and a very imposing young man came in together and sat in front of Yu Xian. The young man said, I'm Jin Shang, and this is Jin Dajuan. We're here mainly to verify some issues with you. The moment the young man came in, Yu Xian had the illusion of facing the sun directly, and the other person's heartbeat sounded like a lion roaring, obviously not an ordinary person. Okay, I will tell the truth. Yu Xian took a deep breath and said nervously. Jin Dajuan couldn't help but laugh. Don't be nervous. We already know the details of the situation. Not only did you uncover the alien insects conspiracy, forcing them to act early, but you also saved so many students from the disaster. No one here dares to embarrass you. Student Yu Xian, listen to this voice, is it Jotai's voice? Jin Shang took out his mobile phone and played an audio clip. The audio was very noisy, punctuated by occasional screams. Yu Xian listened carefully, and an awkward male voice muttered faintly in the recording, Dean, isn't this world wonderful? Chen Qingsong's office was secretly monitored by his wife, who wanted to find evidence of Chen Qingsong's affair so that she could get more property in the divorce. As a result, Chen Qingsong died and his wife also died. However, this monitoring device recorded a very crucial conversation and eventually fell into the hands of Jin Shang and his team. The voice is about 60% similar, but the tone is almost exactly the same. I can be sure it's him. Yu Xian said seriously after listening to the audio. Jin Shang and Jin Dajuan both looked solemn. Jotai was very dangerous when he was still an ordinary person. Now those abnormal personalities can not only control the abnormal insects, but can even parasitize on a certain abnormal insect. The degree of danger has increased significantly. If it is not resolved quickly, the consequences will be unimaginable. Can I ask, what was the original plan of the alien insect? Yu Xian couldn't help but ask. Jin Dajuan nodded and said, if you hadn't exposed the alien bug invasion, the alien bugs would have gradually devoured all of Silver City. Every ordinary person would have become their food and host, until Silver City became the alien bug's lair. By that time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to completely eliminate them. Student Yu Xian, do you have anything else to ask? Jin Shang looked at Yu Xian deeply, as if hinting at something. In fact, when the two came, they knew everything about Yu Xian. He was a good boy who suffered from ALS and had to become a wild vampire through illegal means. He knew that he could not protect himself, but he had a sense of justice and finally made the right choice. Because of Yu Xian's choice, at least tens of millions of people in Yinshan were able to survive. This is a huge contribution. With this golden body, the country will definitely not leave him alone. Not to mention the Blood Clan, no force can mess around. I want to ask, do I have a chance to join Qilin? Yu Xian rubbed his hands and asked with a longing expression. Jin Shang was stunned, then glanced at Jin Dajuan, who quickly distanced himself from the matter, saying, it wasn't me. I never said that. I was just like you, meeting Yu Xian for the first time. Student Yu Xian, who told you about Qilin? Jin Shang asked. Jin Dajuan smiled and said, no need to ask. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Marcus's beloved daughter, right? Then he couldn't help but add, classmate Yu Xian, you've asked the right person this question. This guy is from Qilin, ranked 89th, codenamed Lionlight, and I am his father, ha 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 ha. Jin Shang looked at Jin Dajuan speechlessly. The reason why he suspected Jin Dajuan first was because all of Jin Dajuan's comrades had been boasted about by Jin Dajuan. This guy told everyone that his son had joined Qilin. Are you sure you want to join Qilin? Jin Shang sighed, then looked at Yu Xian and asked. His original intention was to let Yu Xian request official asylum. The official only needed to notify the Blood Clan, I will protect this kid. As long as he doesn't leave the country, the Blood Clan will definitely not dare to say a word. Although people have always been bragging about how powerful the vampires are. But in fact, at the national level, the Blood Clan that does not even have dragon-level powerhouses is just a second-rate force. Most of those wild vampires can be successfully self-purified by the Blood Clan, mainly because those who become wild vampires are not good people themselves. There are even cases where they attack ordinary people in order to suck blood. Naturally, the country turns a blind eye. For someone like Yu Xian, who has a clean background and has saved the lives of tens of millions of people in a city, the vampires are nothing. 013 Unconditional Trust. Vampires. Or vampires. In fact, it is a race with many weaknesses. They are afraid of the sun, silver, garlic, and the cross, and their only food is blood. If they do not drink blood for a long time, they will fall into a deep sleep and their bodies will gradually become mummies. Only when blood falls on them one day will there be a chance of waking up. If becoming a vampire wasn't one of the easiest ways to gain immortality, blood clans probably wouldn't even be considered a second-rate force, but at best third or fourth rate. The reputation of vampires among the people is actually mainly because they are rich, extremely rich, so the wealthy people who have transformed into vampires have been hiring water armies to promote how powerful, terrifying and mysterious the vampires are. This gives ordinary people the illusion that the vampires are a first-rate force, and they truly believe that offending the vampires will lead to death. In fact, the 5 major countries all have the power to easily suppress the vampires. In addition, there are some extraordinary forces that occupy many small countries and also have the ability to kill the vampires. The reason why the vampires can exist until now is not because they are powerful, but because they are sensible. Originally, Yu Xian thought that joining Qilin would be difficult, or that he would need to undergo various tests. As a result, the next day, Jin Shang placed his ID, a gun, and a special mobile phone in front of him. Jin Shang looked at Yu Xian, suppressed his laughter, and said seriously, from now on, you are a member of Qilin's team, the Evil Slayer Squad, rank 6330, codenamed Salted Fish. Yu Xian looked at the documents on the table and couldn't help but pick them up and flip through them again and again. He said in disbelief, is this true? Of course it's true. As long as you show your ID, all public security bureaus across the country can verify its authenticity and cooperate with your actions unconditionally. Jin Shang said with a smile. Yu Xian put away his ID and asked, how many people are there in the Evil Slayer Squad, and who is the captain? I am the captain of the Evil Slaying team. Originally, there were 5 of us, and with you, there are 6 of us now. However, the team does not usually act together, but instead takes on tasks individually. Only for tasks above the sparrow level will we gather as a team. Jin Shang explained. Then he told Yu Xian the details of the team. The team under Qilin has a very high degree of freedom, mainly because most of the members who can join Qilin are extraordinary people with great potential. Since the situation of each extraordinary person is different, forcing them to act together may cause the strength of some team members to stagnate. Generally speaking, team members can freely accept insect level and ant level tasks, and 2 or more team members can cooperate to accept B level tasks. Tasks above the sparrow level must be accepted by the entire team together. So what level is Yinsheng now? Yu Xian asked curiously. Jin Shang replied, the alien insect plague is classified as tiger level, not because of its strength, but because of its harmfulness. The mission can only be completed if all the alien insects are wiped out. However, this mission is destined to be extremely difficult to complete. After all, we are not even sure how it is spreading or how many there are now. Actually, I have a suspect. I suspect he might be a strange insect, but I can't find any evidence. Yu Xian inexplicably thought of Uwei and said hesitantly. Jin Shang immediately became serious and asked, who do you suspect? Uwei, teacher Yu, although I observed him for most of the day and he didn't have any flaws, but when I saw him again this morning, I still had that feeling that there was definitely something wrong with him. Yu Xian frowned and said thoughtfully. Jin Shang immediately turned around and walked out, saying as he walked, come on, since you think he's a suspect, let's take him under control and check him out. The 2 walked out of the tent. Jin Shang ordered the soldiers to first detain Uwei, lock him up in a tent, and have him guarded by several soldiers. Uwei did not resist during the whole process, but his face showed some panic. Jin Shang and Yuxian observed from afar, but neither of them noticed anything. Do you still think there's something wrong with him? Jin Shang asked. Yuxian nodded and said, yes, there is definitely something wrong with him, but with my ability, I can't see it for the time being. Let's wait and see. Let's go. Jin Shang thought about it and still decided to trust Yuxian unconditionally. The two entered the tent where Uwei was imprisoned. When Uwei saw them coming in, he quickly said, Sir, and Yuxian, what do you want to talk to me about? Neither Jin Shang nor Yuxian spoke. The two men surrounded Uwei. Jin Shang's eyes suddenly turned golden, and silver light flashed in the depths of Yuxian's pupils. What are you doing? What's wrong with me? Uwei was a little scared by the two people's gazes, and his body kept leaning back. The golden light in Jin Shang's eyes gradually dimmed. He shook his head at Yuxian, obviously not seeing the problem. The silver light in the depths of Yuxian's pupils also gradually returned to its normal state, and he didn't notice anything either. Are you sure? Jin Shang asked without thinking. Yuxian knew what he meant and nodded, I'm absolutely sure. Especially now, he gives me a very strong sense of disharmony. He was not talking nonsense. Now the distance between him and Uwei was only about 20 centimeters. When he looked at Uwei, he had an indescribable feeling of discomfort. No matter how he looked at him, it seemed out of place. Then go ahead and do it. Even if you are wrong, I will take the responsibility. Jin Shang was silent for a moment, and finally decided to insist on trusting Yuxian. After all, Yuxian is now his team member, and supporting teammates is also one of the captain's responsibilities. There is a case in the Qilin files where a team member discovered a problem, but the captain did not believe it, resulting in only 2 people surviving in the team. Since then, every captain of the team under Qilin has chosen to stand firmly on the side of his teammates. Uwei seemed to sense danger and said in fear, What do you want to do? Help, help, you are killing people. Shut up and be quiet. Jin Shang immediately glared at him. The next moment, Uwei's mouth was covered by a golden light, and he could only make a woo-woo sound. Go ahead, do whatever you want, dissect him or cut him into pieces. Jin Shang said coldly to Yuxian. Yuxian nodded, looked at Uwei with some reluctance, and said, Teacher you, please bear with it. I will try my best not to hurt you. Then he condensed a thin silver thread from his fingers. Under his control, the silver thread slowly penetrated into Uwei's neck and moved inside his body bit by bit. Through the battle the day before yesterday, his control over the silver blood had reached a higher level. In order not to hurt Uwei, he operated very carefully. At the same time, this time he checked very carefully, checking the blood vessels, internal organs, bones, and nerves one by one. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the silver wire seemed to touch something wrong. Before he could react, something strange happened. Oh, you're exposed again, little brother. It turns out you are the biggest enemy of the bugs. In an instant, Uwei's head turned 90 degrees, and his whole face twitched and wrinkled. Jotai's voice came from his head, and then a large number of nerve fibers drilled out from his eye sockets, nostrils, and ears, and quickly pierced Yuxian. But at this time, Jin Shang's whole body was emitting golden light. He easily blocked Jotai's attack with one hand, and held the alien insect disguised as Uwei's nerve fibers tightly in his hand. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't see any clues. Jin Shang said to himself as he looked at the strange insect in his hand. Yuxian also realized the problem at this time and frowned, saying, This level of lurking is too scary. In fact, the alien worm did not completely control Uwei, it just disguised itself as a section of Uwei's nerve fibers. Because Uwei was still alive, Yuxian couldn't smell the stench, and because the alien worms simulated nerve fibers, they were almost impossible to detect unless the person was dissected. Yuxian guessed that the reason why he felt that there was something wrong with Uwei was more because Jotai was observing him through Uwei and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. If Jotai hadn't been spying, he probably wouldn't have noticed that there was something wrong with Uwei. In this way, even if the alien insects infiltrate the entire country, no one may be able to detect their existence. Their current discovery is definitely a major breakthrough. 014, Pangu's blood. That night, several senior executives from Qilin headquarters parachuted into Yinchang. Yuxian followed Jin Shang and saw several big men whose aura was like that of demons. Although these big guys were all smiling and very friendly when they saw him, and even shook hands with him, touched his head, and praised him as a good boy, Yuxian was so nervous that his limbs were stiff throughout the whole process, and he felt like a chicken falling into a group of lions. It is worth mentioning that the word airborne has a literal meaning. These big guys flew directly from the capital and dropped from the sky. The next day, Uwei's body and the alien insect caught by Jin Shang were taken away by one of the big guys. I believe that Kirin headquarters will conduct various research on them in the future, and perhaps there will soon be a way to identify the victims hidden in the crowd and controlled by the alien insects. Noon. The sun was emitting a scorching breath. The soldiers stood under the scorching sun, and even though they were sweating profusely, they still maintained an upright posture. Yu Xian sat outside his tent, basking in the sun while looking at his mobile phone. This phone was a special phone used internally by Kirin. It was not only waterproof, dustproof, drop-proof, fireproof, and shockproof, but also could maintain smooth signal in most environments. In addition, there are several official apps on the phone, among which the Kirin app has many interesting panels. Yu Xian's favorite is the profile panel. The main thing is that the archive panel records a large number of extraordinary events that have been solved by various Qilin teams. For example, there are some criminals who accidentally gain abilities, or animals that eat forbidden fruit and do evil. Each team fights wits and courage with these extraordinary beings, and finally successfully solves the problem. Of course, there are also cases where teammates don't get along, or the captain doesn't trust his teammates, which ultimately leads to mission failure and loss of team members. The reason why the authorities made these cases public internally is mainly because the situation of superpowered crimes is severe and complicated. Only by constantly learning and broadening your horizons can you avoid being confused by the various abilities of criminals with complex abilities and fall into a dead end of thinking when you encounter criminals with complex abilities. Yu Xian has now broadened his horizons and learned a lot. For example, he used to believe that if he got the forbidden fruit, he would be able to soar to the sky. It was only after reading one of the files that I realized that forbidden fruit is not omnipotent and has many limitations. There is a boy named Chen Xing in the file. He found a forbidden fruit on the balcony of his home and became a god after eating the forbidden fruit. But as the price of gaining power, his self-awareness was completely destroyed. Now, Chen Xing is sealed in the extraordinary shelter of Qilin headquarters, numbered 006, codenamed God of Fortune. Anyone who kneels down to him can be blessed with good luck, but once you start kneeling, you must kneel down sincerely every day, otherwise bad luck will come once the kneeling is interrupted. The better the luck in the beginning, the worse the bad luck in the end. The other is number 001, codenamed Pangu, who is in a similar situation, except that he is in eternal sleep. It is said that he will only wake up after this world is destroyed, and then create the world. In the Qilin app, the Pangu's blood in the merit store comes from this person. The official has found a way to extract his blood without harming his body. The more Yu Xian watched, the more he understood how strong the official's background was. Compared with the official power, the vampires were nothing. I wonder how beneficial it would be if I drank a mouthful of Pangu's blood. After reading one of the files, Yu Xian showed curiosity on his face. The captain of the team that solved the incident in the file was originally an ordinary soldier. Because of his outstanding merits, he was able to exchange for Pangu's blood and thus became a sparrow-level extraordinary person. A drop of Pangu's blood can create a sparrow-level master. As expected, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. Although Yu Xian vowed that he would never drink blood again, to be honest, he was a little greedy for Pangu's blood. In fact, there are warriors in Yincheng who have taken Pangu's blood. That is the combat police force of the Public Security Bureau. However, most members of the combat police force have only taken the diluted blood of Pangu. Their strength is probably below the insect level. Apart from having stronger physical fitness than ordinary people, they have no additional abilities. Now, the combat police force is working together with the armed police to check all the buildings in Silver City one by one and clear out any alien insects that may be hiding. Yincheng has a permanent population of nearly 30 million, so it is not easy to check. In fact, the population of Yincheng was only over 10 million in the past. Later, the Rongqing tragedy broke out in Rongqing, and a large number of people moved here, which led to a surge in the population of Yincheng. Currently, Yincheng is one of the only two cities in China with a resident population of over 30 million. By the way, because a large number of residents from Chengdu moved here, the value of the several houses owned by Yu Xian increased. However, after this incident, it is estimated that the only 2 houses left in Yu Xian's hands will depreciate a lot again. Fortunately, he has now joined the evil slaying team, and not only has he a salary but also a regular position. That little loss is just a drizzle for him. As Yu Xian opened the next file and prepared to continue reading, Zhang Shou, Chen Ling, and other classmates came over. Zhang Shou leaned forward and asked slyly, Xianyu, there's a rumor online that the government is planning to popularize extraordinary education. Is this true or false? Popularizing extraordinary education? Yu Xian was stunned, then shook his head and said, I don't know, I've never heard of it. In fact, the entire nation was now paying close attention to the situation in Yincheng. With major cities resuming nationwide health checks, many people were feeling a sense of urgency and panic. Then, news broke of the government's plan to popularize supernatural education, and netizens immediately shifted their focus, discussing the pros and cons of universal supernatural education. It would be great if it were true. I would definitely become an immortal cultivator then. My destiny is in my own hands. Zhang Shou said with a look of longing. Yu Xian opened the contact list in the Qilin app and said, let me ask. Maybe the captain knows. In the past 2 days, he finally understood the value of ranking 89th. In various meetings at Qilin headquarters, Jinqing not only has a seat but also voting rights. Jinqing can also learn about many policy news in advance. He clicked on Jinqing's profile picture and started typing quickly. Xianyu, Captain, are you busy? Lionlight, I just dealt with a piece of trash that was taking advantage of the chaos. What's up? Xianyu, there's talk online that the country is going to popularize extraordinary education. Is that true? Shizhi Guang, it's indeed under discussion. In fact, it's been discussed since the Rongqing tragedy. The Yincheng incident has simply accelerated the process. After all, both times the alien insects were discovered by students at the school, and you and that classmate are both transcendents. However, I don't think it will be widely adopted that quickly. They will probably select a few cities as pilot cities first. Xianyu, oh, I see. Yu Xian looked up at Zhang Shou and said, the captain said that this is indeed the case, but they should first select a few cities as pilot cities. Since ancient times, heroes have used force to break the law. Although the widespread popularization of supernatural powers can allow more potential geniuses to emerge, it will also empower many people with ulterior motives. Therefore, the authorities must have many concerns and it is impossible for them to make a decision all at once. I've decided. Once the official city is announced as a pilot city, I will go there to study. Zhang Shou immediately shouted excitedly. Chen Ling calmly analyzed, I think Yincheng and Rongqing have a great chance of becoming pilot cities. After all, we're both victims of the alien bugs, so the country will definitely pay a little more attention to us. It would be great if it really was Jinzhou, another female classmate sighed. In the past 2 days, there have been few good news, but bad news has been endless. It is said that the casualties at number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school were even more severe. The alien insects seem to be infiltrating the schools, and the first to bear the brunt were the students of each school. Especially in many primary schools, it seems that there is not even a single survivor. We don't know how many families' sky will fall. Yu Xian looked at his classmates who were both nervous and expectant, and felt a vague emotion in his heart. Speaking of which, before he was diagnosed with ALS, he was actually just like his classmates, yearning for supernatural powers. Later, he gradually accepted the fact that he was ordinary. Obviously, after escaping death, his classmates, like him who suffers from ALS, have an even greater desire for supernatural powers. The essence of this desire is actually the anxiety about the future and the fear of death. There's really no difference between us. Even if he gains extraordinary powers, he only becomes stronger. His heart is still a human heart, and his emotions are the same as everyone else's. The female staff member was right. As long as he considers himself a human being, no matter what supernatural race he becomes, he will always be a human being. Vampires are just a bloodline. 015 Lioness Majesty. Night. Yu Xian sat outside the tent basking in the moonlight. After 12 o'clock, dark clouds gradually covered the moon and a thin layer of mist rose on the ground. Seeing that he couldn't get any sun, Yu Xian put his phone in his pocket, stood upside down, and started doing handstand push-ups. After joining Qilin's evil killing squad, he should have been safe from the vampires. Furthermore, as a vampire, his lifespan was indefinite, so as long as he stayed out in the sun, he could indeed live a carefree life. The problem is that his name read backwards is Xianyu, but he himself is not a pleasure-seeking person. These past 2 days he has been thinking about how to live the rest of his life and why to live. Because his father died of illness, he was very afraid of death, but precisely because of his fear of death, he loved life more than anyone else. The scenes in the school, the classmates who used to study hard, the classmates who liked to play, the shy and silent classmates, the enthusiastic and cheerful classmates, all eventually became mutilated corpses, with expressions of fear remaining on their faces and traces of tears faintly visible in the blood, all of which were imprinted in his heart. After reading a large number of archives, he seemed to see brave souls silently guarding people's ordinary lives, and he saw young lives falling in a pool of blood. Why did Jin Shang trust him unconditionally? It was because his predecessors had used their lives as lessons to pave the way for him. Finally, he had the answer in his heart. He wanted to be a light. He wanted to dispel the fear in everyone's heart. He wants to protect the smile on everyone's face. This requires tremendous strength, so he has to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. 1005, 1007, 1010 1020. Yu Xian supported his body with one finger and did handstand push-ups quickly. At this time, Jin Shang came back from outside, holding a few rats in his hands that were bigger than adult pastoral dogs. He stopped and looked at Yu Xian. When Yu Xian changed hands and prepared to continue, he walked forward and invited, "Shall we go over there and practice?" As he spoke, he pointed behind him, which was the playground inside the school. Is this considered teaching guidance within the team? Yu Xian's eyes lit up and he asked with a smile. Jin Shang smiled and said, "You can think so. Do you want to go?" "Certainly." Yu Xian immediately rolled over to the ground and clapped his hands. After handing the rat monsters over to the soldiers, Jin Shang and Yu Xian entered the campus together. The two of them distanced themselves on the playground, and Jin Shang said, "I will control my power to the insect level." "Come on." "Then Captain, be careful." Yu Xian nodded immediately. He moved his hands at the same time, and a large number of silver threads shot towards Jin Shang quickly. Jin Shang stood in place, his fingers wrapped in golden light. When the silver threads approached, his fingers flicked on the silver threads just right, and all the silver threads were easily blocked by him in an instant. Is the movement of your fingers necessary? It's too obvious. Jin Shang asked curiously as he looked at Yu Xian's fingers controlling the silver thread. Yu Xian controlled the silver thread's rotation with both hands, and the tip quickly stabbed Jin Shang. At the same time, he replied, "This way, it's easier to control." Moreover, the silver thread shot out from different positions actually has different flexibility. The silver thread shot out from the fingertips is the most flexible, followed by the palm, then the wrist, forearm, elbow, and back arm. The silver thread shot out from other places is more difficult to control. Because the silver blood in his body is limited, he must concentrate it in the most flexible part. This is also the reason why his right arm was cut off by Jotai and his strength was greatly weakened. The difference between flexible silver lines and inflexible silver lines in combat is actually very large. That's simply because you're not proficient enough. I've seen Marcus use the same ability. He manipulates the silver threads in a myriad of ways, making it hard to defend against. He can even cover his entire body with silver armor, which is much stronger than you are now. Jin Shang easily avoided the silver thread attack, speaking as he dodged. Yu Xian's eyes lit up. The physical defense of vampires was indeed not strong. If the silver threads could be woven into armor, it would really provide a good defensive effect. Maybe he can learn how to knit a sweater later. In theory, the two should be similar. But the most important thing now is to force Jin Shang to take action. So far, Jin Shang has been on the defensive, blocking all his attacks with just one finger. Facing Jin Shang. Although the pressure was not as great as Jotai's, he could clearly feel the huge gap in practical experience between the two sides. Yu Xian then continued to try to break Jin Shang's defense from different angles, but Jin Shang seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and no matter which angle he attacked from, he was easily blocked. After realizing that continuing the attack would only be a waste of energy, Yu Xian quickly retracted all the silver threads. He thought about it, and immediately controlled the silver wire to wrap around his hands, forming a pair of rough silver gloves. Then he rushed towards Jin Shang. Whether it was long-range attack or close combat, he wanted to learn more from Jin Shang. That's a good idea, Jin Shang said with a smile as he looked at Yu Xian rushing up. Then he became serious, and a faint golden light appeared in the palms of his hands. Facing Yu Xian's fist, he easily blocked it with his palms. The two continued to fight on the playground, although each time ended with Jin Shang pointing a finger at Yu Xian's eyebrows. Have you learned boxing? Jin Shang asked while fighting. Yu Xian answered truthfully, I learned a little on the internet, but it didn't seem to be of much use. The fighting techniques on the internet are all used to deal with ordinary people. We possess extraordinary powers, and many attacks on our weaknesses have no effect on us, so you have the illusion that they are useless. You have a long life, and you should be able to embrace all things. As for skills, they are just a matter of hard work, and they will always improve. Jin Sheng said with a smile. In fact, after the fight, he had keenly noticed that there was a huge difference between Yu Xian and ordinary vampires. For ordinary vampires, their strength is really ordinary in the first 100 years after they become vampires. It's okay for them to bully ordinary people, but compared with the vast majority of extraordinary people, they are really no different from weaklings. This is the price of eternal life. But what about Yu Xian? Each of his punches was so powerful that it felt like being charged head-on by a rhinoceros. Simply put, Yu Xian's strength and speed have reached the lower level of the ant. He doesn't look like a new vampire at all, but rather like an old ghost who has lived for 200 or 300 years. Okay, I have a pretty good understanding of your strength now. Be careful next time. Jin Sheng blocked Yu Xian's jab and smiled slightly. Danger! Yu Xian's hair stood on end and he quickly stepped back. However, Jin Sheng seemed to have anticipated his every step, and quickly caught up with him when he retreated, and the distance between them did not widen at all. Then Jin Sheng threw punches with both hands quickly. Yu Xian could clearly see the fists but couldn't block them at all. Punch after punch. Finally, Jin Sheng threw an uppercut, sending Yu Xian flying into the air. He then said, "The secret of the tiger fist, the majesty of the lion." In the air, golden particles came out of Yu Xian's body and formed a huge golden lion in mid-air. The lion slapped Yu Xian to the ground with one palm. After a loud bang, Yu Xian fell heavily to the ground, all his bones broken and unable to move. 016 New ability. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the bright moonlight shone on the world. Jin Sheng slowly walked over to Yu Xian and sat down. He poked Yu Xian's hand with his finger and said with a smile, "Are you still alive?" I can't die." Yu Xian groaned and said with difficulty. Although his whole body was in pain, Yu Xian knew very well that he was not seriously injured. It was obvious that Jin Sheng knew the characteristics of vampires very well and did not hit them in the vital parts. A few minutes later, Yu Xian sat up from the ground, his injuries had almost healed. "TSK, there really is something wrong with you. I thought you would have to lie down for several hours, but you got up in less than 10 minutes. Jin Sheng looked at Yu Xian and felt that Yu Xian was more perverted than most of the extraordinary people he had met. Is this still a normal vampire? Yu Xian looked up at the moon and smiled. If it were daytime, maybe it wouldn't even take a minute. Are you a vampire or a Superman? Jin Sheng couldn't help but complain after hearing this. How could there be a vampire whose recovery ability is stronger during the day? This is completely upside down. In the same team, trust is mutual. When Jinxing chose to trust Yu Xian unconditionally, Yu Xian had already decided to give Jinxing equal trust. The two seemed to be chatting just now, but Jin Sheng actually already knew that Yu Xian could restore his strength by absorbing light, which is why Yu Xian did not need to suck blood. "Captain, are you a person with superpowers? What happened to the lion just now?" Yu Xian asked curiously. Jin Sheng looked up at the sky and replied, "I'm not a person with superpowers, but a pure warrior. I've been practicing the Golden Boy's Kung Fu since I was a child. After completing the Golden Boy's Kung Fu at the age of 18, I switched to the Tiger Subduing Kung Fu. About 5 years ago, I consumed a drop of Pango's blood, and the Tiger Subduing Kung Fu transformed into the Golden Lion Kung Fu. This is considered my exclusive technique, and from that day on, I received my current codename, Lionlight. So he is a warrior. No wonder he is so strong in close combat." Yu Xian suddenly realized. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He became agitated and said angrily, "What do you mean warriors are only good in close combat? There are many warriors who are actually weak in close combat and rely solely on their strong internal energy for ranged combat. You'll know the more you see, the more you'll know that the only way to improve your close combat ability is through more actual combat. There are no other shortcuts." He was beaten by the Jin army from childhood to adulthood, which is why he has such solid combat skills now. This process contains so much blood and tears, how can it be covered up by a simple sentence of, "So he is a warrior"? Seeing Jin Sheng suddenly become excited, Yu Xian could vaguely sense the resentment in Jin Sheng's words and couldn't help laughing out loud. "TSK." Jin Sheng looked at Yu Xian, finally sighed helplessly, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Over the next few days, controls were gradually relaxed. The alien insects inside Silver City have been cleared out, and only some areas outside the city need to be cleaned up. Residents who took refuge in various gymnasiums have begun to return home one after another. On the 5th day, Yuxian returned to his home. He changed into casual clothes and immediately lay down on a chair on the balcony. He has been basking in the sun these days. Perhaps because the regeneration of the severed arm consumed a lot of energy in his body, it was not until yesterday that he had a full 9 heartbeats. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to awaken his second minor talent today. He opened his phone and clicked into the task section. After the control over Inchang was relaxed, he could finally accept tasks. There are actually quite a few good things in the merit shop, such as Pangu's blood, silver, storage equipment, extraordinary weapons, and extraordinary armor. All of this requires merit to exchange. Although Jin Shang said that after the Inchang incident was completely over, he would be rewarded according to his merits, and he should receive a large reward. But Yuxian felt that the more merits the better, and since he had nothing to do anyway, perhaps before school started, he could gather enough merits to buy 1 or 2 items by taking on missions. There are various tasks in the task section, including official tasks, but also tasks issued by other team members. Yuxian limited the tasks to insect and ant levels, and the rest of the high-level tasks were immediately blocked, leaving only all low-level tasks. He began to carefully look for tasks he could do. Insect level mission, capture cold light ferrets, 10 merits per ferret, required, 100. Official bug level mission, collect mutated ghost hand green, 15 merits per kilogram, requirement, 1000 kilograms. Ant level mission, collect zombie fangs, 25 merits each, requirement, 66. Official ant level mission, clear out the zombies that appear in Fengshui town, 50 merits per zombie, requirement, kill them all. Yuxian discovered that as long as the tasks are provided by the official, the rewards are relatively high, but the demand is also relatively large. Moreover, many tasks released by the official and private tasks actually have overlapping content. It is entirely possible to accept both tasks at the same time and receive double rewards. When he was considering whether he could complete these tasks, his heart suddenly beat violently, and a warm current surged out of his heart and quickly spread throughout his body. Because of his previous experience, Yuxian did not panic this time. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and waited quietly for his new ability to take shape. About 10 minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes with a strange look on his face. He opened his hand and a trace of blood-colored energy immediately formed in his palm, which looked like both water and fire. Blood energy. This can be said to be the most classic ability of vampires and also the most important ability. According to the popular science section of the Kirin app, this ability has an extremely low probability of awakening only among vampires who have lived for more than 300 years, and it is a great innate ability. It is also suggested in popular science that when encountering a vampire that controls blood energy, members below the sparrow level can retreat immediately. Because vampires can learn various blood spells after they possess blood energy, they are no longer at the bottom of the many supernatural races. Even among the supernatural magicians, vampires who master blood energy are considered to be relatively difficult characters. If ordinary vampires are fragile assassins, then vampires who master blood energy are noble mages, and their status is completely different. However, when Yuxian looked at the blood energy in his hand, the first question that came to his mind was who should he learn blood magic from? It is understood that there are currently only 2 races that master blood magic, one is the blood elves and the other is the vampires. The blood magic that was circulated within the blood clan was the result of the ancestor benefiting from the forbidden fruit and learning it by himself during his growth. He was a wild vampire, and the blood clan was already restraining themselves by not killing him. It was impossible for them to teach him any blood magic. As for the blood elves, since their ancestor died in battle hundreds of years ago, their numbers are extremely small. Now they basically live in Europe, and they are even more xenophobic than the vampires, so it is impossible for them to teach him blood magic. Does he have to use his amazing wisdom that he has hidden for many years to create various blood spells? Yuxian looked at the blood energy in his hand, and his eyes gradually became wise. 017 Super Nanny. Inchang, Zhangxinyayuan, Building 3, Room 601. Zhang Shou rushed out of his room and ran into the bathroom. When he stood in front of the toilet and heard the sound of water, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard a plop sound, and couldn't help showing confusion. He was not defecating, so where did the plop sound of falling into the water come from? He opened his eyes and looked towards the toilet, then saw a fruit emitting red light. Forbidden fruit? Zhang Shou's eyes widened and he quickly slapped himself. Pain. Then it's not a dream, it's real. Then, without any hesitation, he bent down and scooped up the forbidden fruit from the toilet. He looked up at the ceiling, then looked around and swallowed subconsciously. Should he eat or eat or eat? Anyway, no one knows he picked it up from the toilet, so just eat it. In order to avoid any further trouble, he quickly put on his pants, took the forbidden fruit to the wash basin, rinsed it with water, and then swallowed the forbidden fruit in one gulp. There is still a little smell of urine, which makes it very real. Don't wish too much. Give me a system. I want a system. Zhang Shou heard Yu Xian say 2 days ago that forbidden fruit is not omnipotent, and the greater the desire, the greater the price. He doesn't want to become a vegetable, nor does he want to sleep for 10,000 years, so his requirements are not high. Just having a system is enough. Bite. Super Nanny System activated. Zhang Shou was quite excited when he heard the ding sound in his mind, but he was dumbfounded when he heard the name of the system. Wait, that's not right. What he wanted was the Sword Immortal system. How did it become the Super Nanny system? Male mother? Nuo. Zhang Shou's expression was a mixture of tears and laughter. After a while, he saw that the system had not changed, so he could only accept his fate with a bitter face. Property. Zhang Shou spoke sadly. Then a screen of light appeared in front of his eyes, and his attributes quickly expanded. Name, Zhang Shou. Gender, male. Age, 17. Occupation, Super Nanny. Skill. Primary healing, consumes some physical strength and condenses a ball of light to heal the target. Primary healing touch, consumes physical strength to summon tentacles with healing, detoxification, and disease-removing abilities. After caressing the target, most abnormal states are removed. Passive nursing is immune to injuries. The first time a fatal attack occurs, the nanny dies and is immediately restored to full health. The second time a fatal attack occurs, 1% of health is retained. The third time a fatal attack occurs, the nanny dies and is revived at the same location 1 hour later. Zhang Shou looked at his own attributes and became more and more excited. The wet nurse is good, the wet nurse is wonderful, long live the wet nurse. 3 lives a day, who else? Zhang Shou couldn't help laughing towards the sky. Suddenly he thought of something and immediately turned around and punched the wall. His face then turned red, then blue, and finally white. It hurts so much. It took him a while to recover, and he just blew air into his fist. Didn't they say that taking the forbidden fruit starts at eagle level? How can there be such a weak eagle class? Zhang Shou looked at his fist, which had become red and swollen, his head full of question marks. He ran back to the room, took out his newly bought mobile phone from the bedside, and immediately dialed Yu Xian's number. Yu Xian's home. At this time, Yu Xian was standing on the ceiling, studying more uses of blood energy. Since there is no way to learn orthodox blood magic, then he will study it on his own. Anyway, he already has blood energy in his hands, so why should he be afraid that he can't research the magic? It's like if you have a generator, can't you also make an electric fan, an electric rice cooker, an electric car, and an electromagnetic gun by hand? For example, Yu Xian has now developed several uses for blood energy. The first is that when it is attached to his body, he can climb walls and run on rooftops like Spider-Man, and he won't fall even if he stands upside down on the ceiling. In addition, it can attach to the silver wire to strengthen its hardness and even make it sticky like spider silk. The above is actually the effect of making blood energy sticky. In addition, Yu Xian can also make blood energy corrosive through his thoughts. A drop of blood energy can corrode a big hole in the floor. Could it be that magic is about changing the properties of blood energy to produce various magical effects? So, is fire fueled by blood energy? Yu Xian controlled the blood energy and tried to make it burn by imagining flames. Suddenly the cell phone rang. He glanced at the blood energy in his hand, then dropped from the ceiling to the ground, picked up the phone on the table and answered it. Yu Xian, I ate the forbidden fruit. Zhang Shou's voice came from the other end of the phone. Most of the time, Zhang Shou called him Xianyu, and he called Zhang Shou Lao Zhang. Only when Zhang Shou was particularly nervous and serious would he call him Yu Xian. Yu Xian frowned slightly and asked, Are you sure it's forbidden fruit? Are you dreaming? I slapped myself, it hurt so much. It wasn't a dream. I am a superhuman now, but something seems to be wrong. Zhang Shou said seriously. Yu Xian thought for a moment and then ordered, Don't move around at home. I'll come find you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. In fact, he didn't really believe that Zhang Shou had eaten the forbidden fruit. He even suspected that Zhang Shou had eaten poisonous mushrooms at home and had hallucinations. It's like your best friend suddenly calls you and tells you that he won the first prize in the lottery. It doesn't feel real at all and is too unreal. Yu Xian changed his clothes and hurried out. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the community where Zhang Shou lived, quickly went up to the 6th floor, and knocked on Zhang Shou's door. "Xianyu, come in quickly." Zhang Shou opened the door stealthily and said in a low voice. When Yu Xian came in, Zhang Shou quickly closed the door and locked it, as if this would give him a greater sense of security. "Okay, you said you ate the forbidden fruit, so what extraordinary abilities do you have now?" Yu Xian sat on the sofa and asked Zhang Shou. Zhang Shou slightly changed the location where he obtained the forbidden fruit, saying that he found the forbidden fruit in the room instead of in the toilet, and told Yu Xian everything else without reservation. "Then try to summon the healing touch and let me see," Yu Xian said after listening. Zhang Shou nodded and immediately activated a skill to the side. An illusory green tentacle appeared instantly. It was like an octopus tentacle without a suction cup, and it swung slowly after appearing. Yu Xian looked at the tentacles appearing out of thin air, his eyes suddenly widened, and he had to believe that Zhang Shou was really lucky. He stood up and walked to the tentacles, gently touching them with his hand. In an instant, he quickly stepped back and found that his hand was burned. This tentacle actually has a restraining effect on vampires. "He, do you believe it now?" Zhang Shou asked with a proud look on his face. Yu Xian nodded and said, "I believe it, but do you know why your strength hasn't reached eagle level?" "Yes, why?" Zhang Shou asked quickly. Yu Xian's face was serious, and he said unhappily, "Because you are too greedy. Do you know that you almost became the system instead of a person with the system?" He didn't take it seriously just now, so he just smiled at whatever Zhang Shou said. But now that he is sure that what Zhang Shou said is true, Yu Xian just feels terrified. Zhang Shou thought his wish was not big, but in fact it was extremely big. The system he obtained had almost no side effects, and his professional skills were extremely exaggerated, especially the passive skill, which was simply amazing. Yu Xian felt that Zhang Shou had definitely used up all his good luck this time. However, for safety reasons, he decided to contact the captain. After all, if someone was found eating the forbidden fruit, he had to report it, so he could arrange for Zhang Shou to have a comprehensive physical examination. 018 1 week. South City Security Bureau, next door. Shilin has offices in every city, and Yincheng's office is located in South City, right next to the Public Security Bureau. Yu Xian and Jin Shang were sitting in the office, and through the window they could see Zhang Shou being examined by several doctors in another room. Could it be that the freak's friends are also freaks? After Jin Shang learned about Zhang Shou's situation, he looked at Zhang Shou next door, who was full of energy, and said with an expression that was difficult to describe. In the era when online novels are popular, the imaginations of Chinese people are becoming more and more exaggerated by online authors. The system is nothing new. Hundreds of years ago, there was actually someone who wanted to obtain a system after taking the forbidden fruit, attempting to use the system to become a god. As a result, his wish came true, but the side effect was that he himself turned into a system and could only parasitize on other people. Once the host died, he would perish as well. The final result was obvious. He died with his host, and neither of them became a god. Logically speaking, Zhang Shou's wish is similar to that person's, so Zhang Shou's ending should also be similar, but now Zhang Shou not only did not turn into a system, but is still alive and well, which is very strange. After the examination, the results will not be known until tomorrow. Zhang Shou came out of the room and saw Yu Xian standing in the corridor waiting for him. He asked nervously, "Xianyu, are my side effects serious?" "We'll have to wait and see tomorrow's physical examination report to find out," Yu Xian replied. Zhang Shou nodded, then smiled optimistically and said, "Look at it from a positive perspective. Maybe it's because I'm blessed with great fortune that I've acquired such incredible abilities." "Impossible, you'd better give up your lucky mentality. Although your ability is only at the lower insect level, your potential is too strong. Taking the forbidden fruit to gain this level of ability is impossible without side effects." Jin Sheng came out of the office and said to Zhang Shou. After Zhang Shou left the room, Jin Sheng could see the doctor's expressions through the glass. Although the report had not come out yet, he estimated that the result would not be very good. He took back what he had just said. It turned out that only Yu Xian was the freak, and this fat guy was just a unlucky guy. The smile on Zhang Shou's face froze suddenly. He felt that he had been very restrained when making the wish, but he didn't expect that he would be evaluated so highly by Jin Sheng. Captain, can I transfer my achievements to Lao Zhang and ask the country to rescue him? Yu Xian couldn't help but ask. Jin Sheng said calmly, he's staying tonight. You can stay with him or go home and rest. We'll decide everything after the report comes out tomorrow. The forbidden fruit can be said to be an opportunity, but it can also be said to be a source of disaster. Most animals will become a threat to human safety after taking the forbidden fruit, while humans will soar to great heights if they are lucky, but will harm themselves and others if they are unlucky. The ancestors of zombies, drought demons, ghouls, etc., all lost their self-consciousness completely after taking the forbidden fruit, and became the source of disaster that brought chaos to the world. For example, the ancestor of zombies, after being killed by dozens of Qilin teams, a huge amount of corpse gas burst out of his body. These corpse gases cannot be completely eliminated and will spread across the world with the wind. Once a corpse is infected with the corpse gas, it will mutate and eventually become a zombie. Qilin has been clearing out newly emerged zombies. Humans can also use timely cremation to reduce the possibility of zombies appearing, but many animal zombies are very troublesome and cannot be killed at all. Because of this, now whenever a new forbidden fruit eater is discovered, Qilin will arrange a physical examination, and the person cannot leave without permission until the report comes out. I'll stay and accompany Lao Zhang, Yu Xian said. Jin Sheng nodded and said, well, it's better for you to stay, so that he won't think too much and make an irrational choice in the end. In the past, someone who had taken the forbidden fruit was invited to the office for a physical examination. As a result, he was alone at night and fell into internal conflict. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became to know the results of the examination. In addition, he did not trust the officials enough, so he quietly ran away. When he was finally found, his abilities had backfired on him and he was dying. Night. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou live in the same double room. Xianyu, I can't sleep. Zhang Shou closed his eyes for a long time, then opened his eyes and looked at Yu Xian. Yu Xian stood upside down on the ceiling and said calmly, don't think too much. At worst, I can turn you into a vampire. There's always a way to survive. I was blinded by the forbidden fruit at that time. It would have been better if I had asked you first. Zhang Shou sighed. Yu Xian manipulated his blood energy to form threads. The red blood threads intertwined with the silver threads of white blood to form a net. He dropped from the ceiling into the net and said as he lay there, impossible. The forbidden fruit itself has a great allure to living things. Your sanity isn't strong enough to sustain you until you can ask me. If two people discover the forbidden fruit at the same time in the wild, even if they are close friends, they will fight each other after being affected by the forbidden fruit. Even fathers and sons have killed each other. This is why the forbidden fruit is called the fruit from the abyss. Any creature that encounters the forbidden fruit will slowly lose its sanity. Zhang Shou simply cannot hold on for too long, so the most correct choice is to quickly consume the forbidden fruit while still having sanity. The next day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou sat on chairs in the corridor. Zhang Shou looked like a suspect awaiting trial, with an uneasy look on his face. At this time, Jin Sheng came out of another office with a report in his hand and a serious look on his face. He walked to Yu Xian and sat down, handing the report to Yu Xian. Yu Xian took the report and handed it to Zhang Shou. Zhang Shou waved his hand and said, you take a look first. I'll take a moment. Good. From Jin Sheng's expression, Yu Xian actually guessed that the result was not good. After he finished reading the report, his brows furrowed and his face was full of worry. What? Is the result very bad? Zhang Shou asked uncomfortably after seeing his expression. Yu Xian pursed his lips and replied, it's worse than I imagined. Your body is now filled with a special energy, and your telomeres are aging hundreds of times faster than a normal person. Every time you expend energy, you're actually burning up your lifespan. According to the results of your telomere test, you probably only have a week left to live. What if I become a vampire? Zhang Shou asked immediately. Yu Xian shook his head and said, the energy in your body is extremely exclusive. Vampire blood would be reduced to ashes the moment it enters your body. Therefore, you cannot be transformed into a vampire at all. Similarly, other extraordinary powers that can prolong life will probably have no effect on you. So I will die in a week? Zhang Shou said with a pale face. There is no free lunch in the world. What is the use of 3 lives? If the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, all 100 lives will be lost. The forbidden fruit is never a magic lamp or a wishing bead. When you use the forbidden fruit, you will inevitably have to pay a price. 019 Zhang Shou is not long lived. In the corridor, none of the three spoke. Jin Sheng felt it was a pity, because extraordinary healing talents like Zhang Shou were actually in short supply all over the world. If Zhang Shou did not have such a big flaw, he would definitely pull Zhang Shou into the evil slaying team without hesitation. In this way, the evil slaying team would become one of the few teams in Qilin with a healer. Captain, can Panga's blood save Lao Zhan? Yu Xian asked desperately, holding the report. Jin Shang shook his head and said, Panga's blood is ultimately just a product of forbidden fruit. Judging from the degree of side effects in Zhang Shou's case, the level is likely the same as Pangu's. The exclusive energy in him is no lower than Pangu's blood. Xian Yu, thanks, but don't bother me. Just leave me alone for the next week. Zhang Shou took a deep breath and gave Yu Xian a forced smile. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Yu Xian was worried and stood up to follow him, but Jin Shang stood up and held his shoulders, shook his head slightly, and said, give him some private space. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou who was walking away, and clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to become stronger, so that no matter what happened, he would no longer be as helpless as he was today. Zhang Shou was in a daze and unknowingly came to a nearby park. He sat on one of the chairs, looked up at the sky with an empty head, and felt that the world was dark. The park was deserted, and even in the morning there were not many elderly people around. The aftermath of the alien insect incident had obviously not yet dissipated. I thought I had won the jackpot, but it turned out, it wasn't even a consolation prize. Zhang Shou couldn't help but laugh at himself when he thought of how ecstatic he was yesterday. He sat in the park for a full half hour, then got up and walked around the street for a long time. Finally, he returned home and locked himself in his room. He slept until dark, then went downstairs hungry and had dinner at a steamed food restaurant near the community. When he had almost finished eating, a shrill cry suddenly came from the back of the store. He couldn't help but look back. It turned out that a little girl had her arm accidentally scalded by the waiter with boiling hot tea. Her whole arm was red. The waiter kept apologizing, and the young couple was in a panic. The father was trying to comfort the little girl, and the mother was wiping her burned hands with a towel. Zhang Shou looked at the little girl, was silent for a moment, stood up and walked forward, saying, let me do the healing. He walked past the waiter and pointed at the little girl's burned arm. He used up his energy to activate his skill, and a green ball of light flew from his fingertips toward the little girl's arm. When the ball of light landed on the little girl's arm, the arm that had been burned red quickly recovered. Thank you, little brother. When the little girl's father saw this scene, he immediately thanked her repeatedly. Then the little girl's mother and the waiter next to her quickly expressed their gratitude, and the people who were originally watching around them all showed admiration. Zhang Shou suddenly felt that his mood was not so bad. He returned to his seat, took 2 more bites of food, and suddenly put down his chopsticks. In fact, he knew why his system was a nanny system. The alien insects caused such heavy casualties in the school, which not only deeply affected Yu Xian, but also deeply affected him. He and Chen Ling searched for the surviving classmates among the wreckage of countless classmates, trying to find ways to bandage their wounds and make them feel better so that they could hold on until rescue arrived. At that time, he didn't want to be a sword immortal, he wanted to be a doctor, he wanted to save everyone. Do you think you're a coward if you think about dying, or do you want to be a hero? Zhang Shou looked at the gradually warming streets outside the hotel and muttered to himself. He stood up and walked out of the restaurant with a smile, his steps becoming more and more determined. Sir, you haven't paid yet. At this time, the waitress chased out and shouted loudly. Zhang Shou suddenly stopped, hurried back to pay the bill, and then fled the restaurant in shame. The next day, Yu Xian received a call from Zhang Shou early in the morning. After hanging up the phone, he hurried to the entrance of the vegetable market not far from the school. From dozens of meters away, he saw a large banner in the square in front of the vegetable market. It read, Extraordinary Healer, Free Online Treatment, Terminal Illnesses, Stubborn Diseases, Difficult and Complicated Diseases, All Cured. Under the banner, Zhang Shou sat on a chair, constantly performing healing spells on those who came forward. For some special diseases, he directly used Healing Touch. Yu Xian quickly stepped forward, interrupting Zhang Shou from continuing to cast the spell. He frowned and said, You're crazy. Have you forgotten what I said? The more skills you activate, the faster you'll die. Xian Yu, I called you here because I hope you can help me maintain order in the crowd. I'm going to die anyway, so at least I want my death to be more meaningful. Zhang Shou looked at Yu Xian and said seriously. Yu Xian wanted to persuade him, but Zhang Shou took a deep breath and said, Yu Xian, if you consider me a friend, don't stop me. Life and death are determined by fate. Don't let me die in vain. Good. Yu Xian gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Next, Zhang Shou continued to treat those seeking medical treatment, while Yu Xian maintained order in the team. Anyone who cut in line or caused trouble was directly taught a lesson by him. The sun gradually rose from the east to the middle of the sky. Zhang Shou, who originally looked like a teenager, now looked like a middle-aged man, with gray hair on his temples, which made people sad. Yu Xian stood in the sun and looked at Zhang Shou. Every time he finished treating a patient, a smile appeared on his face. Before he knew it, people had gathered around him. Someone brought a parasol, someone brought lunch, someone brought herbal tea, someone brought a fan. Many people came to help maintain order out of their hearts, and Yu Xian became idle because no one dared to make trouble. Everyone lined up in an orderly manner, waiting for their turn. Standing on the roof of the building opposite the vegetable market, Jin Shang looked at the long line of people and clenched his hands involuntarily. Doctor, your hair. Little brother, why don't you take a rest today? Uncle, we can't treat him. You should get more rest. Look at your complexion. As time went on, more and more people noticed the changes in Zhang Shou. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he had changed from a middle-aged man to an old man. People around him began to worry, but Zhang Shou still insisted on continuing to treat the patient. Today, he has cured hundreds of terminally ill patients, dozens of physically disabled classmates, and restored many babies with genetic diseases to health. It's death anyway, he wants to cure more people. He only needs to use the skill once to restore a person's health and even change their life. He thinks this is a very good deal. Again and again. Gradually his eyes began to blur and he couldn't even see the patient's face clearly. Fortunately, he is not a real doctor. He only needs to use skills to treat patients, so as long as he sees someone coming, he can just use his skills. As night fell, he saw the color in front of him change again. He immediately raised his hand to activate his skills, but his body suddenly softened and he fell to the ground. The people around him immediately supported him, and with trembling hands he used his skills on the patient in front of him. That's enough. That's enough. Yu Xian quickly stepped forward, hugged Zhang Shou, who had become skin and bones, and tears welled up in his eyes. In fact, the people around him had tried to stop him many times, but Zhang Shou had always refused and insisted. Many sentimental people around him had already been crying secretly, and when they saw the scene, they started crying again. Yu Xian, this is really strange. I clearly don't want to die. I should be very afraid of death, but now I don't seem to be afraid at all. Is it because I know that everything I do is right? When Zhang Shou heard Yu Xian's voice, he spoke weakly, but a relieved smile appeared on his face. Without waiting for Yu Xian to answer, his hands slowly dropped. Yu Xian couldn't help but burst into tears. His father was gone, and his best friend was gone too. He didn't know what else he had left to lose. The people around watched the scene, some were silent, some were crying, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. 27-day cycle of life and death. In the center of the ocean of sorrow, Zhang Shou died surrounded by people. Then the passive skill nurse does not die from injuries was automatically triggered, and his shriveled and old body quickly filled up, returning to its original appearance in just a few seconds. His stopped heart immediately began beating vigorously, and vitality quickly spread to every corner of his body. Yu Xian was holding Zhang Shou, so he was the first to notice Zhang Shou's changes. As soon as he stopped crying, the people around him felt something was wrong and looked at him, and then they noticed the change in Zhang Shou. In fact, Zhang Shou regained consciousness the next moment after he died, but seeing that everyone was so sad, he was embarrassed to interrupt them. At this moment, he realized that the sound seemed a little wrong, so he quietly opened his eyes and found that everyone was staring at him in a daze. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly but politely. He swallowed and asked humbly, well, the atmosphere has become so tense, I feel a little sorry for everyone if I don't die. How about I die again? Stop talking nonsense, come with me and get another physical checkup. Don't try to do anything else. Yu Xian changed from hugging him to lifting him, and walked out with him in his arms. The crowd consciously made way for the two to leave. After watching the two people leave, people were still confused and had not yet recovered. The people who were just immersed in sadness now felt an indescribable absurdity and ridiculousness. It would have been even more appropriate if a few crows could fly in the sky. South City Security Bureau, next door. Yu Xian brought Zhang Shou back and immediately asked several doctors to check Zhang Shou's physical condition again. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. As a vampire, although he did not suck blood, he was actually very sensitive to the qi and blood of living things. For example, he could easily tell whether a person was sick or not by the smell of blood, and could even tell whether a woman was a virgin or not. Legend has it that vampires like to suck the blood of virgins, probably because they are too sensitive to the smell of blood, and this is a psychological habit that has formed. Fortunately, Yu Xian doesn't like to suck blood, so this has nothing to do with him. However, he was certain that there was definitely something wrong with Zhang Shou's qi and blood after he came back to life. The next day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou sat side by side in the office. Jin Shang, who was standing in front of him, held up the newly released report and spoke after a while. The latest report found that Zhang Shou's body has completely recovered to the state before the examination. This shows that his side effects are significant, but not as severe as we thought. Let me take a look, Yu Xian said immediately. Jin Shang handed the report to Yu Xian, who quickly read it. In the report, Zhang Shou's side effect was named 7-day cycle of life and death. Simply put, if Zhang Shou does not activate any skills, he will experience a cycle of birth, old age, sickness and death every 7 days. If he uses any skills, this cycle will be accelerated. The report also pointed out that Zhang Shou's passive effect began to be recorded when this system was activated. Every time he died for the first time every day, his body condition would return to the state recorded when this system was activated. Simply put, as long as Zhang Shou does not die, he will be trapped in the cycle of 17 to 77 years old. On Monday he is 17 years old, and on Sunday he becomes a 77-year-old old man. This is also the reason why Yu Xian felt that there was something wrong with the taste of Zhang Shou's qi and blood. The qi and blood of a 17-year-old and that of a 77-year-old must taste very different. Take a look. After reading it, Yu Xian handed the report to Zhang Shou. After reading the report, Zhang Shou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't help but ask, so, I'm destined to live a life of death and rebirth? Not necessarily. For example, if you die 4 times in a day, even gods won't be able to save you. Jin Shang said to Zhang Shou. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou and warned him sternly, Old Zhang, do you hear me? Don't act recklessly just because you have a few lives. I'm not saying you can't use your skills, but at least be aware of the situation and don't leave any room for maneuver. Yesterday I was thinking that I was going to die anyway, so I might as well be brave before I die. Now that I'm alive, I definitely won't do anything reckless, Zhang Shou said with an awkward laugh. When he thought of the sensational scene yesterday, he embarrassingly wanted to scrape out a 5-bedroom apartment. Jin Shang then took out a form, placed it in front of Zhang Shou, and said, fill out this form. Also, are you interested in joining us? Captain, can I? Zhang Shou said with shining eyes. He knew that Yu Xian seemed to have joined some very powerful official organization, but the problem was that he still didn't know the name of the organization, and the office didn't even have a nameplate. You've already called the captain, so of course you can. Jin Shang said with a smile, and in his heart he was already jumping up and down in celebration, because his team finally had a healer. He then explained the situation of Qilin and the Evil Slayer squad, and asked, so, do you want to join? Join, I'll join. Can I be on the same team with Xianyu? Zhang Shou nodded. Jin Shang glanced at Yu Xian and said with a smile, you and Xianyu are originally on the same team. From now on, you will be the healer of the Zhuxie team, rank 6340th, codenamed Death Doctor. I will give you the certificate in a few days. Dead Doctor, hee, sounds kind of cool. Zhang Shou said happily. Yu Xian smiled and said, congratulations, 4th aunt. What 4th aunt? She's a dead doctor, even her tone of voice is different. Zhang Shou immediately retorted. Yu Xian nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, yes, I understand, 4th aunt. Captain, why don't I still call myself Lao Zhang? Zhang Shou knew very well that Yu Xian would definitely keep calling him 4th aunt. Once the rumor got out, the whole team would be led astray by him. Instead of that, he might as well change his codename now. Jin Shang said helplessly, the codename Lao Zhang has already been taken, otherwise I would be too lazy to come up with another one. 4th aunt is actually quite good and can confuse the enemy, so let's use 4th aunt. No. When Zhang Shou heard that even the dead doctor was gone, he immediately cried out in grief. As expected, happiness is built on the pain of others. Jin Shang and Yu Xian both smiled happily at this time. 3 days later, at noon. Yu Xian sat on the balcony basking in the sun, checking the class group chat on his phone. Although many classmates in the class have died, no one kicked the accounts of the deceased classmates out of the group. Chen Ling sent a voice message in the group. Did everyone hear about it? Your Majesty, just tell us directly. How can we be as well informed as you? Zhang Shouyin said. Yu Xian smiled and sent a voice message. Let me guess, school is about to start again, right? School is about to start, but you will never guess where we are going to school. Chen Ling said in a voice. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes and sent a voice message. Superpower Academy? Almost all schools in Silver City have been invaded by alien insects. It is said that almost all schools have been invaded by alien insects because the Superpower Academy has not been invaded by alien insects. How do you know? Chen Ling asked in surprise. This was the information she had been inquiring about for several days, but Yu Xian actually revealed it in one sentence. Yu Xian smiled and said, not only do I know that we are going to the Superpower Academy, I also know that all the surviving students in the city will be gathered at the Superpower Academy. After all, he is now a member of the evil slaying team, and he can get a lot of information in advance through Jinxing or Qilin app. There are not many students left in the city now, and if we put them together, we can probably only have 2 classes in each grade. However, many students have psychological trauma and dare not return to their original schools. In addition, parents are also worried about their children going to school again, so only by transferring to Superpower Academy, a school where there are no victims, can parents' hearts be reassured to a certain extent. 021 Umarin. On Monday. Superpower Academy, outside the school gate. Many students were standing in front of the wall on one side of the entrance, carrying their school bags. Most ordinary students have heard of the name of the Superpower Academy since childhood, and many of them even fantasized about going to the Superpower Academy one day when they were young. But when it really came to this, everyone felt a little uneasy. They are just ordinary people, while all the students in the Superpower Academy are extraordinary people. The gap between the two is too big. Ordinary people without training cannot even break a brick, but extraordinary people can easily smash a wall. There are even powerful students who can easily knock down a building. If they were even slightly bumped by these people, they would suffer minor injuries or even be sent spiraling into the air. It's a bit scary to think about it. Salted fish, this way. At this time, Zhang Shou saw Yu Xian coming over with a school bag and immediately smiled. Yu Xian walked up slowly and asked, why didn't I see you on the road? Did you stay overnight at the office? Well, Dr. Chen said that although my body cannot grow through exercise, I seem to have a digitized attribute panel on my body. The data on this panel can be improved through exercise, thereby improving my various abilities. Zhang Shou looked around and explained to Yu Xian in a low voice. Yu Xian nodded, but didn't continue the topic. He glanced around and asked, are you guys not going in? This is the Superpower Academy, aren't you nervous? Chen Ling appeared mysteriously, popped her head out from behind the two of them, pressed their shoulders, and asked curiously. Yu Xian shook his head and said, it's still a school, and we're not in the same class as the students at the Superpower Academy. Let's go. He led the way towards the gate of the Superpower Academy, but at this moment a car with a bat logo stopped at the school gate. Nora got out of the car, and the students who were whispering around them were suddenly stunned and kept quiet. The charm of the blonde girl was so great that ordinary students could not resist it. The students of number 3 middle school had at least seen Nora, but the students of other schools had not, and they were all captivated by this perfect picture for a moment. At this moment, a voice brought everyone's soul back. Good morning, silly goose. Yu Xian saw Noila Mo and greeted her with a smile on his face. Originally, they were quite happy to see Yu Xian and the others, but when Noila heard what Yu Xian said, her face suddenly turned dark. She quickly stepped forward, stepped on Yu Xian's shoe, and angrily retorted, you are the fool. Click. Many boys were heartbroken when they saw the scene of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Noila, are you going back to your original class, or are you in the same class with us? Chen Ling interrupted. Noila Mo lifted her hair, feeling that she was too close to Yu Xian, and took a step back and replied, I have already transferred to another school, so of course I am in the same class with you. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Yu Xian said with a smile, not caring about the shoe prints on his shoes. Yu Xian walked in front and everyone followed. When the other students saw Yu Xian and his friends enter the school, they followed suit. They had not walked far after entering the school gate when the trees on both sides suddenly grew wildly and dense flowers bloomed in an instant. A dozen students flew in the air, releasing colorful flames from their hands, forming gorgeous fireworks in the sky, and lines of words appeared around them. Hello, new classmate. Superpower Academy, welcome. Adversity is the highest institution for tempering a person. No matter how long the night is, the day will eventually come. Every time you fall, you stand up better next time. Students from the Superpower Academy came out from the dense woods one after another. Some presented flowers to their classmates, while others gave small ornaments. At this moment, many students from the Superpower Academy made way, and a tall, beautiful girl with long silver hair stepped out. She smiled and said, "I am the Student Union President, Uwei. Welcome everyone to the Superpower Academy. If you have any difficulties in the future, please come to the Student Union to find me." Because Uwei was standing at the front of the group of ordinary students, he had to politely express his gratitude on behalf of the ordinary students. However, when he looked into Lady Yu's eyes, he had a strange feeling. It seemed that this guy had no reflection of ordinary students like them in his eyes. Show? Uwei's heart moved slightly, but he still kept smiling on the surface. Then, under the guidance of Lady Yu, everyone walked towards the teaching building. There were already teachers waiting at the door of the teaching building, and everyone went to the new classroom together. At the classroom door, Uwei repeatedly emphasized that if there were any problems, they could come to her or the student union, and any difficulties would be solved for everyone. Finally, Lady Yu took all the extraordinary students away, and Uwei and others began to divide them into classes. The ordinary classes of Superpower Academy are divided into two classes in the third year of high school, namely Class 1 and Class 2. Basically, all students from the same school were assigned to the same class. Because Uwei rescued many classmates in time, Class 1 was almost entirely made up of students from number 3 middle school, but they were not in the same class before. Because of the alien insect incident, everyone had already met each other, and they quickly became familiar with each other after sitting down. Many students even brought gifts and came forward to thank Uwei and others for saving their lives. Among them, there were more than a dozen students who were cured by Zhang Shou, and they showed them great respect. Uwei, Zhang Shou, Nora, and Chen Ling sat on the left side of the classroom, occupying the first and second seats in the third and fourth rows respectively. I didn't expect the students at the Superpower Academy to be so warm and friendly. I thought they would look down on us. Chen Ling said with a smile as she sat on Noila Mo's right. Noila Mo said, as a matter of course, they are not stupid, how could they do such a thing? If any student really dares to discriminate against ordinary students like them who are enrolled today, they will be on the headlines this morning and will be attacked online in the afternoon. They will probably be cyberbullied nationwide in the evening. There may even be official forces quietly intervening to let these fools know who is in charge of this country. After all, the reason they enrolled in the Superpower Academy was because of the Silver City anomaly incident, which was a major event that shocked the entire country. As long as they were related to this incident, they would definitely receive a lot of attention. Now the student union is organizing all the extraordinary students in the school to warmly welcome the surviving ordinary students. This will not only win the favor of the people across the country, but also bring honor to the student union. Even if some students have different ideas, they will be suppressed harshly with Uwei's methods. Oh, here you go. Nora was sitting in front of Uwei. She turned around and put a huge silver ingot on Uwei's desk while wearing gloves. She had previously promised to give Uwei 20 kilograms of silver, but later she was taken back to the manor by Luoqi and never had the chance to give it to Uwei. Now she finally fulfilled her promise. Wow, such a big piece of silver. Zhang Shou said with wide eyes. The price of silver is now almost the same as that of gold. Not only are the vampires purchasing silver, but officials from various countries are also purchasing silver. In addition, professions such as wizards, Taoist priests, etc. also need to use silver. It is said that wizards can use alchemy to refine silver along with several other metals and substances into mithril. Because of the above factors, the price of silver in the international market is rising every year. Thanks. Uwei picked up the silver and took a bite to confirm that it was pure, then smiled. Rich woman, I'm hungry, I want food. Zhang Shou looked at Nora and said with a flattering face. Nora placed a bullet on Zhang Shou's desk and said disdainfully, I'm a vampire. I don't need to eat. I don't have rice, but I'll be full with bullets. Do you want one? Well done. Shenling smiled immediately. Zhang Shou quickly surrendered in a humiliated manner, but then quietly put away the bullets, which were extremely expensive explosive bombs. The four of them played for a while, and then Uwei and Zhang Shou's phones received text message sounds at the same time. They took out their phones at the same time. Shenling noticed that their phones were exactly the same, a bit like official phones. After reading Jin Xingfa's text message, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou looked at each other and nodded slightly. 022, Night Patrol. After school at noon. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou left the school and came to the South City Security Bureau, next door. The two men walked into Jinsheng's temporary office. Jinsheng was leaning over his desk eating fast food. When he saw the two men coming, he took 2 quick bites and then covered the lunchbox. After wiping his mouth, he said, "Sit down. I have something to tell you." After they were both seated, he looked at them and said, "I have to return to Beijing tonight to report on my work, and I have a task for you too." Then he explained the mission. During this period, the nights in Yincheng have actually been uneasy. There are all kinds of extraordinary animals waiting for an opportunity to strike, and some evil demons taking advantage of the troubled waters to cause trouble. However, after Jin Sheng's ruthless suppression some time ago, most of the high-level extraordinary animals and evil demons have been eliminated, and the only ones left are ant-level or insect-level shrimps. These small shrimps are not very strong, but there are many of them, and they are still very dangerous to ordinary people. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou's task is to patrol the night while Jin Sheng is away and to deal with all these small fry. In fact, this kind of task used to be under the responsibility of the Public Security Bureau, and the war police on night shift would patrol the entire city at night. However, this time when clearing out the alien insects, the war police also suffered casualties, and now they are short of manpower, so Yu Xian and Zhang Shou will join the operation as supplementary forces. I like this task. As the little prince of staying up late, I can finally stay up late with a clear conscience. Zhang Shou said excitedly. Yu Xian smiled but said nothing. He had only slept once since he became a vampire. He didn't reject this task at all. He was free at night anyway. This mission also counts as merit. Killing a low-level supernatural animal counts as 1 merit point, killing an insect-level supernatural animal counts as 5 merit points, and killing an ant-level supernatural animal counts as 10 merit points. Take it easy, don't work too hard for the honor. Jin Sheng said with a smile when he saw that both of them accepted the task. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou nodded, and Zhang Shou patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Captain, Xian Yu and I will definitely not make any mistakes. By the way, when we return to Beijing this time, the incident in Yincheng has come to an end. The headquarters will definitely reward you for your merits, but it is not impossible to exchange them for other things. Do you have any rewards you want? You can tell me now, and I will fight for it for you then." Jin Sheng asked. Zhang Shou said in surprise, "Captain, I have one too?" All students who participated in the rescue will receive rewards, but they should be rewarded with bonuses, honors, and extra points in the college entrance examination. You and Xian Yu are our own people, so your rewards will definitely be in the form of merits, Jin Sheng explained. Zhang Shou quickly said, "I want a storage ring, Captain, can I change it to a storage ring?" He had seen the prices of storage equipment in the exchange store. A storage bag with a space of only 1 cubic meter cost about 50,000 merit points. He felt that no matter how much the headquarters rewarded, it would be unlikely to reward 50,000 merit points. Therefore, if he could exchange the rewarded merit for storage equipment, he would have made a profit. "I'll ask, it should be no problem." Jin Sheng nodded. After saying that, he looked at Yu Xian. Yu Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "Can I have all the storage equipment, silver, and Pangu's blood?" "You're dreaming," Jin Sheng complained. He had saved up merit for 5 years after joining Qilin, and had borrowed a lot from Jin Dajuan before finally acquiring Pangu's blood. Now, he was still repaying Jin Dajuan's loan and didn't even have any storage equipment. "Captain, don't rush to refuse. You won't suffer any loss by asking. If it really doesn't work, I can give up the silver. If it still doesn't work, I can give up the storage equipment," Yu Xian said with a smile. Jin Sheng said helplessly, "Okay, I'll ask, but I guess Pangu's blood won't be a big problem, but the remaining 2 are a bit uncertain." Then he sent the 2 of them a piece of information using his mobile phone, which contained all the students' names. He looked at the 2 of them and said, "By the way, these are students from the Superpower Academy. You should pay attention to them occasionally in school and don't let them find out. Do they have any problems?" Yu Xian asked as he looked at the list. Jin Sheng looked at the list on his phone and replied, "They themselves may be fine, but their parents are all extraordinary beings, and many of them follow the gray path. I'm worried that they will take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. Simply put, the parents of these people are extraordinary people who walk in the gray area. In the past, when Yincheng was well ordered, they might not have had the courage, but now that everything is in ruins, that may not be the case." Yu Xian and Zhang Shou finished reading the materials in the office, then got up and returned to school. Xianyu, do you think it's better for us to patrol with a car or to act alone? Zhang Shou asked excitedly on the way. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou and asked, don't you have a driver's license? My dad hasn't sold his car yet, so we can go it alone. He has been taking care of his father who has ALS these years, so he has no time to take a driver's license test. Instead, Zhang Shou took a driver's license test after getting his ID card at the age of 16. Many laws today are different from those in ancient times, and the age for taking a driver's license test is one of them. The two returned to school, half an hour before class started. They simply stood in the corridor and observed the students downstairs. The uniforms of the Superpower Academy were different from those of ordinary schools, so it was easy to tell which students were from the Superpower Academy. The blue school uniform and the black school uniform now occupy each side, with a clear boundary between them, like a chasm. Do you think that student with horns is from the Dragon Clan or has deer demon bloodline? Zhang Shou asked Yu Xian in a low voice while looking at a student walking down below. Yu Xian said calmly, most dragons live along the coast. What do you think? He looked at the students on both sides who were clearly divided, as if he saw a microcosm of society. In fact, the extraordinary people and ordinary people have always kept their distance from each other. Most extraordinary people live in the east of the city, and most ordinary people live in the south of the city. Because there is no intersection between them, the alien insects can invade Silver City quietly and were not noticed until Yu Xian arrived. Of course, the alien insects also learned from the experience of the last failure in Rongqing. This time they were very careful. Their actions all avoid the range of activities of the extraordinary people, and they even selectively avoid the homes of ordinary people who are nannies in the homes of extraordinary people. This is also the reason why the Superpower Academy was not affected at all by the invasion of alien insects. Look, Lady Yu. Zhang Shou whispered at this time. Yu Marin is a person with superpowers. When she was a child, she dreamed of the Baizé divine beast, which awakened her ability to control beasts with her words. There are many extraordinary animals in the school, and they are actually her controlled beasts. When the two men looked at Lady Yu looked up at them, then smiled slightly and nodded in greeting, then walked into the teaching building. It is said that President Yu monitors the entire school. It seems that this rumor may not be groundless. Chen Ling stood behind the two of them and said quietly. Zhang Shou was startled and half moved away, shouting, Chen Ling, are you a human or a ghost? Why are you walking so silently? At this time, Yu Xian noticed a girl with a gloomy expression. She was wearing a scarf in the hot weather. Most of her face was covered by the scarf, leaving only a pair of lifeless eyes. Yu Xian's eyes fell on the book in her hand. The book exuded a bloody smell, the smell of human blood. 023 Zombie Rabbit. Yu Xian's physical fitness is improving almost every day. His 5 senses were also enhanced. Even if he didn't use the silver blood to enhance his sense of smell, he could now easily distinguish many smells, especially those related to blood. He was very, very sensitive. The girl downstairs seemed to notice Yu Xian's gaze, and she suddenly quickened her pace and entered the teaching building in a blink of an eye. She is Wang Xian, a member of the Wu tribe. She seems to be very good at cursing. You two should not try to tease her. Chen Ling said at this time. Zhang Shou was shocked and said, Chen Ling, are you really not a transcendent? How come there is nothing you don't know? Guzi, you have changed. You don't even call me queen anymore. Chen Ling had an unfathomable look on her face. She patted Zhang Shou's shoulder and said meaningfully. Zhang Shou's expression immediately changed, and he smiled flatteringly, then, Queen, are you a transcendent? Yes. Chen Ling smiled mysteriously. In fact, she simply liked gossip and joined many student groups and communities. Yu Xian could tell whether someone was a supernatural being just by smell. He just smiled and said nothing about Zhang Shou's suspicion, quietly watching the students downstairs. Hi, handsome. At this moment, a girl with a pure and sexy look suddenly looked up and greeted Yu Xian. She had short burgundy hair and a tail under her skirt. Yu Xian just nodded slightly and didn't say anything. This girl is Hu Tuer, one of the people that Jin Shang wants him and Zhang Shou to pay attention to. She has the blood of a 9-tailed fox, her family runs a bathhouse, and her father, Uwei Jie, is a famous scavenger in the Grey World. If you were to say who is most likely to cause trouble, her father would definitely be one of them. But today, there is no problem with Hu Tuer's smell. If her father really did something secretly, as long as he had contact with Hu Tuer, Yuxian could find clues through the smell on Hu Tuer. Until the class bell rang, there was nothing wrong with the other students. The only suspect was Wang Qian from the Witch Clan. Night falls. Zhang Shou was driving the car, and Yuxian was in the passenger seat, knitting a sweater. 7:30, codename Salted Fish, codename Dead Doctor, start patrol now. Zhang Shou clicked on his phone to open the patrol software of the Public Security Bureau, and then concentrated on driving. There are very few vehicles on the route near the city wall of Yinchang, and there is not even a single person on the sidewalks on both sides. The car drove along the patrol route for an hour, but didn't see any extraordinary animals, not even ordinary animals. Zhang Shou yawned in boredom. Seeing Yuxian still concentrating on knitting, he complained, "I thought patrolling would be exciting, but it's so boring. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll fall asleep." "It's okay. I'll shoot you when you fall asleep. You shouldn't have died today, right?" Yuxian said with a smile. Once Zhang Shou's status is refreshed, his day and night routine will be reversed, because his skills record his status in the morning, so after resurrection, he is like he has just woken up from a sleep, and his spirit will become full again. Of course, if he makes it to tomorrow morning, he will probably sleep all day. "Wow, Xianyu, when did you become so vicious?" Zhang Shou pretended to be horrified when he heard Yuxian's inhumane remarks. Yuxian smiled and was about to reply when her ears suddenly moved. Then her fingers that were knitting flicked and a silver thread instantly shot out of the car window. "Stop the car," he said. Zhang Shou quickly stopped the car. The two opened the car door, got out, and walked to the road on the right. In the grass by the roadside, a 2-meter-long venomous snake with a drill bit on its head had been cut in half, and its lower body was still twisting. "I got 1 point of merit." Yuxian first took a photo with his mobile phone, then took out a recycling bag from the back seat of the car and put the poisonous snake into the recycling bag with a clamp. Zhang Shou took a high-intensity flashlight and shone it into the bushes. In his other hand, he held a gun, ready to shoot at any time. "No need to look. There is only this one poisonous snake here. I don't know how it got into the city," Yuxian said with a smile. "This is indeed very strange. There is a 15-meter-high wall built around Silver City. There are also barracks outside the city walls. Logically, it is impossible for these animals to bypass the two and enter the city. But the reality is that animals keep appearing from nowhere, as if they appeared out of thin air. But it's not surprising. It's like many people's homes are in high-rise buildings with dozens of floors, but there are still cockroaches, and no one knows where these cockroaches come from. Perhaps animals can always find a way to survive." The two got in the car and continued driving. About half an hour later, a black shadow jumped out from the bushes and Zhang Shou slammed on the brakes. They rushed out of the car at the same time and ran after the black shadow. A rabbit may be at the insect level. "I'll go first," Yuxian said and immediately accelerated, leaving Zhang Shou behind in the blink of an eye. Zhang Shou ran for a while, and finally stopped panting, complaining, "I want to eat rabbit meat later." Before he could rest enough, another dark shadow flashed by. Besides? Zhang Shou's eyes suddenly widened and he turned around to look back. There is grass on the other side of the road, at the end of the grass is a river, across the river is a forest, and further on is the city wall. Where did this rabbit come from? Zhang Shou muttered to himself and then walked back. He insisted on looking to see if there was a hole somewhere in the grass. On the other side, the rabbit was very fast, but Yuxian was even faster. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. A trace of blood energy appeared in Yuxian's hand. Then he flicked his finger and a silver thread wrapped in blood energy shot out. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the rabbit in front. Then the silver thread stirred rapidly, cutting all the bones and tendons in the rabbit's body. Blood energy has many functions, and he has been studying it. Just now, he used blood energy to increase the kinetic energy of the silver thread, making it shoot out faster and more powerful. The touch just now felt a little off. Yuxian looked at the still trembling rabbit, frowned slightly, slowly walked to the fallen rabbit, and turned it over with a silver thread. He saw that the rabbit had 2 fangs and exuded a strong smell of corpse. Zombie bunny. Yuxian was stunned and quickly tied it more tightly with silver wire. If this thing bit an ordinary person, it would be troublesome. He was walking back with the rabbit in his hand. When he reached the roadside, he saw Zhang Shou rummaging through the grass. He walked over and asked, "What are you looking for?" "Rabbit hole, hey, why is there only one? I just saw another one running past from the back." "Didn't you meet it?" Zhang Shou answered while looking at the rabbit in Yu Xian's hand, and then asked. Yu Xian was stunned. There's another one? He quickly walked to the front of the car, took out a body bag covered with talismans from the back seat, stuffed the zombie rabbit in his hand into the body bag, tied it up, and immediately ran back. Normally, he didn't like to use silver blood to enhance his sense of smell, mainly because there were too many foul smells in the world and he couldn't stand the various stench. But now he has to use it, otherwise it will be troublesome if the zombie rabbit bites people. In particular, some people do not seek medical help immediately after being bitten. Instead, they always hope for the best and think they can save themselves. However, they end up hurting themselves and others and causing great disasters. 024 Corpse Gas Expansion Theory. Zhuo Jingzong, male, 45 years old, cremator, and metaphysics enthusiast. He wanted to become a superhuman since he was a child, and he worked hard for it and studied a large number of publicly available superhuman systems. In the past, he had considered becoming a wild vampire, but during that period, the Blood Clan publicly executed several captured foreign wild vampires. After watching this, he felt that the risk was too great, so he chose to give up. From the age of 20 to 35, he was fanatically obsessed with forbidden fruit. They spend a lot of money chasing their dreams, but the results are all empty and meaningless. In order to pay off the loan, he had to work honestly for the next 10 years, but he never gave up studying how to become a superhuman. Finally, he really thought of a foolproof plan. That is to become a zombie. Of course, he didn't want to become a mindless zombie. He is going to be the world's first self-aware zombie. In many classics, he found ways to make up for it. First, he bought a soul-sealing talisman to firmly fix his soul on his body. Then he prepared a coffin that could seal zombies. After being infected with corpse poison, he found a corpse-raising ground, lay in the coffin and sank into the ground. Because the soul is fixed in the body, once the body turns into a zombie, the soul will mutate into a ghost. When a zombie becomes powerful enough, it will develop a slight sense of self-awareness and even become smarter and smarter. At that time, he will take the opportunity to devour the consciousness generated by the zombie's body, take over its own body, and perfectly merge with the zombie's body. In this way, when he comes out of the corpse breeding ground, he will become the only conscious and perfect zombie in the world. The plan is great. He even spent a year's salary to buy a real soul-sealing talisman. As long as he gets the zombie fangs containing corpse poison, he will start preparing to implement the plan. However, as an ordinary person, he can't find any channels to buy zombie fangs, so he is stuck at this step. That day, he rode his bicycle home from get off work. There are quite a lot of corpses that need to be dealt with recently, and I have to work overtime until 7 or 8 o'clock every day. However, there is overtime pay for overtime work, so he is very happy to work more overtime. Only with money can he continue to pursue his dream. Who the hell is so wicked? Zhuo Jingzong returned home and saw a hole the size of a basketball in the corner of his door. He walked quickly forward, took out the key and opened the door. After turning on the light, he saw a rabbit jumping around in the corner. He frowned, took the threaded steel rod for self-defense in his hand, and walked forward cautiously. Hey! After one blow of the stick, the recoil force made his hand slightly numb. He realized that this was an extraordinary creature, so he immediately gritted his teeth and swung his stick frantically. After he was exhausted and beat the rabbit until it could no longer move, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a short rest, just when he wanted to check what this rabbit was, Yu Xian arrived. Be careful, that's a zombie rabbit. Let me handle it. Yu Xian quickly spoke up to stop it. Zhuo Jingzong was surprised at first, then delighted. He turned around and said angrily, "Who are you? Why are you trespassing into my house? Get out now, or I'll call the police. I am a policeman. I am on night patrol now. I am responsible for dealing with all supernatural creatures." Yu Xian took out his ID and said to Zhuo Jingzong. Zhuo Jingzong stared at the document in Yu Xian's hand, and had to suppress his resentment and walked aside. Thank you for your cooperation, and, next time you encounter this situation, it's best to call the police first and let the SWAT come and deal with it. Your behavior is very dangerous. It will be troublesome if you get bitten. Yu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward to tie up the zombie rabbit with silver wire, and said to Zhuo Jingzong before leaving. Zhuo Jingzong had no choice but to smile and perfunctorily continue until he saw Yu Xian leave. He turned around, his smile instantly disappeared, and his expression became extremely gloomy. That was the zombie he had been dreaming of. This was definitely the closest he had ever been to becoming extraordinary. Back in the house, he looked at the place where the zombie rabbit fell. Suddenly he saw something, and immediately squatted forward, carefully picking up a piece of bone smaller than a grain of rice. These should be the bone fragments that fell off the zombie rabbit when he beat it with an iron rod. He looked at the fragment, and a look of ecstasy gradually appeared on his face. According to the research report of the Supernatural Alliance, since the birth of corpse gas, the scale of corpse gas has only increased and not decreased. This is the famous corpse gas expansion theory. A tiny bit of corpse chi can create a zombie. As the zombie becomes stronger, more corpse chi will be produced in its body. When the zombie is destroyed, the corpse chi will not disappear, but will be released into nature. Therefore, the corpse chi will only increase and eventually drag all of humanity into the world of the dead. When Zhuo Jingzong read this theory, he felt like the whole world was about to collapse. He was depressed for a long time because of this. Finally, he saw the wisdom left by ancient sages on the internet: if you can't beat them, join them. He suddenly felt that his Ren and Du meridians were opened. Since this world will belong to the dead sooner or later, wouldn't it be better for him to become a dead person in advance? Yu Xian was walking on the road. The man just now had a strong stench of corpse on him, which made him a little suspicious. He took out his mobile phone and logged into the Public Security Bureau's app. He quickly found the other party's identity based on the house number. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. It turned out that he was thinking too much. It's normal for a cremator to have a bad smell on his body. Yu Xian hurried back to the road and saw Zhang Shou still searching for the burrow. He put the zombie rabbit away first, then stood at the edge of the grass, looked at Zhang Shou and asked, "Old Zhang, did you find it?" "No, this is too weird." "Where did they come from?" Zhang Shou stood up with a puzzled look on his face and asked Yu Xian. Yu Xian smiled and said, "This is one of the 3 greatest unsolved mysteries in the world. If I can answer it, I'll be famous." In the extraordinary world, there are always many unsolved mysteries, and the mysterious appearance of animals is one of them. Some people think that there is a bug in the world, while others think that it is the effect of some forbidden fruit. Anyway, everyone was talking about it, but still didn't know how these animals suddenly appeared. The two returned to the car and Zhang Shou continued driving. Extraordinary animals appeared from time to time on the road. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou stopped and walked, and slowly drove to the east of the city. Compared with other urban areas, the East City is undoubtedly much more lively. There are still many people walking on the streets after 11 o'clock, and all the shops are open. This is a scenery that cannot be seen in other urban areas. "Xianyu, look, who tour?" Zhang Shou whispered at this time. Yu Xian was knitting a sweater. When she heard Zhang Shou's words, she looked out the car window and saw Hu Tuer hanging out with a few young men. She smiled from time to time, charming them to death. "She is worthy of being a fox spirit, she is really powerful," Zhang Shou exclaimed. Yu Xian twitched his nose, but found nothing, so he said calmly, "Let's go and continue patrolling." In fact, the eastern part of the city does not need them to patrol at all. The extraordinary people living here are even at the eagle level. If an extraordinary animal really appears, they are capable of dealing with it themselves. However, as part of their duties, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou still drove on patrol obediently. 025 Brain-hugging neuron. A sleepless night. It was the two men's first patrol, and the whole process went smoothly. But this is only the first patrol. If you stand by the river often, you will get your feet wet. It's hard to say what will happen if there are more patrols in the future. Zhang Shou drove the car to the parking lot near the school, and then he went to have breakfast. Yu Xian didn't need breakfast, so he went to school early. "Xianyu, it's so early today." Chen Ling was reading gossip in the classroom with her cell phone in hand. She was surprised to see Yu Xian come in. "Good morning, you're early today too." Yu Xian sat in his seat and responded with a faint smile. He placed his hand in the drawer, and with a thought, silver threads quickly appeared and were woven into gloves in the blink of an eye. Compared to knitting sweaters with wool, the silver thread made from silver blood is much easier to control. As long as he masters the correct knitting method, he can weave the protective gear he wants with just a thought. He practiced this over and over again, with silver gloves constantly appearing on both hands, then disappearing and reappearing again, at an increasingly faster speed. After he was able to knit a glove in 0.1 seconds, he began to extend the length of the glove. "Salted fish, you know?" Chen Ling suddenly turned around, blinked as soon as she finished speaking, and looked at Yu Xian curiously. When Yu Xian came in just now, he was clearly wearing a school uniform. Their school uniforms were all blue, but now Yuxian was wearing a silver windbreaker, and even a silver vest underneath the windbreaker. Are you changing clothes behind me? Chen-Ling asked in shock. Yuxian retracted all the silver threads the moment Chen-Ling blinked. Chen-Ling felt her eyes blurred, and when she looked at Yuxian again, she found that Yuxian was wearing a school uniform. Did I not sleep well last night? Chen-Ling said to herself. Yuxian smiled and asked, what did you want to say just now? By the way, do you know? The Dragon King of the East China Sea announced that he will enter the field of protective gear for ordinary people and create equipment for ordinary people that can resist attacks from extraordinary people. Chen-Ling looked at Yuxian's clothes suspiciously, but still couldn't help gossiping. The Dragon King of the East Sea is actually just a nickname. This person's real name is Li Donghai, one of the direct descendants of Long Zhu and also a wealthy man. The famous East China Sea Dragon Palace Group is Li Donghai's industry. In the past, he only did business with extraordinary people, but now it seems that he intends to make money from ordinary people as well. Maybe they're setting off fireworks again. Yu Xian commented. The Dragon King of the East Sea is a big mouth. Netizens jokingly call him the Big Mouth Dragon because he likes to take advantage of every hot topic. There is no doubt that he released this satellite just to take advantage of Yingqing's traffic. It's fake. Chen-Ling said with some disappointment when she heard it. She actually wanted to buy some useful protective gear, so her parents bought her pepper spray, bear spray, and a stun gun. However, these things are okay against ordinary people, but they may not be very effective against extraordinary people. If there is equipment for sale that can defend against attacks from extraordinary creatures, she will definitely be happy to buy it. Superb equipment is definitely very expensive. Even if we cut costs, it will probably cost several million. The material cost is there, what do you think? Yu Xian knew very well how precious extraordinary materials were. Even extraordinary people might not have a piece of equipment, let alone make it available to all ordinary people. Okay, I was naive. I shouldn't have believed what the Big Mouth Dragon said. After hearing what Yu Xian said, Chen-Ling completely lost hope. She held her phone and typed while talking, obviously preparing to criticize Li Donghai's account. Yu Xian smiled slightly at this, took out his mobile phone, and while continuing to practice his knitting skills, he opened the Qilin app to see if there was any really big news. A flying zombie has appeared at Twin Mountain West. A manhunt is underway. Members below Eagle rank are advised not to approach Twin Mountain West. The internal ranking assessment will begin on the 1st of next month. Members who are confident of improving their rankings should register as soon as possible. Qilin Research Department has found a way to detect the brain hugger variant of the alien worm, and will conduct a nationwide investigation in 3 days. When Yu Xian saw the third popular message, his eyes immediately lit up. About 2 days ago, he saw related reports. At that time, scientists within Qilin had already thoroughly studied this new form of alien insects and named it brain-hugging neural insects. Because this mutant insect will transform its body into a structure extremely similar to the human brain nerves, and then sneak into the target brain and replace the opponent's nerves, just like a large number of tentacles tightly hugging the human brain. At this time, the host's brain is not dead, but all the information received will be filtered by the brain-hugging neural worm. In simple terms, the host will see what the brain-hugging neural worm wants the host to see, and hear what the brain-hugging neural worm wants the host to hear. He completely became a puppet of the brain-hugging neural worm and had no room for resistance at all. Moreover, once a person is successfully parasitized by a brain-hugging neuron, although he is still alive, it is actually no different from being dead, because most of the current methods cannot guarantee the survival of the host after separating the brain-hugging neuron. After all, the brain-eating nerveworm eats the host's brain nerves. If a person loses that part of the brain nerves, he will naturally die. Yu Xian is actually feeling mixed emotions now. He is happy because the country finally has a way to prevent the invasion of alien insects and brain-hugging neural insects. The worry is that after this investigation, we don't know how many families will face the end of being torn apart. Go to Jinshan. The mountain got its name because someone found a huge piece of gold nuggets on this mountain. However, as the number of extraordinary creatures increases, the humans living near Gatujin Mountain have long moved into the city, and now it has become an animal paradise. In an artificially dug cave on the mountainside, all kinds of animals gathered together, including wolves, bears, tigers, and even many humans. Obviously, this is not normal, and it is impossible for these creatures to live together in harmony. Suddenly, the earth shook. A 3-meter-tall white ape descended from the mountaintop to the flat ground on the mountainside. It turned around and tore through one of the cave walls. It looked at all the creatures and laughed. This body is really powerful. It feels so good. Third brother, please don't damage your body. It's our important prop. Jotai said as he sat on a rock, his legs swinging. A tiger nodded and said, that's right. It took a lot of effort to get a supernatural creature. If you damage it, you will be dead. Extraordinary creatures are more sensitive and will detect any foreign objects invading their bodies, so it is very difficult for alien insects to parasitize extraordinary creatures. However, after the disastrous defeat in Yincheng, Jotai knew very well that the alien insects would never be able to develop in their lifetime just by parasitizing ordinary people. Therefore, after discovering that the giant ape was alone, he sacrificed a large number of alien insects and exhausted the giant ape to death, and only then did he successfully parasitize and take over its body. After acquiring human intelligence, the alien insects are actually afraid of death and it is difficult for them to unite. Now with Jotai as the leader, the alien insects can act in a unified manner. Even if they are afraid of death, they have to go forward and finally complete the breakthrough from 0 to 1. Once they parasitize more extraordinary creatures, they may be able to surround cities from the wild and eventually rule the world. 026 The use of blood energy. Superpower Academy, there is self-study class in the afternoon. The teachers have already repeated countless times what can be taught in the third year of high school. Now, apart from various tests and exams, the only things left are self-study classes. Of course, the main reason is that the teachers in various schools are either dead or disabled, and there are only a few teachers who can still come to class, and they are completely unable to spare the time. In the classroom, Zhang Shou was sleeping soundly on the table, his head covered by a book, and his snoring could be heard. The sun shone in through the window. Yu Xian, who was sitting next to Zhang Shou, was playing with blood energy. He placed his hands under the desk, and condensed a ball of blood energy in each hand. He then controlled the blood energy to bulge, forming two vague human figures. The two human figures made of blood energy fought against each other with spears in his palms, and the two spears kept colliding. The Blood Clan has two major combat forces, one of which is blood energy. Any vampire who awakens the talent of blood energy will be trained by the Blood Clan. Yu Xian is well aware of the importance of blood energy. Besides, when he was in junior high school, he had read many online novels about vampires. What impressed him most was a novel called After Awakening Blood Power, I Reached the Peak of My Life. The protagonist of the book accidentally saves a big shot of the vampire clan and gets the chance to be embraced for the first time. However, because his first talent is too poor, he is despised and ridiculed by other vampires. It turns out that his first great talent is blood energy, and he is considered a super genius that only appears once in 100 years in the vampire clan. In the end, he not only slaps the faces of the vampires who look down on him, but also gets a promotion and a raise, marries a beautiful and rich vampire, and reaches the peak of his life. It is worth mentioning that this novel features a large number of fictional blood spells. When Yu Xian was in the second year of junior high school, he was crazy about this novel and even imagined himself as the protagonist. Probably, when he was still in the second grade of junior high school, he never dreamed that one day he would not only become a vampire, but also have a third talent of blood energy, which is even more unscientific than the cool novels. It has to be said that the value of ancient people as famous sayings is still increasing. Sometimes reality is more absurd than fiction, because fiction is based on a certain logic, while reality often has no logic at all. Ever since awakening his blood energy talent, Yu Xian has been studying blood magic. The Kirin app contains a lot of video footage of vampires using blood energy, such as using blood energy to summon a huge blood scythe, blood chains that can block the environment, blood wings for flying, blood cloaks for blocking light during the day, and even the red cloud and black sky technique used by the ancestor when fighting during the day. There are many blood spells among them, and it is impossible to understand how they are done just by looking at the effects. Yu Xian finally had no choice but to focus his attention on the blood scythe. Although this spell was also not simple, he felt that he might be able to imitate it. He is now controlling the little man made of blood energy to fight, which is actually training his ability to control the blood energy to shape, and the spear in the little man's hand is training the stability of the blood energy after it is constructed into a weapon. Because he had no one to guide him, he didn't know whether his ideas were correct or how big the gap was between them and the blood magic of the vampires. In fact, he also developed another use for it, which is bubbles. After making the blood energy sticky, just add a little air and the blood energy will be able to easily blow bubbles like chewing gum. If a large number of bubbles are controlled on the soles of his feet, huge elasticity can be generated, and his speed will become particularly exaggerated. In addition, he also envisioned laying a large number of tiny bubbles on the inner layer of the armor woven with silver blood as a buffer layer, which should provide a good defensive effect when facing powerful opponents. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Yuxian took the blood energy back into his body, then took out his mobile phone to read various trending news to relax a little. Although he does not feel tired under the sun, he will feel another kind of tiredness if he concentrates all the time, just like working in a factory. Even if he is not physically tired, he will feel tired on the assembly line. It is best to combine work and rest, and relax when it is time to relax. Xianyu, are you free tonight? Shenling chatted with Noila Mo in a low voice for a while, then turned to look at Yuxian and asked. Yuxian nodded and said, I'm free, what are you doing? Night patrols don't have to be done every day. He and Zhang Shou only need to patrol twice a week, and the rest of the time will be taken care of by the combat police. Because he and Zhang Shou had already carried out a night patrol mission last night, it would definitely not be his and Zhang Shou's turn today. He really had time. There will be a grand finale performance at the beast fighting arena tonight. Nora wants to invite us to watch the performance together. Do you and Zhang Shou want to go? Chen Ling asked. Yuxian glanced at Noila Mo, and seeing that Noila Mo pretended not to care, he couldn't help but smile and said, since the silly goose is treating me, of course I can't miss it. The beast fighting arena is actually where extraordinary people capture various extraordinary creatures in the wild, and then put these creatures and the extraordinary people in a cage to compete. It is a bit similar to bullfighting, and the end result is the killing of these extraordinary creatures. Yuxian has not watched the live game, but there are many paid videos online, and he has watched many of them before. Those famous beast fighting warriors are essentially big stars. Not only do they endorse various products, they also have a large number of fans. They can earn several small goals just from the peripheral products. If he had not joined Shilin, Yuxian felt that he would most likely become a beast fighting warrior when he became strong enough to no longer be afraid of the vampires. You're the goose. When Noila Mo heard this, she rolled her eyes at Yuxian, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. In fact, Nora's status within the vampire clan hadn't declined during this period, thanks to Yuxian. Instead, it had risen rapidly. If she had previously been nicknamed the Vampire Princess by the Superpower Academy, she was now practically becoming one. Yuxian used her blood to become a vampire, and was also not afraid of sunlight. This was a huge leap forward. If all the vampires embraced by her were not afraid of sunlight, vampires would no longer be limited to acting at night, and they could also declare their existence during the day. It can be said that Nora is the new hope of the vampire clan. Even the ancestor has cast his eyes on her and is even considering giving her the blood of the ancestor. The next class is still self-study. After the three of them agreed on where to meet in the evening, they all remained quiet and did their own things. Yuxian still put his hand under the desk, but this time he condensed a blood-red knife. He pressed the knife in his palm, feeling the hardness and sharpness of the knife. If we continue to compress blood energy. Yuxian judged through touch that the knife he made was just an ordinary iron tool, so he began to compress the blood energy through his mind. Although most vampires are fragile, Yuxian is an exception. For some reason, his body shape was almost the same as a normal vampire, slender and even a little thin. Just looking at his face and muscle lines, no one would have thought that he could easily lift objects weighing 1 or 2 tons. In order to adapt to his own strength and speed, his skin, muscles and bones have become extremely strong. Especially after awakening his blood energy, ordinary kitchen knives could no longer cut his skin, and weapons like iron rods could hardly cause effective damage to him. At this time, the original 15-centimeter knife was compressed into 10 centimeters. The knife made a light stroke. A blood mark appeared on his palm, but it disappeared instantly under the sunlight. 0279 Tailed Fox Bloodline. Around 8:30 in the evening. The four of them met at a milk tea shop not far from the school, and then headed to the beast fighting arena in Silver City together. The beast fighting arena in Yinchang is located on the outskirts of the East City. Last night, when Yuxian and Zhang Shou were patrolling, they passed by outside and could even hear the enthusiastic cheers and curses from the arena. Nora bought a box ticket, and when she arrived at the Coliseum, a special waiter soon led the way. The four of them entered the box and sat down, and then various fruits, snacks, and drinks were served. This is my first time in such a grand place. Oh no, I feel a little nervous. Zhang Shou sat next to Yuxian, looked at the decoration and layout of the box, as well as the exquisite and beautiful snacks, and immediately whispered to Yuxian. Yuxian transferred his portion of fruit snacks to Zhang Shou and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm nervous too. I'll be fine once the beast fight starts." Yuxian, those snacks are specially made extraordinary foods, try them. Noila Mo reminded while pinching a piece of snack. The bloodlines of the extraordinary people are varied, and there are almost all kinds of races. Some extraordinary people with orc blood even like to eat raw meat. Their taste buds are also different from humans, and they find cooked food unpalatable. The box tickets for the Colosseum are purchased by either the rich or the noble, so such low-level mistakes will naturally not occur in the arena. When guests buy tickets, the staff already know their preferences, and there will be special chefs to provide services on the day. For example, if Nora is a vampire, then most of the food tonight is extraordinary food that vampires can eat, and there is no such thing as chewing wax. Okay, I'll try. Yuxian nodded, then picked up a piece of dessert and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, a taste he had never experienced before immediately spread in his mouth. He chewed it gently and swallowed it, his eyes lighting up. He asked curiously, "What are these made of?" "Blood lipids from various animals. There is also fat in the blood. For some reason, vampires can't eat fatty meat, but they can digest and absorb the blood lipids. That's why these blood lipid pastries came into being," Nora answered while eating. Yuxian has actually always cared about one thing. Normal vampires call themselves Blood Clan or My Clan, but Nora always calls herself a vampire and has never mentioned Blood Clan or anything like that. "AE, can I ask a question?" Yuxian couldn't help but ask. Noila Mo rolled her eyes at Yuxian and replied, "Speak properly, don't shout, I'll answer you. I see other vampires call themselves Blood Clan, My Clan, or Our Clan. Why do you always use the word vampire?" Yuxian asked curiously. Nora said as a matter of course, "I am a vampire. My mother calls me a little vampire, and I don't think there is anything wrong with it. But you are a silver-sucking vampire." Zhang Shou and Chen Ling on both sides laughed out loud at the same time after hearing Noila Mo's answer. Yuxian didn't expect that because of his curious question, he would get the nickname Silver-Sucking Ghost. Until now, Nora still thought that he fed on silver and didn't know that he actually fed on light. If she knew, he might have been nicknamed Light Sucker. At this time, staff in the arena outside the box began to check the protective equipment one by one. Yuxian picked up a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth. After strengthening his taste buds, he tasted a variety of flavors. In addition to blood lipids, there should be inorganic salts and various elements whose names he didn't know. Apparently, these elements are all extracted from animal blood. It has to be said that as long as you have money, even if you become a vampire, you can still taste many delicacies that ordinary people can't imagine. The time came to 9 o'clock. The performance in the arena has begun. Hello everyone, I am the host Fei Chuan. First of all, welcome all spectators to the Silver General Arena. Next is the first match. 2 ant-level black wolves will face our old acquaintance, Jackal Hu Junjie. With the host's loud introduction, 2 huge black wolves were released into the arena. Then a strong man with 2 tails growing from his butt also walked into the arena. For a moment, cheers resounded throughout the venue. Hu Junjie, he seems to be Hu Tuer's uncle. Zhang Shou looked at the man in the arena and said to Yuxian. Yuxian nodded. Hu Tuer did have a lot of elders. According to the information provided by Jin Shang, Hu Tuer's father had 6 brothers in total, and the 7 of them were collectively known as the 7 heroes of the Hu family. However, the 7 heroes of the Hu family did not hang out together, but instead worked in different industries. Hu Junjie is a professional beast fighter and also a part-time internet anchor. He is quite famous in Yincheng. After the host Fei Chuan finished the introduction, the beast fight began. In fact, there are 2 kinds of performances in the Colosseum, one is beast fighting and the other is competition. The former is a fight between humans and animals, while the latter is a fight between humans. Now it's a beast fight. Hu Junjie was very experienced and was well aware of the danger of 2 black wolves being together, so he first kept his distance and then adjusted his angle when the 2 black wolves rushed towards him. As soon as he adjusted the angle, the 2 black wolves that were originally running side by side quickly became one in front and one behind due to the angle problem. So at the moment the 2 black wolves approached each other, he kicked the black wolf that was closer to him away, and then he quickly retreated with the reaction force to distance himself from the other black wolf. It can be done this way. I've learned something, Zhang Shou said to himself with his eyes wide open. Yuxian also nodded seriously. This skill is actually not difficult to learn. The difficult part is to control the rhythm and grasp the timing, which requires rich experience in beast fighting and keen judgment. Don't think that the 2 black wolves are brainless. The reason they revealed this flaw is entirely because Hu Junjie controlled the rhythm very well, and the two wolves fell into the trap he set unknowingly. Next, Hu Jinjie skillfully adjusted the battle to his own rhythm, beating the two black wolves dizzy and even using his tail to confuse the black wolves. He moved left and right and easily played with the two black wolves in his hands. In the end, the result of the battle was self-evident. After some teasing, Hu Jinjie used the guillotine to easily kill two black wolves, and the whole audience cheered for a moment. Nine-tailed fox bloodline, it seems that the more tails a person has, the stronger he is? Chen Ling asked while looking at Hu Junjie's tail. Nora watched the match and replied, yes, with the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, one can tell their strength by looking at their tails. One tail is insect level, two tails are ant level, three tails are bee level, four tails are sparrow level, five tails are snake level, six tails are eagle level, seven tails are wolf level, eight tails are tiger level, and nine tails are dragon level. What about the god level? 10 tails? Zhang Shou asked curiously. Yu Xian smiled and said, when the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox advances to the god level, you will know. The fox ancestor only has 8 tails now, and he still has a long way to go before he can reach the dragon level, let alone the god level. 028, Doubt. The following games followed one after another, each lasting about half an hour on average. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou enjoyed the show very much, mainly because each of the beast-fighting warriors was very strong. Although their strength and speed might not be stronger than Yu Xian, they were very experienced. Various movements, angles, rhythm control, and predictions make the battle process exciting. It is a completely different experience from watching a video, especially some of the force details. If you don't see it in person, it's difficult to see the clues. Dear audience, was the battle just now exciting? Fei Chuan also thinks that the competition among the beast warriors is very exciting and makes our blood boil. But now comes the grand finale of the night. This is the super monster our hunting team just captured today, an extraordinary white ape with human-like intelligence. As the host spoke, a cage slowly rose up, and inside the cage was a 3-meter-tall, strong white ape. The white ape lowered its head, its eyes hidden in the shadows, and its back alone gave the audience a huge sense of oppression. It was obviously just a low-level extraordinary creature, but it was not to be underestimated. And our contestant is the 1,000 Victories King, the Iron God by Jinlong. On the other side, a 1.9-meter-tall burly man walked out. He looked at the audience around him, smiled, raised one hand and waved to each audience seat. For a moment, the entire venue was filled with cheers for the Iron God. In the box, Yu Xian was looking at by Jinlong's information. This information is provided by the arena and can be easily accessed through a tablet connected to the chair. By Jinlong, 32 years old, B-level, a super-powered person, whose ability is to transform his entire body into black iron alloy. He not only has rich combat experience, but also has great strength. If he encounters a type that he can restrain, he can even fight against opponents of higher levels. This guy is very strong. Yu Xian looked at the information and thought to himself. He estimated that even if he tried every possible means, he would not be able to break through Bai Jinlong's defense, although Bai Jinlong could not kill him either. Next, the game began. The electric cage slowly opened after the power was cut off, and the white giant ape looked up at Bai Jinlong. Jotai could never have imagined that the day before he was dreaming of ruling the world, and the next day he was easily captured by a hunting team of extraordinary people. In order to cover his original body's escape, his other bodies were easily killed by these bastards. Now his 9 personalities are housed in weak animals such as mice, rabbits, his original body, sparrows, etc. The most powerful body has become a captive of humans and now has to perform like a clown. Come on, everyone! Bai Jinlong waved at Jotai and said with a smile. Jotai felt a surge of rage erupting from his chest, a desire to tear all humans apart. Of all the personalities, his third brother was the most domineering, dreaming of world domination. Unlike those idiots who only cared about killing people or playing games, he knew only by becoming the king of the world could he do whatever he pleased. Whether it was skinning people, killing people, setting fires, or doing anything else, no creature dared to stop him at that time. With a roar, he immediately punched Bai Jinlong, but Bai Jinlong predicted his movement when he jumped up and easily avoided the attack. And in order to show off his skills, he didn't even use his superpowers when dodging. Jotai's punch was so powerful that the earth shook. The audience around him immediately cheered, but these cheers seemed to be mocking Jotai. Come again. Bai Jinlong smiled at Jotai at this time. It is worth mentioning that what Jotai controls is not the alien insect, but the brain-holding neural insect, so the white ape is actually still alive, but its every move is completely controlled by Jotai. Human, you have completely pissed me off. Jotai stared at Bai Jinlong and said in a very non-standard voice. Bai Jinlong was stunned, and the next second he was hit by Jotai's arm. He flew backwards and hit the super alloy steel cage heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Die! Jotai took the opportunity to rush forward and quickly punched out with both hands, trying to kill Bai Jinlong instantly while he was injured. But soon he felt that the touch was not right. He took a step back and saw that Bai Jinlong had turned into a black Iron Man. His attack just now was not even a tickle to Bai Jinlong. It's beyond my expectation that it can actually speak. Bai Jinlong got up from the ground, looked at Jotai's burly body, and explained to the audience. There are indeed many extraordinary creatures that can speak human language. For example, some parrots can not only speak, but also speak very fluently. There are also weasels that seek titles and can also speak human language. Bai Jinlong just didn't expect the white ape to speak human language, so he was accidentally attacked by the white ape. Now that he was prepared, the white ape could not pose any threat to him at all. In the box. Yu Xian and others were actually also startled by the white ape's words. Especially Yu Xian, for some reason, he always felt a sense of familiarity when the white ape spoke. Wrong. Although it is somewhat familiar, it is also different. It's probably like two brothers. He has heard the younger brother's voice, so he feels that the older brother's voice is very familiar. He frowned and tried to recall where he had heard this voice, but the white ape's voice was too rough and strange to match anywhere. This should be more like an intuition, and it cannot be compared by comparison. Yu Xian, do you have a feeling that its voice seems like you've heard it somewhere before? Nora frowned, staring at the white ape, and asked Yu Xian. Yu Xian was stunned and asked, do you feel the same way? Yeah, but I can't think of where I've heard it before. Nora nodded. Yu Xian looked at the white ape and guessed, Jotai? He and Nora had met many people together, but there was only one suspect, so he thought of Jotai first. Jotai? The voice doesn't sound like him, but it feels like it does seem a bit. Nora said uncertainly. Yu Xian watched the white ape and Bai Jinlong fighting. After he had doubts, the more he watched, the more suspicious he felt the white ape was, especially since the white ape's fighting style was mainly based on sneak attacks and surprise attacks. If Bai Jinlong's entire body had not turned into iron alloy, he might not be a match for the white ape. He's definitely Jotai. Could it be that this white ape has been controlled by the brain-hugging neural worm? Yu Xian's eyes gradually became serious, with a silver light flashing in the depths of his pupils. He was sure that there were no tentacles under the white ape's skin, and he couldn't help but think to himself. There has never been a case of a strange insect parasitizing a supernatural creature in the past. If this white ape is really Jotai, then the situation is serious. After the game is over, he will definitely check the body of the white ape. Once he confirms that the white ape is Jotai, he will report it to the Qilin General Administration as soon as possible. 029, Zhu Yan awakens. Bai Jinlong was not in a hurry to end the battle. Instead, he continued to provoke the white giant ape, and took on the attacks from the white giant ape time and time again, showing the audience his strong defensive ability. In his eyes, it was all a performance. He must constantly steal the show and become the center of attention throughout the performance. In fact, he did succeed. The entire arena's audience was cheering his name, and he thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being admired and supported by countless people. In particular, these admirations and support can indeed be converted into small amounts of money. A weak fist. If this is all you have, what does it matter if I anger you or not? Bai Jinlong looked at the giant ape controlled by Jotai with a scornful smile on his face. He easily blocked Jotai's fist with one hand and started to sneer. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the giant ape's fists became faster. But the giant ape was only flesh and blood after all, and the blows to his alloy body didn't hurt at all. Instead, scars began to appear on the giant ape's fists. Damn it, damn it, damn it, die. Under Jotai's control, the giant ape's eyes turned red and a large amount of adrenaline was secreted in his body. He did not feel any pain at all under stress. But after Bai Jinlong's whole body turned into iron alloy, the strength that the giant ape was proud of was useless. His body, which was strong enough to withstand bullets, also became fragile. The giant ape could break rocks and penetrate steel plates with one punch, but it could not cause any harm to Bai Jinlong. Kill! 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 Jotai's heart was filled with murderous intent. Even if he couldn't cause any harm to Bai Jinlong, he would still punch him. Unconsciously, under his control, the blood in the white ape's body began to heat up, and a large amount of extraordinary factors were released from the blood. Compared with the white ape's own personality, his personality was more in line with the extraordinary blood in the white ape's body. He actually hit his strength. Bai Jinlong was a little surprised when he noticed the giant ape's power increase. The next moment, he noticed a hint of red on the white giant ape's arms. Bloodline awakening? Dear audience, the white ape before us has actually awakened its bloodline. Everyone, do you want to see this? This will be a once-in-a-century spectacle. Cheer, get excited. Bai Jinlong immediately realized what was happening to the white ape's body, so he shouted loudly to the audience in the auditorium. Suddenly, the entire audience cheered. After he asked, "Do you want to see it?" countless people responded, "Yes." The corners of his mouth curled up immediately, and he decided to fulfill the audience's wish. With his strength, what can he do even if the white ape bloodline awakens? Bloodline awakening? Jotai also heard Bai Jinlong's words, and then he realized through the brain-hugging neural worm that the white ape's body was indeed undergoing earth-shaking changes. However, according to the release of extraordinary power in his body, even if his bloodline is awakened, he will not be a match for Bai Jinlong. Unless I can guide the blood in the white ape's body and awaken it deeply. Jotai is not a brainless man. Even when he is filled with murderous intent, he can still maintain a clear mind. Will to fight and kill. He quickly grasped the key to awakening the white ape bloodline. Then he continued to convey messages of anger and killing to the white ape's brain. Under the impact of excessive anger and murderous intent, new changes began to appear in the structure of the white ape's brain. Originally, the white ape's brain had an ordinary brain structure, but under Jotai's stimulation, a blood-colored substance was rapidly secreted. Under the action of this red substance, the brain-hugging neural worm actually deeply integrated with the white ape's brain. At the same time, the blood temperature in the white ape's body rose to 1000 degrees. Under the terrifying high temperature, the bones, meridians, and internal organs are all undergoing crazy alienation. The external manifestation is that the white ape's pure white hair has strands of flame like red, especially the arms and feet, which have completely turned from white to crimson. Originally, Bai Jinlong was full of confidence and believed that he could suppress the giant ape whose bloodline had awakened. But under the giant ape's punch after punch, he soon found that he could not resist. The giant ape's fists were incredibly powerful, and the speed of his punches was getting faster and faster. The giant ape's strength changed so quickly that he had no time to react. Just as he was about to fight back, the fist came again. He could only defend himself. Then just as he was about to move, the fist came again. Oh no, this is too much. Bai Jinlong's heart skipped a beat and he wanted to retreat, but the white ape seemed to see through his intention and pressed close to him. He looked up at the white ape's eyes. They were a pair of flaming eyes, as if all the wars in the world were contained in them. Zhu Yan bloodline. Bai Jinlong shouted in shock. The next moment, he was knocked away by Jotai's punch and hit the cage heavily. His iron body was no longer in human form. Everyone present was shocked, the cheers stopped abruptly, and all eyes fell on the white ape. The white ape at this time was completely different from before. Is it getting bigger? Oh my god, its eyes are on fire, and I feel like my heart is beating a little faster. Run, that's Zhu Yan, run. Suddenly, someone realized something, stood up and shouted. After shouting, the man turned and ran away, and some smart people immediately followed him. Boom. Knock knock. Boom 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 boom. A heartbeat like a war drum sounded, and some slow-reacting viewers immediately realized that the heartbeat came from the giant ape, and at the same time they felt extremely panicked. The next moment, suddenly everyone's heart beat violently, and then, exploded. Many spectators spat out blood and then fell in the audience seats. Some of the stronger extraordinary spectators began to evacuate. The accident happened too quickly. At this time, four extraordinary people rushed out from the passage of the arena. One of them penetrated the cage and entered the arena, and attacked Jotai's heart. He has the ability to penetrate matter. During combat, he can easily kill most opponents by piercing their bodies with his arms, grabbing their hearts and pulling them. But this time he miscalculated. When his palm penetrated the white ape's body and grasped the heart, the intense heat instantly cooked his palm. Ah! His body suddenly lost its ability to maintain its power, and he screamed and tried to retreat, but his body was grabbed by the giant ape the next moment. The giant ape's body temperature was extremely high now, and being touched by it felt like being burned by fire. The man immediately let out an even more miserable scream, and then was swallowed by the giant ape's open mouth. The giant ape, whose body was a little shriveled due to the deep awakening of its bloodline, immediately gained energy and gradually became full. It looked at the other 3 people standing outside the cage and said, "Come in." The 3 of them retreated at the same time. There seemed to be materials in the box that could isolate Zhu Yan's abilities, so the previous wave of heartbeat attacks did not affect the 4 people in the box. "Oh no, there's an accident. Lao Shang, go see if the people in the audience can be saved." "I'll go, delay time." Yu Xian stood up and looked at the arena, and said to Zhang Shou. Everything happened so fast. It actually took only more than 10 seconds from the giant ape's counterattack to the killing of a large number of audience members. By the time Yu Xian realized that it was not a performance, countless casualties had already occurred in the audience. Noila stood up and said, "I'm going too." "No, you stay with Chen Ling. If there is any danger, evacuate immediately." Yu Xian refused. The current white ape is obviously not something that can be dealt with by guns. If he had not practiced hard during this period of time, he would definitely have to run as far away as possible. He dared to go forward because he was sure that he could escape safely. 030 silver armor. Yu Xian didn't think he could defeat the current white ape. His purpose was just to delay time. Noila Mo glanced at Chen Ling and finally nodded and said, "Okay, then you be careful." If Chen Ling was left here alone, if something unexpected happened, Noila Mo would never forgive herself, so although she wanted to go up and help Yu Xian, she still stayed obediently. Yu Xian walked out of the box and his body instantly turned red. Then a large number of tiny bubbles appeared and covered his entire body, which was enough to make people with trypophobia scream on the spot. Then, the silver threads made of silver blood quickly wove together, covering all the bubbles and forming a set of silver armor. The silver wire he made this time was extremely thin. After it was tightly woven, the armor could not be seen to be woven at all. Not only were the edges and corners clear, but it was also as smooth as a mirror, giving people a feeling of being indestructible. "Xianyu, you look so handsome." Zhang Shou exclaimed excitedly as he watched Yu Xian transform in the cool armor before him. This set of armor is definitely a boy's dream. Zhang Shou feels that if he puts on this armor, his courage will increase by 1000%, and he can stand up straight even when facing the ancestor. "Alright, let's go our separate ways. You go save the people, and I'll hold the giant ape back." Yu Xian clenched his fists to make sure the armor would not hinder his movements, then spoke to Zhang Shou. Now is not the time to play around. Zhang Shou nodded, turned around and left immediately, while Yu Xian walked to the other side. In the cage of the arena, Jotai held the seriously injured by Jilong in his hands. He waited for a moment, then smiled maliciously, "Thank you very much. You've helped me find the true path to becoming stronger. In return, I'll let you experience what strength and speed are." After saying that, he threw it hard. Bai Jilong instantly smashed the alloy cage and crashed into the audience. But just as Bai Jilong was about to hit the ground, a silver shadow flashed by and Bai Jilong was rescued. Jotai frowned and looked at the man in silver armor holding Bai Jilong. He couldn't tell the other party's strength for a moment, so he didn't choose to act rashly. The two sides just confronted each other quietly. Yu Xian had once overestimated the giant ape's power, but the moment he took on Bai Jilong, he realized that he had still underestimated it. The moment he caught Bai Jilong, the silver thread on his body almost broke, and the bubbles made of blood energy under the silver thread burst one after another. After 2 layers of cushioning, his hands that he used to catch Bai Jilong were still broken. Of course, it was just a minor fracture, and with his physique, the injury healed in a blink of an eye. Fortunately, when he designed the armor, he tried to make it as cool as possible, referring to a large number of armors in film and television works, and made his own armor look very strong. As long as he stood still, no one could be sure of his true strength. Obviously, his image frightened Jotai, and neither side took the first step. At this time, the 3 people outside the cage retreated quietly. Although they had B-level strength, they did not feel safe at all standing in front of the giant ape. However, their action broke the delicate balance between Yu Xian and Jotai. No strength comes out of thin air. Although Jotai successfully activated the Zhu Yan bloodline in the giant ape's body through the special properties of the brain-holding neural worm, it caused the giant ape to suffer a serious deficiency. The giant ape's body is now in urgent need of energy replenishment. As long as there is enough food, the giant ape can become even stronger, even reaching the level of an eagle. His eyes moved, instantly locking onto one of the middle-aged men, and the next second he suddenly flew towards him. Yu had been staring at him, so whenever he moved, Yu followed suit. A silver thread shot out quickly, entangled the man Jotai had locked onto, and immediately pulled him back. The middle-aged man only felt the terrifying fist wind crushing him. When he was about to be crushed, his body quickly retreated backwards. When he came to his senses, he was already sitting on a chair. Ha, 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 ha. The middle-aged man realized belatedly that he had been to the gates of hell. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and gasped for breath. When the giant ape pounced, the other two people also cleverly ran back, so when Jotai controlled the giant ape's body to get up, there was no one around. Your opponent is me, don't even think about hurting innocent people. Yu spoke to Jotai after changing his voice through the 2 layers of bubbles in the armor. He was worried that Jotai would recognize him by recognizing his voice. Once Jotai realized that he was not that strong, it would be troublesome. Boom! Knock knock! Boom boom boom! Jotai looked at Yu and narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhu Yan's ability and the sound of war drums immediately rang out. However, Yu didn't feel anything at all. If Jotai could make his heart beat, he would thank Jotai instead. Unfortunately, vampires don't have heartbeats normally, so vampires are directly immune to Zhu Yan's ability. No use? Jotai thought to himself and looked at Yu with a higher opinion. I have to say that Yu stood there motionless, looking like a master. The armor that was as smooth as a mirror and the slightly shaking windbreaker created a strong aura. Moreover, there were red lenses blocking the eyes of the helmet, so Jotai was completely unable to determine Yu emotions through his eyes. In fact, the red lens of the eyes is made of blood energy. It not only has good defensive power, but also strengthens Yu eyes. With the dual enhancement of silver blood and blood energy, his dynamic vision is very strong, which is why he can see Jotai's movements clearly. If the situation were different, perhaps Jotai would have enough patience to confront Yu but he didn't have that now. First of all, this is an arena, the territory of humans. The longer he delays here, the more dangerous it will be. In addition, the giant ape is hungry and in urgent need of nutrition, so he can't afford to waste time. He controlled the white ape to hold the alloy cage, and suddenly exerted force and swung it violently. The cage that was originally firmly fixed on the ground was pulled up by the roots, and the entire huge cage smashed towards Yu. To be honest, this scene was so exaggerated that Yu was even shocked by Jotai's move. However, Yu reacted quickly. The blood bubbles under his feet provided enough elasticity. He bent his legs and jumped up. At the moment the cage was about to fall, he pressed his hands on the cage and pushed hard. He used this force to step back. Several silver wires instantly wrapped around the chandelier on the ceiling and pulled it, narrowly avoiding the attack of the cage. Boom! After a deafening roar, dust rolled. The cage slammed down onto the audience seats, shaking the entire arena. The places hit by the cage were directly dented, and a large number of cracks appeared on the walls. If the cage hit Yu hard, his body would probably be broken into 2 halves on the spot. Although he would not die, it would definitely be painful. So scary. Yu looked at the completely deformed cage below and felt it was even more terrifying than facing Jin Xingdu. Call. At this moment, a puff of steam spurted out of the giant ape's mouth. The previous outburst had consumed a lot of energy for it. Unfortunately, he failed to hit the target and ended up wasting his energy. However, through Yu actions, Jotai also came to his senses. At least when the giant ape attacked, Yu responded by dodging instead of taking it head-on. This shows that Yu strength is definitely not as good as his. Then let us look at speed. If his speed and strength far exceed Yu then this battle can be resolved quickly. The first is to increase the attack range. Jotai looked around, then controlled the giant ape's body to walk to the bottom of the arena and directly remove the barrier in front of the audience seats. Holding the 2 barriers in his hands, his attack range directly increased from the original 2 meters to 10 meters. As long as Yu came within 10 meters of him, he could easily kill him with a shot. On the other side, Yu saw the giant ape remove the baffle and his brows raised slightly. Next second, Jotai controlled the giant ape's legs and kicked hard, and his body shot towards Yu like a cannonball. At the same time, he waved the shield with both hands to hit Yu in the middle. However, Yu hooked his hands, and 4 silver lines danced like silver snakes, passing across the baffle. The silver threads made of silver blood are not only made of silver, but also Yu blood. Therefore, after receiving the 20 kilograms of silver promised by Nora, his silver threads were quite full, and after building the armor, there were still extra silver threads for attack and defense. Of course, it is definitely impossible to create dense silver lines with just a flick of the hand like in the previous battle with Jotai. In armored form, he could only send out 4 to 5 silver lines at most, and the longest attack distance was between 50 and 350 meters. But it's quite enough. In an instant, the shield passed through Yuxian, but all turned into tiny fragments. Among the fragments, the armor on Yuxian was still as bright as new, and he looked very cool. 031 Big Bull King. Seeing his weapon destroyed in an instant, Jotai roared and threw the baffle in his hand away. Then he was like a cannonball, using his powerful explosive force to rush towards Yuxian. I have to say, his fighting style actually put Yuxian under a lot of pressure. Now the giant ape is a pure numerical monster. Its strength, speed, and explosive power are all beyond the standard. If Yuxian did not have the silver blood to enhance his reaction ability, he would probably be smashed to death in a second. The giant ape's body radiates high temperature, and it is like a scorching fireball when you get close to it. If you don't have armor to protect you, you will be burned by the heat even if you don't touch it. Call out. Yuxian shot out 2 silver threads from his hands, which wrapped around the chair behind him and pulled it. At the same time, a bubble appeared at his toes to provide elasticity. He pressed his toes down and his body quickly retreated. A huge fist brushed past him, and even through the mask he could clearly feel the terrifying heat flow. Boom! He punched the ground, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Yuxian did a backflip and landed on the back of a chair. Before he could catch his breath, the giant ape used the force of the punch to pounce on him again, and stretched out its other arm to chop at Yuxian. This kind of direct attacking method tests a person's overall ability the most. Yuxian's nerves were tense and he didn't dare to relax for a moment. He stared at Jotai's movement trajectory, and when Jotai controlled the giant ape's arm to hit him, he quickly used the elasticity provided by the blood energy bubble to avoid it. After missing the first attack, the giant ape immediately grabbed the chair with its other hand and threw it. Yuxian was in mid-air and immediately used the silver thread to pull himself into a movement that he would never be able to do normally, thus narrowly avoiding the attack of the chair. It turned out to be just a small fly. After a series of attacks, Jotai finally came to his senses. He realized that Yuxian was not strong at all, but just deceived people with his appearance and looked mysterious. Once he had a clear idea in mind, Jotai launched an attack. He controlled the giant ape's body to rise from the ground, and exerted his muscles like a mountain to crash into Yuxian who had just landed. If he was hit, Yuxian would be smashed to pieces. Yuxian retreated repeatedly, jumped from the audience seats to the arena, and then jumped from the arena to the audience seats, moving and dodging continuously. Suddenly, both parties stopped at the same time and looked at the ceiling. Something is falling. Boom! There was a loud bang. The floor exploded. A 5-meter-tall bull-headed giant suddenly fell from the sky, shattered the ceiling, and landed heavily on the arena like a demon descending to the earth. Interesting, it can actually awaken to this level. The Minotaur glanced at the white ape and a rough and domineering voice sounded. For a moment, Jotai wanted to retreat. Compared to the bluffing Yuxian, this Minotaur was really strong. But before he could make any move, the Minotaur looked around the arena and said angrily, "But, you deserve to die." Boom! A terrifying black demonic flame rose from the Minotaur's body. Before Jotai could see the Minotaur's movements clearly, his head was chopped off by the Minotaur's axe. Jotai opened his eyes wide, totally unable to believe that he had been defeated so miserably and so powerlessly. After the Minotaur chopped off the white ape's head with his axe, it slammed heavily on the ground. The entire arena shook instantly, and dense cracks spread from the axe to the surrounding area. Hiss! When Yuxian saw this scene, he couldn't help but gasp. The situation turned so quickly that he was being chased one moment and the giant ape was dead the next. This is too powerful. He is worthy of being called the Bull King, the best master in Silver City. This person is a household name in Yinchang. His real name is Tang Dali. He has the blood of Bull Demon King and is also the strongest transcendent in Yinchang. He owns many businesses, but he only holds shares and does not manage them. Obviously, he also has shares in this arena. After killing the white ape, Tang Dali's momentum suddenly subsided. Thank you, little brother, for holding this monkey head back. Otherwise, I would have lost everything this time. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Please give me some face later and have a meal together so we can get closer. Tang Dali walked quickly to Yuxian, smiled at him, grabbed Yuxian's hand without any airs, and bowed repeatedly. You're welcome, it's just my duty. But don't blame me for being impartial from now on. Yuxian couldn't break free from Tang Dali's hand with his right hand, so he had to use his left hand to take out his ID. Tang Dali let go of his hand embarrassedly after seeing the ID. Yuxian then took out his phone to summon the SWAT to come and seal off the scene. After completing the necessary procedures, he put away his phone and immediately condensed his blood energy, and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand in an instant. He slowly walked to the giant ape's head. Although he was sure that there must be a brain-hugging neuron in the giant ape's head, he had to dissect it and get solid evidence before he could report to the headquarters. When Tang Dali saw the scene, he did not disturb Yuxian. Instead, he ran to Zhang Shou, who was treating the wounded, and expressed his gratitude. When Yuxian raised the knife to cut open the giant ape's brain, the giant ape suddenly opened its eyes and stared at Yuxian with resentment. If its throat had not been cut, it would probably have wanted to say something. Yuxian ignored it glaring at him, and used the knife in his hand to insert it into the giant ape's eyebrows, and then cut open the skull bit by bit. In fact, the bones of the giant ape were very hard, and Yuxian had to work very hard to open its skull. When he saw the giant ape's brain, his eyes widened. Unlike a normal brain, the patterns on the giant ape's brain actually formed ancient characters. Immediately fighting? Yuxian took a picture of the words on his brain and guessed in his heart. Then he stabbed the giant ape's brain with a knife. The moment he cut the brain skin, nerves suddenly shot out, but he was prepared and immediately controlled these nerves with silver wires. It's indeed a brain-hugging neurotic bug. He took a photo with his phone and sent it to Jin Shang, describing everything that happened in the arena. In less than 10 seconds, Jin Shang replied, "Save the body and wait for support." Good. Yuxian looked at his phone and responded. In less than a minute, the war police drove over. In fact, from the time Jotai exploded to the time he was hacked to death by Tang Dali, the whole process took only about 3 minutes, and everything happened very quickly. The confrontation between Yuxian and Jotai only lasted more than 10 seconds, and then he was chased and beaten by Jotai. If Tang Dali had not arrived in time, Yuxian would have had to find a way to escape if he had held on for a few more minutes. The SWAT team was not summoned by Yuxian through a phone call, but they started rushing over after the escaping spectators called the police. Yuxian met the team leader, showed his ID, and asked the team leader to take people to seal off the entire arena and not allow anyone to enter or leave. As long as Zhang Shou is around, those who can be saved will definitely be saved, and there is no need to rescue those who cannot be saved. Therefore, when the ambulance arrived, the war police asked it to wait aside. Finally, after about half an hour, a golden light flew from the sky and entered the arena through the big hole that Tang Dali had smashed. "Hello, I am a member of the Qilin Support Department, codenamed Ether, and this is my ID." Golden light fell on the ground. After the golden light dissipated, a young man with a cynical look appeared in front of everyone. He walked up to Yuxian, introduced himself and took out his ID. Yuxian scanned the ID with the Kirin app on his phone, confirmed its authenticity, and nodded. "Hello, I'm a member of the Evil Slayer Squad, codenamed Salted Fish. I'm officially handing this giant ape and the brain-hugging neuron over to you. Please be sure to deliver it to headquarters. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong." Ether patted his chest and smiled. Then he looked at the giant ape's body, waved his sleeves, and the huge corpse disappeared instantly. Then he took out the box and put the brain-holding neural worm into the box, and finally put the box into his sleeves. "The world in your sleeve?" Yuxian asked curiously as he watched Itai's movements. Itai was immediately embarrassed and said, "The universe in the sleeve is a great magical power. I just sewed the storage bag on my sleeve." As he spoke, he raised his sleeves, and sure enough, there were several storage bags sewn inside his sleeves. "Okay, I have to go back and report. Goodbye." Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Ether said goodbye quickly, his body covered in golden light, and he instantly flew into the sky and quickly disappeared outside the big hole in the ceiling. 032 Dragon Crisis. Kirin Headquarters. Ether brought back the bodies of the giant ape and the brain-hugging neural worm, and the entire scientific research department immediately studied the bodies of the two all night long. In the morning, a large amount of information was sent to the hands of Qilin's senior executives. After reading the information, everyone immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. A meeting on the alien insect crisis was held immediately. While the meeting was being held, in Incheon, at the East City Security Bureau, Yuxian and Zhang Shou sat together, opposite Tang Dali. Name? Tang Dali. Gender? Male. Age? 98. Grade? Wolf level lower level. Where were you when the incident at the Silver General Arena happened? After hearing this question, Tang Dali's expression became awkward and he whispered, "Can you not ask this question? Please answer truthfully." Yu Xian looked at Tang Dali helplessly and said in a businesslike manner. If it was an ordinary war police questioning, Tang Dali would definitely fool the other party like a piece of meat on a rolling pin. The problem was that the documents that Yu Xian and Zhang Shou placed on the table were Qilan's documents. Even though Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were old enough to be his great-grandsons, he did not dare to be careless. Especially Yu Xian. When the big guys all parachuted in, most people didn't know what happened, but Tang Dali knew it very well. This young man had already caught the eyes of the big guys. In ancient times, it would be called Jian in the emperor's heart. No matter how weak he was, he could not be underestimated. At that time, I was washing feet in Tinjiuxuan. Tang Dali touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Yu Xian nudged Zhang Shou, whose eyes sparkled, and took note of Tang Dali's words. He then continued to ask a few basic questions. After getting the answers, he stood up and said, "Okay, if there are any further questions, we will contact you. Thank you for your cooperation." In fact, not only Tang Dali was summoned for questioning, but all the shareholders, waiters, and security guards of the arena were summoned. It is estimated that there will be issues such as accountability, fines, and compensation to be resolved later. When Yu Xian and Zhang Shou walked out of the room, Zhang Kaichao, the leader of the combat police force, immediately stepped forward to thank them. The main reason was that the combat police could not suppress strong men like Tang Dali, and routine inquiries would likely be perfunctory. With Yu Xian and Zhang Shou's intervention, the problem would be much easier to solve. Under normal circumstances, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou would definitely not interfere, but since it involves the alien insects, the two decided to intervene after consideration, and they also wanted to know the latest information. Half an hour later, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou received the hunting team's report. Golden Dog Head Mountain seems to be a mountain quite far away from Silver City. Do we have to run so far to capture extraordinary creatures now? Zhang Shou asked curiously while looking at the report. Zhang Kaichao explained, because one of the tasks of the barracks outside Silver City is to clear out any threatening supernatural creatures in the surrounding area. There aren't any particularly significant threats on the surrounding hills anymore, they're just small, insect and ant-level creatures. The arena aims to capture challenging supernatural creatures, so we need to go farther afield to encounter them. Yu Xian analyzed, the alien bugs were still lingering near Knoll-Headed Golden Mountain yesterday. Even if they could run faster, they wouldn't be able to get very far in a day. Wait, let me ask the captain if we can remotely attack all areas near Knoll-Headed Golden Mountain. He took out his cell phone and immediately contacted Jin Shang to share the latest information. Xian Yu, the situation is probably a little more complicated. I'll give you some information, please take a look first. Jin Shang replied. After a while, Yu Xian received the information sent by Jin Shang. He opened it and found that it was a medical record. Nowadays, the medical records of most hospitals are stored in the cloud. Therefore, after the archive room of Songshan Psychiatric Hospital was destroyed, the authorities still found all the medical records through the cloud. The information sent by Jin Shang is actually Jotai's medical record. Jotai has multiple personalities. His main personality actually doesn't have any major problems and can even be considered a good person, but his other personalities are very problematic. According to Chen Xingsong's repeated diagnoses, there are 8 confirmed personalities, and these personalities are aware of each other's existence. They are also called the eldest, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and the eighth according to the order of birth. The boss is the main personality. According to the recording left by Chen Xingsong, this personality has been replaced by the alien insect. The current specific situation is still unclear. The second brother likes to collect fingers. While in the hospital, he almost bit off Chen Xingsong's finger. He is also taciturn and gives people an unpredictable feeling. He may be an introvert. The third brother is playful and has unpredictable emotions. He may be extremely happy one moment and extremely sad the next. He is also the one who talks the most. A lot of the information that Chen Xingsong knows is actually provided by the third brother on his own initiative. The fourth brother has a gloomy personality and calls himself a skinning artist. When he sees a beautiful skin, he will show an obsession. Sometimes he looks lustful, and sometimes he gives people a very obscene feeling. The fifth brother has a crazy personality and is a complete murderer. When Jotai's body is controlled by the fifth brother, his eyes are full of crazy murderous intent, and he even has a strong tendency to self-harm. This personality is almost impossible to communicate, but seems to obey the orders of other personalities. The 6th, 7th, and 8th personalities were born relatively late, and Shen Xingsong did not have much information about them, so the personalities and hobbies of these 3 personalities are still unclear. After reading the information, Yu Xian frowned. Jotai was already so troublesome, and it turned out that there were 8 such personalities. So which one did he meet last night? In addition, Jotai's personality can move back and forth in the bodies of alien insects and change his body at any time. In other words, it is impossible to kill Jotai unless all the alien insects are killed. According to the information provided by Jin Shang, Jotai's danger level was originally assessed as snake level, but because of the latest information provided by Yu Xian last night, Jotai's danger level has now been directly raised to dragon level, even higher than the danger level of the entire alien insect group. If Jotai could develop the potential of all extraordinary creatures, it is estimated that humans would soon face an army composed of various high-level monsters. Take a look. Yu Xian handed the phone to Zhang Shou. After reading the information, Zhang Shou said solemnly, "In this situation, it's impossible to completely wipe it out, right? Alien insects can parasitize the body of any creature. If they parasitize cockroaches, they will spread through cockroaches, mice and other creatures with amazing reproductive abilities. It is impossible for humans to kill all the alien insects. Don't worry, the higher-ups must have noticed the current situation." Yu Xian said seriously, "I believe that soon a strong person will be assigned to deal with Jotai. Let's wait and see. The Qilin headquarters will definitely attach great importance to the dragon-level crisis." Yu Xian was very curious about how many experts the headquarters would send to deal with Jotai, and this time it was very likely that all the alien insects would be completely wiped out. After all, Jotai will never die completely unless all the alien insects are killed. 033 Rewards. The next day, a military plane landed quietly at the barracks outside Silver City. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou received Jin Shang's message after school. They drove through 2 checkpoints and successfully entered the barracks. Team leader. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou entered a house in the barracks and said in unison after seeing Jin Shang. Jin Shang was the only one in the room. He was still the same, giving people the feeling of facing the sun, hot and majestic, like a lion among men. He looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, "I originally thought you would stay in Yanjing for half a year, but you 2 have made another great contribution. However, the witnesses this time are complicated, so the headquarters quickly released me back to escort you." Escort? Yu Xian showed curiosity. Jin Shang nodded, then put away his smile and looked at Yu Xian seriously, saying, "The struggle between nations in the supernatural realm has never ceased. You made a big splash the day before yesterday, but don't think that no one knows who you are just because you're wearing armor. Perhaps hostile forces abroad have already seen you as a huge threat in the future and are eager to eliminate you as soon as possible. The easiest way for foreign forces to infiltrate the country is to grant extraordinary powers to some ordinary people and use various contracts and death curses to firmly control these people. Many spies actually fall into the trap out of greed and end up having to work for the other party. Generally, in addition to collecting intelligence, this type of spy is also responsible for suppressing geniuses who have not yet emerged." The battle between Yu Xian and Jotai was so fierce. Although Yu Xian was running and dodging the whole time, it was quite remarkable that he was able to survive. This is enough to attract the attention of some hostile foreign forces. "Oh my god, isn't that salted fish very dangerous?" Zhang Shou said worriedly after hearing Jin Shang's words. Jin Shang said calmly, "That's why I came back early. By the way, the things you want, now, stand at attention." The 2 men quickly stood at attention, looked up and chest out, and looked at Jin Shang. Jin Shang's expression was serious. He pulled out a box and took out the metal inside. He looked at Yu Xian seriously and said, "After review and evaluation by Qilin headquarters, Comrade Yu Xian played an important role in the Yincheng incident, successfully disrupting the alien insect infiltration plan and playing a significant role in the alien insect riot. On behalf of Qilin headquarters, I hereby award you the First-Class Medal of Merit to commend your outstanding contribution and outstanding achievements." At this moment, Yu Xian's eyes were slightly red. When Jin Shang pinned the medal on his chest, he saluted deeply, and Jin Shang immediately returned the salute. Next, Zhang Shou also received the Medal of Second-Class Merit. After the medals were distributed, the 2 received a storage ring each. Yu Xian also discovered that there was 100 kilograms of silver in his ring. Originally, the commendation meeting was planned to be held after you 2 arrived at the headquarters, but you all know the current situation. According to the research of the Scientific Research Department, Jotai has mastered the ability to activate the bloodline of extraordinary creatures. We absolutely cannot give him more time, so our time will be very tight from now on. Jin Sheng said to the two. Zhang Shou's eyes widened as he asked, Captain, are you responsible for destroying Jotai? No, this operation is commanded by General Zhao Yi from the headquarters. All the military camps in Yincheng, Rongqing, Xiangqing, Jiangcheng, and Huacheng will blockade an area of 13,800 miles centered on the dog-headed Golden Mountain. Then all the members of our Evil Slaying Squad, Crime Slaying Squad, and Monster Slaying Squad will gather and enter the blockaded area from different directions to kill all the abnormal insects and suspicious creatures. Jin Sheng replied. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were slightly surprised after hearing this. This was definitely a big operation. Okay, Dead Doctor, please go out for a while. I have something to say to Xianyu. Jin Sheng then looked at Zhang Shou and spoke. Zhang Shou was stunned for a moment, then nodded and left. Captain, is there anything that Lao Zhang can't listen to? Yu Xian asked curiously as he watched Zhang Shou closing the door. Jin Sheng showed envy and said, I don't know if you are lucky. The headquarters actually agreed to your request. As he spoke, he walked to the table and picked up the alloy briefcase on the table. After entering a series of passwords and then verifying his identity, the suitcase slowly opened and the temperature of the entire room dropped instantly. Yu Xian looked inside the suitcase and saw a pen syringe. This is the Pango blood you applied for. After comprehensive consideration, Shilin headquarters decided to approve your application. Now you will inject it in front of me. This is a top treasure that even the ancestor of the blood clan cannot get. Jin Sheng introduced. He was truly envious. For a drop of Pango's blood, he had not only spent all his savings but also incurred a huge debt. But Yu Xian had it without even having to go into debt. Captain, can't I suck it out with my teeth? Yu Xian asked guiltily as he looked at the Pango blood in the pen-type syringe. In fact, he was just curious about what Pango's blood tasted like and had no intention of injecting Pango's blood. Jin Sheng looked at Yu Xian's greedy look and felt his temples throbbing. He pinched his nose and said unhappily, Do you know that injecting Pango's blood will most likely strengthen your bloodline ability and even reduce your weaknesses? If Yu Xian injects Pango's blood into his body, he will most likely transform from an ordinary vampire into a super vampire, possessing more abilities that vampires do not have. And now Yu Xian is also afraid of garlic, the cross, and the energy of sacred attributes. After injecting Pango's blood, it is very likely that one or two weaknesses will be reduced. At that time, except for relying on the strong to bully the weak and defeating him with absolute violence, it will be difficult to cause harm to him by using tricks. But I still want to try what it tastes like. After all, I'm a vampire. Yu Xian did not change his mind after hearing Jin Sheng's words. His talents awakened so quickly, and there was no telling when he would awaken strange talents like Garlic Blood, Cross Eater, and Holy Energy Absorber, so he didn't care about these few weaknesses at all. He also knew very well that if his application was successful this time, it would be difficult for him to apply again in the future. From Jin Sheng's current situation, it can be seen that it is extremely difficult to apply through merit. So the opportunity is rare and he must try it to see what the difference is between Pango's blood and ordinary blood. Seeing that Yu Xian was unwavering, Jin Sheng closed his eyes with a headache. After a while, he sighed and said, Well, after all, Pango's blood is a reward from the headquarters. How you want to use it is up to you. As long as you don't leave this room, you can do whatever you want with it. Thank you, Captain. Yu Xian said excitedly. Seeing Yu Xian pick up the pen syringe, Jin Sheng hesitated for a moment and said, Since you have made up your mind, don't regret it. Yes, I will never regret it. Yu Xian nodded. Then, he placed the pen syringe against his fangs and pushed it slightly, causing blood to gush out. He immediately and instinctively sucked the blood out. After Pango's blood was absorbed by him, he began to be drunk on blood, and his heart, which had originally stopped beating, began to beat violently. 034 hearts. Yu Xian felt as if he was in chaos. He waved his hands and feet to try to disperse the chaos in front of him, but no matter how he waved, it was useless. When he swept away one piece of chaos, another chaos would appear, endlessly and infinitely. So he danced around angrily, wishing he had an axe in his hand so he could chop everything in half with one blow. In fact, vampires have another super rare talent, which is to read the target's memory by sucking the target's blood. Except for the ancestor, only 2 vampires in the entire blood clan have this talent. This is an ability that cannot be awakened by just waiting for time. The moment you become a vampire, you have it or you don't. You can't awaken it later. Yuxian and Nora's blood-drunk cousin actually possess an incomplete version of this talent, so they will become blood-drunk after sucking blood. They can vaguely feel some information in the blood while dizzy, but they will forget everything when they wake up. But after Yuxian absorbed Pangu's blood, this incomplete talent was violently supplemented. At the same time, he also received a large amount of information from Pangu's blood. His body, which was completely different from that of ordinary vampires, was rushing in an even more abnormal direction. In the room, Yuxian stood there, swaying from side to side. Suddenly, a blood-red bubble appeared in his head. The bubble separated from his body and floated in the air. Then bubbles appeared one after another, all surrounding Yuxian. Jin Sheng saw the scene and retreated cautiously. He knew that Yuxian would be drunk on blood, but the last time Yuxian fell asleep directly after being drunk on blood. He thought it would be the same this time, but it seemed something went wrong. At this moment, Yuxian suddenly waved his hands in disorder, as if trying to drive something away. A strange scene appeared. All kinds of strange images appeared in the bubbles around him. As Yuxian waved his hands, these bubbles gradually changed from pure blood color to colorful ones. Especially the new bubbles that emerged from Yuxian's body, they were even more colorful, completely losing the gloomy and evil feeling of blood energy. Suddenly, Yuxian leaned back and fell into a bubble, or he fell into a deep sleep. The bubble not only did not let him fall to the ground, but it also floated in the air, with countless bubbles around it spinning around it. Jin Sheng looked at the scene in front of him and was completely speechless. No matter how you look at it, Yuxian doesn't look like a normal vampire, especially now he has an indescribable sense of sacredness. He waited for a long time, and seeing that Yuxian showed no sign of waking up, he slowly walked forward, and gently stroked one of the bubbles with his hand covered in golden light. The bubble felt very strange. He had thought it would feel like glass, plastic, or gemstone, but in reality, it felt more like the energy used to isolate space after the formation barrier was activated. He then began to increase his strength, but the bubble did not deform at all. He increased his strength little by little, slowly adjusting upwards from the insect level. It was not until the sparrow level that the bubble began to ripple slightly, and it was not until the snake level that the bubble began to deform. Jin Sheng's expression became serious, and his strength gradually increased to eagle level. The bubble began to vibrate violently. It was estimated that if he added a little more strength, the bubble would burst. He withdrew his hand and did not continue the test. This ability has great potential. If Yuxian continues to grow stronger, this ability may become an extremely powerful group defensive ability. Jin Sheng was very curious about what was going on with Yuxian now. If he was really drunk, then what did he see in his drunken dream that led to such a bizarre ability? Forget it, let him sleep. Jin Sheng didn't think any further, finally shook his head, turned and left the room. Outside the door, Zhang Shou was guarding it. When he saw Jin Sheng open the door, he quickly made way, secretly looking into the house with his little eyes. Go in, but Xian Yu is asleep, don't disturb him. Jin Sheng said. Zhang Shou nodded and walked into the house. When he saw Yuxian surrounded by colorful bubbles and himself sleeping in a bubble, he inexplicably thought of a question: are these bubbles breathable? If there is no airflow, won't Yuxian suffocate? Have a good night's sleep. When Yuxian woke up, he felt refreshed all over, and at the same time, he had an indescribable wonderful feeling. When he sat up, he realized that he was inside a colorful bubble, and this bubble gave him a very familiar feeling, a bit like the feeling when he controlled blood energy. Higher. Yuxian's heart moved, and the bubbles really began to rise. Then he controlled the bubble to sometimes go up and sometimes go down, and finally it just floated around the room. After becoming thoroughly familiar with the bubble, he controlled it to land on the ground and walked out of it. He controlled all the bubbles to be retracted into his body, then raised his right hand, and a flash of golden energy immediately appeared on the tip of his index finger. This energy obeyed his wishes and quickly generated a large number of tiny bubbles, which floated away in an instant and rotated in the air according to his thoughts. The blood energy has mutated. This energy seems to have gained a spatial attribute. Yuxian often reads various information in the Qilin app. Now he is no longer a newbie who knows nothing about the extraordinary world. Jin Sheng still needs to touch the bubble to determine its characteristics, but as the owner of the bubble, he can directly perceive everything about the bubble. These bubbles float in the air not by buoyancy, but by spatial coordinates. Simply put, it is fixed at a certain spatial coordinate. As long as Yuxian does not move it and no one actively uses brute force to destroy it, it will remain fixed at that coordinate forever. Yuxian's face looked a little strange when he thought of his dream last night. Could it be that he wanted to create the world in his dream, but he didn't have enough strength, so he produced so many semi-finished products? Strictly speaking, these bubbles are indeed an independent space, which means that each bubble can be considered a world if rounded up. To round it off, Yuxian succeeded in creating the world. All right. Although this is far from the real creation of the world, it is more than 1 billion miles away. After studying the blood energy mutation, Yuxian pressed his right hand on his heart. His heart was beating, although it was much slower than that of a normal person, about 30 times a minute, but it was indeed beating. So the question is, what about talent? He carefully felt the changes in his body, and found that apart from his body becoming stronger, no new talents or abilities appeared. It was not until he realized through the silver blood that he found an extra heart inside his heart. I have 2 hearts? When Yuxian felt the heart inside his heart, he was stunned. He carefully felt the heart inside his heart and finally figured out the function of the second heart. A smile gradually appeared on his face. This time, he made a lot of money by taking Pangu's blood. 035 Pangu's immortal power. These 2 hearts, one is the heart of a vampire and the other is the heart of Pangu. They have the vampire's talent skill tree and Pangu's talent skill tree respectively. When a heart stops beating, it means that the nutrients absorbed by Yuxian will be stored in that heart. For example, now, Yuxian's vampire heart is beating, but Pangu's heart is not beating, so the energy accumulated by Yuxian will be stored in Pangu's heart. When there is enough energy, the heart will beat. However, unlike a vampire who awakens a talent after jumping 10 times, Pangu's heart needs to jump 36 times to activate an ability belonging to Pangu. Yuxian can now freely choose which heart beats and which heart does not beat. Moreover, before, he could only judge when his talent would awaken by the number of heartbeats, but now he can judge when his talent will awaken by sensing the energy stored in his heart. For example, Pangu's heart currently stores energy equivalent to about 34 heartbeats. It is estimated that this is the remaining energy after he took Pangu's blood to transform his body, so if Pangu's heart beats twice more, it should be able to awaken a Pangu skill. I wonder what other abilities Pangu has. Yuxian sat on a bubble and took out his mobile phone to check if there was any record in the Qilin app. Qilin has been studying Pangu for a long time. Many of Pangu's abilities have actually appeared in people who have taken Pangu's blood, so they have all been recorded. Originally, Yuxian's authority was not enough to view this information. But his account now has a first-class merit medal mark, and a lot of information has been released to him, so after he clicked to apply, he got this information in a moment. He clicked on the information and read it carefully. Pangu's ability is called supernatural power because this ability is an innate power for Pangu, and Pangu does not need any additional conditions to use it. However, these abilities are too powerful for ordinary people, and most of them consume a lot of energy, so they need to be used with caution. The following are the magical powers obtained by all those who take Pangu's blood. Pangu's great power, those who obtain this power, even at the bird level, can possess a force of 100 tons, becoming indestructible and able to defeat 10 enemies with one blow. This is the greatest of all Pangu's powers. Pangu's sky-splitting divine power, those who obtain this divine power, even at the sparrow level, can tear through space, forming a spatial blade to attack the enemy. However, this ability consumes a lot of energy for ordinary people, and is a high-cost, high-attack ability. Pangu transformation divine ability, those who obtain this divine ability, at the sparrow level, can transform different creatures into other forms, such as turning humans into sheep, dogs into humans, animals into plants, and fungi into animals. The most terrifying thing is that the effects of this ability are permanent. Pangu's immortality power, those who possess this power will have an unimaginably strong vitality. At the sparrow level, they can survive with only their head remaining. Even if half of their brain is cut off, they will only suffer temporary amnesia. In the later stages, they are almost impossible to kill. Regeneration through a drop of blood or regeneration through exhalation is just routine. Pangu's sun pupil divine power, those who obtain this divine power can transform their eyes into the sun, emitting the light of the sun containing the true fire of the sun. Pangu's spirit pearl divine power, those who obtain this divine power can condense a spirit pearl with spatial properties in their dantian. At the sparrow level, they can possess 50,000 cubic meters of space. Pangu has many abilities, almost all-encompassing. Yuxian suddenly felt that the vampire's talent was not so attractive, mainly because Pangu's talents and abilities were super strong, especially Pangu's immortality, which he really wanted. For someone like him who is extremely afraid of death, Pangu's immortal power is simply the ultimate ability he dreams of. Moreover, as a vampire, his self-healing ability is very strong. Coupled with Pangu's immortal magical power, it is simply double insurance. If he had this ability, he would dare to go to any dangerous place. In fact, human character is not important at all. Whether a person is reckless or cautious, the most important thing is ability, not character. It is ability, not character, that influences a person's behavior. It's like a person who has billions of assets. No matter how cautious he is, he will dare to spend money in high-end restaurants. But if he only has a few cents in his pocket, no matter how reckless he is, he will not go to a high-end place to eat. Similarly, when he has the ability, a coward like Uwei has the courage to recklessly fight to the death, but when he doesn't have the ability, a dog is enough to scare him away. Uwei put away his phone. He had already decided that during this period of time, he would just fight for Pangu's heart. If he didn't draw Pangu's immortality power, he would not switch back to the vampire's skill tree. In fact, after learning about the abilities of the two hearts, he realized one thing: the bloodline abilities of vampires are not infinite, but limited. The two abilities he had awakened before also happened to confirm this point. The first ability is Silver Blood. Jin Sheng told him that Nora's father had the same ability, so this ability is obviously on the vampire's skill tree. The second ability, Blood Energy, is also an ability on the vampire skill tree. Therefore, apart from the Light Eater, the abilities he awakened are actually abilities that vampires may awaken, rather than abilities unique to him. As for the Light Eater, it is probably related to Nora's mutation. After all, Nora is the first mixed blood vampire who was not afraid of sunlight, and he is also Nora's first wild vampire who was transformed not through the first embrace but through blood injection. If Nora is a mutant hybrid vampire, then he is a mutant among mutants, a special vampire among specials. It is normal for his innate abilities to mutate. After checking his condition, he stood up and left the room. When he came out of the room, it was still daylight. Unexpectedly, there was a soldier standing guard outside his door. Upon seeing him come out, the soldier immediately saluted and said, "Sir, Colonel Jean asked me to tell you that the operation has begun. You wake up and join the operation immediately. Enter the secret order and receive it from the action team. That's all." "Okay, thank you." Uwei quickly returned the gift and expressed his gratitude. Then he turned on his phone, entered the evil killing team, and received the secret order to enter the blockade area. He took out a Bluetooth headset from his trouser pocket, put it on, and clicked to enter the group's voice channel. "Captain, codenamed Xianyu, applies to rejoin the team," Uwei said. Jin Sheng said, "Well, now that you're awake, I agree that you can rejoin the team. Now head to the location I marked for you as soon as possible. You'll be responsible for that area, and I'll send Bluebird for support." "Yes, sir." Uwei didn't say anything nonsense. Then, under the soldier's astonished gaze, he created a bubble, entered the bubble himself, and then controlled the bubble to fly quickly into the air. The password has taken effect on the phone. His mobile phone will be automatically identified and located by satellite, ensuring that he will not be shot down by his own missiles when he flies into the blockade area. 036 Bluebird. Although Uwei and Zhang Shou have a good relationship, their abilities are not complementary at all. Zhang Shou possesses extremely powerful healing abilities, but the skills he releases are harmful to Uwei. At the same time, Uwei himself possesses extremely strong self-healing abilities, and most injuries can be recovered in a short period of time, so he does not need a doctor at all. Therefore, Jin Sheng did not arrange the two of them to act together in this operation. Uwei was floating in a bubble, and from time to time he would grab the mobile phone floating beside him to check the location. In the map software of the action team, there was the location of his own location and the location of the destination he needed to go to. It is worth mentioning that the bubble he created is not affected by gravity. The inside of the bubble is actually a weightless space. Being inside the bubble is equivalent to being in space, so he and the mobile phone are floating inside the bubble. After flying out of the military camp, he quickly entered the mountains. What a nice view! The sun rises in the east, and Uwei floats in a bubble, gazing into the horizon. The sky and the earth are vast, and the dim sky and the earth meet in the distance to form an uneven black line. The sunlight gradually dispelled the last ray of darkness, the sky was as blue as a mirror, a few white clouds floated slowly by, and the mountains were rolling, layer upon layer, with bumps and depressions, showing the beauty of nature's uncanny workmanship. Uwei closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if the whole world was integrated into his breathing. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented tranquility and freedom, as if his soul, which had been trapped in his body for 17 years, was finally released into this boundless universe. He has lived in Silver City since he was a child, and this is his first time leaving Silver City. An indescribable feeling of emotion welled up in his heart, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. For some reason, he thought of the second half of the song of climbing the towering Yuzhou. Although it was not appropriate to the scene or the mood, he could understand the author's mood at that time. Thinking of the vastness of the universe, I was alone and shed tears. Chen Xiang cried because he felt sad, but Yu Xian cried because he was moved by the vastness of the universe. Dad, I'm very happy now. You didn't drag me down. Thank you. Thank you for giving birth to me and raising me. Yu Xian thought for a moment, landed on the bubble, stood up straight, and shouted loudly into the distance. Then he wiped his eyes, a smile appeared on his face, and he felt his whole body become relaxed. The world is so big, one day he will go to a farther and wider sky and take in all the beautiful scenery with his eyes. Suddenly, a small bluebird landed above the bubble. She spoke in a woman's voice and asked awkwardly, I'm Bluebird. Am I here at the wrong time? No, you came just in time. Yu Xian admitted that he was a bit literary just now, but he didn't care that his teammates saw what happened. On the contrary, he now feels that it is nice to have someone by his side. At least he is very happy now, and he is willing to share his happiness with the people around him. The bubble quickly fell to the ground. Yu Xian came out of the bubble, turned around and looked at Qingyao, and introduced himself. Hello, I am Xianyu, a vampire. Thank you for your guidance. Hello, I am Bluebird, a person with superpowers. Please give me your guidance. Bluebird spread its wings and landed on the ground, then quickly transformed into a woman in green military uniform. The two first confirmed each other's identities using their mobile phones, then shook hands and continued walking forward. This place is not far from the coordinates given by Jin Shang. My ability is to transform into a bluebird. My speed can reach 10 times the speed of sound, which is about the same as the speed of a cruise missile. And when in bluebird form, my defense will be greatly improved. You should be able to imagine how I fight. Bluebird introduced himself. Yu Xian nodded, and the image of the bluebird constantly piercing the enemy like a bullet naturally emerged in his mind. He then spoke, I should be at the upper sparrow level or lower snake level at the moment. My current strength is about 10 tons, and my self-healing ability is very strong. Most injuries can be healed within a few minutes. Alternatively, I can create a thin silver thread. It can be used to cut targets or woven into armor to protect oneself. There is also the mutated blood energy, which can create bubbles with spatial properties. The bluebird, who had originally looked indifferent, felt something was wrong the more he listened, and finally looked at him in disbelief. Xianyu, are you kidding? Qingyao couldn't help but interrupt Yu Xian and asked. Yu Xian looked at Qingyao seriously and asked, we are on a mission. Do you think I would joke with you? Okay, go on. Bluebird thought for a moment and nodded. However, after hearing all of Yu Xian's abilities, she had only one thought, where did this monster come from? Within Qilin, there were only a few peers whom she admired in the past, and most of the team members younger than her still needed her care. This time, Jin Sheng arranged her to be Yu Xian's teammate. In fact, she had already prepared herself mentally to be a babysitter, but she found that Yu Xian seemed to be a bit too strong, and it seemed that she was the one who had to be taken care of. The two quickly arrived at the coordinates specified by Jin Sheng. After confirming that they had arrived at the target location, they immediately reported to Jin Sheng. Okay, you just stay there and wait. Jin Sheng replied. So, the two of them stood at the foot of a mountain in a daze. After a while, Yu Xian simply created a bubble and sat on it. Bluebird, do you need it? Yu Xian asked. Bluebird shook his head, took out a chair from the storage ring, sat on the chair, and took out a table by the way. Then she took out the tea set and started to make tea. Yu Xian was stunned. Haven't you read the battle plan? Qingyao couldn't help but ask when he saw Yu Xian's eyes wide open. Yu Xian shook his head, and belatedly took out his mobile phone, entered the evil killing team, clicked on the battle plan, and browsed through it carefully. This battle plan can be said to be simple and crude. The first step is to block off the entire area and have all personnel arrive at designated locations and be on standby. At 12 o'clock, General Zhaoyi will launch a devastating attack on the center of the entire area, killing all higher-level extraordinary creatures, and the remaining minions will be blocked by various groups. Finally, there is a blockade managed by the soldiers of each barracks, and no insect is allowed to escape from this area. Do you feel that the battle plan is a bit too simple? Bluebird asked with a smile. Yuxian shook his head and said, "No, the simpler the plan, the more effective it is. As long as General Zhao Yi is strong enough, this plan is actually the most suitable one." "Not bad, you're quite clever, seeing the main point right away." Bluebird took a sip of tea and continued. Yuxian looked up at the rising sun. It was only a little after 6 o'clock. Were they supposed to wait until 12 o'clock? What if Jotai noticed their actions and started a fight to the death? If you have any questions, you should naturally ask your seniors. Yuxian expressed his confusion, and Qingniao smiled and said, "So aren't we already waiting here? Being on standby does not mean being in a daze. If there really are alien insects that start running away now, it means that their action this time is correct." 037 Forever 17. 7 o'clock. The sun was already quite warm. Yuxian had nothing to do, so he started practicing his new abilities. He turned sideways to the blue bird, his eyes fixed on a tree not far ahead. Then a bubble appeared at his fingertips. He controlled the bubble to shoot towards the tree, instantly penetrating it. Then he moved his mind, and the bubble made a circle, making a smooth hole in a rock. The bubble is not affected by gravity and has no kinetic energy. Its speed depends entirely on how fast Yuxian's thoughts are, and its attack power depends on how much force it can withstand. Yuxian controlled the bubble, making it faster and faster. After reaching an unknown number of times the speed of sound, the bubble suddenly burst and disappeared. The energy membrane that makes up the bubble can no longer withstand greater wind resistance, so the bubble bursts? Yuxian said thoughtfully. It's not that the bubble can't go faster, but that the energy membrane can't withstand the wind resistance. If the energy membrane has infinite hardness, Yuxian can make it move at sublight speed or even at the speed of light. Then Yuxian created 2 more bubbles. The hardness of these 2 bubbles was weakened, but the elasticity was increased. He pressed the surface of the bubble, and the bubble did become more elastic, but because he was not manipulating it, the 2 bubbles were fixed at the coordinate position, so the elastic force was very concentrated. To put it simply, it is very elastic and may have unexpected effects at certain times. What if we increase the viscosity? Yuxian then had another sudden idea. Although the blood energy had mutated, the effects he had developed had not disappeared, but had even been enhanced. He created a bubble with extremely strong stickiness, pressed his finger on the surface of the bubble, and sure enough, his finger was immediately stuck. Then he tried hard to pull out his finger, but he couldn't break free even with all his strength. Unless he was willing to cut off his finger, his whole body would be stuck to the bubble. In fact, the way to break the deadlock is very simple, that is to have enough power to destroy the bubbles, and you can move by directly breaking the bubbles. The problem is that there shouldn't be many people who have this ability. After all, one has to be at least eagle level or above to break it. If Yuxian prepares a few more bubbles and blocks some people's force points, he can even control some strong people above eagle level. At this time, a bird landed on a tree not far away, its eyes fixed on the 2 of them. Yuxian thought about it, and a bubble instantly circled around and stuck to the bird's back, then flew back to his hand with the bird. He looked at the struggling bird and asked, "Bluebird, if the alien bugs have already taken up residence in the bird, is there any point in us doing this?" Trust the headquarters. The think tank must have considered all possible situations. Since they made this decision, there must be a reason for it. Bluebird said easily. Yuxian controlled the bubble to fly away and nodded, "Yes, I understand. It's just that this is my first time participating in such a large-scale operation, and I was a little too nervous." He then continued to exercise his abilities, such as making the bubbles spin or trying to modify their shape. The sun gradually moved towards the center of the sky, and the temperature of the sunlight became higher and higher. Qingniao simply took out a parasol and opened it, watching Yuxian exercise his abilities under the sun. "Xianyu, are you really a vampire?" Qingniao couldn't help asking as he looked at Yuxian, who was full of energy in the sun. Yuxian nodded and said, "Of course." "Do you suck blood?" asked the blue bird. Yuxian nodded and said, "Of course I suck blood. I sucked blood yesterday. Panga's blood is still blood." Since he had sucked it, he would not deny it, even though the feeling of sucking Panga's blood was not pleasant at all. Panga's memories were too painful. He even wondered if Pangu was still endlessly repeating the dream of creating the world in chaos. That's right. Yuxian suddenly remembered that he still had a lot of silver in his storage ring. So he took out a piece of silver, opened his mouth and sucked the silver into his body as if he was sucking soy milk. Qingniao always felt a sense of unreality when watching Yuxian's actions. What kind of crappy vampire is this? He basks in the sun and eats silver. The picture is too incongruous. By the way, how old are you? Qing Niao looked at Yu Xian and said with an idea. Yu Xian replied, 17 years old, how about you? I'm 24 years old. By the way, it seems that the body of a vampire who was being embraced for the first time will be frozen at the moment of the first embrace. Doesn't that mean you will always be 17 years old? Bluebird suddenly asked after answering. In fact, the bodies of newly embraced and wild vampires will be frozen at the age they were transformed. Yu Xian nodded and smiled, that's true. So no matter how many years pass, no matter who asks me, I will always be 17 years old. Qing Niao immediately showed a doubtful expression. Was Yu Xian's answer just now true or false? At this moment, Yu Xian was suddenly stunned and thought of a very important question. He looked at Bluebird and asked, Bluebird, it seems like vampires born alive will grow up, right? Indeed, although vampires have a low reproductive capacity, there are still some born vampires. They are babies when they are born, but they can't be babies forever. It seems that they will stop growing when they reach a certain age. Bluebird nodded. After listening to this, Yu Xian naturally imagined himself as he is now, while Nora has become a tall and mature older sister. The two of them standing together look like siblings, or even mother and son. I wonder what Nora will look like when she grows up. Will you stay like you are now? While he was daydreaming, the Pango heart in his body beat. He dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind, covered his chest with his hands, and thought expectantly, tomorrow I should be able to awaken the first Pango's magical power. The best thing is to hit the target with one shot and directly draw Pango's immortal magic. Of course, if he couldn't hit the target with one shot, he could accept Pango's great power. All right. If it weren't for Pango's great power, he would actually think that Pango's ability to split the sky was pretty good. As he imagined the future, in a cave deep in the mountains, Jotai's several personalities, controlling different bodies, were sitting together, discussing something with very serious expressions. It seems we are surrounded. Jotai number 2 said. Number 3 Jotai said seriously for the first time, this is indeed troublesome. The other party may have guessed our weakness. Then kill them all, kill them all. Number 5 Jotai stood up excitedly and said murderously. Number 2 Jotai frowned and said, the most urgent thing is to find a way to send the main body out. As long as the main body survives, we will not die. Although the boss was replaced by the alien worm, their existence is due to the boss's illness, so they actually have a root, which is the alien worm version of the boss. Once this alien worm is killed, they will all die. Of course, they would not tell Chen Xing about such a big weakness, and they had never spoken about it in the past. Jotai and the others couldn't understand how humans knew this. 038 Ancient Sages Meeting. Ding dong. Suddenly, a golden metal bead fell out of thin air in the cave. Jotai number 2 immediately stood up and took a defensive posture. The other Jotai stood in front of Jotai number 2 because the body Jotai number 2 was using was the original body. The metal beads rolled on the ground, and suddenly many golden lines appeared on the surface. Then the beads opened layer by layer along the golden lines, and actually formed a golden lotus. Countless golden threads spread from the lotus, dividing the entire cave into countless small grids. Good morning, everyone. At this time, a blonde foreign youth appeared behind Jotai number 2, put his hand on Jotai number 2's shoulder, and spoke. Number 2, Jotai, calmed down and said, you're not an official, are you? If you think we can be of use, please tell us directly. We will definitely cooperate. I like talking to smart people. Abe Haruaki's Golden Lotus barrier can only last for 5 minutes, so I'll make it short. I'm Plato, the 12th seat of the ancient sages. Our goal is to become true gods, not false gods in name only. So, are you interested in joining us? Asked the blonde man. Number 2 Jotai smiled and said, of course I'm interested. Life and death are not difficult to decide. Very good, then come with me. Plato said with a smile. Seeing that both sides had reached a consensus, number 3, Jotai, became lively again and said with a smile, wait, number 2 can go with you, but the rest of us have to stay. This game hasn't even started yet. I see. Then I'll give you a little help. It just so happens that China's Panga, Niwa, the river map in Luoshu, and the Xiantian Bagua are all targets of our ancient sages society. If we can cause them a little trouble, that would be not bad. Plato looked at Jotai number 3 and slowly took out a golden cup from the void. He gently shook the cup, and the bloody red blood in the cup emitted a faint red glow. He introduced, this is the blood of the death curse. If the user drinks it willingly, they will gain extremely terrifying demonic power, but their lifespan will be shortened to only 1 day. The good news is, it only affects the body and will not cause any harm to the soul or consciousness. I wonder if it is suitable for you. Number 3 Jotai looked at the blood in the cup and said with an excited smile, I can only say, this stuff is amazing, I love it. That's good. It's almost time. Let's drink. Plato looked at the remaining Jotais and said with a smile. With so many test subjects willing to drink the blood of the death curse, he was very curious about what kind of surprise he would get next. It was totally worth taking the risk to stay a little longer. Jotai number 3 took the cup, took a big sip, and then handed the cup to Jotai number 4. In a blink of an eye, except for Jotai number 2 who was using his real body, the other Jotai personalities all drank the blood of the death curse. The reason they believed in Plato was that they knew very well that if Plato could find them, it would not be difficult for him to kill them all. Besides, if Plato doesn't take action, they will be in great danger, so there is no need to create unnecessary trouble. Snap. The body that number 3 Jotai is using is formed by a strange worm parasitizing a middle-aged driver. At this time, the strange worm tears the man's skin, and dense tentacles entangle with each other, forming a vague human shape. A large amount of red light glowed among the tentacles, and then all its tentacles merged into one. A pair of huge demon horns grew from its head, and dense chitinous scales covered its entire body, turning it into a burly demon warrior. This feels great. My strength, speed, and it's unbelievable. It turns out this world has this kind of layering. Jotai number 3 opened his eyes that were emitting red light, observed everything in the cave, and said excitedly. His eyes are just red and have no pupils, but he can see a more layered world and see many images that ordinary people cannot understand. It seems that you have acquired good abilities. Plato smiled. Number 3 Jotai looked at Plato. In his sight, behind Plato, there seemed to be an illusory hell, where countless wronged souls struggled and wailed. He opened his mouth, revealing densely packed sharp teeth, and smiled. It's indeed a good ability, but unfortunately, it only lasts for 1 day. I will continue to improve the blood of the deadly curse. It may take more than 1 day in the future. Stay tuned, Plato said with a smile. At this time, several other Jotais also completed their transformation. Each of them had different forms, some were strong, some were weak, but all of them possessed some special abilities. It's almost time. Let's go with a drop of blood. Plato glanced at his watch, turned around, picked up the metal lotus on the ground, and said to Jotai number 2. Jotai number 2 nodded, glanced at the other Jotais, and then walked towards Plato. After dripping blood, Plato placed the lotus on the ground and said to the others, this lotus will replace him and be locked in the official Chinese river map in Luoshu. If you don't want to die so quickly, stay away from it. Then Plato took the arm of Jotai number 2 and led him into the void. From the perspective of Jotai number 2, he only felt as if he had passed through a thin film and came to a world full of birdsong and flowers. The sky was sunny and there was a beautiful sea of flowers all around. There were also many elves flying in the air and playing happily. Mr. Plato, are all the members of the Ancient Sages Society as powerful as you? Asked Jotai number 2. Plato smiled and said, of course there are strong and weak ones, but there are only 15 who are stronger than me. The rest may be close to me, or they may not be as strong as me. What does the ancient sage like about us? Jotai number 2 continued to ask. Plato replied, actually, you caught the attention of our ancient sages the moment you first appeared, but at the time you weren't worthy enough to be invited. As the ancient Eastern nation said, blessings and disasters go hand in hand. The Silver General Arena was a fantastic show, and it also allowed us to see your potential, so I'm here. I see. Number 2 Jotai understood that the Ancient Sages Society was impressed by their ability to deeply activate the extraordinary bloodlines in extraordinary creatures. This is indeed a very powerful ability. Once they activate the bloodlines in those extraordinary creatures, the other party can collect blood and mass produce more monsters of the same level. However, Jotai number 2 is not afraid of being used. He is more afraid that they are of no use, which would be the worst situation. If they are useful, they are our own people. No use value? Then they are most likely the guinea pigs on the experimental bench. On the other side, Jotai number 3 in the cave watched Plato and Jotai number 2 walking away in hell. There were mountains of swords and seas of fire all around them, and all kinds of disgusting and horrible corpses were crawling everywhere. There was even a woman who wanted to grab Jotai number 2's feet, but her arm was cut off by a knife. She could only roll and scream. Plato, is that your ideal country? Interesting, so fun, ha 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 ha. Jotai number 3 watched Plato and Jotai number 2 disappear from his sight, thinking silently in his heart, and then he let out a series of rough laughs. This world is really fun, and he has not had enough fun yet. 039 A shooting star. 1150. Yu Xian and Qingniao sat together in the bubble, looking at the green mountains ahead in the distance. There are still 10 minutes before the action begins. Both of them are ready to fight. Now it depends on how General Zhao Yi will open the situation. Bluebird, what are General Zhao's abilities? Yu Xian asked curiously. Bluebird shook his head and said, I don't know. The abilities of those above the dragon level are confidential. Even if I knew, I couldn't tell anyone. Then she remembered something funny and couldn't help laughing. She gazed into the distance and said, It said that long ago, the powerful warriors of the island nation loved to show off their abilities during battle, even going so far as to explain the principles behind their abilities to their opponents. As a result, they were targeted by various countries for research, and a large number of extraordinary warriors died. Only then did they learn their lesson and dare not easily reveal their intelligence. Yu Xian looked strange after hearing this, and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. This is indeed a bit funny. As the two chatted and laughed, time finally came to 12 o'clock. Suddenly, both of them discovered that there was an extra person in the sky. The other person was standing at a higher altitude. His body was not very big, but he exuded an indescribable aura. It's finally started. Bluebird muttered to himself as he looked at the tall figure. Yu Xian looked up and asked, Is he General Zhao? Well, watch carefully, the next scene is rare. Bluebird nodded and then said seriously. In the distant sky, Zhao Yi stood on an atom, quietly looking at the mountains below. His ability was very special, called reference between the micro and macro. Just as he can step on an atom, he can make something small have the qualities of a large thing, and something large have the qualities of a small thing. Essentially, it cannot make objects larger or smaller, but it can actually give objects the properties of being relatively large or relatively small. A shooting star. He flicked it lightly, and a speck of dust in the air fell to the ground. The moment the dust settled, the whole world seemed to lose its sound, the earth collapsed layer by layer, and then a terrifying white light flashed, and a shockwave erupted. The scene looks like a huge meteorite hitting the earth. The surrounding mountains were reduced to ashes, and countless creatures turned into green smoke in the light, leaving only dark shadows. The mushroom clouds slowly rose up. Not long after Yu Xian saw the light, he felt a gust of wind blowing, and slight ripples appeared on the energy membrane of the bubble. They were actually very far away, but they were able to see General Zhao Yi simply because both of them had extremely strong eyesight. After the first wave of impact ended, the second and third waves of impact came one after another. In just half an hour, the terrain within the entire blockade area changed fundamentally. Billowing black smoke rose into the sky, the earth was in a mess, the uneven ground was covered with boiling magma. There is no doubt that after the magma cools down and there is a downpour, a huge lake will be formed here. Although Yu Xian was mentally prepared, he was still stunned by the exaggerated scene before him. He didn't even see how Zhao Yi attacked, and had no idea what General Zhao Yi was capable of. Judging from the degree of the depression in the ground, something must have hit the ground, but he found nothing. What kind of ability is that? Yu Xian was very sure that there was no way to deal with this ability except relying on his defense to resist it, as he couldn't even detect the trajectory of the attack. In other words, facing a strong man like Zhao Yi, he has absolutely no chance of winning. Is this the dragon level? Yu Xian looked at the scene in front of him and muttered to himself. The bluebird next to him came to his senses and said, No, General Zhao Yi didn't use his full strength. After all, this is our home, and he couldn't bear to cause too much damage. How do you know? Yu Xian asked curiously. Bluebird smiled and said, Confidentiality. Okay, it's time for us to get started. Below, many wild animals were fleeing frantically. They were not within Zhao Yi's attack range, so they survived. However, after being frightened, they began to flee instinctively. Unfortunately, this operation cannot leave any survivors, so they are destined to have no way to survive. Let me do it. I just have a little idea. Yu Xian said to Qingniao as he looked at the wild animals running towards them over the hill. He stretched his hand out of the bubble, and then many tiny bubbles kept emerging from his fingertips. These bubbles were colorful and very beautiful. Under the sunlight, they looked like a dream. After creating a large number of bubbles, he controlled all the bubbles to move quickly towards the ground. On the ground, wild boars, leopards, wolves, snakes, tigers, squirrels, deer, pheasants, bison, mice, all kinds of animals were running away frantically, and predators and prey even fled side by side. Suddenly, a large number of bubbles fell from the sky and stopped in front of the animals. Many animals fell to the ground before they even realized what was happening, and were then trampled to death by other animals. Uwei fixed most of the bubbles on the paths that animals must take to escape. The principle is the same as if a motorcyclist drives too fast and encounters a wire rope and his neck is cut. The animals that fell down actually bumped into the bubbles themselves. Because the bubble is fixed at that spatial coordinate, as long as the energy membrane of the bubble is not strong enough, it is certain to die if you hit it. However, there were some smaller animals that did not collide with these bubbles, so Uwei controlled a bubble to continuously shuttle through these animals. Rats, snakes, and squirrels all fell down, with small blood holes pierced through their bodies, as if they had been hit by bullets. Xianyu, your ability is too terrifying. Qingniao couldn't help but sigh as he watched hundreds of wild beasts below disappear in a few seconds. She simulated the scene of herself fighting with Uwei in her mind, and finally found out in despair that even if she used all her means, she would probably not be Uwei's opponent. These space bubbles are enough to make Uwei invincible when fighting with her. Of course, the main reason is that her attack is far from reaching the eagle level. If it reaches the eagle level, she might have a chance to fight Uwei. Below eagle level, unless one possesses top-level abilities like Pango's Hercules power, fighting with Uwei is tantamount to seeking death. After listening to Qingniao's words, Uwei looked at the huge pit in the distance and said modestly, "It's not bad. Compared with General Zhao Yi's ability, my ability is nothing." Qingniao rolled his eyes at Uwei. He didn't think Uwei was being humble, but just thought he was being Versailles. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted not far away, and both of them looked in the direction where the sound came from. There are teammates fighting. Qingniao's eyesight was better than Uwei's, and he immediately saw a burly, ferocious, red-skinned monster chasing and beating two team members. However, those two team members were not members of the Zhuxie team, but should be from other teams. 040 Untrue Reality. Before the two men could decide whether to go to support, the arm of one of the young men in the distance was cut off by the monster's sharp claws. "No, you stay here, I'll go support." When Qingniao saw this scene, her face changed slightly, and she immediately said to Uwei. The next second, she turned into a blue bird and flew out of the bubble. After number 5 Jotai took the blood of the death curse, the ability he gained was simple and brutal, that is, an extremely strong body, and his whole body was covered with bone blades suitable for killing. Is this all you have? You are so weak and overestimating your own abilities. Who gave you the courage to seek death? Number 5 Jotai caught up with a dodging young man, opened his huge mouth and roared, then tried to bite the man's head from top to bottom in one bite. Boom! But just as he opened his mouth to bite, the bluebird flew over quickly. She used her beak to hit number 5 Jotai's cheek hard, causing a terrifying explosion. Number 5 Jotai had a very strong defense. Ripples appeared on his cheeks, but his defense was not broken. He only paused for a moment, then a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He immediately grabbed the man's shoulders and threw him towards the bluebird. Bluebird originally wanted to punch through number 5 Jotai's head with one blow. However, she didn't expect that number 5 Jotai's head was so hard. When she couldn't penetrate it, she could only use the reaction force generated by the collision to turn back and prepare to launch another attack after making a circle. But one wrong move and the whole game is lost. Bluebird didn't expect that number 5 Jotai would react so quickly. She had just flown less than 5 meters when she was hit on the back by the man thrown by number 5 Jotai. The main reason is that her fastest speed is indeed 10 times the speed of sound, but after she attacked number 5 Jotai, her speed slowed down instantly, and she also needed to accelerate when turning back. Now that she was hit by the man, her body froze. All of you, die. Number 5 Jotai did not give Bluebird any chance to breathe. While Bluebird was slowing down, he kicked his legs and slashed at the two men with the sharp bone blade. It was obvious that he was planning to kill the man and the Bluebird together. It's over. Bluebird turned his head and looked at the bone blade coming towards him, and his heart sank suddenly. She didn't expect that although number 5 Jotai's behavior seemed crazy and reckless, he was actually very clever and could force her into a desperate situation with just one move. At the critical moment, two bubbles passed over number 5 Jotai and directly wrapped up the Bluebird and the man. Number 5 Jotai's bone blade slashed on the surface of the bubbles, and a large number of ripples appeared immediately. He wanted to continue attacking, but the two bubbles quickly took off into the air. Without the ability to fly, he could only watch the bubbles fly away. Saved. The blue bird turned back into human form, looked at number 5 Jotai below, and breathed a sigh of relief. Just for a moment, she really thought she was dead. Number 5 Jotai's strength was probably above the snake level, much stronger than her. Bluebird, are you alright? In the air, Yuxian floated over in a bubble and asked while looking at the bluebird in the bubble beside him. Bluebird shook his head and said, "It's okay, thank you, otherwise this time." "Okay, we are comrades in arms, there is no need to be polite. I will go and meet him next." Yuxian interrupted, then looked at number 5 Jotai. On the ground, number 5 Jotai roared and turned around to kill another team member, but found that the man whose arm he had cut off had also been rescued. "Aha, who is it, who is it? Come out!" He roared angrily, and then was hit by a sudden bubble, and the bubble pushed him into the rocky mountain. Yuxian fell from the sky, controlling the bubbles like a wrecking ball to demolish a house, and continuously smashed them on the body of number 5 Jotai. It must be said that number 5 Jotai's body was terribly hard. The rocky mountain was dented for several meters, but he was still not seriously injured. However, Yuxian then created another bubble and controlled the two bubbles to collide and turn in a V shape. Gradually, the bone blades on number 5 Jotai's body broke and his body began to deform severely. Even steel cannot withstand repeated beatings, let alone flesh and blood. A few minutes later, Jotai number 5 was no longer in human form. After making sure that number 5 Jotai was no longer able to resist, he stepped forward and asked, "Which number Jotai are you?" "Kill you, I will kill you." Number 5 Jotai muttered weakly. Yuxian nodded and said calmly, "I see, it turns out to be number 5 Jotai." After saying that, he imprisoned number 5 Jotai with bubbles and prepared to go back and ask the captain how to deal with this thing. Etc. Yuxian turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly realized something belatedly. Although Jotai number 5 is not too strong for him, in fact, for many people, it is already a monster level. In fact, the combat effectiveness of Jotai number 5 is even higher than that of the previous giant ape. If the other Jotais were still alive, it would be possible for them to break through successfully. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, he quickly took out his mobile phone to contact Jinsheng and conveyed the matter to him. Jinsheng then responded immediately and ordered Qingyao to patrol the surroundings. Once Jotai was found, he immediately notified everyone around and asked everyone to provide as much support as possible. Both Yuxian and Jinsheng mistakenly believed that Jotai's sudden strength was due to the changes that occurred after they mastered the ability to tap into the bloodlines of extraordinary creatures. While Jinsheng was adjusting his strategy, on a mountain in the marginal area, Jotai number 3 was squatting in the shadow of a huge rock, looking at Yuxian in the distance. Because of Plato's reminder, they of course stayed as far away from the metal lotus as possible. Therefore, Zhao Yi's attack actually only destroyed the metal lotus and a large number of alien insects that could not escape, and several Jotais all ran away. "Brother Yuxian, what kind of monster are you?" From the perspective of Jotai number 3, Yuxian was like a bloodthirsty beast, devouring everything madly. Originally, number 3 Jotai thought that Plato's truth was terrifying enough, but now seeing Yuxian's truth, he felt that Yuxian was even more terrifying. It was a beast whose shape was difficult to describe. Its body was made up of countless whirlpools, and it seemed that anything that approached would be sucked into it. What's even more terrifying is that it is eating all the time. Its body is like a bottomless pit, and there is no telling how much food it needs to eat to fill it up. However, it is more interesting to have a challenging opponent. Number 3 Jotai was eager to try. Even if he did nothing, this body would die in a day anyway, so he might as well have some fun and see how strong Yuxian had become. He quickly jumped down from the mountain, jumping from one mountain to another, approaching Yuxian at an extremely fast speed. After reporting the situation, Yuxian did not sit idle, but continued to kill more beasts. The place where they were on standby was actually one of the few ways for animals to go down the mountain. The rest of the places were either cliffs or thorny wastelands, and any animal that went in would die. "Little brother, I'm here to play with you again." Suddenly, a bison took off into the air in the distance and smashed directly towards Yuxian. At the same time, the voice of Jotai number 3 sounded. Yuxian was sitting in a bubble. When he saw the bison coming towards him, he immediately controlled the bubble to change its properties, from hard to elastic. At the same time, the bubble also expanded from a diameter of 2 meters to a diameter of 5 meters. The bison hit the bubble and was bounced back the next second. "Are you the Jotai from school before? Number 3? Yuxian looked at Jotai number 3 who caught the bison and quickly jumped out of the herd, and asked. Number 3, Jotai, opened his mouth and bit the struggling bison hard. He smiled with blood in his mouth and said, "It seems you have investigated it very clearly." "Yes, I am number 3. You can call me Xiao San. After he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a ball of bison flesh and blood that shot towards Yuxian like a cannonball. However, his attack was still easily blocked by the bubble, and even the flesh and blood bounced back. He could only slightly sideways to avoid it. Where are the remaining Jotais? Yuxian looked around and continued to ask. Number 3 Jotai's mood changes very quickly. At this time, he said unhappily, "Little brother, you are obviously playing with me now. Why are you always thinking about other people?" "Okay, then I'll deal with you first, and then find another Jotai," Yuxian said calmly. In an instant, dense bubbles gathered from all directions, and then shot towards Jotai number 3 like dense bullets. After his mutated blood gained the exclusive skill of bubbles, Yuxian's fighting style had changed from a melee fighter to a noble wizard. In many cases, he could easily defeat the enemy without even having to use his hands. Number 3 Jotai had very fast dynamic vision and reaction speed. He quickly retreated, created some distance, and then jumped left and right, constantly avoiding the attacking bubbles. These bubbles appear hollow, giving people a light and airy feeling, but their movement speed and attack power are unexpectedly strong. He avoided the bubbles' attack, and the surrounding grass, trees, and rocks suffered. The rocks were instantly shattered into pieces by the bubbles, and the flowers and plants looked like they had been gnawed by a large number of insects, with semicircular or circular notches all over the leaves. Compared to when he was in school, Yuxian is much stronger now. This speed of becoming stronger is amazing. 041, Devil's Eye. So strong. When number 3 Jotai was shocked at how fast Yuxian became stronger, Yuxian was also shocked at the growth rate of number 3 Jotai. If number 3 Jotai was still as strong as when they met in school, he would be fully capable of dealing with number 3 Jotai within a few seconds, but now no matter how he attacked, number 3 Jotai seemed to have foresight and easily avoided it. Compared to Jotai number 5, Jotai number 3 is obviously much more difficult to deal with. "Little brother, eat my tree." Number 3 Jotai jumped from the ground to a tree, and then from one tree to another. He suddenly turned around and kicked the tree trunk in half, then kicked the upper half of the tree towards Yuxian with his other foot. Good opportunity. Yuxian's eyes lit up. He let the big tree hit the bubble that was protecting him, and immediately controlled the bubble to hit Jotai number 3 who was in the air with nowhere to support himself. I play. Number 3 Jotai's eyes trembled, and he stepped on a bubble. With the help of the elasticity of the bubble, he quickly avoided the other bubbles, and his body passed through them in an instant and landed on a tree on the other side. He can see through the properties of bubbles. Yuxian frowned slightly. He didn't expect that his little trick would give number 3 Jotai an opportunity. In fact, the bubbles he created were not all hard bubbles. Among the large number of bubbles, there were sticky bubbles, elastic bubbles, and even corrosive bubbles. Originally, Yuxian wanted to use the special properties of these bubbles to give Jotai number 3 a little surprise, but Jotai number 3 saw through it. It can even accurately find the elastic bubbles among these bubbles and use them. So that's how I use my eyes. Number 3 Jotai stood on the tree branch, the corners of his mouth gradually curled up, and he was so happy that he almost lost himself. In his eyes, every bubble is different. Some bubbles emit a foul smell, some bubbles vibrate constantly, and some bubbles are sticky. He kicked the tree down just now not to attack Yuxian, but to quietly experiment with leaves and sawdust to figure out the effects of different bubbles. Smelly bubbles are corrosive, sticky bubbles are extremely sticky, and once you get stuck, you're done for, while vibrating bubbles are elastic. I see it all clearly. Devil's Eye. This is the demonic power he was given. This is an ability with strong malice that will distort the world in the user's eyes into an absurd appearance. But while distorting the world seen by the Devil's Eye will also reveal some real information that is invisible under normal circumstances. This is what is called the untruth. For example, the monster that Jotai number 3 saw in Yuxian was fake, but it was true that Yuxian was eating all the time. Plato's ideal country was like hell, which was fake, but it was true that the ideal country was born in a sea of corpses and blood. How to distinguish the true from the false depends entirely on the wisdom of the user of the Devil's Eye. Obviously, Jotai number 3 has now begun to adapt to the demon eye and find real and useful information from countless unreal images. I saw it all. Number 3 Jotai twisted his waist to avoid Bubbles' attack, and the corners of his mouth cracked, revealing a smile full of fangs. He suddenly spun his body and punched a bubble, then raised his legs to avoid the attack of many bubbles, and while leaning back, he kicked the bubble he had just punched. Spin, attack, dodge, spin again, and attack again. It was just a very slight movement, but it was able to effectively avoid Yu Xian's attack. Finally, in the intensive counterattack, one of Yu Xian's bubbles was burst by a punch from number 3 Jotai. The whole process is actually very fast, only 1 or 2 seconds. In Yu Xian's eyes, number 3 Jotai was just spinning his body at high speed, but he strangely avoided his attack and even made a series of counterattacks with dong dong dong. A bubble was burst by number 3 Jotai. Little brother, the next step is to change the attack and defense. Suddenly, Jotai number 3 shuttled out of the bubble, and the scales on his body made strange sounds. Boom! Before Yu Xian could react, Jotai number 3 suddenly came towards him and punched the bubble that was protecting him, causing ripples to appear on the entire bubble. Yu Xian realized it belatedly and his pupils contracted violently. The feeling of being chased by Jotai number 3 at school came back to him. His brain was working at high speed, and his eyes fell on one of the bubbles. The bubble was sticky and had scales on the surface. He instantly understood how Jotai number 3 moved in front of him at such a high speed. Number 3 Jotai first used elastic bubbles to accelerate himself, and then paid the price of a scale to use sticky bubbles to modify the angle of attack. Combining the two, number 3 Jotai suddenly appeared from an unexpected angle, so fast that Yu Xian couldn't react. My own offensive means were used. Yu Xian's mind moved, and all the sticky and elastic bubbles around him were quickly recovered, and more hard bubbles quickly chased number 3 Jotai, who retreated after one attack. It's useless, little brother. I've seen all your tricks clearly. Number 3 Jotai saw Yu Xian collecting those elastic and sticky bubbles while avoiding attacks from many hard bubbles, and said to Yu Xian with a smile. The fact was just as he said, Yu Xian's attack could no longer pose a threat to him. The hard bubbles have strong attack power, but Jotai number 3 can predict the trajectories of all hard bubbles, and can even step on one of the bubbles and let the bubble carry him forward. However, Yu Xian remained calm and continued to control a large number of hard bubbles to attack from different angles, but he seemed to have run out of tricks. Boom! In order to prove that what he said was correct, Jotai number 3 began to counterattack frequently while dodging, punching the bubble protecting Yu Xian again and again. Unfortunately, because his attack frequency was not high enough, he was unable to break the bubble protecting Yu Xian. And Yu Xian obviously wouldn't give him this opportunity. Once he attacked, the bubbles around him would immediately surround him. If he didn't run, he would die. Running would mean failure. The two sides were in a stalemate, and it seemed that neither could do anything to the other. Number 3 Jotai has already adapted to the rhythm of being attacked by a large number of hard bubbles. He slid to avoid dozens of bubbles shot from different angles, exerted force on his feet and jumped up, stepping on several hard bubbles, instantly bouncing in front of Yu Xian and punching the bubbles. Although he couldn't break the bubble, it was just a game. His ability to fight back meant he hadn't lost yet. But just as he threw this punch, Yu Xian opened both hands at the same time, and countless silver threads shot out from his fingertips in an instant. The distance between the two was too close now, less than 30 centimeters. Number 3 Jotai's eyes trembled, and his scarlet eyes seemed to see the god of death waving a scythe at him. In an instant, his body was tied up by silver wires like a mummy. If there were only 1 or 2 silver wires, he might have been able to break free, but now the dense silver wires wrapped around his body, and he could only twist his body like a worm. What? Have you forgotten that I have this ability? Yu Xian looked at Jotai number 3 and asked with a smile. After realizing that Bubble could not do anything to Jotai number 3, he came up with this plan. As long as Jotai number 3 got carried away, he would have a 90% chance of capturing this guy alive. Obviously, he won this battle. 042 killed one after another. Let me explain this in 2 ways. While Yu Xian was fighting with Jotai number 3, the other Jotais also attacked one by one. After drinking the blood of the death curse, number 4 Jotai turned into a half-human, half-spider form, with his hands turning into scissors and his 6 legs giving him powerful maneuverability. He weaved a web in a forest and decided to take the initiative to attack before the prey came to him. He left the spider web he had woven and crossed a grove of trees. Suddenly, he saw a little girl with bright eyes and white teeth squatting on the ground roasting chicken wings in front of the stream at the foot of the mountain. What beautiful human skin! Number 4 Jotai looked at the little girl, his whole face was distorted, and the 6 eyes on his face showed obsession. In his mind, he had already imagined himself dancing a duet with this piece of human skin, and even a picture of himself wearing this piece of human skin and admiring himself in front of the mirror. Beside the stream, Gongqian swallowed and slowly turned the branch. The golden oil on the surface of the chicken wings exuded an enchanting aroma. It's almost ready to eat. Gongqian closed her eyes and murmured devoutly to herself, I want to thank Brother Chicken for his selfless dedication, thank nature for this gift, and thank myself for my hard work in practicing barbecue. Now, I'm going to start eating. She opened her bloody mouth, but before she could put the grilled chicken wings into her mouth, someone suddenly attacked her on the back of the head. The air suddenly became quiet. Number 4 Jotai stared at his hands with wide eyes. His hands had clearly turned into extremely sharp and hard scissors, but when he cut the little girl's head, he didn't even cut a single hair. How is that possible? Number 4 Jotai's face was distorted. He used all his strength to try to crush Gongqian's head, but found that he was completely unable to do it. This head is terribly hard, it's almost a diamond head. No, it's harder than diamond, it should be a super alloy head. Asshole, stop disturbing me while I'm eating grilled chicken wings. Gongqian started to bare her teeth, veins bulged on her forehead, and she turned around and punched him. Boom! Before Jotai number 4 could react, his body was blown up by Gongqian's punch. A large amount of mucus and debris was blown away by the wind from the fist and finally scattered all over the ground. Hateful! Gongqian cursed, squatted down, and looked back at the grilled chicken wings, ready to savor her masterpiece. She opened her mouth and was about to take a bite of the chicken wing, but she heard the sound of running in the distance. The next moment she sighed and slowly stood up. Captain, help! A brown-haired girl with tears in her eyes ran out of the woods in panic and quickly came towards Gongqian. Then a black tiger about the size of an elephant chased out of the forest. This black tiger had nothing to do with Jotai and the others. It was just affected and fled all the way here. When it met the brown-haired girl, it became nervous and attacked her directly. At this time, the black tiger was only a few hundred meters away from the brown-haired girl, and with its speed, it could catch up with her in a few steps. The brown-haired girl looked at Gongqian, as if they were about to be separated from each other forever in the next second. Court death. Gongqian suddenly appeared in front of Heihu and smashed most of Heihu's face with a slap. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely brutal. Boom! The black tiger, which had lost most of its head, fell down with a loud bang. Gongqian turned around and was hugged by the brown-haired girl. The girl sobbed, Captain, I thought I would never see you again. I was so scared. She was 1.7 meters tall, and Gongqian was 1.46 meters tall. She held Gongqian like a mother holding her child. She was obviously very scared the moment before, but at this moment, a little man in her heart raised his scissors hands and jumped for joy. It seemed to be saying, Great, I got the captain. Gongqian was helpless as she was being held. She wanted to struggle but was afraid of hurting the other person, so she could only sigh and say, It seems like there are quite a few oversized creatures. Come on, let's go stretch our muscles. Yes, Captain. The brown-haired girl tactfully let go of her hand and responded with a smile. Although Gongqian is only at eagle level, she is a supermodel-level existence, and it feels very safe to be with her. Among all the young talents at Qilin headquarters, Gongqian ranks first, codenamed number 1. Anyone who knows of her existence understands that she is a true monster. Because she is the only one who obtained Pango's supernatural powers after taking Pango's blood. At the sparrow level, she has a strength of 100 tons. Serpent level, she has 1,000 tons of strength. Now she has reached the eagle level and possesses a strength of tens of thousands of tons. Most carbon-based creatures in this world cannot withstand her full-strength punch, and most attacks cannot leave any marks on her delicate skin. On the other side, number 6 Jotai was staring at a man and a woman at the foot of the mountain. After drinking the blood of the death curse, number 6 Jotai's body became thinner, and he grew a tail that could be freely retracted. The demonic power he gained was invisibility. This is a very advanced form of stealth. After using the ability, the body shape, smell, light, shadow, movement and sound are completely blocked, and no trace will be left when stepping on the ground. Number 6 Jotai was very satisfied with his abilities. Now, as long as he didn't take the initiative to attack, no one could detect his existence. Unfortunately, this body is destined to live only one day. In order to thank humans for their tireless pursuit, number 6 Jotai decided to give everyone a surprise, such as killing all the weak here. He walked down the mountain silently, his long tail extending over the heads of the man and woman. The end of his tail has a dagger-like structure, which is not only hard and sharp, but also coated with a deadly poison. As long as it hits the target, even if it cannot kill the opponent in one blow, it can quickly make the opponent lose their combat ability. At this time, he controlled his tail to stab the woman's crown. Bite. The woman was hit by the tail, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. Then the woman's figure became illusory, like a puff of smoke shrinking, forming a sharp sword. Long sword moi. The man then held the sword, drew it, thrust it out, and put it away. Countless tiny bloodstains instantly appeared on number 6 Jotai's body. He looked at the man in disbelief. The man's aura was obviously very weak, and the woman was also weak, so why was she suddenly so strong? Unfortunately, the man obviously wouldn't explain anything to him, so he could only fall down with endless confusion. At this time, the sword turned back into the appearance of a woman. The two of them took their mobile phones and walked to the body of Jotai number 6, took pictures, and then uploaded them. Codename Van Jiang, codename Emosia, kill a target that looks like Jotai. Codename number 1, kill one target suspected to be Jotai, and kill one suspected snake-level extraordinary creature. Codename, Salted Fish, capture number 3 Jotai alive, capture number 5 Jotai alive. Codename Lionlight, killed number 7 Jotai, and killed a large number of extraordinary beasts. Yu Xian returned to his original position, holding his mobile phone in his hand, looking at the messages that kept refreshing on his phone, and always felt that something was wrong. He clicked on each message, opened the photos and looked at them one by one, then frowned slightly. His senses were very sharp now. The Jotai in these photos did not give him the same feeling as the Jotai he had met in the arena before. What's Jotai's number? Could there be another personality that hasn't been discovered yet? 043, Daimos. Deep in a mountain, inside a cave. Number 9 Jotai is drawing a formation. The demonic power he obtained is used to summon demons. Although he was not very satisfied with his ability, it was only a one-time ability after all and would be gone after today, so he didn't care much about it. Third brother, let me go right now. I didn't agree to cooperate with you. If you dare to use me as a sacrifice, others will never let you go. Jotai number 8 was pressed against the formation by Jotai number 9 with a huge rock, and he kept threatening and tempting him. I don't know if it's the personality that determines the direction of the mutation. Because Jotai number 8 likes to lie, he not only didn't become stronger after the mutation, but his body became extremely thin. The only demonic power he has is his big mouth. His mouth becomes a trumpet-like shape, allowing him to emit a loud noise. Shut up. If you don't want to be a sacrifice, change your body. I want this body. Jotai number 9 said domineeringly. He was born to be particularly domineering. Since the eldest brother was unshakable and the second brother sounded like a pendant, he decided to occupy the position of the third brother. Fortunately, the third brother was also a man who knew the times and took the initiative to give up his position, otherwise he would definitely fight with the third brother. After drawing the formation to summon the devil, he cut his wrist and let the blood drip onto the formation. Gradually, the formation was filled with blood and emitted a red light. Old 9, remember this, sooner or later I will make you kneel down and beg me. Number 8 Jotai roared in anger when he saw that the formation had been activated. Then he quickly withdrew his consciousness and returned his body to the original alien insect. Number 9 Jotai curled his lips and didn't take the threat from number 8 Jotai seriously at all. Besides, he was number 3 Jotai, and he even called the wrong name, so who was he threatening? At this time, the red light of the formation enveloped the entire cave, and then number 8 Jotai's body quickly shriveled up. A huge arm stretched out from the formation, and with a light slap, it knocked the rock pressing on number 8 Jotai away. Then it gradually expanded the cracks in the formation to let its head stick out. Tell me your wish, bug. It looked at number 9 Jotai and spoke a language that number 9 Jotai had never heard of but could understand the meaning. Number 9 Jotai laughed and said, my wish is very simple, to kill everyone here, anyone you see can be killed. It's a reasonable request, I agree to it. Call my name is Demos. The devil showed a fong-filled smile and said to Jotai number 9. If the request is unreasonable, or Demos is not interested, then it will not tell Jotai number 9 its own name, which means that this summoning of the demon will not only lose the sacrifice, but also accomplish nothing. Now that Demos has told number 9 Jotai his name, it means the deal is done. Come out, Daimos. Number 9 Jotai smiled and immediately shouted loudly. The spatial crack in the middle of the formation became larger and larger, and Demos' terrifying body slowly emerged from the crack. The top of the cave was directly shattered by Demo's head, and even the entire mountain was quickly knocked open by Demo's body. Demo's head is like a combination of a baboon and a crocodile. His body is similar to that of an orangutan, he has bat wings on his back, and his tail is that of a cobra. It was very large in size. After coming out, it first let out a long roar, and then held number 9 Jotai in one hand. "You and I will stay until the end and kill you," Demo said with a smile, looking at Jotai, number 9. Number 9, Jotai, didn't care at all. He also smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, but now I want to see rivers of blood. I hope you can go on a killing spree." When Demos came out of the formation, each team immediately sounded the alarm in the liaison group, because Demos was so big, more majestic than a mountain, and everyone could see its existence from afar. Jin Shang was very close to Demos, only 3 mountains away. He held his phone and sent a message while observing Demos. His eyes were serious as he asked, "Tiger level? Dragon level? Evacuate, the situation has changed significantly. All members below the snake level must evacuate as soon as possible." Bluebird flew quickly over the mountains and shouted immediately when he encountered members of various teams. Many people packed up their belongings and began to evacuate the blockade area. Yuxian sat on a bubble, looking at Demos, who was emitting a terrifying aura in the distance, and asked in surprise, "Which Jotai is he again?" "Ha ha ha, he is the real Jotai number 3. I am actually Jotai number 9. You didn't expect that." Jotai number 3 immediately burst into laughter. The reason why Yuxian released his mouth and let him speak was because Yuxian discovered that number 3 Jotai was really a big mouth. This guy seemed unable to keep secrets and dared to say anything. "Jotai number 3? Jotai number 9? He inexplicably thought of the giant ape he had fought before. Could it be that Jotai? This is too exaggerated. Originally, Yuxian thought that the speed at which he was getting stronger was already exaggerated, but now he felt that he could actually make a little more progress. It's decided. From now on he will fly up to the sky to bask in the sun. At this moment, Demos suddenly exerted force with his legs, and his body jumped high into the air in an instant. Then he opened his mouth, and a red light bullet quickly condensed in his mouth, emitting a light brighter than the sun. Not good. When Yuxian saw this scene, he immediately controlled the bubbles to retreat quickly. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and released a large number of bubbles continuously. His bubble could probably withstand 5 times the speed of sound. At this time, he pushed his speed to the extreme. Many team members who had not had time to evacuate were instantly wrapped in the bubble and then taken away by the bubble. At first, some people didn't react and thought they were attacked. When they found that the bubble was far away from the center area, they realized that it was a friendly force. Boom! The red light bullet condensed at an extremely fast speed and fell at an astonishingly fast speed. In an instant, a red beam of light shot up from the ground, and then more and more beams of light shot out from the ground. This was completely different from the explosion Yuxian had imagined, but the power was equally terrifying. Every time a beam of light appeared, the terrifying high temperature and shock waves caused huge damage to the surroundings. Some people who Yuxian did not have time to protect and who did not react in time were instantly wiped out. "Die, you bastard." At this moment, a petite figure flew quickly towards Demos from a mountain, and then punched Demos in the face. Boom! The flesh on Demos' cheeks trembled wildly and his eyes kept rolling upwards. But the next moment, it gritted its teeth and shook its whole body, actually resisting the girl's attack. Then it whipped the girl with its tail, and the girl flew backwards instantly, crashing into 3 mountains in a row before stopping. The majesty of the lion. Then a lion's roar was heard, and a golden lion made entirely of energy appeared, its mane emitting scorching light like the sun. Boom! The golden lion collided with Demos, and the terrifying vibrations blew away everything around them. The next second, Demos roared, lifted the golden lion with both hands, and threw it hard. The golden lion flew out and hit the ground heavily. The golden light burst out, revealing Jin Shang's figure. Jin Shang spat out a mouthful of blood, and the light in his pupils suddenly dimmed. 044, save people. Bug, I'll crush you to death. Demos took advantage of the victory and leaped up with his huge body, clenching his right fist and punching Jin Shang on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light passed by the ground, and Demos punched the open space, hammering a huge hole in the ground. Demos immediately looked to his left and saw Ganjiang holding Moi with one hand and supporting Jin Shang with the other, retreating quickly. "You little bug, you're looking for death." Demos grabbed the ground with his right hand, and a large amount of soil instantly turned into hard rock. Then he raised his hand and threw the huge rock in the direction of the three people. Ganjiang, who was fleeing quickly, was shrouded by a huge shadow the next second. He looked up and saw rocks falling from the sky. Long sword Moi. He didn't care about anything else, let go of Jin Shang, and was carried up by the sword, slashing the rock with the sword. So hard. This is not an ordinary rock, but a rock with some kind of magic attached to it. Ganjiang swung his sword and his body immediately rotated. When he was above Moi and below, he instantly turned into a broadsword. Moi, on the other hand, turned from a sword into a person. Holding the broadsword in her hand, Ganjiang slashed at the rock. A sword mark appeared on the rock, but it was obviously far from enough. In an instant, Ganjiang and Moi began to spin as fast as fan blades, sometimes above and sometimes below, and the two swords kept rotating and changing. Sometimes Ganjiang was holding Moi, which had turned into a long sword, and sometimes Moi was holding Ganjiang, which had turned into a broadsword. When the rock hit the ground, countless cracks appeared on it, and once it touched the ground, it broke into countless tiny cubes and scattered. Ganjiang and Moi fell to the ground at the same time, both panting. Before they could relax, Demos appeared in front of them, looking down at them with his fists clenched and punching them both. Ganjiang. Moi. Life and death follow each other. Ganjiang and Moi held each other's hands and swung them at the same time. In an instant, they turned into long swords and broadswords and shot them towards Demos. The two swords collided with Demos' fists, and in an instant, the two swords flew backwards, and the sword bodies were all cracked. The two swords turned into human shapes and fell to the ground, both spitting out blood. Demos was too strong, and just a slight collision caused both to be seriously injured. Quick, kill them all. Number 9 Jotai shouted excitedly when he saw the scene. Demos did not care about what Jotai number 9 said. Compared with Ganjiang and Moi, he disliked Jin Shang more because the light emitted by Jin Shang when he turned into a golden lion had a subtle restraint on him. The two are incompatible, so Jin Shang is its first target. It looked at Jin Shang on the ground with a ferocious smile. It felt so good to kill this potential threat that had not yet grown up. But just as it raised its hand, golden threads quickly wrapped around it, instantly fixing it in place. At the other end of these golden threads, a group of men and women in Taoist robes formed seals with their hands. Each of them had a solemn expression and gritted their teeth to persist in outputting spiritual power. Fortunately, we made it in time. Captain Ganjiang, Captain Jin Shang, are you still able to move? One of the Taoists shouted to Jin Shang and Ganjiang. But neither of them responded. The Taoist priest's expression suddenly became serious. This was a big trouble. They couldn't hold Demos captive for long. At present, among the 4 teams participating in the operation, 2 captains were seriously injured, and the life and death of one captain is unknown. Only the demon killing team can continue to fight. The problem is that the demon killing team is really good at killing and capturing demons, but they are not professionally suited to dealing with creatures like Demos that have no demonic aura. Among the 4 teams gathered this time, the evil slaying team is good at dealing with zombies and evil spirits. Jin Shang's lion power has the ultimate restraint on this kind of creatures. It can be said that as soon as he shines, the evil spirits will be reduced to ashes. The evil slaying squad is better at dealing with various large monsters. When facing Ganjiang and Moi, those gigantic creatures are often like livestock to be slaughtered and will be cut into pieces in a few strokes. The captain of the crime-fighting team is Gong Qian. She is particularly good at dealing with all kinds of evil and criminal supernatural beings. She can defeat a small karami with one punch. The last is the demon killing team, which normally manages and eliminates demons hidden in the city, such as fox spirits and other creatures that have transformed from animals into humans. By the way, although Hutuer has the blood of a 9-tailed fox, she is a human being, not a real fox spirit. Snap! At this moment, Demo's body shook slightly, and many golden threads immediately cracked. Not good, Tianxian, you better take the 2 captains and Moi away from here quickly. I'm afraid we can't hold on for too long, said the leading Taoist priest. There are 7 people in the demon killing team, and their code name is the Big Dipper. The captain is Tianshu, and the rest of the team members are Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuhan, Kaiyan, and Yaoguang. Captain, can you hold on? Tianxian hesitated. Now the 7 of them had to work together to barely restrain Demos' mind. Even so, Demos' body's instincts were still resisting. If she left, as long as Demos' mind worked a little, the remaining 6 people would probably be in danger. At least now we are standing while they are lying. How can we just stand by and watch them die? Go quickly, Tianshu said with a determined and serious look. In fact, he had already prepared himself mentally. If Demos really had a chance to break free from his restraints, he would burn his essence to imprison it and would never give it any chance to attack. The demon binding rope is itself a dragon-level prop, made of a large amount of precious materials. It has been invincible in the past demon-killing operations. If it weren't for the mismatch in professional skills, Demos would have had to submit. Tianqian gritted her teeth and nodded, immediately stopping the spiritual power transmission, but as soon as she stopped, Demos' whole body shook, and the golden thread that made up the demon-binding rope kept bursting and breaking. The spiritual light shakes the pillar of heaven, the red dragon stirs the gate of essence, with this breath, the 5 fires burn the navel chakra. Tianshu quickly formed seals with his hands, then slapped his abdomen and muttered something. The other team members' expressions changed, and Tianxuan's eyes were red as he shouted, "Brother, you! Stop talking nonsense and carry out the mission." Tianshu exuded a terrifying aura, with veins bulging on his forehead. The endless spiritual power formed a golden dragon that wrapped around Demo's body along the golden thread. Tianxian gritted his teeth, turned around and ran towards Jinsheng. 1 minute ago. After Yuxian rescued a large number of team members and placed everyone in a safe place, he pulled Zhang Shou, who had also retreated, and quickly flew towards the blown-up mountains. On the front battlefield, they are definitely not qualified to get close, otherwise the slightest aftermath could kill them. But this does not mean that they can't do anything. For example, they can save people. The two of them rode on a bubble and landed next to the third exploded mountain. Yuxian walked out of the bubble, moved his nose, and then controlled a large number of sticky bubbles to start moving stones. After a large number of sticky bubbles stuck to the rocks and moved them away, a girl with a green body appeared in front of the two. 045 First hearing of the abyss. Lao Shang, can she be saved? Yuxian looked at the girl with her eyes closed and immediately asked Zhang Shou. This time Zhang Shou didn't dare to promise anything. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know. I'll try my best." After saying that, he summoned the healing touch to wrap up the girl. When the healing touch touched the girl, it made a sizzling sound and a large amount of white smoke came out of the healing touch. "Hiss, what a horrible poison, Xianyu, you'd better stay away from it, those smokes are all poisonous." Zhang Shou took a breath and quickly said to Yuxian. Yuxian nodded and stepped back, then protected himself with bubbles. In the past, Zhang Shou used the healing touch to easily cure even terminal illnesses. This was the first time he saw Zhang Shou's skill produce such an exaggerated effect, which showed that the poison in the girl's body was extremely terrifying. In the end, the healing touch was like ice placed on a red-hot iron plate, melting in just a few moments. Seeing this, Zhang Shou immediately gritted his teeth and continued to use the healing touch. A tentacle formed again, and he continued to summon the healing touch without stopping. In a blink of an eye, the girl's whole body was wrapped in the tentacles, which looked a bit evil from the picture. Sizzle. The girl's entire body was covered in smoke, the poison fighting against the healing touch. Whenever the healing touch was dissipated, Zhang Shou would immediately activate his skills to add a tentacle. He also aged rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he looked like a middle-aged man. This poison is too horrible. He looked at the green poison on the girl's body, which was gradually fading away, and said to Yuxian. Yuxian nodded in agreement. If this poison fell on him, his entire body would probably be dissolved into liquid in an instant. But this also shows that the poison girl is very strong. Such a terrible poison did not kill her. It is hard to imagine how terrible her body is. Half a minute later, the girl slowly opened her eyes and frowned immediately when she saw the tentacles on her body. "Don't be nervous, we are members of the evil slaying team, and we are detoxifying you." Yuxian had been looking at the girl and spoke immediately when he saw her wake up. Dongqian suppressed her discomfort and asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" "About 5 minutes. Yuxian replied. Dongqian immediately tried to get up, but Zhang Shou said, "The poison in your body hasn't been completely eliminated yet. Be patient a little longer." "No, that monster is too strong. No one else can stop it. I must go back quickly." Dongqian gritted her teeth and said firmly. She couldn't even blow up the creature with one punch, so the remaining 3 captains were definitely no match for it. She knew this very well. Where is General Zhaoyi?" Zhang Shou couldn't help but ask. Dongqian sat up and replied, "General Zhaoyi was teleported here directly by the teleportation formation. He needed to guard an abyssal rift, so he was teleported back after launching the attack." "Abyss rift?" Can't you teleport here now? Zhang Shou used another skill and looked even older. Dong Qian shook her head helplessly and said, the space near the Abyss Rift is extremely chaotic. Using a single teleportation operation would take more than a day just to prepare. Otherwise, why do you think we delayed the operation until noon? Don't we want to solve the problem sooner? Are there any other dragon level ones that can provide support? Yu Xian asked thoughtfully. Dong Qian rolled her eyes at Yu Xian and grumbled, dragon level soldiers aren't cheap. The minister needs to guard Yanjing, the other generals need to guard the Abyssal Rift, and we also need to deter foreign forces on the border. Even if we get support, I'm afraid it will take until tomorrow noon at the earliest. Are there any dragon level masters among the people? Yu Xian asked. Dong Qian fell silent, and Yu Xian quickly spoke up, now is not the time to hesitate. If there are any dragon level experts among the people, we should call for help immediately. This place is still too close to Silver City. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be too serious. Okay, I'll try to apply. Dong Qian thought of the consequences of the fall of Yinshang and immediately took out her cell phone, which was then dissolved by the toxin contained in her palm. She and Yu Xian fell silent. Zhang Shou saw this and couldn't help asking, how come your clothes are fine despite having such a terrible toxin? Pervert, do you really want to see my clothes dissolve? Dong Qian blushed and asked Zhang Shou while staring at him. Zhang Shou looked at the old, but ultimately clear-minded high school student. He looked embarrassed and quickly explained, I'm just curious. My clothes are made of dragon-grade material, how could they be dissolved so easily? Dong Qian explained unhappily. She is very strong and ordinary clothes cannot withstand her tossing and turning. Ordinary clothes will turn into rags with just a little movement, so Qilin headquarters spent a lot of resources to make the current clothes specifically for her. Not only can this suit perfectly withstand her tremendous force and remain undamaged when she moves, it also possesses multiple resistances. How could a mere toxin possibly dissolve such a treasure? So, what should we do now? Yu Xian looked at Gong Qian, still more concerned about asking for support. Dong Qian pressed her palm on the tentacle and said, don't be afraid, because I can easily break things, so I have hundreds of mobile phones. Once my palm is no longer poisonous, I can immediately call for support. She pressed her palm against the tentacles, and a sizzling sound continued to be heard. Doesn't it hurt? Zhang Shou asked curiously. Dong Qian said calmly, this toxin is indeed strange. Even I am not immune to it. It doesn't hurt, but it makes it difficult for me to move. Maybe you just don't feel any pain. Yu Xian complained. Demos's poison can even dissolve mobile phones instantly. How could the infected person not feel pain? Most people would probably melt into liquid in pain if they were touched. Finally, with Gong Qian's active cooperation, the toxins in her palm were cleared away. After making sure that there was no residual toxin on her palm, she quickly took out her cell phone and turned it on. After some communication, her face flushed red and she cursed, asshole, why go to the abyss at this time instead of earlier? Damn it! What do you mean? Yu Xian asked. Dong Qian said angrily, dragon-level experts are already the most powerful ones. Even the official ones are hard to offend. Among all the unofficial dragon-level experts, only the Monkey King is the easiest to talk to. As long as you offer enough benefits, you can ask him to help, but he went to the abyss. What is the abyss? Zhang Shou was very curious just now, so he asked quickly. Gong Qian said distractedly, the abyss is the abyss. No one knows how the abyss appeared, but it is certain that all forbidden fruits come from the abyss. Because the space near the abyss cracks is very chaotic, once the forbidden fruit appears near the abyss cracks, it will be randomly teleported to all corners of the world. Then why did the Monkey King go to the abyss? Yu Xian asked. Dong Qian replied, of course, to find treasures. Most materials above dragon level come from the abyss. Once you reach eagle level, you will be eligible to apply to headquarters to go to the abyss. What should we do now? Zhang Shou asked. Gong Qian and Yu Xian were both silent. At least the three of them could only leave it alone. 046, the Great Demon. When Gong Qian woke up, she really wanted to go and support, but when she sat up, she found that her lower body was completely numb. Because of this, she obediently accepted Zhang Shou's treatment. Otherwise, she would have gone and beaten Demos long ago. When the three of them were at a loss, Gong Qian's phone rang. Gong Qian answered the phone immediately and said, Minister. Xiaoyi, are you okay? Uwei immediately asked with concern on the other end of the phone. Gong Qian quickly replied, I'm fine. I'm receiving treatment now and will be able to resume my activities soon. Okay, then just rest assured and receive your treatment. Support will be here soon. Uwei soothed on the other end of the phone. Gong Qian asked, Minister, what kind of monster is that? Although he knew that Jotai possessed the special ability to tap into the potential of extraordinary creatures, that monster was too strong. That is the great demon Deimos of the Abyss, whose rank is upper dragon level. If it is not summoned but encountered in the Abyss, most dragon level creatures are no match for it. It seems that external forces have intervened this time. Uwei replied. Yu Xian and the other two were shocked after hearing this. They had thought it was Jotai until now, but now they realized that the enemy was no longer Jotai, but Demos. Damn it! Gong Qian clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Her father was killed by external forces, and as a martyr's relative, she got a drop of Pangu's blood. Therefore, what she hated most were those forces that infiltrated from abroad, and the ones the crime fighting team attacked the most were the bastards trained by these forces. Okay, just rest assured, I'm glad you're okay. Uwei reminded. After hanging up the phone, Gong Qian put away her phone and punched the ground in frustration. The ground suddenly shook and a stone flew across Zhang Shou's cheek, leaving a bloody mark in an instant. Gong Qian reacted and apologized profusely. Zhang Shou wiped the blood off his face, swallowed, and forced a smile, saying, It's okay. I'm thick-skinned and tough, so this little injury won't be a problem. He was already thinking in his heart, whoever marries this woman in the future, if he accidentally hits her while sleeping, wouldn't he be in danger of seeing his grandmother in a minute? Hiss. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. On the other side, Tianxian carried Moi on his back, holding Jinsheng and Ganjiang in each hand, and moved quickly towards the periphery. She was extremely anxious, knowing that the longer she delayed, the more severe the backlash Tianshu would have to endure. She had to find a doctor as soon as possible to accommodate the three people and then return to the team. Although on the surface Ganjiang and Moi seemed to be more seriously injured, the actual situation was that Jin Shang was more seriously injured. The main reason was that Jin Shang's power was incompatible with Demos' demonic power. When Demos raised the golden lion transformed by Jin Shang, the demonic power pierced into Jin Shang's body like lightning, so Jin Shang was seriously injured in one blow. Tianxian went up and down the mountain quickly, and suddenly she saw a middle-aged man in military uniform coming towards her. Uncle! Tianxuan's eyes lit up and he shouted immediately. Jin Dajuan stepped forward, took a look at Jin Shang and Tianxuan's hand, and said with a smile, It seems that this kid has suffered a great loss this time. Tianxian, you take them to get treatment first. Then I will go to meet the big demon from the abyss. Although he is only at the tiger level, this is Earth. Even if he cannot defeat Demos, he can still delay time. The plan of Qilin headquarters is very simple, which is to let him delay time as much as possible. Once it is noon tomorrow, Zhaoyi will be teleported here again. And this time, several other generals will also be teleported here to join forces to kill Deimos. This is a good opportunity to kill the great demon of the abyss. Once Demos is killed, his whole body will be full of treasures. It is estimated that a lot of dragon-level equipment can be made from it. Moreover, his blood can also be used for various research and even develop a new extraordinary system. Jin Dajuan said goodbye to Tianxian and continued moving forward. He twisted his neck, making a crisp sound, and then clenched his fists. Although he looked calm and didn't seem to feel sorry for his son, the anger in his heart had already begun to burn. Demos, hee. Jin Dajuan laughed lowly, took off his military uniform and put it into the ring. He then took off his shirt and put it away, revealing his muscular upper body. His skin then gradually turned red, his hair began to burn, and his eyes glowed with gold. Fiery Vajra Kung Fu. This is a horizontal training method. When it is practiced to perfection, the whole body will be indestructible, immune to all poisons, difficult to be harmed by water and fire, and have infinite strength. Jin Dajuan not only cultivated to perfection, but also took Pangu's blood to gain strength, making him even more powerful. He pushed hard with his feet, and his figure suddenly turned into a red light and quickly approached the battlefield. The battlefield ahead. Although Demos was unable to move, Jotai No. 9, who was standing on its shoulder, was still able to move. However, his feet were entangled by a golden thread, and it was difficult to pull them out for a while. He kept pulling, but no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't pull his foot out. After struggling for a while, he stopped struggling. He took out the knife he used to cut his wrists and cut off his feet cleanly. It's really useless. In the end, I still have to take action. Number 9 Jotai first looked down on Demos, and then quickly slid to the ground along Demos' back. He landed on one foot and turned to look at Tianshu and others. The members of the demon killing team also discovered number 9 Jotai. Many people's faces changed slightly, realizing that something was wrong. Now they have put all their efforts into imprisoning Demos, and even Tianshu has burned his essence. They are unable to move now. Once someone cuts off the spiritual power supply, Demos will break free from the restraints in minutes. But if the supply is not cut off, it means that they cannot move and will become lambs to be slaughtered in front of Jotai number 9. Be afraid, tremble, who should I kill first? Number 9 Jotai limped towards the crowd and said grimly. Tianshu didn't even look at Jotai, the 9th, and said, Tianji, Tianquan, you burn your essence, Yu Hong, you go and deal with him. Yes, Captain. Tianji and Tianshuan's eyes suddenly became fierce and they said in unison. Upon hearing this, number 9 Jotai immediately charged forward, roaring, don't even think about succeeding. Prepare to die. It's too late. Tianji and Tianshuan's expressions changed. It takes time to burn the essence. It's over. The members of the demon killing team began to feel despair as they watched Jotai number 9 getting closer and closer. At this time, a red light came like a meteor from a distance. Number 9 Jotai's face showed a look of madness, his arm muscles bulged, and he was ready to stab Tianshu to death with a knife. But the next second he felt a huge heat coming from behind him. As he turned his head to look back, a red light flashed, and he was instantly crushed to death by the huge air pressure. Boom! Jin Dajuan landed on the ground, one foot stepping on the inhuman-looking number 9 Jotai, and laughed, haha, not bad, not too late. You guys should retreat quickly. Leave this to me. Yes, sir. Everyone in the demon killing team breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ran away carrying Tianshu. As they ran, the golden threads on Demos' body broke one after another, and Demos immediately let out a roar. 047 Primitive Violence. How to anger a big demon? The answer is simple: sabotage its evil plans. Compared to the cunning and cowardice of the little devil, the big devil is a very warlike and cruel creature, and also has extremely terrifying execution ability. Once the big devil makes a decision, even if he dies, he will die on the way to charge, rather than choose to give up. After being summoned by number 9 Jotai, Demos already had a plan, which was to kill all the creatures within his sight, and then kill number 9 Jotai, who summoned him bit by bit to see if number 9 Jotai was really not afraid of death. But now its plan was destroyed by the Jin army, and number 9 Jotai died early. Ant, you're looking for death. Demos' eyes shone with anger as he growled at the Jin army. In the culture of the Great Devil, insults are also divided into different levels. Insects are the lowest level, and ants are slightly higher than insects. Obviously, Demos also saw that the strength of the Jin army was not weak. Is he your son? Sorry, I accidentally stepped on your son to death. Jin Dajuan kicked Jotai number 9 on the head and said to Demos with a smile. Demos instantly became furious and swept his tail towards the Jin army, but the Jin army was already on guard and directly collided with Demos' tail with an iron mountain lean. Boom! The earth shook violently. Jin Dajuan's body sank slightly, and dense spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Obviously, Jin Dajuan was much smaller than Demos' tail, but after this collision, Demos' tail was knocked away. Laugh! On the left side of the Jin army, all the parts that touched Demos' tail were covered with green flames. If Gong Qian saw this scene, she would understand how she was poisoned. Every scale on Demos' tail contains a deadly poison, and anyone who touches it will be infected with the poison. Demos was not surprised that his tail was knocked away, because he did not use much force in the first place. He just wanted to use the poison in his tail to kill Jin's army. At this time, it saw that its poison had no effect on Jin's army, and its golden vertical pupils shrank slightly. In an instant, its huge body appeared in front of Jin's army, and it threw a hook punch at Jin's army like a battering ram. However, Jin Dajuan's reaction was not slow. He took the initiative to step back before being hit by the fist. Then the two sides advanced and retreated, and Demos simply punched out with both fists, continuously hammering the Jin army from top to bottom, but the Jin army avoided the attack every time, so that all of Demos' fists hit the ground. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions and vibrations spread all around. In the distance, Yu Xian heard continuous bombardment sounds and immediately controlled the bubble to rise into the air. Then he saw the Jin army and demos fighting. So the support minister Uwei was talking about is the captain's father, Uncle Jin. Yu Xian suddenly realized. Jin Dajuan was not hiding all the time, but counterattacked while dodging demos' attacks. His fighting style was completely different from Jin Shang's. Jin Shang's moves were often grand and majestic, while Jin Dajuan's were more steady. His every move was very restrained and delicate. It was obvious that the distance between the two was less than 3 meters, and demos was huge in size, so the range covered by one punch was far more than 3 meters. However, as he dodged and moved, he didn't even touch Jin Dajuan's hair. Instead, he was hit on the wrist many times by Jin Dajuan's fist, and the hit was in the same place. Facing severe pain in his wrist, Demos simply opened his mouth and instantly sprayed a red energy bullet towards the ground. At the same time, the cobra at the end of its tail also opened its mouth and shot a green energy bullet into the sky. Devil's Cage. The green energy bomb in the sky exploded, turning into countless green lines that fell down. At the same time, the ground exploded and red beams of light rose up. In the blink of an eye, a cage made of green lines and red pillars enveloped and blocked the entire surroundings. Jin Dajuan decisively distanced himself and looked around, but could not find a gap to escape from the cage. It was obvious that Demos was preparing to use some tactics, and this cage was designed to prevent him from escaping. Poisonous Swamp. The cobra at the end of Demos' tail lowered its head, opened its mouth and sprayed a large amount of green venom onto the ground. The entire venue quickly turned into a swamp, and even bubbles continued to emerge from the green venom swamp. TSK. Green flames immediately emerged from Jin Dajuan's body, and in a blink of an eye he turned into a man of fire. This poison is so terrible that anyone who steps on the ground will be poisoned. Ant, you are surrounded by my poison now. As long as you remain in the cage, you will continue to be poisoned. You will slowly dissolve in despair. Demos looked at the Jin army and suddenly showed a cruel smile, as if he had already seen the tragic end of the Jin army. Oh no, what should I do? What if Uncle Jin dies? When Yu Xian saw this scene, he began to worry about Jin Dajuan. From Gong Qian's performance after being poisoned, he knew very well how terrible Demos' poison was. But now he could only watch and could do nothing. Not to mention getting close, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the cage. Besides, even if he could get in, he would just die in vain. But just as he was worried, Jin Dajuan's body expanded in the green flames, rapidly expanding from the original 1.8 meters to about 5 meters. It's powerful. This poison really hurts me a bit. Jin Dajuan said to Demos with blood vessels bulging all over his body and a ferocious smile on his face. When Demos saw this scene, he immediately roared, raised his hand and punched Jin Dajuan, but Jin Dajuan also punched out. The big fist and the small fist collided with each other, and no one took a step back. The two sides were actually evenly matched. You are the first guy who can make me enter the angry King Kong form so quickly, so enjoy my fists from now on. Jin Dajuan grinned and took the initiative to attack. His fighting style changed. Originally, his moves were all steady and he behaved quite restrainedly. But now he started to move violently, and each punch was extremely violent. Demos growled and immediately fought back without giving in. Both sides bombarded each other frantically, abandoning all rules and routines, and fought fiercely in the cage, causing a huge fight. The scene was so shocking that Yu Xian swallowed his saliva, as if he saw two ancient beasts fighting in hand-to-hand combat. Too strong. Is this the world of the strong? After he took Pango's blood, he was promoted directly from the lower ant level to the upper sparrow level. He originally thought he was very strong, but today's experience gave him a huge sense of urgency. He was still too weak. But as he watched, Yu Xian couldn't bear it anymore, because the battle between Jin Dajuan and Demos was just like this, back and forth, punching each other, rolling and smashing each other on the swamp ground, splashing a lot of venom. There is no skill involved, it's all just raw violence. Time passed slowly, the sun gradually set, and the moon quietly climbed up the sky. When Yu Xian landed on the ground, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian immediately asked about the situation. After Yu Xian told them the situation on the battlefield, both Gong Qian and Zhang Shou fell silent. That is to say, even if I have finished detoxifying myself now, I still can't help? Gong Qian clenched her fists for a while and said to herself. She simply couldn't withstand Dimos's poison. Now the entire battlefield was full of venom. Although she wouldn't die if she went in, she would definitely be paralyzed. Instead, she would become a burden to the Jin army. 048 The best fortune. At this point, we can only conserve our energy and wait and see how things develop. Yu Xian had no other choice. Some things can be done and some cannot be done. He knew better than anyone how cruel reality was, so he didn't say anything to comfort others. He simply took out his cell phone and sat in the bubble to continue looking at the various files inside Qilin. Strength can be divided into hard power and soft power. Enriching one's brain is also a way to become stronger. He now can't wait to become stronger. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Since he can fly now, he can definitely chase the sun, and maybe he can awaken Pango's magical powers in advance. However, when he told Zhang Shou and Gong Qian about his idea, Gong Qian rolled her eyes and said, "Chasing the sun? I don't know what you're trying to do, but I must tell you, as long as you fly across the border into other countries, you could be shot down by those countries using strange abilities at any moment. There are also dragon-level experts in other countries. China has dragon-level masters to suppress the border, and foreign countries naturally have them as well. Moreover, even if some small countries do not have dragon-level strongmen, they also have tiger-level strongmen." Okay, forget it. Yu Xian gave up the plan immediately after hearing this. He doesn't want to be shot down from the sky by other countries as an invader. He hasn't lived enough. Then, he continued to look at his phone. Zhang Shou simply committed suicide before 12 o'clock. After he was resurrected, he continued to treat Gong Qian. Gong Qian was shocked when she saw Zhang Shou commit suicide for the first time. When Zhang Shou turned back into a teenager, she realized that Zhang Shou was not a wretched uncle. In the second half of the night, Gong Qian fell asleep unconsciously due to poisoning and boredom. Zhang Shou refreshed his status, which was like he had just had a nap, so he was full of energy. Yu Xian chatted with Zhang Shou idly until about 5 in the morning. He thought of one thing. In fact, even in China, due to its vast territory, there is also a time difference. The sun has risen in some places, but not in others. It's already past 5 o'clock, so he can still go out and greet the sunshine early. He said something to Zhang Shou, then quickly flew high into the sky and headed east. After flying for about 10 minutes, he saw the sun gradually rising from the distant horizon. The sunlight shone on his body, and he closed his eyes comfortably. The silver blood enhanced his ability to absorb sunlight, and in an instant he turned pitch black. As the sun got closer to the center of the sky, Yu Xian absorbed more and more sunlight. When it was around 10:30 in the morning, the temperature of the Pango heart in Yu Xian's heart rose rapidly. Yesterday, he had stored energy equivalent to 35 heartbeats, and now he finally had enough energy for 36 heartbeats. Pango's blood contracted violently, then beat vigorously, completely detonating the energy accumulated in the heart. Fortunately, with the improvement of his physical condition, Yu Xian's endurance is much stronger now. Even with huge amounts of energy surging in his body, he can remain calm. When this energy burst out, it also cleansed his muscles and bones and improved his physical condition. Then this energy gradually turned into light and transparent energy, quickly condensing towards the dantian. Yu Xian immediately knew what his awakened talent was. Pango's magical power. This ability can condense a spirit bead in his dantian and open up a huge space. It's actually a bad sign. What Yu Xian wanted most was Pango's immortality magic, followed by Pango's great strength magic, and what he wanted least was Pango's spirit pearl magic. After all, he already had a storage ring and didn't need a bigger storage ring at all. When he was a little disappointed, the energy used to condense the spirit beads and open up space suddenly collided with another energy in his dantian. In the past, blood energy flowed in the blood vessels. After taking Pango's blood, the mutated blood energy somehow settled in the dantian. However, the mobilization speed was accelerated, so Yu Xian didn't care. But he didn't expect that the two energies would collide. He could only observe silently and didn't dare to interfere at all, for fear that he would make things worse. The two energies continued to collide and blend in his dantian, gradually turning into a pure white energy. Perhaps because the mutation of blood energy is related to Pango's blood, the whole process is unexpectedly smooth, and even the collision of energies is calm. When the mutation ends, calmness returns to the dantian. Etc. Yu Xian was dumbfounded and couldn't help muttering to himself, "That's not right, where is my spirit pearl?" He carefully sensed his dantian, not missing any corner. In the end, he had to admit that although he had awakened the Pango spirit pearl's magical power, the energy used to condense the spirit pearl and open up space had merged with the mutated blood energy, so he really had no spirit pearl. Pango has the magical power of the Lingzhu without the Lingzhu, and he is probably the only one in China who has it. Forget it, if there is no such thing then there is no such thing. Yu Xian sighed and comforted himself, thinking that this supernatural power was not his goal anyway. Then he tried to mobilize the energy in his dantian and found that this energy was smoother than the mutated blood energy. In an instant, this energy was transferred to his hands. As soon as he thought about it, a bubble quickly formed. Apart from the color changing from colorful to transparent, there seems to be no other changes. Yu Xian carefully observed the new bubble, but couldn't see anything from the outside, so he put his hand into the bubble. The next second, his eyes widened slightly. In his perceptual world, he could clearly feel the existence of this hand. He pulled his hand out, then put it back into the bubble, moving it back and forth to make sure the feeling was not an illusion. But the question is, what is the use of this? He controlled the bubbles to spin around, then released them to test their various properties. First of all, the bubble's spatial barrier is more stable and can withstand 20 times the speed of sound. In addition, the original abilities have not disappeared, but the attack power has been greatly improved. Is it just a strengthening? Yu Xian was a little disappointed. He manipulated the bubble back to his right hand, then habitually condensed another bubble with his left hand. 2 basketball-sized bubbles were spinning in his palm, and he simply put both hands into the bubbles. The next second, he showed an expression of disbelief and looked down at the 2 bubbles. He slowly stretched his hand forward, and in an instant his left hand and right hand exchanged with each other. His left hand appeared in the bubble of his right hand, and his right hand appeared in the bubble of his left hand. The internal spaces of the 2 bubbles are actually connected. He immediately expanded the 2 bubbles, got into one of them, and recycled the old one. Then he thought about it and appeared in another bubble. Sure enough, the space inside the 2 bubbles can really be teleported to each other. Yu Xian sat in the bubble, looking at the bubble opposite, thinking with great surprise. Compared to Pango's magical power of the Spirit Pearl, which only has an additional storage ability, this mutated ability is definitely a life-saving skill. It turns out to be a very good fortune. Yu Xian was so happy that he couldn't help laughing out loud. This ability is so amazing that he would never trade it for the genuine Pango Lingzhu magical power. Next, he continued to create bubbles, and there were more and more bubbles in the sky. Originally, the mutated blood energy in his body could only support him to create 100 bubbles with a diameter of 2 meters, but now the newly generated energy in his body can support him to create 500 such bubbles. In addition, the mutated blood can create bubbles. If the bubbles are not recovered, the mutated blood in the body will recover very slowly, while the newly generated energy will recover almost 10 times faster than before. Even if these bubbles are not recovered and are fixed in certain places by him, he can recover in a short time. It's time to go back. Yu Xian's figure kept flashing in different bubbles. Because the transmission speed was too fast, it seemed as if he was in every bubble. After becoming proficient in practice, he looked at the battlefield vaguely visible in the distance and felt that it didn't seem so scary anymore. 049 Best Assist. Flying all the way, Yu Xian returned to the sky above the mountain outside the battlefield that was destroyed by Gong Qian. On the ground, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were staring at each other. Yu Xian fell from the sky and looked at them curiously. Xianyu, you are finally back. Please persuade her. She actually wants to make things worse. Zhang Shou said to Yu Xian immediately when he saw Yu Xian coming back. Gong Qian was unconvinced and said, "What do you mean by making things worse? I won't get close. I just want to see if I can break the cage open from outside." That's a good idea. Yu Xian nodded, then looked at Zhang Shou to see what he would say. Zhang Shou frowned. What if she is poisoned again? Yesterday was definitely the most tiring day for him, even more tiring than when he died in the vegetable market. Because he was detoxifying Gong Qian, his healing touch was consumed very quickly, so he had to replenish it constantly. One afternoon was busier than the entire day. Although Demos was now locked in hand-to-hand combat with the Jin army, he had just climbed to a high place and seen Demos use his tail to attack from a distance, so he really didn't want to detoxify Gong Qian anymore. What you two said makes sense, but I have an idea that might be worth a try. Yu Xian said with a slight smile. When he just came back, he simulated many uses of the new abilities in his mind. The simplest one was to shuttle between different bubbles, but there were actually many sophisticated operations that could be used in battle. For example, a throwing knife is shot into a bubble and then teleported to another bubble, thereby changing the shooting angle. You can even use multiple bubbles and silver lines made of silver blood to form an elusive guillotine. Yu Xian stretched out his hand, and bubbles quickly formed. Then he moved the bubbles to the sky, forming a circle around Demo's cage. He created another bubble, looked at Gong Qian and smiled. Now pick up a stone and throw it into the bubble with all your strength. Although Gong Qian was confused, she still picked up a stone and threw it hard at bubble. Boom! A sonic boom sounded, the stone instantly flew into the bubble, and then a loud bang was heard in the distance. Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were both stunned. They ran to a high place and looked in the direction where the sound came from. There was a big hole on the ground inside the cage made by demos. We didn't have experience the first time, so it wasn't very accurate. Let's try again, Yu Xian said with a smile. Zhang Shou was surprised and said, Xianyu, your bubbles have this function, it's amazing. There are only a few people in the country who have spatial abilities, and abilities like his have never been seen before. If headquarters knew about it, his ranking would definitely rise. Gong Qian nodded. When she woke up this morning, she had nothing to do, so she used her mobile phone to check the information of the new members of the evil slaying team, and thus got to know a little about Yu Xian and Zhang Shou. This is an authority only available to captains and above. Then, Yu Xian and Gong Qian continued to cooperate, throwing rocks into the cage continuously. From the beginning, 8 out of 10 shots missed the target, but gradually 9 out of 10 shots could hit demos. But demos didn't care about this interference at all. It was already engaged in a fierce battle with the Jin army and had no extra energy to defend against Gong Qian's attack. Of course, the more important reason is that Gong Qian's attack was just throwing stones. No matter how strong she was, the material of the stone itself limited the intensity of her attack. Those stones would only cause a little pain when they hit demos, and would not cause any damage at all. What a pity! I should have prepared some throwing weapons. Gong Qian picked up a stone and said with some disappointment. Yu Xian picked up a stone and held it in his palm. Suddenly, he flipped his hand over, and the stone disappeared from his right hand and reappeared in his left. He practiced back and forth, smiling, no rush, I have another idea, but it needs more practice. He discovered that the new bubble's teleportation ability could adjust its location according to his thoughts. For example, the first stone that Gong Qian threw just now appeared in the center of the bubble, but because demos was not within the target range of the bubble, it missed. Later, Yu Xian intentionally made adjustments so that the stone no longer appeared from the center, but could be offset internally and teleported to various locations in the bubble. Because of this adjustment, he thought of a solution, but now he needs to become more proficient to be sure of it. The two of them cooperated to continuously attack demos. Finally, after half an hour of practice, Yu Xian could control the stone to appear at any position in the bubble, and the hit rate reached 100%. Okay, everything is ready. Yu Xian dispersed the two bubbles in his hand, and then created a large number of small bubbles. These bubbles were only the size of Gong Qian's fist. He controlled these bubbles to enter Demo's cage. Although ordinary people cannot get out of Deimos's demon cage, fist-sized objects can still enter and exit freely through the mesh. A large number of bubbles were suspended in the cage. Although Demos noticed these bubbles, he had no extra energy to destroy them because of the distraction of the Jin army. Besides, he did not think these bubbles could pose a threat to him. Captain Gong Qian, you walk into the bubble in front and punch seriously. As for the rest, leave it to me. Yu Xian continued to say to Gong Qian. Gong Qian had been throwing stones at the bubbles in front of her, so when Yu Xian spoke, she immediately understood what Yu Xian wanted to do. Okay, I will punch you hard. Gong Qian smiled and walked into the bubble. In the demon cage, Jin Dajuan punched Demos in the face, and Demos also punched Jin Dajuan in the abdomen. Then, when Demos wanted to use his tail to hit Jin Dajuan, a bubble suddenly came over. Boom! A small fist suddenly emerged from the small bubble and hit Demos' cheek heavily. Demos was punched on the cheek and his eyes rolled back. He was too familiar with this feeling of pain. That kid isn't dead yet? Before it could react, another bubble came over and Gong Qian punched it on the chin. Because the first punch made Demos slightly distracted, the second punch directly sent it flying. Another bubble in the air approached, and Gong Qian knocked it to the ground with one punch. There was already a bubble waiting on the ground, and another punch sent it flying. Snap! Under the bombardment of tens of thousands of tons of force, cracks suddenly appeared on Demo's spine. Then it was hit on the top of its head again, and its skull cracked on the spot, making a crisp sound that only a healthy head could make. Everything happened very quickly. In an instant, Demos was beaten back and forth like a sandbag by Gong Qian and Yu Xian. He didn't even have a chance to think, let alone fight back. Knowing that Demo's tail is highly poisonous, Bubble specifically avoids the tail and only attacks Demo's head, abdomen, arms and other parts. Gongqian's strength was too great. Demo's eyes rolled back and his brain was buzzing. He completely lost the ability to think. After about a minute, Demo's huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Good opportunity. When the Jin army saw this scene, they immediately rushed forward. He sat on Demos's body and hammered Demos's abdomen, causing Demos's body to shake wildly and blood to spit out of his mouth. However, neither Gongqian nor Jin Dajuan relaxed, but continued to attack continuously. The two men were determined not to stop until they had beaten Demos into a pulp. Each punch was more powerful and passionate than the last. 050 Yuxian's meritorious service shocked the boss. The great demon's vitality is extremely tenacious. Jin Dajuan and Gongqian joined forces to throw more than 10,000 punches before Demos finally died. Moreover, Demos pretended to be dead several times during this process, but the two men ignored it and hammered it back to life from the state of suspended death, and then was hammered back into the state of suspended death by the two men again. This happened several times before Demos was finally killed completely. However, the two men did not stop, but continued to beat Demos until his eyeballs fell out of their sockets. Only then did they stop. Dead? Jin Dajuan kicked Demos's body and stood there, still unwilling to let down his guard. On the other side, Gongqian was sweating profusely and felt as if her arms were no longer her own. However, although she was very tired, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. It was the first time she enjoyed playing so much. Every punch hits the flesh. You don't have to consider your surroundings, run around, or aim. Just close your eyes and punch with all your might. In fact, only in this state can she unite her waist and horse and exert her greatest strength. Demos should be the first enemy to take the brunt of her punches, which are worth tens of thousands of tons. At this time, the staff who were originally responsible for sending Zhao Yi and other generals overlooked at each other in confusion. Daimos is dead. Do they need to continue then? The team leader immediately contacted his superior, who then contacted his superior, and soon received new instructions to suspend the transmission. Shilin headquarters began to verify the information, and the call was finally made to Jin Dajuan to finally confirm that the dragon-level demon Demos was really killed, but it was not Jin Dajuan who killed Demos alone, but also with the help of Gongqian and others. Jin Dajuan could recognize Gongqian from her fist, but he had never seen Yuxian's bubbles, so he didn't know that bubbles was Yuxian's ability. But the top management soon learned from Gongqian's phone call about Yuxian's MVP-level supporting ability. At Shilin headquarters, the top executives gathered in a conference room. Minister Uwei hung up the phone, looked at the other deputy ministers, and said with relief, "Everyone, it has been confirmed that the dragon-level threat, the great demon Demos, has been killed by the combined efforts of Jin Dajuan, Gongqian, and Yuxian. Gongqian possesses Pangu's powerful abilities, so it's not surprising that she can intervene in dragon-level battles, but Yuxian, isn't he ant level?" A deputy minister asked in confusion. When he first arrived in Yinshang, he even touched Yuxian's head to confirm his level. Not only did he take action, but he was also the key to killing Demos this time. Let's discuss how to reward him. Uwei smiled bitterly with a headache. Yuxian destroyed the alien insects plan and saved tens of millions of people in Silver City, so he received all the rewards he could get. 2 days ago, Yuxian discovered in advance that Jotai possessed the ability to tap into the potential of the bloodline of extraordinary creatures, and reported it in time, exposing the potential dragon-level crisis. Now they are still discussing whether this is a first-class merit or a second-class merit. Who knew that before they could reach a conclusion, Yuxian had made another great contribution? Everyone looked at each other, and finally smiled bitterly. The annual quota of Pangu's blood was limited. It had to be divided within Shilin, and there were also brother departments such as Azure Dragon, Suzaku, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise to share outside. The headquarters really couldn't squeeze out the money. If all else fails, let's just reward him with weapons. Build him a dragon-grade weapon, a deputy minister said with a painful look on his face. Uwei pondered and said, "Let Jin Sheng ask Yuxian what he wants, and then we can decide." Although everyone was racking their brains over how to reward Yuxian, everyone actually knew very well how much resources Yuxian had saved this time. If it weren't for Yuxian, they would have to spend a lot of resources and take huge risks to teleport several generals over. If some monsters with unknown abilities sneaked into the earth from the cracks in the abyss, another alien insect crisis would occur in minutes. Therefore, if Pangu's blood was not in short supply, it would not be impossible to reward Yuxian again. The extraordinary people have their own great power. You can't retain talents by fooling around or making empty promises. Shilin has always had a clear distinction between rewards and punishments. Merit must be rewarded, and the greater the merit, the greater the reward. Only in this way can we retain people's hearts and maintain unity. After Daimos' death, the demon prison gradually collapsed, but the ground was permanently transformed into a highly poisonous swamp. At present, no one except Jin Dajuan can enter the swamp, so the task of dismembering Demos falls on Jin Dajuan. The entire blockade area is expected to be blocked for a very long time, and may even be designated as a permanent restricted area. Yu Xian and the other two returned to the barracks outside Yincheng. The entire camp was in a state of bustle. Gong Xian saw that a member of her team was missing a leg, so she quickly said goodbye to Yu Xian and Zhang Shou and ran to find out what happened. Bluebird, where's the captain? Yu Xian quickly found Qingniu in the crowd, who looked unhappy and seemed to have just cried, and asked. Xianyu, the captain is still trying to rescue him, and we are the only ones left in our team. Qingniu looked up at Yu Xian, his eyes suddenly turned red, and he spoke in a crying voice. Originally, with the addition of Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, the number of members of the evil slaying squad increased to 7, but due to Demo's sudden attack last night, 3 members were sacrificed. Sister, where is Brother Bo? Zhang Shou asked nervously when he heard it. The Bluebird glanced at Zhang Shou and shook his head sadly. Zhang Shou was completely stunned. Yesterday, Yu Xian and Qingniu were on a mission together, while Zhang Shou was paired with Yubo. Yubo was the oldest member of the evil killing team, a smooth-talking yet unsophisticated man. He chatted and laughed with Zhang Shou along the way, imparting many of his experiences to him. After Demos appeared, Yubo asked Zhang Shou to evacuate quickly, while he went to find the captain. As a result, the separation between the two was actually a farewell forever. The image of Yubo turning away with a smile on his face emerged in Zhang Shou's mind. It was clearly agreed that nothing would happen. Isn't it said that he is very experienced? He must have seen at least 8,000 such dangers, right? Zhang Shou clenched his fists, his eyes red. He wiped his eyes and asked, what about the captain? I'm the healer of our team. Follow me. Bluebird heard it and stood up to lead the way. Yu Xian followed the two of them with a heavy heart. When they arrived at the military doctor's office, many people were waiting anxiously. 4 or 5 men and women carrying swords saw Yu Xian and immediately came forward to thank him. They were some of the people rescued by Yu Xian. Yu Xian chatted with them and found out that they were all members of the evil slaying squad. The reason they were here was because their captain Gong Jiang and deputy captain Mo Xie were still receiving treatment. Among the 4 teams, the evil slaying team and the demon slaying team can be said to be relatively lucky. They both suffered no casualties, but their captains were seriously injured. The most unlucky one was Gong Qian's crime-fighting team. Apart from Gong Qian, there was only one survivor, and the rest of the team members were all killed. 051, the Burdened Man. When Yu Xian found Gong Qian, she was squatting behind a tree outside the barracks, crying softly. Although the two had only known each other for less than a day, Yu Xian knew very well that although Gong Qian looked strong, she was actually very soft-hearted and kind-hearted. To her, the members of the entire crime-fighting team were not just teammates, but also family members and brothers and sisters. From the information provided by the evil squad, the members of the crime squad actually treat Gong Qian like a younger sister, especially the girls, who always like to find excuses to kiss and hug her. Although Yu Xian was very worried about Jin Sheng was being treated by Zhang Shou and should be fine, so he hesitated for a moment and decided to come find Gong Qian. Gong Qian needs company more now. He squatted beside Gong Qian and accompanied her quietly. I clearly told them to retreat. I told them not to look back. Gong Qian hid her face in her knees, covered her forehead with her hands, and said in a crying voice. As a result, when the members of the crime-fighting team saw her being blown away by Demos, they all changed direction and tried to bypass Demos to find her. In the end, they were killed instantly by a pillar of fire that suddenly appeared from the ground. Only one girl survived because her leg was hit by a rock and she was pushed out of the range of the fire pillar by her teammates. Yu Xian listened silently. He couldn't say any words of comfort, nor did he want to say any words of comfort. He just listened quietly and accompanied her. An hour later, Gong Qian stood up, sniffed her nose, and whispered, "Thank you. I'll go see Sister Funfun." After saying that, she walked out. Yu Xian waited for her to leave for a while before he stood up. A bubble appeared on his palm. He walked into the bubble and appeared at the military doctor's office the next second. He walked out of the bubble, sat on a chair outside the operating room, and waited quietly. In the afternoon, Zhang Shou came out of Jinqing's operating room and sat next to Yu Xian tiredly, with no smile on his old face. Is the captain's injury serious? Yu Xian asked after looking at him. Zhang Shou nodded and said, it's not serious, but very serious, even worse than Captain Gongqian's poisoning. Dr. Wang said that the demonic power within the captain's body is extremely high level and incompatible with his own energy, so they are entangled in fighting to the death. I can only treat the external injuries. This fragile balance has to be managed by the captain himself. Otherwise, if the balance is broken, the captain will die faster. His healing touch could indeed slowly remove the demonic power from Jin Sheng's body, but in doing so the fragile balance would be broken and Jin Sheng could die suddenly at any moment. Therefore, he could only treat some external injuries, and actually stayed by Dr. Wang's side throughout the whole process to learn how to deal with this situation. By the way, Xianyu, is Jotai dead? Zhang Shou suddenly thought of the real goal of this operation and asked immediately. Yu Xian shook his head and said, I don't know. Didn't the minister say that there were external forces involved? The 2 Jotais he captured were handed over to relevant personnel yesterday. He didn't know where they were now, but he felt that Jotai might not be completely dead. Don't let me know who it is, otherwise I will kill him. Zhang Shou clenched his fists and said seriously, if there had been no external intervention, Yu Bo would not have died and the captain would not have been seriously injured. Yu Xian responded and silently kept this matter in mind. He knew very well that anyone who could break through the heavy encirclement and formation blockade and enter the blockade area must be very powerful. He was definitely not a match for them now, but that might be the case after he continued to develop for a while. Around 4 o'clock, Zhang Shou was asked by Dr. Wang to treat Ganjiang and Moi. Although the 2 were seriously injured, it was not difficult to heal because there was no other energy interference. Zhang Shou released 4 skills in a row and the 2 had fully recovered. Because Yin Chang was unable to treat Jin Sheng's injuries, he was picked up by a military plane in the evening and taken to Yinjing for treatment. Also picked up was Tianshu, the captain of the demon killing team. Tianshu was also seriously injured and was carried away by his teammates. But his injuries were the sequelae of burning his own potential and lifespan, which consumed his essence. The treatment conditions in Yinchang were just insufficient, but once he arrived in Yinjing, there would be plenty of ways to make up for the loss. Night. Zhang Shou and Yu Xian returned to Yinchang by car. Both of them felt a little heavy-hearted, but their souls had also grown. When the car entered Yinchang, the 2 looked at the lights of thousands of homes. Zhang Shou couldn't help but stop the car and look at the lights of the buildings in the distance. He didn't think there was anything wrong with all this before, but now he had new feelings. Everyone can enjoy a peaceful life in Yinchang because there are countless people who are protecting it with their lives. Xianyu, you said that we can grow up safely. How many people are carrying the burden for us, and how many people have sacrificed their lives like Bo Gu? Zhang Shou looked at the figure reflected on the curtains not far away and said to Yu Xian. Yu Xian shook his head and said, I don't know, but it must be a lot. I can't sleep. How about we go out for a midnight snack together? Zhang Shou wiped his eyes and said to Yu Xian. Yu Xian smiled slightly and said, I happen to know a good shop, let's go. At night, shops in other parts of the city were closed, and only the streets in the east of the city where the extraordinary people gathered had shops open. The 2 took a car to the east of the city and stopped at a food stall. The 2 ordered various stir-fries and grilled skewers, and also specially ordered maochuang, which vampires can eat. While eating, they enjoyed the fireworks around them, and gradually they felt like they were back to the human world, as if everything that had happened in the past 2 days was very far away from them. After eating and drinking, the 2 decided to drive around Silver City. Zhang Shou was driving the car, and Yu Xian opened the window to let in the cool breeze. Neither of them spoke, quietly enjoying the moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Yu Xian glanced at the grass, and a bubble flew out instantly, then brought back the body of a weasel. Next, he continued to clean up the extraordinary creatures he found, and unknowingly filled up a big bubble. There seemed to be a lot of extraordinary creatures tonight. Zhang Shou couldn't help but say as he looked at the corpses of various extraordinary creatures in the bubbles. Yu Xian speculated, it might be related to the blockade area. Such a big commotion should affect many creatures. But where did they come from? Zhang Shou complained. Yu Xian guessed, it might be some kind of spatial ability. For example, now I can easily use bubbles to enter and exit Silver City. Before he returned to the city, he placed bubbles in many places. After obtaining the consent of the battalion commander, he also placed 3 bubbles in the barracks. Therefore, he no longer needed to pass through the city gate inspection and could leave the city anytime and anywhere. At this time, an off-road vehicle with a SWAT badge came towards them and the two sides stopped when they met. Zhang Kai, the leader of the combat police force, leaned out of the car window and smiled when he saw Yu Xian. Yu Xian, Zhang Shou, it's you too. I was wondering who was wandering down this road late at night. I thought they'd stumbled upon a big fish. Captain Zhang, good evening. We just couldn't sleep, so we came out to relax. By the way, these extraordinary creatures were killed on the road. Let us give them as a snack for the brothers and sisters in the team. Yu Xian said with a smile, and at the same time sent the extraordinary creatures out of the car. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up. He opened the rear window to take in these extraordinary creatures and said with a smile, "Wow, so many? You're so polite. I don't feel comfortable saying this. If you're sorry, don't accept it." Yu Xian and Zhang Shou watched Zhang Kai acting with amusement. Afterwards, everyone exchanged greetings and said goodbye to each other, and the two cars passed each other. Captain Zhang and the others had a hard time too. Zhang Shou watched the police car leave through the rearview mirror inside. The combat police force has also made great contributions to the peace of Silver City. A large number of combat police officers sacrifice their lives every year across the country. He used to only admire them, but now he can understand how difficult it is. It is no longer distant news, no longer cold numbers, but every flesh and blood person. 052 Gongqian joins the team. The next day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou attended classes as usual. Because the blockade area has a formation that isolates all movement, most people in Yincheng are unaware of yesterday's battle. However, there are some rumors in the Superpower Academy, such as a treasure appeared outside the city and a big fight broke out among many extraordinary people because of the forbidden fruit. The rumors are so incredible. Especially the gossip queen Chen Ling, who mysteriously revealed the information she had heard to the two of them. Zhang Shou and Yu Xian could only smile politely after hearing it. For the next 3 days, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou went to and from school as usual. The two of them have been paying attention to the latest news in the Qilin app, especially when Jinxing will be able to return to the team. Yu Xian also added many friends, and his network of contacts was greatly expanded. Through the introduction of friends in the evil slaying squad, he got to know members of many different teams across the country, and was also pulled into various mutual aid groups. After getting to know the members of the mutual aid group, a young lady stationed in Yanjing told Yu Xian some bad news. Jin Sheng's injury was more serious than expected, and it was estimated that he would not be able to recover to the level of normal activities in a short time. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou both felt a little heavy, not knowing where the evil killing team would go in the end. Day 4. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou both received text messages from Qingyao and went to the South City Security Bureau together, next door. When the two arrived at the office, Qingyao was already waiting for them in the corridor. Then the three of them entered the temporary office that originally belonged to Jin Sheng. In the office, Gongqian sat in Jin Sheng's seat. Because she was not tall enough, only her head was exposed. The three of them wanted to laugh when they saw this scene, but fortunately they held it back. Seeing everyone gathered, Gongqian said, "Because Captain Jin Sheng is temporarily unable to lead the Evil Slayer squad, Minister Uwei has appointed me, as deputy captain, temporarily responsible for all matters of the Evil Slayer squad." He was demoted. Zhang Shou couldn't help but teasing when he heard it. Gongqian's face suddenly turned dark and she glared at Zhang Shou fiercely. Zhang Shou quickly looked away and whistled guiltily, pretending that it was not him who had just spoken. But Gongqian was indeed demoted. Although she played an extremely important role in killing Daimos and deserves first-class merit, it is also a fact that the team she was in charge of was almost wiped out. The headquarters is also heartbroken that so many talents have died. Merits are merits, faults are faults, there is no such thing as offsetting merits and faults. Therefore, after discussion, Qilin headquarters arranged her to be the deputy captain of the evil slaying team. In addition, the headquarters also considered that her cooperation with Yu Xian could bring out stronger combat effectiveness, so they made such an arrangement. In fact, the headquarters had considered promoting Yu Xian to be the temporary captain and letting Gongqian assist Yu Xian, but considering that Yu Xian had joined the Zhuxie squad for too short a time, they eventually gave up. If Yu Xian had joined the Zhuxie squad for more than a year, the one sitting in Jin Sheng's position now would definitely be Yu Xian, not Gongqian. So what is our team's mission now? Yu Xian asked when he saw Gongqian staring at Zhang Shou. Gongqian retracted her gaze and replied, "There are no group missions for now. The director wants us to get used to each other first and get familiar with each other's abilities." In fact, Uwei also told her earnestly that she should listen more to Yu Xian's opinions when encountering problems and not be impulsive. Although Yu Xian has only been with Qilin for a short time, his performance during this period has been very impressive. He is very capable, brave, and resourceful. He will not fail at critical moments and is quite reliable. After the memorial service, when rewards are given based on merit, Yu Xian will not only have his ranking raised, but will also receive various rewards and benefits. What plans does the deputy captain have? Yu Xian asked Gong Qian. Gong Qian shook her head, and Yu Xian immediately smiled and said, "Since we don't have a plan, why don't we go catch mice tonight?" Catch mice? Everyone present was stunned and looked at Yu Xian. Yu Xian formed a bubble the size of a pinhole with his fingers and explained, "You all know my ability. My bubble spaces are interconnected, so theoretically, sound can also be transmitted through bubbles. I had nothing to do these 2 days, so I released a lot of these bubbles in various corners of the city at night, and then heard some interesting news through these bubbles. For example, if a group of thieves plan to attack a silver shop tonight, we can wait for them and catch them all in one fell swoop." As Yu Xian spoke, she parted her hair to reveal the bubbles hidden in her ears that looked like earplugs. "It can be used like this," Zhang Shou said in surprise, looking at the bubbles in Yu Xian's ears. Yu Xian smiled faintly. This was just the beginning. He didn't need to sleep at night. These past few days, he had been thinking about more uses for bubbles and experimenting with a lot of interesting moves. And by adjusting the size of the bubbles, his energy consumption is very low. The bubbles he released usually remained the size of a pinhole. When they needed to be expanded, he would transmit energy to the tiny bubble through the principle of spatial communication. In an instant, the pinhole-sized bubble would become a large bubble with a diameter of 2 meters. In this way, each of his transmission points is not only extremely energy-saving, but also quite secretive. When necessary, it can also be used as a way to gather information. It can be said that he kills 2 birds with 1 stone. In addition, the bubbles no longer require him to use his mind to control their movement. He can also attach the bubbles to a certain coordinate object, and when the object moves, the bubbles will be moved with it. The bubbles in his ears are like this. Otherwise, he would have to take the trouble to control the movement of the bubbles in his ears every time he took a step, which would be too tiring. Next, Yu Xian attached a bubble to the ears of the 3 people, so that they could communicate anytime and anywhere. "Can you hear me?" Zhang Shou ran outside the office and asked in a low voice. In the room, the 3 of them could clearly hear Zhang Shou's words. Bluebird asked curiously, "Xianyu, the dead doctor's voice was obviously not loud, so why can we hear it so clearly?" Because the bubbles in our ears are elastic bubbles, the resonance ability of their internal space is stronger. Once the sound outlet of the bubbles is set inward, the sound we hear will be very clear and loud. Yu Xian explained. In fact, he didn't think about this problem at first. Because his hearing was enhanced by the silver blood and was very strong, he could hear even the smallest sounds clearly. Later, at school, Zhang Shou encountered several instances where people couldn't hear him clearly because the noise was too loud around them. This made him realize that not everyone's hearing was as good as his, so he made many adjustments after some research. Also, there's one thing he didn't mention, which is that he can set what sounds are allowed to enter the bubble. These bubbles are meant to be used for both offense and defense. Without his permission, other creatures will not be able to enter the bubble even if they die on the surface. Even if they have the ability to break the bubble barrier, the result will only be the bubble bursting. By further developing this function, Yu Xian can specify whose voice can enter the bubble, and the rest of the voices will be isolated outside the bubble, thus obtaining pure sound without any noise. After Zhang Shou came back from outside, the 4 of them agreed on the time to meet tonight and then adjourned the meeting. Yu Xian walked out of the temporary office, and a bubble appeared out of thin air in front of him. He entered the bubble and returned home the next second. The bubble in the office quickly shrank and fell back into a small depression on the ground, inconspicuous at all. Capabilities can be developed in the direction of big. It can also be developed in the direction of small. Sometimes small is not necessarily worse than big. Especially after becoming proficient in micromanipulation, you can use your skills to defeat the strong with the weak and turn the situation around in minutes. As Yu Xian continued to practice, he became more and more adept at using the energy in his body, and his control over the bubbles became stronger and stronger. He could perform many incredible operations through the ultra-small bubbles hidden in the depressions of his fingerprints, and he could use the space bubbles to create various effects. For example, by placing a bubble in space, he can even banish the enemy directly into space. He even thought of an extremely destructive tactic, which was to place a teleportation point at the Qilin headquarters, and send enemies that he could not defeat to the Qilin headquarters, allowing the enemies to enjoy a righteous beating. However, thinking that if he did so, the big guys from Skyfall Silver City would definitely come after him, he strangled this suicidal idea to death. 053 Hole card. At 2 o'clock in the morning, in the east of the city, whispers were heard. Miyuinhua is a store that specializes in purchasing silver, then refining it into mithril, Dan silver, and Maru silver before selling it to customers. Because of its characteristic of not opening for 3 years, but making money for 3 years after opening, the store is opened on the second floor of an equipment store. The store is very small, but the interior is very deep. Although small, it has all the necessary facilities, including an alchemy room, and a huge silver storage room. Tonight, a group of extraordinary people who came from Rongqing set their sights on Miyu Inua's silver vault. Speaking of it, this group of people are really talented. They already had cases on their hands. Because of the strange insect incident in Yinchang, Rongqing started a nationwide physical examination, and they fled out of the city for fear of being exposed. After a few people discussed it, they decided that the most dangerous place was the safest place, so they waited until the control of Silver City ended and sneaked into Silver City. If they could successfully steal a large amount of silver from Miyu Inhua and then sneak out of the city overnight, the money they would earn would be enough for them to stay at large for a long time. This kind of roving crime is mostly very difficult to investigate. If it weren't for Yu Xian, the probability of this group succeeding would be very high. But now Yu Xian was sitting above the secret silver flower, waiting for an opportunity. He was completely black and did not reflect any light at all, so no one could see him if they looked up. In a high-rise building 1,000 meters away from Miyu Inhua, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were also observing Miyu Inua's movements with telescopes. In addition, on the telephone pole to the right of Miyu Inhua, the blue bird is squatting on the top of the pole in the form of a bird, which is also inconspicuous. At this time, a van drove up from the front and stopped next to a telephone pole. 5 minutes later, 5 people got out of the car and walked stealthily towards the alley next to the equipment store. At the end of the alley on the right is a gate. One of the men put his hand on the door, and the door immediately deformed, with a hole in the middle large enough for an adult to enter and exit. "You can start now," Yu Xian said with a smile when he saw this scene. The fact that the other party destroyed the door was already solid evidence in the world of extraordinary people, so Yu Xian and the others didn't need to wait until they entered the store before taking action. In fact, different countries have different attitudes towards extraordinary criminals. In some countries, extraordinary people are very rare, and even criminals will be treated leniently, such as being taken away for breeding. However, since the emergence of superhumans, China's attitude towards superhuman crimes has never changed, that is, to be strict and severe. When facing superhuman criminals with conclusive evidence, the combat police force has the power to use unlimited force. Simply put, they deserve to be beaten to death. Precisely because domestic laws are stricter on extraordinary people, Yu Xian, Zhang Shou, and others had never been harassed or bullied by extraordinary people when they were still ordinary people. At this time, Qingniao heard Yu Xian's words and took the first step. She swooped down from the top of the telephone pole, then transformed into a human form the moment she entered the alley. She kicked one of the criminals at 3 times the speed of sound. The criminal's ribs cracked with a crisp sound, and the whole person flew backwards and hit the wall at the end of the alley. "Oh no, there's a cop, run." The other 4 criminals' faces changed drastically. 3 of them ran out of the alley, while the criminal who had just opened the door gritted his teeth and fled inside. 3 people ran out of the alley, 1 ran to the left, and the other 2 rushed towards the van. Boom! At this time, Gong Qian came roaring from the sky, her small body containing great energy. She fell on the van, and the entire van exploded on the spot, burning with flames. The 2 criminals looked at Gong Qian from afar, who was standing on the roof of the car, ignoring the flames and clenching her fists until they made a creaking sound. They decisively and skillfully squatted down with their heads in their hands. They can't afford to mess with this violent little girl. Before the other criminal ran 50 meters, a bullet hit him in front of him. He froze in place. Then bullets hit the ground one after another. He trembled like a sieve and quickly raised his hands in surrender. In the distance, Zhang Shou was holding a sniper rifle with a helpless look on his face. He aimed at the opponent's legs and shot, but he missed. Inside the Miyu Inhua house, the masked criminal rushed forward frantically while looking for a window to escape. Suddenly, he saw someone standing upside down on the ceiling in front of him. Before he could react, his neck felt tight on the back and his whole body was spinning. When he came to his senses, he found himself on the street outside Miyu Inhua. He was still lying on the ground with someone stepping on his head. It's better not to move, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Yu Xian stepped on the other person and warned. He appeared on the ceiling not to show off, but because the bubble he had placed in the secret silver flower in advance was on the ceiling. If he didn't want to fall to the ground after coming out of the bubble, he could only attach energy to the soles of his feet so that he could stick to the ceiling. Then the battle process is very simple, which is to control a super small bubble to fly behind the criminal, then teleport over to pinch the criminal's neck, and then teleport to the street. The criminal will feel dizzy because there is no gravity inside the bubble and his neck is pinched by Yu Xian, causing him to lack oxygen. Next, the 5 people were handcuffed with super alloy handcuffs, and Yu Xian contacted Zhang Kai to come and take them away. The 5 criminals squatted on the ground against the wall. Yu Xian and the others gathered together. Zhang Shou complained, "That's it. I thought they were going to be some extremely vicious guys. Since the person has been caught, I'll go back to sleep first." Gong Qian yawned and continued. Yu Xian nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Deputy Captain." "Well, you've worked hard too. Bye." Gong Qian's eyelids began to twitch as she spoke in a daze. In fact, she rarely stays up late. In order to grow taller, she has always maintained a regular schedule and rarely stays up until 2 in the morning. Qingniu was a little worried about Gong Qian, so he said something to Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, and went back to the office dormitory with Gong Qian. Neither of them has a house in Yinchang, so they currently live in the office dormitory, which is the same dormitory where Yu Xian and Zhang Shou lived. After Gong Qian and Qingniu left, several criminals began to exchange glances secretly. In fact, what they feared most was Gong Qian. With her strength, she could smash a van with one and still remain unscathed. Just thinking about it, they knew that even if they used their most powerful tricks, they would not be Gong Qian's opponent. But apart from Gong Qian, the remaining Yu Xian and Zhang Shou don't seem to be particularly strong. If they use their trump cards, they may be able to solve the problem. 5 against 2, the odds are very good. Do you want to do it? Done. The 5 men reached a consensus with their eyes, and then one of the burly criminals yelled, stood up and slammed Yu Xian with his hands. Because everyone was leaning against the wall, after Yu Xian dodged, he used his handcuffed hands to smash the wall. Another criminal quickly came behind the burly criminal, took out a syringe from his waist bag, and inserted the syringe into the burly criminal's back. After being injected with an unknown drug, the muscles on the burly criminal's body all turned red, and then his body expanded rapidly, and the alloy handcuffs were broken on the spot. 054 Big Fish. Ha ha, I'm invincible. The burly criminal felt that his whole body was filled with explosive power. He looked up at the sky, opened his hands, and felt very excited. Then, he suddenly lowered his head, locked onto Yu Xian with a wild laugh, and rushed forward to punch him quickly, but Yu Xian just moved left and right, taking only a small step each time to easily avoid his attacks. The burly criminal didn't realize that his attack intentions were all seen through. He felt extremely good about himself and had the illusion that he could blow up the earth with one punch. This man's name is Sun Youhu. He is considered a martial artist. He was adopted by his master and trained to be strong and muscular since he was a child. But sometimes people are just mean and will not cherish things that they get easily. Instead, they always stare at things they don't have. He has no interest in practicing martial arts, he just wants money and wants to get rich. Because he was not diligent in his practice and frequently went down the mountain to gamble, he was eventually expelled from the sect when he became an adult. Afterwards, he began to pursue wealth and pleasure, using the power he gained from not practicing hard in recent years to oppress ordinary people and make money. However, after being reported, he was severely suppressed by the SWAT team and was sentenced to 20 years in prison for robbing 10 yuan. In prison, he met these like-minded friends. After he was released from prison, the 5 of them hit it off and began to commit crimes in various cities. At the age of 38, with only insect-level strength, he is actually just a weakling. However, after being injected with the mysterious potion, he felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. This feeling was wonderful. Die 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 die. Seeing that he still couldn't hit Yu Xian, Sun Youhu instinctively started to use the tiger boxing that he had practiced for decades but had no effect. Faced with Sun Youhu's sudden change of tactics, Yu Xian simply lay down on the ground. A small space bubble on the ground expanded rapidly. His body passed through the space bubble and appeared in the bubble in the air. Then he stepped one leg on Sun Youhu's head. What did you inject? Yu Xian looked at Sun Youhu at his feet and asked. If he wasn't curious about what Sun Youhu had been injected with, he would have been able to kick Sun Youhu to death. But how could Sun Youhu answer Yu Xian's question? He immediately grabbed his head with both hands, but Yu Xian kicked lightly and disappeared into the air. Then, before Sun Youhu could react, he was kicked in the cheek and fell heavily against the wall. The next moment, Yu Xian looked at the criminals who were being injected with drugs. A short criminal immediately kicked the wall and pounced on him. Yu Xian frowned slightly and created a large number of bubbles. One of the bubbles collided with the criminal who was rushing towards him. In an instant, the criminal's eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. The space bubble was almost invisible in the dark night. The remaining 3 criminals were hit by the bubble before they could react, and they all lost their combat effectiveness in less than 5 seconds. At this time, Sun Youhu stood up from the collapsed wall, grabbed a large number of broken bricks and threw them at Yu Xian, but Yu Xian disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind Sun Youhu, kicking Sun Youhu on the back of the head. Sun Youhu rolled his eyes and passed out on the spot. During the battle, Yu Xian had already attached a bubble to the back of Sun Youhu's head. As long as he wanted to attack Sun Youhu, he could kill him instantly at any time. However, Yu Xian has been practicing how to teleport quickly during this period, so it's a good opportunity to practice with them. Currently, he can compress the time of the entire teleportation operation to less than 1 second, and his goal is to complete this operation within 0.01 seconds. At that time, he will be able to move more quickly and freely and perform more magical skills. About 10 minutes later, the police car arrived. After Zhang Kai got out of the car, he first asked his SWAT team to take the unconscious criminals into the car. Then he walked over to Yu Xian and Zhang Shou and asked curiously, "Don't you guys need to sleep at night?" "Captain Zhang, look at the dark circles under your eyes. How can you have the nerve to criticize us?" Zhang Shou said with a spirited smile. In the past few days, he had been asking the doctor at the Qilin office to prepare some painless drugs to refresh his passive function. Every time it was almost 12 o'clock, he would actively refresh his status. In theory, he would not start to feel sleepy until 12 o'clock noon. Yu Xian explained, "I just happened to notice the movements of these stupid thieves, so I came over to guard them for a while, but it seems I really caught a big fish." As he spoke, he told Zhang Kai that Sun Youhu and the others had been injected with medicine, which increased their strength tenfold. 10 times? Are you sure? Zhang Kai stared at the road. Yu Xian nodded and said, "I've tested it specifically, otherwise I would have kicked that big guy to death long ago." With his current strength, let alone Sun Youhu's strength increasing tenfold, even if it increased 20-fold, he could still kill him with one kick. "Then we really need to dig deeper," Zhang Kai said seriously. Then the 3 of them decided to go back to the Public Security Bureau together, wait for Sun Youhu and the others to wake up, and interrogate them carefully to find out where the medicine came from. 10 times, that's too exaggerated. If any level is effective, Zhang Kai still felt incredible while driving. Yu Xian sat in the back seat and said calmly, "It's unlikely to be effective on any level. Otherwise, it would be too insane. It's okay at low levels, but if it's effective against tiger and dragon levels, it would be too terrifying." Everyone returned to the police station and sent all 5 people to the interrogation room. Yu Xian followed Zhang Kai into Sun Youhu's interrogation room. "Wake him up," Zhang Kai said to the young police officer beside him. Then the young police officer slapped Sun Youhu several times, causing his face to swell up, but at the same time, Sun Youhu woke up faintly. Sun Youhu, 38 years old, was released from prison half a year ago. After he was released, he and his cellmates Zhong Fa, Kang Jimao, Wang Hao, and Su Long committed robbery and theft many times. He also injured and disabled 15 witnesses. "Am I wrong?" Zhang Kai opened the folder and read Sun Youhu's file selectively. Sun Youhu felt a burning pain on his cheeks. He glanced at Yu Xian and snorted coldly, "Since you all know so clearly, whether you want to kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. Let me ask you, where did the medicine you injected today come from?" Zhang Kai changed the subject and asked. Sun Youhu stiffened his neck and said nothing, but just glared at Yu Xian fiercely. "Given the financial situation of you scumbags, it is definitely impossible for you to buy it. Tell me, where did you steal it from?" Yu Xian looked at Sun Youhu and asked with a smile. Zhang Kai said sternly, "Confess and you'll get leniency. You should know that we'll never show mercy to extraordinary criminals. If you don't want us to resort to any harsh measures, you'd better answer the questions honestly." In an instant, Sun Youhu recalled the first time he went to the Public Security Bureau and acted like a rogue and refused to plead guilty. He originally thought that the armed police would not be able to do anything to him if they could not get evidence, but it turned out that they had no intention of telling him the evidence at all. Whenever he recalled what happened afterwards, he felt his legs shaking involuntarily. In the cloud warehouse in the north of the city. Which warehouse? 35, no, it was warehouse 32. We wanted to steal some food, but there were so many high-end looking devices inside. We didn't dare to move, so we just grabbed a suitcase and ran away. Inside was these potions. Where's the suitcase? Throw it away. Where did you throw it? A trash can on the outer streets of the South City. How do you know the effect of the medicine? Ji Mao. No, Kong Ji Mao injected a dog with it and found that the dog became stronger. The only after effect was that it was lethargic for 2 days. After Yu Xian and Zhang Kai asked the questions they wanted to ask, they looked at each other, warned Sun Youhu, and quickly left the interrogation room. 055, silencing. North of the city, Cloud Warehouse, warehouse number 32. 3 police cars stopped at the door of the warehouse. Zhang Kai, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou got out of the cars, and many police officers quickly surrounded the warehouse. Several police officers, holding super alloy shields that were almost 10 centimeters thick, formed a shield formation and moved forward cautiously. One of the police officers, holding a door-breaking hammer, stood behind the shield formation. They arrived at the warehouse door and waited for the order to break in. Yu Xian watched their actions, and suddenly his head started buzzing, and his vampire heart began beating faster. Wait, Captain Zhang, let me do it. I have a bad feeling. Yu Xian grabbed Zhang Kai's hand holding the communicator and said seriously. Seeing Yu Xian's serious expression, Zhang Kai immediately ordered the troopers to retreat. After everyone retreated to a certain distance, a bubble the size of a basketball appeared in Yu Xian's hand. He controlled the bubble to float to the door and pushed it open little by little. Click. After the door cracked open, there was a crashing sound. In an instant, the entire warehouse exploded and a terrifying shockwave spread out. Even though the SWAT team was holding a heavy shield, they were still swept away dozens of meters away from the explosion. Yu Xian was well prepared. He used bubbles to protect himself and the people around him at the moment of the explosion. He used 3 layers of bubbles this time, so the explosion had no effect on them at all. Fuck! Zhang Shou came to his senses and shouted subconsciously. Zhang Kai standing aside had a very ugly expression on his face. If Yu Xian had not stopped the X-Force from forcing the door open, those X-Force brothers would probably have died on the spot. Damn it, we have to investigate. Who owns this warehouse and who is behind it? If I don't get to the bottom of it, I'm not Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai said angrily, gritting his teeth. Yu Xian also felt that this matter was becoming more and more complicated. Originally, we just wanted to catch a few little mice at night, but who would have known that these little mice would be involved in such a big case? The other party may have guessed that we would come, and this is a warning to us not to investigate further. Yu Xian said thoughtfully. After Sun Youhu and his men stole the suitcase, the other party had already anticipated this. After all, Sun Youhu and his men were on the move, and they were wearing hats and masks when they entered the warehouse, making it difficult for the other party to find out who they were. But as long as Sun Youhu and the others continue to steal, they are very likely to fall into the hands of the Public Security Bureau. Once the syringes are discovered, it is only a matter of time before the warehouse is exposed. Many people may think that it is easier for evil forces or criminals to find Sun Youhu and his gang. The actual situation is just the opposite. Sun Youhu and his gang work as a team and have been roaming around in different cities. They don't trust anyone at all, and even the local tyrants may not know that such a group exists. Moreover, after they succeed in stealing the goods in one city, they will not sell the stolen goods in this city, but will go to the next city, or even the next city to sell the stolen goods, and they will not sell the stolen goods again in the city where they sold them. This means that it is difficult for ordinary forces to catch them unless they can conduct a city-wide search before they flee to other cities. But Yincheng had just ended its control, so not to mention the evil forces hiding in the sewers, even the big guys in the open had to behave themselves for a while, so it was really safe for Sun Youhu and the others to stay in Yincheng. Under the above conditions, the possibility of Sun Youhu and others exposing the potion has increased to at least 80%. It is not difficult to imagine why the original owner of the potion did this. Leaving behind a team of SWAT officers to investigate the surrounding warehouses, Yu Xian and his team returned to the Public Security Bureau. After a while, the war police who were responsible for searching the temporary residence of Sun Youhu and others came back, and brought back several medicines hidden by Sun Youhu and others. There were a total of 10 potions in the suitcase. Sun Youhu and his friends used one for the dog, and then each of them took one with them, so there were still 4 potions left at the temporary resting place. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou each asked for a potion and put it in the storage ring as a backup. As for the remaining 2 potions, one was left to the Public Security Bureau to test the ingredients, and the other was taken by Yu Xian to the office next door to let Qilin's people test the ingredients. The 2 came out of the office. Yu Xian sat in the green belt between the Public Security Bureau and the office. Zhang Shou sat down with him and asked, "Xianyu, are you waiting for the other party to make a move?" Well, the warehouse exploded. The other party must have known that the thief who stole the suitcase has been caught. Given their audacity, do you think they will choose to silence him? Yu Xian nodded and asked seriously. If only the Public Security Bureau caught Sun Youhu, they would most likely do this. Now it depends on how much the other party knows. If someone comes tonight, it means that the Public Security Bureau is fine. If no one takes action, then the Public Security Bureau will need to conduct another screening. However, Yu Xian still believed in Jin Shang's ability. Before the Security Bureau was infiltrated by the alien insects, Jin Shang had already searched the entire Security Bureau in Yincheng. If there were still people with problems in this situation, it would be a big problem. 4 o'clock in the morning. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were both in high spirits, one looking at the stars and the other playing with his mobile phone. Suddenly Yu Xian stood up, and Zhang Shou quickly stood up and looked around. Then a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 300 meters suddenly appeared above the Public Security Bureau. It really appeared out of nowhere, so that no one had time to react. If this fireball falls, the entire police station will probably be reduced to ashes and everyone will die. But the next second, a huge bubble appeared above the Sheriff's Bureau, and the fireball was directly swallowed by the bubble. If the extraordinary person who created the fireball could see a large lake hundreds of kilometers outside Silver City, he would see the fireball suddenly appear at the bottom of the lake, and then be extinguished neatly by the lake water. About 200 meters away, Scott stared at the sky above the sheriff's office with wide eyes in disbelief. He still held the magic scroll in his hand. It was obvious that the magic scroll had been torn open, and the fireball should have been successfully launched. This was a wolf-level superior spell, which was enough to make the entire Security Bureau disappear from the face of the earth. The question is, where are his fireballs? Not good. There might be experts in the Public Security Bureau. Scott came to his senses and his IQ finally returned to his brain. He realized that something was wrong, so he quickly took out the teleportation scroll, tore it open and escaped instantly. 5 seconds after he left, Yu Xian fell from the sky, his body remaining pitch black. Run away? Yu Xian looked around and frowned slightly. The other party seemed to be even richer than he expected. There was no trace left in the air, not even a smell. He could conclude that the other party was definitely well equipped, and the abilities he used were probably not the abilities of their own system. Simply put, the other party did not reveal any information about himself, except he was rich. Could it be a vampire? Yu Xian suddenly had this thought, and then shook his head. He couldn't just conclude that the vampires were the murderers just because they were rich. 056 Deficiency of ability. 5-star hotel. Scott stood in the darkness and said, "Master, something happened in warehouse 32. A shadow quickly condensed into a human form, and the entire room seemed to fall into darkness. A voice, indistinguishable between male and female, came from the shadow. Now you should understand that warnings have no deterrent effect on the Chinese. They will not give up and continue investigating. Have all the clues been cut off? Master, I have cleared up all the clues that can be eliminated. Unfortunately, there are experts in the Public Security Bureau, and I failed to completely silence them. I'm afraid they will continue to investigate," Scott said with his head down. The shadow was silent for a moment, then said, "Then let them continue their investigation. Use all counter-reconnaissance methods and don't expose themselves." "Yes." Scott responded immediately. Yu Xian returned to the Public Security Bureau, and the entire area was surrounded by fully armed SWAT police. Zhang Kai, the leader, saw Yu Xian coming back and immediately asked nervously, "Yu Xian, was that the flaming sun fireball that just appeared in the air?" This wolf-level superior spell is very famous internationally. Because its attack range is relatively small, but the temperature is very high, enough to turn everything within the attack range into magma, so many criminals like to use this spell to destroy corpses. Even though it only appeared above the Sheriff's Bureau for less than 5 seconds, the roof of the bureau is now charred black, and much of the equipment on the top floor has been damaged by the high temperature. Yes, it is indeed the flaming sun fireball technique. Yu Xian nodded and replied. Zhang Kai frowned and asked, Could it be related to the warehouse over there? Yes, so our evil slaying team has taken over this case, and you can just let it go. Yu Xian continued to nod, and then said to Zhang Kai seriously. If he hadn't been guarding it just now, the entire security bureau would probably have become a big pit, and all the police officers would have been reduced to ashes under the yin-yang fireball. The levels of the war police are generally between insect level and ant level, and they are obviously no longer suitable to continue to participate in this case. After all, the other party's attack is at the upper level of wolf level, and no matter how many war police there are, it will be useless. Well, I'll hand over Sun Yohu and the others to you as well. Zhang Kai nodded calmly. Although he was very angry, he had to be responsible for his brothers. The criminals behind this case were of too high a level, and it was too dangerous for the police to continue to intervene. Okay, hand them all over. I'll have someone check their bodies to see if the injections of those drugs really don't have any greater side effects. Yu Xian agreed. After all, the fact that the side effects are not serious is just Sun Youhu's one-sided statement, and Kong Jimao's observation object is just a dog, so the conclusion he drew may not be reliable. The subsequent handover work does not require Yu Xian to do it personally, but will be handled by the office staff and the combat police force. Yu Xian was floating above the security bureau on a bubble, carefully reviewing his actions. If the other party had two people and was playing a trick to lure the enemy away from the mountain, then if he rashly left the security bureau to pursue the enemy, by the time he came back, the entire security bureau would probably be gone. He was still too impulsive. Xianyu, do you want to wake up Sister Qing Niao and the deputy captain? This time, Zhang Shou's voice came from the bubble in his right ear. Yu Xian replied, no need. Let's talk to them tomorrow. We'll make plans after the test results come out. Oh, and have brotherly check who owns warehouse number 32 in the cloud warehouse and who it's been renting it to. Originally, the X-Force had been investigating the ownership of the cloud warehouse, but now that everything has been handed over to Qilin, it will naturally be Qilin's turn to investigate. There are many clerks in the office, who are actually staff members who specialize in assisting each team. The brotherly that Yu Xian mentioned is one of the clerks who is more familiar with them. Okay, I understand. Zhang Shou responded. Next, Yu Xian continued to exercise his abilities while keeping vigilant of his surroundings. He remotely controlled the two bubbles outside Silver City to constantly exchange underwater stones and river water, and even fish that entered the bubbles were directly exchanged by him. These two bubbles, one in the river and the other in the lake, are several kilometers apart from each other. Many fish are lucky enough to take a spontaneous trip. He knew the space inside the bubble very well, but he actually didn't know what was outside the bubble. Manipulating bubbles to move in the distance is like groping forward with eyes closed. Only by including the things in the water into the bubbles can he know what he has encountered. Whenever he had free time, he would think about how to see the scene outside the bubble in the distance. The next day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou asked for leave again. Fortunately, several teachers at the Superpower Academy knew that they were affiliated with the Public Security Bureau, so they did not make things difficult for the two. At 8:30 in the morning, Gong Qian and Xing Niao came out of the room. In fact, they had woken up once when the yin-yang fireball appeared, but the yin-yang fireball disappeared too quickly and there was no other movement afterwards. In addition, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou did not notify them, so they mistakenly thought that nothing serious happened, so they continued to sleep with confidence. Office. Gong Qian and Xing Niao ate the breakfast bought by Zhang Shou while listening to Yu Xian recount what happened last night. Neither of them had expected that a case of catching a thief would lead to such a big case. Attacking the Public Security Bureau with wolf-level spells is a capital crime, and there is no room for negotiation. As long as you find the attacker, you will be rewarded for killing him. So how many clues do we have now? After listening to Yu Xian's words, Xing Niao swallowed a mouthful of century egg and lean meat porridge and continued to ask. Yu Xian held his phone and read the message from Brotherly while saying, the test results of the medicine in the syringe will not be available until this afternoon, but the owner and tenant of warehouse number 32 have been thoroughly investigated. The owner of warehouse number 32 is Lu Yingshi, leader of the Lion Gate in the East City and a serpent-level warrior. We've already sent someone to invite him back for investigation. The tenant is Uwei, one of the 7 heroes of the Wu family. He's a renowned scavenger on the Grey Road, and we've also sent someone to invite him back for investigation. Then we'll wait for Lu Yingshi and Uwei to arrive, and then we'll continue investigating along these clues. Gong Qian said after listening. While cleaning up the breakfast garbage, Xing Niao said, but Xianyu, I must criticize you. Next time you encounter something like this, you should wake me and the deputy captain immediately, just in case the other party has any backup plan. Just because we are girls doesn't mean we need to be taken care of. We are also experienced in many battles, okay? Yes, next time just notify us directly. There is strength in numbers, and it will be harder for us to fall into the other party's scheme of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Gong Qian nodded. Yu Xian had already reflected on this last night, so he nodded and said, well, I'll review this and I'll definitely let you know next time. At about 10:30, several clerks came back. Also returning with them were Lu Yingshi, Hu Tuer, and a woman who looked very similar to Hu Tuer. Brotherly knocked on the door and entered the office, saying, leaders, LV Yingshi has been brought in. Hu Weijia's whereabouts are currently unknown, but his wife Hu Xian and daughter Hu Tuer have volunteered to cooperate with the investigation. They hope we can help investigate Hu Weijia's whereabouts. Sorry to bother you, brotherly. Let's go and meet Lu Yingshi first and see what he says. Gong Qian took the initiative to speak. Then everyone went to the reception room. As soon as they entered, they saw the burly Lu Yingshi. When Yu Xian saw him for the first time, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Then he found that Lu Yingshi's temperament was very similar to Jin Shang's, both like a lion. However, there are differences between the two. Jin Shang is more like a shining lion, while Lu Yingshi is more like an old lion who has his own territory and just wants to guard his own little piece of land. Lu Yingshi is already 98 years old this year, but because he is a snake-level warrior, his body is very well maintained, so he looks like a middle-aged man in his 50s. It is estimated that in a few years, if he cannot break through the eagle level and does not want to die, he will probably have to consider becoming an immortal species such as a vampire. 057 Hichu Luo Shu. I don't know if it's because I have a clear conscience or if I was prepared for it. Lu Yingshi was very cooperative and told everything he knew about warehouse number 32. The problem is that he doesn't actually manage the property under his name. Warehouse number 32 was just a gift from a wealthy businessman on his 90th birthday, and has always been managed by his eldest apprentice Wang Xiaohu. Fortunately, Wang Xiaohu also accompanied them this time for investigation, so Yu Xian and others met Wang Xiaohu again. Unfortunately, Wang Xiaohu did not provide any valuable clues. Now warehouses for rent can be posted on an app called Baozu Ko, and there is no need to meet the tenants in person. After sending the two away, Zhang Shou asked, do you think what they said is true? There shouldn't be any problem. Although the Lion Gate is not a particularly strong sect, it has a lot of industries under its name. Lu Yingshi won't be too concerned about a warehouse given as a gift by someone else. Qing Yao analyzed. Yu Xian then said calmly, okay, let's go meet Hu Weijia's family and see if they can provide any clues. If Hu Xian and the others were just like Lu Yingshi and the others, and they knew nothing about anything, then this connection would be broken. Everyone entered the reception room opposite. When Hu Tuer saw Yu Xian coming in, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stood up and said happily, handsome guy, it's you. Do you know each other? Bluebird asked curiously. Yu Xian glanced at Hu Tuer speechlessly, then said calmly, we went to the same school and met once. Handsome guy, I want to call the police. My dad is missing. Hu Tuer looked at Yu Xian with shining eyes, and there was no sadness in his tone. Zhang Shou asked curiously, how many days has your father been missing? Officer, brother Jia disappeared on the day the control ended. Hu Tuer's mother Hu Xianer said. Although Hu Xianer is already a wife and has a 17-year-old daughter, she looks very young and looks like a sister when standing with Hu Tuer. Moreover, she has a very good temperament, and every move she makes is full of breathtaking charm. Ordinary young people can definitely not resist her temptation. If I have to describe it, it would probably be, when you see her, you can understand why Cao Cao likes his wife. Brother Jie? Aren't you his wife? Yu Xian elbowed Zhang Shou, who was in a daze, and asked Hu Xianer. Hu Tuer probably didn't want Yu Xian's eyes to linger on his mother, so he quickly replied, handsome boy, I've heard my mom call my dad that since I was a kid. Okay, can you tell me what Hu Weijie did before he disappeared? For example, any abnormal behavior. Yu Xian didn't dwell on this question. After all, it might just be a little interest between the couple. Hu Tuer shook his head and said, no, my dad is rather quiet and has a low presence at home. He often disappears and comes back after a while. Then why do you think he is missing this time? Bluebird asked puzzledly. Hu Tuer glanced at Yu Xian and the others in confusion and asked, because you're looking for him. Mom and I didn't know where he went before, but you're police officers so you should know. But now you're all looking for him, so he must be missing. That makes a lot of sense. It's totally irrefutable. Gong Qian and others remained silent. They didn't expect Hu Tuer's answer to be so simple. Actually, we don't know whether Hu Weijie is missing. We are looking for him to find out something. Do you know that he once rented warehouse number 32 in the cloud warehouse? Yu Xian coughed and continued. Hu Tuer shook his head curiously and said, I've never heard of it. Why did he rent this warehouse? Everyone was speechless. They also wanted to know the answer. Xingyao looked at Hu Xianer, who also shook her head to indicate she didn't know. She said, Brother Jia is a playboy. He only comes back to rest every time. Tuer and I don't really know what he does outside. He doesn't make money to support his family? Zhang Shou couldn't help but ask. Hu Xianer explained, Our family's bathhouse is a gift from Brother Jia. Tuer and I are not short of money as we run the bathhouse, so we have never asked him for money. She has always been in charge of running the bathhouse, and Hu Weijie has no involvement in it. So are there any clothes of Hu Weijie at home? Or things he often uses? Yu Xian was unwilling to let the clue end like this, so he thought for a while and asked. Hu Xianer shook her head, but Hu Tuer said, There is a pair of his slippers. Yu Xian's face darkened and he didn't want to talk anymore. He was planning to use his extraordinary sense of smell to try to find some clues, but smelling other people's slippers, forget it. A minute later, the four men sent the Hu mother and daughter away and stood at the door of the office looking at each other. As expected, the clue was broken. Back in the office, Zhang Shou sat on a chair and asked doubtfully, Do you think Hu Weijie is cleaning? There is a lot of weird knowledge on the internet, but it is all true. For example, scavengers deal with corpses and erase traces of crime scenes, which is called cleaning in the Grey Road. Generally, after completing this kind of work, the scavenger will hide for a while and will not appear until he is sure that the storm has passed. It is indeed possible. Generally, scavengers should have their own safe houses, or we can contact the Public Security Bureau across the city and let all the security guards look for people together, said Bluebird. Security guards are ordinary people. In most cases, they are only responsible for handling cases involving ordinary people. However, when it comes to finding people, they actually have more advantages than extraordinary people because they have more people. Could it be that Hu Weijie has been silenced, and then the other party used Hu Weijie's mobile phone to rent warehouse number 32? Zhang Shou guessed. Yu Xian looked at his phone and said, Warehouse 32 was rented by Hu Weijie before the regulation. It's too difficult. There are no clues at all. How can we investigate this? Zhang Shou wailed. Gong Qian, on the other hand, wasn't anxious at all. Seeing Zhang Shou almost rolling on the ground, she spoke up, You seem to have made a mistake. We're not security guards, so we don't need to investigate cases step by step. We're the Evil Slayer Squad, affiliated with Qilin. When encountering situations like this, we can just ask for assistance. The problem is that we don't have any clues. Will it be useful to apply for help? Zhang Shou asked doubtfully. Gong Qian said confidently, Of course it will work. At least now we know that it's Hu Weijie who rented warehouse 32. We just need to apply to headquarters to locate Hu Weijie. Once headquarters uses the Hichu Luoshu to locate Hu Weijie and sends the location to us, we'll be able to find him. It's very expensive to apply once, don't lose money later. Yu Xian frowned. The river map in Luoshu is a special dragon-level item. Its main body is a huge turtle shell with a map of China on it. Qilin headquarters can use it to lock onto any target in China. However, because activating the river map in Luoshu requires a large amount of spiritual energy, applying for the river map in Luoshu as a team requires a large amount of merit. If the merit rewarded after solving the case is too little, the team will suffer a loss. Generally speaking, each team would not apply if they could, preferring to investigate on their own rather than waste merit. 058 Natural disaster or man-made disaster? I will make up for whatever loss you suffer. Gong Qian looked at Yu Xian and took charge of everything. This was her first battle after joining the evil slaying team, and she would rather lose money than fail miserably. Besides, she really has no shortage of merit points now. Her Pango blood is the compensation for her father's sacrifice, her storage ring is her mother's relic, and the clothes she is wearing are the reward for her meritorious service a few years ago. She has everything she needs now, so it's useless to have so many merits. It would be better to use them to solve cases. Don't be impulsive. Wait until the drug test report comes out this afternoon, and there may be new clues. Qingniao smiled and comforted the two people who were a little too impatient. Zhang Shou also nodded and said, yes, there is also the clue of the potion. Let's not rush it for now. Let's wait and see. Gong Qian agreed. Then the four of them dispersed. Yu Xian left the office and returned home instantly. He walked to the balcony and sat down, basking in the sun while thinking about the clues he had known so far, while his fingers manipulated a few tiny bubbles to spin in circles. Compared to when he first acquired this ability, he can now very skillfully control multiple bubbles to spin and rotate in different directions. The bubble actually has two layers, the outer layer and the inner layer. The outer layer is composed of a spatial energy membrane, and the inner space is composed of the spatial energy of the universe itself. Both have spatial properties, but the former absolutely belongs to Yu Xian, while the latter is not absolutely. Yu Xian could sense the difference between the two, but the former was easy to control, while the latter could not be directly controlled at all and could only be influenced indirectly. It was not easy, but with his unremitting efforts, he made some progress. From the beginning when there was no gravity inside the bubble, to later when there was gravity, to when the gravity was reversed, and even when objects could be controlled inside. His goal in practicing this ability is to absolutely control the space inside the bubble. Although it is not very useful at present, if he can create a supergiant bubble that can swallow the entire Earth in the future, then the Earth will be completely controlled by him. This is the value of practicing this ability. Afternoon. Yu Xian was called back to the office by Zhang Shou. He entered the office. Besides Gong Qian, Qingmiao and Zhang Shou, there was also a young man in a white coat in the room. Commendations, I am level 3 researcher Lin Yun. This time I will report the test results to you. If there are any deficiencies, please point them out. The researcher said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Gong Qian nodded and said, well, everyone is here, let's start the report. First, we detected a high concentration nutrient solution in the unknown liquid in the syringe. This nutrient solution generally needs to be diluted 100 times before it can be safely absorbed by the human body. Lin Yun said at this time, holding the report. Zhang Shou interrupted, what will happen if it's not diluted? Most creatures will be blown to pieces. Lin Yun replied. Zhang Shou frowned and said, that's not right. Sun Youhu and the others injected it directly last night, and it didn't explode. Old Zhang, let's listen to what researcher Lin has to say. Yu Xian said calmly. Lin Yun, receiving Yu Xian's signal, continued, also, this liquid contains 3 unknown elements. Since these are new discoveries, they're temporarily named Q1, Q2, and Q3. We've also discovered that this liquid contains approximately 1/10 of the alien insect serum. What does the alien insect clearing liquid have to do with the alien insects? Yu Xian couldn't help but ask after hearing this. Lin Yun replied, the heteromorphic insect serum only exists inside heteromorphic insect eggs. It's a liquid with quite unique properties. Professors at Yenching University are still researching it, and its specific function is still unknown. What do you think? Yu Xian looked at Gong Qian and others and asked. Bluebird keenly sensed the rage hidden beneath Yu Xian's calm expression and immediately speculated, Xianyu, do you suspect that the reason so many abnormal insects are being released into Silver City is because someone is deliberately releasing them? Where else would they get so much alien insect liquid? Yu Xian asked back. The eggs of the parasite are extremely small, even smaller than a grain of rice, and 10% of the liquid in a syringe is parasite serum. How many parasite eggs are needed? If you think about it, you will know that it takes a huge amount of insect eggs to produce enough abnormal insect clear liquid. At this moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. If someone was behind the invasion of the alien insects in Silver City, then that person absolutely deserved to be put to death. Damn it, if that's the case, I will definitely kill them. Zhang Shou recalled the deaths of his classmates at school and suddenly became angry. Yu Xian looked at Lin Yun and asked, is it possible to artificially synthesize the alien insect serum? The possibility is very small. This kind of liquid involving elements such as extraordinary, original embryos, and egg fluid is often extremely complex in origin, and it is almost impossible to synthesize it artificially. Lin Yun shook his head. But then he glanced at the information and said hesitantly, but sirs, I don't think the alien insect crisis in Silver City was deliberately released. It's more likely to be an accidental leak. Why do you say that? Gong Qian asked. Lin Yun explained, heteromorphs are not limited to parasitizing humans, they can parasitize almost all animals, so why not use insects that are more cost-effective? Insects reproduce quickly and have short lifespans. The eggs they produce also contain a different type of insect serum. Theoretically, a large number of eggs can be obtained in a short period of time, which is much cheaper and more efficient than using humans as materials. That seems to be true. Zhang Shou agreed. Bluebird said in a deep voice, let's put this topic aside for now. Whether it was intentional or not, we'll know once we find the perpetrator. Attacking the Public Security Bureau itself is a serious crime. Since there are no more clues about the medicine in the syringe, let's apply for the river map in Luoshu. Gong Qian said it this time. Zhang Shou said, I agree to apply for the Hichu Luoshu this time. I feel this case is not a simple one. If we can find the maker of the potion, it will definitely be a great achievement. I agree too, said the Bluebird. Yu Xian looked at Lin Yun and asked, Researcher Lin, is the high concentration nutrient solution expensive? Are there many places to buy it? Commander Yu, many alchemists can make high concentration nutrient solution. The price is between 300,000 yuan per milliliter, and there are many channels to buy it. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find the source of the high concentration nutrient solution in the mysterious liquid. Lin Yun replied. Yu Xian looked at Gong Qian and said, then I also agree to apply for the Hichu Luoshu. In that case, commanders, I will take my leave first. Lin Yun smiled slightly when he saw that he had nothing to do here. After Lin Yun left, Gong Qian immediately took out her mobile phone to apply for the use of the river map in Luoshu. However, before the application was approved, Minister Uwei called and asked why she applied for the use of the river map in Luoshu. After all, Gong Qian had just joined the evil slaying team, and it was only the second day. However, when Gong Qian told Uwei how they caught the thief and then followed the clues through the thief and found that someone might be secretly breeding alien insects and using the eggs of the alien insects as materials to develop mysterious drugs, Uwei was shocked on the spot. Uwei also immediately thought that someone might be releasing alien insects, but after Gong Qian finished speaking, he came to his senses and realized that the possibility of releasing them was not high, but the possibility of the alien insects leaking was very high. No matter what, the Silver City alien insect crisis is likely a man-made disaster rather than a natural disaster, which is enough to attract Uwei's high attention. 0:59 am I a fairy or a god? The subsequent applications were naturally given the green light. After the application to use the Hichu Luoshu was approved, Gong Qian entered Huijia's name, gender, and ID number into the interface, and then she clicked search. Far away in Yanjing, at the Qilin headquarters, a 9-meter-long and 5-meter-high tortoise shell slowly emitted a white jade-colored light thanks to the efforts of a large number of qi refiners. Countless light spots immediately appeared on the map on the tortoise shell, and each light spot represented a city. An old Taoist with a white beard quickly took out a yellow talisman, wrote Huijia's birth date on it, and then waved his hand. The talisman immediately flew into the tortoise shell and automatically burned inside the tortoise shell. On the turtle's back, a red light spot slowly appeared not far from the light spot representing Silver City, and the light spot soon turned into a beam of light. The recorder immediately converts the location of the light spot into coordinates, enters them into the electronic map, and finally clicks send. Silver City office. Yu Xian and the others waited for about half an hour, and Gong Qian immediately stood up and said, found it. Huijie is at the starboard airport outside of Yincheng. In fact, Yincheng used to be bigger and more spacious than it is now. There were subways connecting to several cities including Rongqing, and there was an airport further away. However, since the forbidden fruit appeared, these facilities have gradually been abandoned. Although Yu Xian and his friends had never left Yincheng when they were ordinary people, they had ancient maps in history class, so they roughly knew where the airport was. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Zhang Shou stood up and said. Yu Xian was playing with two bubbles in his hands as if he were playing with walnuts. He took the initiative to say, there's a teleportation point I've set up not far from Starboard Airport. We can teleport directly there. Wait, I'll go to the equipment room to get some weapons and ammunition. Bluebird said quickly. Zhang Shou also reacted and said that he also wanted to apply for weapons. He was weaker than Xingniao. If he had no weapons, he would be a pure nurse and his lethality would be almost negligible. Then let's go together. Once we get our weapons, we'll set off. Yu Xian got up from his chair. He had never been to the equipment room before, so he went there to broaden his horizons. Finally, the four of them went to the equipment room together. When the staff in charge of managing the equipment saw them coming, they immediately opened the warehouse door and allowed everyone to enter and choose. However, they needed to sign and register after choosing. In fact, every city's office and equipment room stores a large amount of munitions, but these munitions are not used against humans. The recoil of many firearms is astonishingly large. Most people will suffer fractures or even be seriously injured by the recoil after firing a shot. Of course, the attack power of these weapons is much stronger than that of ordinary firearms. Yu Xian was not very interested in guns. He took 10 standard superalloy steel knives and then asked for more than 500 bombs, including flash grenades, stun grenades, incendiary bombs, and fragmentation grenades. Finally, he also took more than 50 superalloy shields. Although they are not top-level equipment, if used unexpectedly, they may bring unexpected surprises. After signing and registering, he put all his equipment into the storage ring, and then sat aside waiting for Zhang Shou and the others to choose their equipment. When everyone had prepared their guns and ammunition, Yu Xian walked out of the equipment room. He pointed his hand forward and a small bubble froze in mid-air. Then he input energy to enlarge the bubble and walked into the bubble. The next second, he appeared on the top of a mountain. Looking to the right from the top of the mountain, you can see the starboard airport, which has become a wreckage. Xianyu, your ability is so convenient. I'm so envious. Zhang Shou came out of the bubble, looked at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but sigh. Xingniu and Gongqian emerged from the space bubble. Xingniu exclaimed, "Our team is probably the strongest and most comprehensive team ever. If you need teleportation, Yu Xian has it. If you need a doctor, Zhang Shou can be brought back to life in minutes. If you need reconnaissance, she is there. Finally, there is Gong Qian, the top attacker who can even beat up a dragon-level powerhouse." She couldn't imagine what kind of monster could pose a threat to them. In fact, if the captain were here, the functionality would be more complete, Gong Qian added. She is very powerful, but she is not without weaknesses. For example, she doesn't have a good way to deal with monsters that are not very susceptible to physical attacks, such as ghosts and evil spirits. If Jin Shang were there, the lion's might would burst out from his body, and this kind of monster would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Deputy Captain, shall we start the mission now? Xingniu looked at Gong Qian and asked with a smile. Gong Qian nodded and said, "Let's get started. Qingniao, go to Xingniu Airport for reconnaissance and find Uwei's hiding place. Don't alert the enemy. Xianyu, fly high and set up a few teleportation points. If necessary, teleport me into the air and directly attack the ground at Starboard Airport. Dead Doctor, be prepared. If Bluebird or I are injured or poisoned, immediately cooperate with Xianyu to remotely detoxify me. Then I'll go first." After Gongqian finished speaking, the blue bird immediately turned into a bird and flew towards the Starboard Airport. Yu Xian nodded to Gongqian, then created a bubble, entered the bubble himself, and also flew towards the direction of Starboard Airport, but he and Blue Bird happened to fly higher and lower respectively. When the bubbles rose to the cloud layer, Yu Xian sat in the bubble and looked down. Then, just like playing Go, he threw one space bubble after another to the ground. With the Starboard Airport as the center, the bubbles soon spread out and took care of each other. Then he closed his eyes and listened carefully to the sound coming from the bluebird. He really hasn't found a way to see the scene outside the bubble, but he thought of a way, which is to use the principle of sonar to judge the situation outside the bubble through sound. Although it is not very accurate now, it is at least better than knowing nothing. Looking down from the sky, the Starboard Airport is shaped like a Y and an H put together. Because no one has maintained it for 700 or 800 years, the entire airport is overgrown with weeds. There is even a tree growing out of the interior of the airport, forming a huge canopy. The bluebird flew to a branch and landed, only to find the airport was eerily quiet. Past experience made her immediately realize that something was wrong with this place and that some terrible danger might be lurking there. There's not even a single animal. It's so abnormal. The bluebird slightly spread its wings and quickly landed on a broken part of the airport roof. The situation inside the airport could be seen from the broken glass window. It was already past 4 in the afternoon and the sky was still bright, but the airport glass was too dirty and almost let in no light, so the inside of the airport was rather dim. One could vaguely see many animal skeletons and some broken syringes. Bluebird jumped into the airport from the broken window and landed on a sign that vaguely read "Pack your luggage." She looked around but didn't see any living creatures, but she didn't like the smell of the entire airport. It stinks. Moreover, this stench is mixed with a lot of urine smell that is only found in dogs. There were many cages on the ground, but these cages had been violently torn open. In addition to the piles of bones, there were also many canine bones scattered on the ground around. Bluebird guessed that these bones were either from dogs or foxes. Suddenly, Bluebird's body stiffened, and a chill slowly rose from her back to her head. She didn't dare to move at all. She sensed that behind her, she didn't know when, there was a pair of huge eyes staring at the tiny her. Her pupils kept trembling, and the gray glass next to her dimly reflected a fox about 10 meters tall with a long tail behind it. Nine-tailed fox? Uwei? There was disbelief in the bluebird's eyes. The problem is that although Uwei has the blood of a nine-tailed fox, he is not a monster at all. How could he become a monster? At this moment, the monster behind the bluebird stared at it closely and asked word by word, "Tell me, am I an immortal, or a god?" Its voice had the power to shake the soul. The bluebird's body suddenly became stiff and unable to move, and its mouth trembled as it opened little by little. Asking for a title? How could it be a request for a title? Uwei is a human being, not a real fox, so why does he need to ask for a title? However, Xingniu was unable to control her body at all. She knew very well that if she answered, the consequences would be disastrous. 060 You are like yourself. All monsters in the world originate from the monster ancestor. The demon ancestor is a despised traitor among the people, and everyone uses the word dog to describe her. This is mainly because the demon ancestor is indifferent and cruel to her own kind, but treats animals, especially dogs, like her own children. After luckily eating the forbidden fruit, she became the first demon in the world. She can transfer demonic energy to other creatures, awaken their intelligence, and thus embark on the path of demon cultivation. As a result, she cultivated hundreds of great monsters. In order to help these monsters survive the heavenly tribulation and transform into human form, she took the initiative to attack human towns and captured a large number of ordinary people, making these people consumables for the monsters to seek titles. The final fate of the demon ancestor can be imagined. She was expelled from the human race and then killed by a group of powerful people, and her bones were reduced to ashes. Unfortunately, after the birth of the demon ancestor, the demonic energy was already born. From then on, any creature lucky enough to obtain the demonic energy had the opportunity to awaken their spiritual intelligence, embark on the path of cultivation, and become a terrifying demon. It's over, it's over, it's over. Xingniu knew very well that the demon clan's request for a title was actually to extract everything from the target, replenish the demon clan itself, thereby sublimating its wisdom and strengthening its foundation in order to achieve the goal of transforming into a human form. After she answered the question, her body would be hollowed out in an instant and she would die on the spot. However, just as her body opened her mouth involuntarily, the bubbles in her ears that originally served as headphones suddenly grew bigger, wrapping her body in the bubbles. The next second, the surrounding scenery changed, and she had been teleported back to the original mountain top by Yuxian. She felt her whole body relax and immediately gasped for breath, as if she had escaped death. "Bluebird, are you okay?" Yuxian teleported back and asked while looking at the bluebird. At first he didn't realize that the bluebird was in danger. It was only when the monster that looked like Uwei asked for a title and asked the bluebird whether it looked like a fairy or a god that he realized that the bluebird was most likely controlled or captured. So, he decisively used the bubble in the bluebird's ear to teleport the bluebird back. Bluebird recovered and replied, "I'm fine, but there's a monster in the airport. I suspect it's Uwei." As soon as she finished speaking, a huge roar came from Starboard Airport. The next moment, a fox with 9 tails and a body covered with strange muscles rushed out from the airport. It looked left and right, and suddenly looked up and locked onto the location of Yuxian and the others. Then all its muscles bulged strangely, and its limbs began to run in a very uncoordinated manner, rushing towards the mountain. The muscles on its body are so weird, and many of the protruding muscles are completely redundant. Gongqian frowned as she watched the 9-tailed fox approaching quickly. Yuxian frowned and said, "If he really is Uwei, I'm afraid we won't be able to get anything valuable out of him. It's so fast, Xianyu, let's knock it down first. It's not too late to consider other problems later." Zhang Shou took out a gun from the storage ring and said with sweat on his palms as he watched the 9-tailed fox getting closer and closer. Although he was not afraid of death, the oppressive feeling of such a huge fox rushing towards him was too strong. "Then do it." Dongqian immediately clenched her fists, kicked her legs forward, and quickly went down the mountain. At the same time, Yuxian took a step back, passed through a bubble, and appeared high in the sky in an instant. He looked at the 9-tailed fox on the ground, and his fingers immediately released a large number of tiny bubbles. These bubbles fell to the ground and formed a circular circle around the 9-tailed fox. Boom! At this time, Gongqian collided with the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox was hit on the head by a punch, and its huge body exploded on the spot. Kill with one punch? Everyone was stunned, and then they saw blood, residue, and hair quickly reorganizing in mid-air, and in the blink of an eye, the nine-tailed fox was resurrected. Assuming it is really Uwei Jie, 9 tails mean it should have dragon-level strength. This is too weak, Zhang Shou said to everyone. The bluebird said, and it was just asking me for a title. This is so strange. Is it possible that it was also injected with the same medicine that Sun Youhu and the others injected, but the dosage it injected was far greater than that of Sun Youhu and the others? Yu Xian said thoughtfully as he looked at the reorganized nine-tailed fox. The main thing is that when the nine-tailed fox was reorganizing its body, its flesh and blood were reorganized layer by layer. Yu Xian saw its muscle texture, and the lines in the muscles that emitted light were very similar to the light emitted by Sun Youhu's muscles after he was injected with the medicine. Next, Gongqian blew up the body of the nine-tailed fox with another punch, but as expected, the nine-tailed fox reassembled again. Yu Xian looked more carefully and found that the muscle lines on the nine-tailed fox were as similar as 90% to the muscle lines of Sun Youhu and others after they were injected with the drug. Boom! 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 Gongqian continued to beat the nine-tailed fox from different angles, easily blowing it up with every punch. However, her attacks seemed to have little effect on the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox kept regenerating tirelessly, and immediately attacked Gongqian after regeneration. It has absolutely no fear and may not even have any self-awareness. But every time it charged, it would mutter to itself, asking Gongqian whether it looked like a fairy or a god. Yu Xian suddenly had an idea and teleported to a place not far from Gongqian through a bubble. He shouted to the nine-tailed fox, "You are neither like a fairy nor a god. You are just like yourself. You are Uwei Jie." The originally extremely violent nine-tailed fox suddenly seemed to be frozen, its pupils split and trembled wildly, and then its huge body seemed to be sucked away by some force, and the flesh and blood under its skin quickly dried up. Gongqian originally wanted to take the opportunity to kill it, but was gently stopped by Yu Xian with his hand. "Don't be anxious, let's see if it can find itself," Yu Xian said to Gongqian. If Uwei Jie could regain consciousness, they could learn more secrets of the potion from Uwei Jie. This was the focus of their trip. Killing Uwei Jie would only cut off the clues and would not be of any benefit to them. At this time, the body of the nine-tailed fox completely withered, but a human figure slowly grew on the top of its head. The lower half of the other party was covered with fur, and the upper half was human, but there was a huge eye on the chest. "I look like myself, but who am I? I am a fairy? I am a god? What am I? Uwei Jie?" The human figure muttered to himself and jumped from the fox's head to the ground. In an instant, 9 tails of different colors, made entirely of energy, appeared behind him. These tails made of energy were like burning flames, emitting astonishing temperature. "It seems to have completely turned into a dragon level," Gongqian said solemnly. Although the nine-tailed fox originally had 9 tails, it was actually not dragon level at all. Its strength was probably at wolf level at best. But now, the strength of this humanoid monster has definitely reached the true dragon level. "You are Uwei Jie, Hu Tuer's father and Hu Xianer's husband." Yu Xian looked at the human figure and spoke at this time. The human figure suddenly tilted its head, and looked at Yu Xian with lifeless eyes. Suddenly, one of its tails turned into a huge palm and grabbed Yu Xian, but Yu Xian and Gongqian were teleported away in an instant, and its palm grabbed nothing. 061 Perfect creature. Miscalculated. Yu Xian originally thought that doing so would awaken Uwei Jie's mind, but it ended up strengthening him unexpectedly. At this time, Uwei Jie couldn't find Yu Xian, so he kept searching around. Gradually, 4 more eyes grew on his head, and a human face grew on the back of his head, with 6 more eyes. Eyes continued to grow all over his body, and finally an eye on his head locked onto Yu Xian in the air. Boom! In an instant, he kicked with his legs and his body appeared outside the bubble, shattering it with every punch. However, the moment he jumped, Yu Xian noticed it coming, so he teleported away first. He looked down at the bubble in the distance, and the tail behind him turned into wings. He instantly appeared in front of the bubble and punched it again. The bubble burst on the spot, and Yu Xian and Gongqian were teleported away again. This time, Uwei Jie seemed to have adapted to Yu Xian's fighting style. With the dense eyes on his body, he could quickly find Yu Xian who appeared in other directions, so he burst the bubble with a punch, and then used his wings to provide power and appeared in front of Yu Xian at 100 times the speed of sound. But this time, as soon as it approached, a small and exquisite fist appeared on the right side. Boom! A punch hit its cheek, and it was knocked away by the huge force, leaving a fist mark on its cheek. The defense has improved a lot. Gong Qian frowned. Originally, she could blow up the nine-tailed fox with one punch, but now, she couldn't even blow up Uwei with one punch. At this time, Uwei inserted his tail into the ground and stopped steadily. He looked in the direction of Yuxian, pushed his tail hard, and attacked Yuxian again. Let's use that trick, get ready. Yuxian looked serious and immediately said to Gong Qian. In an instant, Gong Qian knew what Yuxian wanted to do and nodded, come. Uwei is too strong now. It's okay when fighting with Gong Qian, but once Yuxian is hit by Uwei, he will be killed instantly. This is too dangerous. Yuxian controlled a large number of bubbles to quickly gather towards Uwei. When Uwei swept his tail and shattered a large number of approaching bubbles, a fist appeared above its head and knocked it into the mud with one punch, stopping its charging state. Rumble! Uwei plowed a long ditch in the ground in an instant. He was lying in front of the pile of earth and just wanted to get up when he was punched on the head again, leaving a big hole in the ground. Then Gong Qian didn't need to aim at all, and punched forward madly. Her fists appeared from different bubbles and angles, beating Uwei to the ground and making him unable to move at all. Uwei tried to support himself with his hands several times, but as soon as he exerted force, he was hit by Gong Qian's fist. Under the huge force of tens of thousands of tons, his body suddenly fell to the ground, and the big hole in the ground became deeper and deeper. But Uwei is different from demos after all. His eyes are shaking wildly, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Then, because they couldn't find the right opportunity, these eyes gradually turned red. Suddenly, red light shot out from these red eyes. Many bubbles were shattered by the red light on the spot. Yuxian frowned slightly and immediately created more bubbles to fill the gaps. He thought about it and transmitted a voice to Uwei through one of the bubbles. You are Uwei, you are Hu Tuer's father, you are Hu Xianer's husband, wake up. Uwei immediately grabbed the bubble with his hands. Because he resisted too fiercely, a new arm grew out of his elbow and kept pulling forward. Wake up, you are Uwei. When Yuxian saw that it reacted to this, his eyes lit up slightly and he immediately repeated this sentence continuously. Suddenly, Uwei stopped struggling to get up. He seemed to be in a state of stillness, lying on the ground motionless. Yuxian and Gong Qian looked at each other and stopped without interfering with or attacking it. After all, neither of them wanted to kill Uwei, but wanted to learn more secrets of the potion from it. Fame that does not match one's ability is like a crown that is too heavy, which can make people breathless. As one of the famous 7 brothers of the Hu family in Yinchang, Uwei has actually been very painful in his heart because the careers of his other 6 brothers are quite successful. In contrast, he is like garbage in the garbage dump. Hu Jingjia, in particular, is extremely popular. Everyone who mentions him will give him a thumbs up and call him a real man. And Uwei seems to be just there to make up the numbers. The Hu family's 7 heroes require 7 people, so he is one of them. He is not good at speaking, not smart, and taciturn. Even his wife and daughter don't care much about his existence. He always feels that he is an unnecessary idler who just happens to be alive. One day a year ago, after cleaning up a corpse, he saved an old man on his way back to the city. Out of gratitude, the old man extended an olive branch to him and invited him to conduct a great experiment together. The other party possesses a mysterious medicine that can strengthen the blood and strength of a living being, and can also fuse the blood of other living beings, thereby breaking through the limits of one's own blood. All he needed to do was dispose of the failed experiments. As a mature scavenger, he has been working for this mysterious old man in his spare time, quietly carrying out one corpse after another that has become grotesque due to failure out of Silver City. Finally, the experiment was successful. They created a perfect creature. The opponent can change into many different forms, possesses a large number of genes from extraordinary creatures, has no weaknesses, and is so powerful that he is almost invincible. However, an accident happened. This perfect creature easily broke through the blockades of the laboratory, disappeared into the night, and even caused the leakage of the alien insects in the laboratory. When the alien worms were leaked, Uwei realized that something was wrong. He took advantage of the chaos to get a large number of perfect potions and left Silver City under the cover of night. His idea was very simple, which was to achieve self-evolution and become a more powerful and perfect existence than the fox ancestor. He wants to become the most outstanding among the 7 heroes of the Hu family. At Starboard Airport, he prepared everything, even installing a large number of tape recorders to awaken his self-awareness. He took off his clothes and injected the medicine in the syringe into his body, one after another, continuously. His body began to surge with powerful strength. He originally only had 2 tails, but now one tail after another grew out. The tape recorders around him kept playing his name, and the fox in the cage let out bursts of screams in fear. Whenever he began to lose himself due to the overwhelming power, these voices would always pull him back and make him realize that he was undergoing a great evolution. Boom! Just when he felt that he was about to grow a 9th tail, a loud noise was heard from outside the Starboard Airport, and then he saw the escaped perfect creature appear outside the door. The way the other person looked at him made him shudder. 062 to protect them, please kill me. Uwei Jie, think about your wife, think about your daughter, wake up quickly. Yu Xian stood behind Gong Qian and called out loudly to Uwei Jie, who was lying motionless on the ground. He moved his nose, and the smell of Uwei Jie changed drastically. If the smell of Uwei Jie just now was like that of a wild beast, then now it was like that of a person who had just revived. Uwei Jie, Uwei Jie, Uwei Jie. His eyes lit up and he continued to call the other person's name. Uwei Jie moved at this time. He slowly got up from the ground. His body was like a model with a bug. His flesh and blood kept flickering and changing. Sometimes a fox's head grew on one side, sometimes his mouth turned into a bird's beak, and sometimes his arms turned into snakes. But that face began to look a bit like Uwei Jie. He looked at Yu Xian and said, I am Uwei Jie, but I am dead. Dead? Yu Xian and Gong Qian were both stunned, unable to understand what Uwei Jie meant. Uwei Jie has clearly woken up, so why does he say he is dead? Uwei Jie looked at the two of them, neither sad nor happy, and said, You are here to investigate Peng Zhu, right? Sorry. I only know his nickname is Peng Zhu, and I don't know anything else. Although this is the reason, your wife and daughter are very worried. They called the police hoping that we can find you. Yu Xian looked at Uwei Jie and said seriously. He could sense a determination to die from Uwei Jie's tone, which was exactly the same as his father's attitude when he was determined to die. Perhaps because he could empathize with the other person, he subconsciously comforted the other person and wanted to inspire the other person's will to live. They don't worry about me. Stop lying. I'm just a loser, a dispensable, redundant person. Uwei Jie lowered his head and said dully. Yu Xian shook his head and said seriously, No, I didn't lie. Although I don't know why you misunderstood them, they definitely love you. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone, opened the recording of his previous conversation with Hu Xianer, Hu Tuer and others, and played what they said. As the recording played, Uwei Jie gradually became stunned. Although there was not a single word in the recording saying they loved him, or even that they were sad about his disappearance, the words of his wife and daughter, connected to their past life, made him suddenly realize something. Is Dad just quiet? Is he a playboy? That's how they viewed him. From the conversation, Uwei Jie felt what his wife and daughter really felt about him. It turned out that his daughter had always thought he was rather silent and was used to his silence, not that she did not love him. It turned out that his wife thought he was a playboy, so she had been silently indulging him and tolerating his willfulness and his absence from home, not because she did not love him. And what about him? He was immersed in his own world and was obsessed with the title of 7 heroes. In order to prove that he is worthy of the reputation of the 7 heroes, he did one stupid thing after another at all costs, and finally even ruined himself. But it's too late. It's too late to understand everything. Black tears streamed from Uwei Jie's eyes, and his body suddenly went berserk, with a large number of messy organs growing from his lower body. He looked at Yu Xian and said in sorrow and despair, Kill me now. This body is a monster, and it cannot continue to exist in this world. As he said, he was actually dead. The body he has now is not his body, but the perfect creature created by Peng Zhu. The perfect creature came to him on the day he injected the drug. He had no power to resist and was eventually eaten alive. Because he was injected with a large amount of potions containing a large amount of high-concentration nutrient solution, even a perfect creature would find it difficult to digest him in a short period of time. During this period, the perfect creature devoured a large number of foxes he had prepared for himself, and as a result was infected by the demonic energy. Its form changed drastically, and under the influence of the demonic energy, it instinctively began to seek a title. Once it succeeds in obtaining the title, it will become even more powerful and perfect. But because Yu Xian always mistakenly believed that the perfect creature was Uwei Jie and kept calling Uwei Jie's name, the perfect creature's request for the title went wrong, and instead gave Uwei Jie a chance to wake up. However, Uwei Jie was very clear that the perfect creature was instinctively resisting. He simply couldn't hold on for long, and soon his consciousness would be completely shattered by the perfect creature. At that time, the perfect creature would become even more terrifying and even endanger Silver City. Yinchan, the two people he loves most live in Yinchang. Perfect creatures must not be allowed to continue living. Kill me, now. Uwei Jie inserted his arm into his chest, pulled out his heart, and shouted at Yu Xian and Gong Qian. However, as soon as he threw the heart out, a new heart quickly grew in his chest cavity, and an extremely cold eye appeared above this heart. Die, die. Uwei Jie tore off his flesh with his hands and threw it everywhere, but no matter how hard he tore it, his body was recovering quickly. 100 meters away, Yu Xian and Gong Qian were stunned. Gong Qian was shocked and asked, why would he hurt himself? I don't know, but he seems to want to protect something important. I can feel his mood. Yu Xian looked at Uwei Jie and said in a complicated tone. The look in Uwei Jie's eyes was exactly the same as the look in his father's eyes when he was suffering from ALS and secretly trying to commit suicide. Is there someone he doesn't want to burden? Subconsciously, Yu Xian clenched his fists and his eyes turned slightly red. Gong Qian hesitated and said, should we stop him then? The Pine Zhu he just mentioned should be the person we are looking for. If he can draw his face, our chances of finding him will be higher. Kill me, this body is not mine, I was eaten by a monster, this is the monster's body, it is about to wake up. Uwei Jie yelled at this time, and an arm grew out of his back uncontrollably, grabbing the hand that wanted to dig out his heart. In fact, only about half a minute had passed since Uwei Jie committed self-harm. Gong Qian and Yu Xian were shocked when they heard his words. This body was not Uwei Jie's body, but had another owner? In a split second, Yu Xian's brain seemed to have been enlightened, and he shouted, Deputy Captain, move. Cover me. After saying this, he manipulated a large amount of silver threads to quickly weave into armor covering his entire body. Then, he flashed through the space bubble to the right of Uwei Jie and shouted, Uwei Jie, don't let it interfere with me. Help me. One arm immediately slapped towards Yu Xian, but Uwei Jie grabbed the uncontrolled arm with his other arm. Yu Xian immediately opened the visor of his helmet and bared his fangs towards Uwei Jie's neck. He bit Uwei Jie's neck hard, and Uwei Jie quickly cooperated to soften that piece of skin. Otherwise, with the hardness of Yu Xian's teeth, he would not be able to bite through its skin. Uwei Jie didn't know the purpose of Yu Xian's doing this, but now the only people he could trust were Yu Xian and Gong Qian in front of him, so while being bitten and sucked blood by Yu Xian and feeling the pain, he still gritted his teeth and continued to help Yu Xian block the limbs around him that intended to attack. After taking Pango's blood, Yu Xian gained the rarest ability of a vampire, which is to obtain the target's memory by sucking blood. He now wants to obtain Uwei Jie's memory before Uwei Jie dies, so as to understand Pang Zhu. If he does not kill Pang Zhu, tragedies like this will only continue to happen. At this time, a huge arm turned into a big snake and opened its mouth to bite Yu Xian, but before it touched Yu Xian, it was knocked to the ground by Gong Qian's punch. Then Gong Qian landed and kept bouncing around Uwei Jie, breaking, exploding and bending all the limbs that were not under Uwei Jie's control. 063 Perfect Creature Skill Tree. Are you done? I can't hold on any longer. A minute later, Uwei Jie's face twitched and his cheeks became even smaller. He couldn't help but slap his cheek and shouted loudly. Yu Xian immediately used all his strength to suck the blood in big gulps. Suddenly, an old face appeared in his mind. The other person was bald, but had a white curly beard. His facial features were a bit like a mixed-race person, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes and ambition. This is Pang Zhu. Yu Xian immediately opened his mouth and jumped back. A bubble appeared on his back and he was instantly teleported 100 meters away. No, do it, kill me. When Uwei Jie saw Yu Xian retreat, he thought Yu Xian wanted to run away and shouted angrily. But then he saw Yu Xian taking out a large number of bombs from his storage ring and putting all the bombs into a bubble. Then Zhang Shou and Xingye were also teleported over. The two of them had taken more bombs in the equipment room than Yu Xian, and at this time they took out an astonishing number of bombs from their storage rings. It's not that technology is useless, but under normal circumstances, even insect-level monsters 1T stand there stupidly and get bombed. In fact, if the extraordinary creatures do not dodge or evade, the simultaneous explosion of thousands of enhanced bombs will be enough to seriously injure or even kill most of them. Hurry, hurry, it senses danger, I can't control it anymore. Uwei Jie roared anxiously. After Yu Xian was ready, he nodded to Uwei Jie, and the next moment he teleported everyone away, leaving only a bubble filled with bombs flying quickly towards Uwei Jie. Xianer, tour. Goodbye, you must live well and live happily. At this moment, Uwei Jie not only did not retreat or run away, but opened his arms to embrace the bubble full of bombs, completely removing his own defenses. At the last moment, all he could think about were Hu Xianer and Hu Tuer. He was filled with longing and reluctance, but no fear. On a distant hilltop, Yu Xian pulled the ring of an incendiary bomb and threw it into a small bubble. The next second, he saw a terrifying explosion suddenly sounded in a large pit in the distance. Although the weapons in the office's equipment room are not of high grade, they are developed for extraordinary people and are much more powerful than ordinary bombs. An incendiary bomb is more than 10 times more powerful than an ordinary incendiary bomb. Moreover, the bubble used to load the bomb did not disappear, but expanded at the last moment to form a large bubble of 50 meters. It exploded inside this large bubble. In an instant, the bubble became like a pressure cooker, greatly enhancing the power of the explosion. Although the bubble only lasted for less than a second before bursting, the high pressure generated at the moment of the explosion was enough to increase the power of the entire explosion. At the center of the explosion, a raging flame was burning. Suddenly, a monster with a charred body rushed out from the flames and fled towards the starboard airport at an extremely fast speed. He's not dead yet? Yu Xian and others were shocked, and then Yu Xian teleported Gongqian to a high altitude. The perfect creature was running when it suddenly felt a strange sound coming from the air. It looked up and saw Gongqian's fist falling from the sky. The next moment, it was hit on the head by Gongqian's punch. Boom! The earth shook, and the perfect creature was flattened by Gongqian's punch, lying in the center of the pit like a ball of mud. Then Gongqian continued to punch the perfect creature. This time, she would not stop until she had completely beaten the perfect creature's flesh and blood into a paste. Yu Xian stood on a rock on the top of the mountain. Seeing that Gongqian had already suppressed the other party, he was not in a hurry to take action. After absorbing a large amount of blood from perfect creatures, he not only obtained part of Uwei's memory, but also part of the memory of the perfect creatures. In addition, after digesting this special blood, his body seemed to be changing silently. The perfect creature develops from an egg, which is injected with a large amount of drugs while in the egg stage, and eventually develops into shape. Therefore, although it is powerful, it is not smart, and all its actions are almost driven by instinct. It has amazing hunting instincts and is extremely good at camouflage and color change. Even though the laboratory has used a series of isolation and confinement measures such as formations, barriers, high-voltage electricity, aqua regia, etc., it still escaped easily. Through its memory, Yu Xian could see that its short life was either spent eating or looking for food, until it smelled Uwei's scent and rushed all the way from several kilometers away to the starboard airport where Uwei was hiding. After swallowing Uwei and the fox that Uwei prepared for it, it was infected by the evil spirit, but it instinctively felt that the evil spirit was beneficial to itself, so it decisively accepted the evil spirit. In fact, if it succeeds in its quest for a title, it will become extremely intelligent in a short period of time, and at that time it will become a real threat to mankind. Unfortunately, because Uwei was too nutritious, its hunting desire decreased significantly due to hunger and fatigue, so it simply stayed at the starboard airport, ready to digest Uwei before looking for humans to complete the task. This wait led to the arrival of the evil Slayer squad. Yu Xian felt somewhat relieved that they had discovered it early and did not give the perfect creature a chance to continue developing, otherwise it would definitely be humanity's biggest enemy. It has endless potential and is ever-changing. Its only weakness is probably that it is not smart. If Uwei hadn't taken the bomb head-on, the perfect creature's abilities would have been completely capable of defending against it. However, Uwei, with his incredible willpower at the last moment, completely disarmed the body's defenses, severely injuring the perfect creature itself. Thump! Plop plop! Yu Xian pressed his chest, his heart was mutating. The blood of the perfect creature contains a large number of genes of extraordinary creatures. Under the strong stimulation of these genes, both the vampire heart and the Pangu heart are affected. Now a new heart is growing from the intersection of the two hearts. Uwei's memory and the perfect creature's memory are actually just gifts. The most important thing for vampires is to absorb nutrients from blood. As a vampire that has mutated again and again, Yu Xian is no longer the same as ordinary vampires. His body's absorption ability is even stronger than that of the ancestor of the blood clan. When the new heart grew out, Yu Xian closed his eyes, and it was as if a skill tree was growing vigorously in his mind, and each branch of the tree represented a skill. If the skill trees of Pangu's heart and Vampire's heart were full of question marks, and only innate abilities could be activated randomly, then all the skills in this newly appeared skill tree were open and transparent, and Yu Xian could freely choose to activate the abilities on the skill tree. Perfect skill tree. The ability represented by the first branch is the super stomach, which gives the host a powerful digestive ability. Any food swallowed into the stomach will be quickly digested and absorbed by the super gastric juice. The ability represented by the second branch is super self-healing. As long as the body has sufficient energy, every cell can divide infinitely, thereby achieving the effect of repairing all injuries in a short period of time. The ability represented by the third branch is super sense of smell. This is no longer an ordinary sense of smell, but a mysterious superpower that can smell distant odors from several kilometers away, even if the odor has not spread that far. Yu Xian kept checking the abilities represented by each branch. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. At the same time, he understood more and more why Uwei Jie and Pang Zhu both believed that perfect creatures were truly perfect. Because its capabilities are so perfect, it has no real weaknesses. 060 for the heart of the future is like a bunch of grapes. The skill tree of the perfect creature is the same as the skill tree of the vampire, and one talent skill can be activated every 10 days. The problem is that there are hundreds of thousands of skills on this skill tree, and he can't activate them all in a short period of time, so he must selectively activate some of the more important abilities first. For example, his super stomach ability will most likely allow him to eat without indigestion, and his super taste should allow him to eat without tasteless food. After all, he is only 17 years old now, and there are still many delicious foods in the world waiting for him to taste. Losing his sense of taste and digestion ability can be said to have lost more than half of the fun in life. Now that he has the opportunity to make up for it, he naturally will not miss it. It's just 20 days, he can afford it. After checking the changes in his body, he looked up at the battle in the distance. It would be difficult to kill a perfect creature with fists alone, or even impossible. Because the perfect creature has an ability called photosynthesis, which is very similar to his light eater. As long as there is light around it, it will continue to recover its physical strength, but this ability cannot make it feel full. Although it was implicated by Uwei Jie and seriously injured in the explosion, as long as this ability is still working, Gong Qian's attack frequency is not enough to kill it completely. On the contrary, although Gong Qian is full of energy and very powerful, it is impossible for her to exert her full strength all the time. Once Gong Qian feels tired and her attack speed slows down, it will be the perfect creature's turn to fight back. Yu Xian knew very well that if there was no external interference and Gong Qian and the perfect creature were to fight one-on-one, even if the perfect creature was seriously injured, the final result would be that the perfect creature would kill Gong Qian, rather than Gong Qian killing the perfect creature. This thing is so terrifying, it is simply the legendary king of endurance. Yu Xian took out his cell phone and dialed the number of the director of Qilin headquarters. He had always been able to contact Uwei and got the director's phone number when they first met. However, unless there is a major problem or the captain or deputy captain is in charge, he will not contact the minister without going through the two of them. The reason they contacted each other now was because it was necessary. If they relied solely on Gong Qian and these small shrimps whose killing power was not even at the wolf level, they would probably never be able to deal with the perfect creature even if they fought till the end of time. Xiao Yu? Yu Lai answered the phone and asked. Yu Xian stood up straight and said, "Minister, it's me. I have something important to report now." Then, after waiting for Yu Lai's consent, he briefly reported to the other party the process of this operation, the encounter with the perfect creature that devoured Uwei Jie, and how he awakened Uwei Jie's consciousness and, with the other party's cooperation, successfully sucked his blood and obtained the perfect creature's memory. Perfect creature? The actions of the evil slaying squad were truly full of twists and turns. After listening to Yu Xian's report, Yu Lai was speechless for a moment because of the situation of Yu Xian and others. However, after learning about the horror of the perfect creatures, he immediately realized how much of a threat this creature would pose to the country. Only one was made this time, what about next time? Once this monster can be mass-produced, the consequences will be unimaginable. Silver City, a 5-star hotel. Scott was still sleeping when suddenly darkness spread around him, plunging the entire room into a pitch-black abyss. Scott immediately opened his eyes, stood up and knelt on the ground, saying respectfully, "Master, what can I do for you?" The perfect creature was found by Qilin's people first. "We must not let them kill the perfect creature." A cold voice came from the shadow in the darkness. Scott frowned and said, "But Master, I'm afraid my power alone is not enough to recover the perfect creature. Nightwing will support you in 10 minutes. Remember to fight quickly, take back the perfect creature and retreat immediately," Shadow said in a deep voice. "Do you want to fight Qilin's people head-on?" Scott took a deep breath, lowered his head and said, "Yes, my master." In fact, The main reason why the news spread so quickly was that the dragon-level combat was very noisy, and this time Uwei and his team did not set up a formation like the blockade area. Now, people outside Silver City can feel the ground shaking slightly. Every time Gong Qian landed a punch, the sound could be heard from far away. If Scott hadn't been sleeping, he would have noticed the noise of the fight long ago. The darkness lifted and Scott returned to the hotel. He got up from the ground, immediately put on his windbreaker, wrapped himself tightly with black bandages, and then quickly left through the window. When he left Silver City and came to an abandoned village outside the city, a man wearing a mask and carrying 2 machetes walked out of the house. Set off. The man glanced at Scott and then said coldly. On the other side, Uwei hung up the phone and waited for follow-up support with peace of mind. Since Gong Qian cannot deal with the perfect creature alone, the simplest way is to get more people to help. For example, the Jin army that was still dealing with Demos's body, the Tiger-level naval colonel stationed on the coast, and the evil killing team that had just arrived in Rongqing were all summoned. With these people coming to support, it is enough to deal with the perfect creatures. Since there was most likely nothing for him to do here, he could just focus on his own business. He created a bubble, lay in it, and began to summarize his own situation. So far, he had sucked blood 3 times. The first time was instigated by Nora, and he sucked artificial blood. That time he was just blood drunk and didn't get any skill tree. The second time was with Pangu's blood. Not only did he complete the vampire's special abilities, but he also gained Pangu's skill tree and had a second heart. Now is the third time of sucking blood. He obtains the skill tree of perfect creature and grows a third heart. In other words, he has a high probability of obtaining the target's skill tree by sucking blood. This is obviously not an ability that vampires have naturally, but he can't figure out whether this is an ability he has naturally after becoming a vampire, or a special ability derived from absorbing Pangu's blood. In addition, does this ability work on all creatures? If they are all effective, then can he directly obtain the abilities of all living things by sucking their blood? For example, the blue bird, can it also turn into a bird after sucking blood? Another question is whether he will have more and more hearts. Now he already has 3 hearts, 2 of which are beating rapidly. If this continues, won't he grow a lot of hearts? He even had an image in his mind of his heart like a bunch of grapes, with each grape being a heart. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and shifted his attention to a bubble. Just a moment ago, this ultra-small bubble hidden on the ground was stepped on by something. Because he can sense the space inside each bubble very clearly, he can be sure that the material of the bubble he stepped on is plastic. In other words, it wasn't an animal, but a person that passed over the bubble. This bubble is located between Starboard Airport and Silver City. There is only their evil slaying team at Starboard Airport, which means that someone is coming from Silver City to Starboard Airport. Enemy? Uwei actually had the answer in his mind instantly. After all, none of the support he called for was in Silver City, so the only answer coming from Silver City was the enemy. 065 air to ground blocking battle. In the dim jungle, Scott and Nightwing move forward quickly. They must rush to the scene and retrieve the perfect creature before it is captured by Chilin's people. Suddenly, an inconspicuous silver thread appeared in front of Scott. Caught off guard, his neck was instantly beheaded by the silver thread. On the other side, Nightwing reacted extremely quickly. At the moment when he was about to be beheaded by the silver line, he drew his sword and slashed forward. The silver line in front of him was instantly split into 2. Be careful, there's an ambush. Scott's body was separated from his head, but the blood spurting out of the broken part was like a rope connecting it to his head. This was one of his abilities, blood manipulation. He manipulated the blood to rotate his head, and when he looked carefully, he found that the jungle was full of silver lines. The heads and tails of these silver threads are connected to a very, very tiny bubble, which looks like a miniature version of a meteor rope. The most terrifying thing is that they can move. Before he had time to think of a way to break the spell, 2 bubbles connected by a silver thread instantly cut off one of his arms from his blind spot. He had to use blood to reconnect his arm, but the nerves in his hand were disconnected, and he could not use the arm until it was reconnected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense silver lines moved along with the bubbles, constantly attacking from various angles, leaving no time for Scott and Nightwing to breathe. What kind of a weird ability is this? Where is the enemy? Scott's body was gradually cut into many pieces. If he had not been able to control his blood, he would have died from excessive bleeding. On the contrary, Nightwing, who was traveling with him, held 2 swords and almost perfectly resisted all attacks from the silver threads. His swords were obviously not ordinary items, but weapons of extraordinary level, and he could cut the silver threads with one sword. High in the sky, Yuxian watched the two perform calmly. He didn't believe that they were really in a tough fight. The logic is very simple. These two people are here for the perfect creature or their evil killing team, or maybe even both. Gongqian's battle made such a loud noise that they had no reason to misjudge their opponent's strength, so since they dared to come, they must have the confidence to win. If they can't even solve his little tricks, are they here to die? Assuming that the two were stronger than himself, Yuxian had no intention of confronting them head-on. Fighting is not about levels, nor about numbers, but about flexibility, on-the-spot reaction, and combat wisdom. At this time, Scott and Nightwing on the ground realized that the enemy hiding in the dark would not be fooled. The two exchanged glances, and then with Nightwing as the vanguard, they broke forward directly. It was true that Scott was beheaded by the silver thread. The first attack was indeed too sudden and his neck was cut off, but the second time his arm was cut off was fake. In the subsequent series of attacks by Yuxian, he selectively endured some of the attacks that seemed fatal but actually did not cause him much harm. Logically speaking, they were already at an absolute disadvantage, and the enemy should at least come out and ask who they were, or investigate what force they belonged to. It turned out that the attacker had no intention of coming out at all. Since the first plan failed, Scott and Nightwing simply used an open strategy to attack the enemy and then rescue them. The other party obviously doesn't want them to get close to the battlefield where the perfect creatures are, so as long as they rush forward regardless of the consequences, they can force the other party to show up. At this time, Nightwing's two swords danced so fast that the silver lines and trees were all cut in two wherever they passed. He walked in a straight line and killed anyone who stood in his way. Scott hid in the knife light behind Nightwing. He spliced his hand at the broken part, and the blood was like glue that glued the two together. In just a few seconds, the injuries on his body were repaired by the coagulated blood, leaving only the scars coagulated by the blood. He took out an arrow from his storage ring and said with a sad heart, "Damn it! I'm going to waste a wolf-level treasure of mine." As he spoke, he smeared his blood on the arrow and threw it upwards. The arrow immediately flew towards the sky. He looked up at the sky and said, "The enemy is in the air." As soon as he finished speaking, the arrow suddenly disappeared. Then when he took a step forward, his other foot had just been lifted up but had not yet fallen. The arrow he shot came out from the ground and pierced his foot in an instant. Ah! Scott suddenly let out a scream. His body was hung upside down in the air by the arrow, and flew quickly towards Yuxian. Anyone with the ability to teleport can remain invincible as long as they use their abilities well, even if they cannot kill enemies of higher levels. After using the silver blood to enhance his vision, Yuxian had been observing the two of them from high altitude. He could see their every move, and Scott's little movements could not be hidden from him at all. When he saw the arrow, he controlled a bubble hidden underground to move quickly towards Scott himself, and then used another bubble to collect the arrow and teleport it to Scott's feet. Theoretically, any attack that he could react to could actually be deflected. Only attacks that were much faster than his reaction speed would pose a threat to him. For example, some of the perfect creature's attacks were so fast that he couldn't react at all, and the bubble would be popped instantly, leaving him with no time to react at all. Compared to the perfect creature, Scott was too slow, and Yuxian could easily deflect all his attacks. Waste! Nightwing cursed inwardly when he saw Scott injured by his attack, but he still turned around and jumped up, cutting off the arrow's tip with a knife. After landing, he quickly cut off the surrounding silver wires, giving Scott a chance to receive treatment. Scott pulled out the arrow without an arrowhead from his foot, then took off his shoes, quickly took out the healing spray and sprayed it, then took out new shoes and changed into them. The whole process took about 4 to 6 seconds. After everything was completed, the two continued to break through tacitly. The tacit understanding between them is not because they often work together and are familiar with each other, but because their rich combat experience has given them the same understanding of combat. This is an unspoken consensus. Now both of them knew that the enemy was in the sky, but the problem was that neither of them had the ability to fly. The ability to fly is not particularly rare among extraordinary people, but not everyone has it. About 30% of extraordinary people can fly by their own ability, and another 20% can use their ability combined with technology or fly on pets. The rest can only run on the ground. Scott and Nightwing have anti-aircraft means, but because they cannot fly, their tolerance for error is not high. Both of them are running while looking for opportunities to counterattack. And the counterattack must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Otherwise, the enemy's attack would be diverted to yourself in any minute. Scott's feet are the best lesson. 066 Yu Xian's combat IQ. Xianyu, I've got all the bombs you asked for. Should I send them to you now? While the two were looking for an opportunity, Yu Xian heard Zhang Shou's voice from the bubble in his ear. Before he came over to stop the two, he sent Zhang Shou back to the office and asked Zhang Shou to go to the equipment room to help get more bombs. The main reason was that he discovered that bombs were actually very useful. Especially when combined with his space bubble, the enemy has no chance to dodge at all. The bombs made by Qilin are very powerful, but the only problem is that they cannot hit people. If used too close, it is easy to hurt one's own people. If used too far away, it will be too obvious. With the reaction speed of most extraordinary people, they can escape before the explosion. Therefore, these bombs can generally only be used against extraordinary creatures with low IQ, or large extraordinary creatures with slow movements. Unless in some special terrain environments, they are very ineffective against extraordinary humans. The Navy is actually the one that uses the most bombs at present. Because the extraordinary creatures in the sea are often very large, throwing a few bombs can blow them up. Okay, send them all over. Yu Xian immediately responded that all the bombs he had previously used to blow up the perfect creatures. After a while, more and more bombs were sent over, and he immediately put all the bombs into the storage space. With these bombs, his lack of lethality was well compensated. His silver thread couldn't even kill the weaker Scott, let alone Nightwing, who was wielding dual swords. He even suspected that even if Nightwing didn't use his dual swords, the silver threads created by the silver blood might not be able to break Nightwing's defense. Just as people will feel fear in their hearts when they see an adult tiger, Nightwing's every move also carries this kind of deterrence. It is obvious that Nightwing is very strong. Even if he is not at the tiger level, he has the strength of a wolf or above. At this moment, the two people on the ground suddenly separated, one running to the right and the other running to the left. Their plan was simple. After they separated, the enemies in the sky could only focus on one of the targets, and the other target could take the opportunity to attack. Sometimes, the simpler the plan, the more effective it is. Unless Yu Xian has a wide range of perception abilities, he can only focus on one of them. Normally, he would be targeting Nightwing, who posed a greater threat, but he had a hunch that Scott was actually more dangerous. So after the two separated, he targeted Scott and manipulated the surrounding silver lines to quickly surround him. Damn it, they're targeting me. Could it be that I used the killing pursuit arrow, which alerted the other party? On the ground, Scott dodged a silver line attack, frowned slightly, and couldn't help thinking in his heart. Just as Yu Xian judged, although Scott's strength is not as good as Nightwing's, the equipment and props he possesses are far superior to Nightwing. As long as he is given a chance, he can exert a lethality far beyond Nightwing. The problem is that Yu Xian is locking onto him, and he has no chance to use those props and equipment. Even if he uses them, Yu Xian has enough time to react and transfer the attack to him through spatial ability. Now he can only pin his hopes on Nightwing. Suddenly, a man in silver armor appeared in front, rushing over quickly with a steel knife in his hand. Scott didn't expect the enemy to dare to get close to him. He sneered and a dagger immediately appeared in his hand. The two sides approached and attacked at the same time. The dagger easily cut off the steel knife. Then Scott stabbed the dagger into the armored man's chest. Wrong. There is a problem with the feel. The moment Scott stabbed the dagger, the smile on his face quickly disappeared, and the next moment the armor exploded. Boom! Scott flew backwards and hit a rock hard, which was immediately covered with spiderweb-like cracks. In the air, Yu Xian smiled when he saw that the situation was settled. Fighting has never been about strength, but about brains. He used the silver thread of silver blood to weave a piece of armor, and then put a lot of bombs into the hollow armor. He easily deceived Scott. Puff! On the ground, Scott spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't have time to heal his wounds, and when he looked down he saw 50 bombs waiting for him. Kill you while you are sick. Boom! This explosion was much more powerful than the previous one. In an instant, Scott's body was like a broken sack in the explosion, trembling in blood and flesh flying everywhere. The combination of space ability and technology can actually cause such destructive power. Scott had some inexplicable thoughts in his mind at the last moment, and then his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. After the explosion, a large number of silver threads quickly stretched out from many tiny bubbles. After cutting Scott into pieces, one of the silver threads carefully removed the storage ring from Scott's finger. At the same time, another silver thread found the dagger that was blown away. This dagger was definitely an extraordinary equipment and its value would not be too low. After collecting the spoils, Uwei dropped another 100 bombs, completely blowing Scott's body into pieces. The vitality of most extraordinary people is far beyond that of ordinary people, especially vampires, werewolves, or lucky ones with abilities like Pengu's immortality. When they are at a high level, they can survive even with only one head left. There is a large amount of information within Qilin that proves that when we cut the grass, we must uproot it and eradicate all evil, and we must not give these enemies any chance to come back. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. After confirming that Scott was dead, Uwei looked to the right. It was another one's turn. He disappeared from the bubble in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in another bubble. Although he didn't have the extra energy to monitor another enemy, he could control a bubble to fly in the direction the opponent left. As long as the opponent doesn't change direction randomly, his bubble should not be too far away from the enemy. Where are the people? The enemy is in the open, while we are in the dark, and we will settle accounts one by one. The enemy is in the dark, we are in the light, proceed with caution. Uwei sat in the bubble and looked down at the ground, but he did not see any trace of Nightwing. He immediately smelled the danger signal, and immediately changed his position, teleporting himself to a space bubble closest to the perfect creature. No matter what the other party's plan is, he just won't accept it. Anyway, the opponent's ultimate goal is either the evil slaying squad or the perfect creature. No matter how secretly they hide, they will still come after going around in circles. Uwei didn't need to play hide and seek with the other party and put himself in danger. On the other side, Nightwing, disguised as a stone, has been observing the sky. Because of Scott's arrow, Uwei had just changed his position, so it would take some time for him to find Uwei high in the sky. He believed in Scott's strength and thought that even if Scott could not defeat the enemy, at least he would not die at the hands of the enemy. He had enough time to find the enemy in the air. The other party is hiding so deeply. Nightwing looked solemn as he kept scanning the sky. As long as he locked onto the target, he was confident that he could kill this troublesome and powerful enemy with one blow. 067 It's great to have a big boss as your backer. In fact, whether it is Scott who is at the eagle level or Nightwing who is at the wolf level, they are both strong men who have experienced many battles. In the past, there were at least 800 extraordinary people who died at the hands of these two people. The reason why they were able to cooperate with each other so well was due to their rich experience in killing. The reason why they were manipulated by Uwei was mainly because Uwei was in the dark and they were in the light. Now Nightwing wants to turn the situation around, hide himself in the dark, and wait for Uwei to be exposed. Once he locks on the enemy, with his rich experience in killing, he has 1,000 ways to kill the other party. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Nightwing did not find Uwei hiding in the air, and also realized that the enemy seemed to have no intention of looking for him at all. A strong murderous intent suddenly surged in his heart, and his hands gripped the hilt tightly. However, just as he was about to give up his disguise, a powerful aura flew past quickly in the air. Golden Army! Nightwing's heart trembled, and he immediately retracted his disguise, not daring to move. Although he was very confident in his own strength and even had weapons that were powerful enough to cause huge damage to the dragon level, those were props used against perfect creatures. The props to deal with Qilin were in Scott's possession. After Jean Dajuan left, he lay dormant for another 10 minutes. When he stood up and wanted to leave again, a huge seagull flew across the sky. Nightwing retreated again. The seagull was Navy Colonel Ohuchin. This guy was also a strong enemy with tiger-level strength. Now, Nightwing began to worry about the situation on Scott's side. If Scott was encountered by the strong men mobilized by Qilin, he would surely die unless Scott used his trump card in advance. He felt that the possibility of completing the task was becoming increasingly slim. Originally, according to the plan, he and Scott raided the other side. Scott deployed a treasure that could suppress the dragon level, while he used a dragon-level weapon that could cause huge damage to the perfect creature. After paralyzing the perfect creature, the two killed Qilin's people as quickly as possible, and then retreated with the perfect creature. As a result, they were attacked before reaching the target location, and were stuck in a position where they could neither move forward nor backward. If they opened the treasure, the mission would fail. If they did not open it, it would be difficult to defeat the enemy for a while. In the end, the entire plan was disrupted. Another 5 minutes passed, and when Nightwing was sure that Kirin would not have any more support, he prepared to come out of disguise. At this moment, a huge seagull flew back, and he froze again. Before he could react, a fist fell from the sky and instantly smashed him into the ground. Then, water arrows pierced his body and nailed him to the ground. The whole process was so fast that he didn't even have the chance to draw his sword. A bubble appeared next to the seagull. Yuxian looked at Nightwing on the ground and said, "That's right, Colonel Jean, Colonel O, this is the man. Don't let him die so easily. Don't worry, Lao and I are both professionals in this area," Jean Dajuan said with a smile. Then the two of them worked together and attacked Nightwing, breaking his spine, pelvis and various joints cleanly and efficiently, leaving him completely unable to resist. After confirming that Nightwing's recovery ability was not particularly strong and that breaking his bones once every hour would be enough, Yuxian slowly landed on the ground. Yi stared at Yuxian intently, wishing he could eat him up. He didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of a little kid. However, Yuxian just smiled happily in response to Yi's angry stare. He originally wanted to sit back and wait for the opportunity, but Jean Dajuan and Ohuchin came over one after another. With a big boss as his backer, he immediately told the two of them the enemy's intelligence. Coincidentally, when Ohuchin turned into a seagull and flew across the sky, he actually noticed the existence of Nightwing, but at that time he thought he was one of his own. After knowing that he might be an enemy, he returned with the Jean army. I have to say, it's nice to have a big tree to lean against for shade. Yuxian needed to be careful with the enemy, but Jean Dajuan and Ohuchin took action and resolved the battle in 2 moves. "Where's Scott?" Nightwing asked hoarsely. Yuxian approached Yi and said with a smile, "If you're talking about the other one, then of course he's dead. You don't think he's still alive, do you?" Although he was very close, he was actually ready to teleport at any time. He walked forward just to test whether Nightwing still had the ability to resist. After confirming that Nightwing was unable to move, Yuxian bared his fangs, bit his neck under Nightwing's incredulous gaze, and began to suck blood in big gulps. "This kid finally looks a bit like a vampire now." Jean Dajuan couldn't help laughing. The main reason was that during the previous few meetings, Yuxian was either basking in the sun or lying in the sun. Compared to a vampire, he was more like a Superman who could become stronger by basking in the sun. At this time, Yuxian took the initiative to let go of Yi and frowned, saying, "Yi, it seems that he is on Shilan's bounty list. The headquarters will reward 100,000 merits for capturing him." "He is the killer Nightwing?" Jean Dajuan asked in surprise. Although the three of them captured Nightwing, they actually didn't know his identity. They only knew that he was an enemy who came to sabotage the operation. But now Yuxian has found a lot of information from Yi's memory and is already familiar with this person's identity. Nightwing was originally a martial artist, but not an extraordinary martial artist. He was just an ordinary person who had practiced a sword technique to an extremely high level. After realizing that he could never defeat an insect-level transcendent even if he trained until his death, he was seduced by foreign forces and became a genetically enhanced human. After he acquired physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people, his swordsmanship also became extremely lethal due to his improved physical fitness. Even extraordinary people with special abilities often found it difficult to gain an advantage over him. From then on, he began to work for foreign forces, and in order to practice his sword skills, he became a killer. While completing the tasks of foreign forces, he also took on various sniper missions to make money. Yuxian told all of Yi's information one by one. Jean Dajuan immediately stepped forward and slapped Yi twice in the face, cursing, "Damn it, he turned out to be a traitor. Take him back. We are also researching genetic enhancement technology. Foreign countries are far ahead of us in this type of technology. Maybe we can collect a good sample from this guy," Ohuchin said lightly. After saying that, he walked forward and pressed Nightwing with his hand, and the next moment his ability was activated. Nightwing's body slowly shrank and turned into a pig in a green light. He showed a look of fear, but when he opened his mouth, he made a series of grunting and sneering sounds. "This is Pangu's magical power of transformation," Yuxian said in surprise. Jean Dajuan nodded and said, "Yes, Lao is one of the lucky ones who awakened the Panga transformation divine power. This ability is really enviable. This magical power is not as powerful as you think. Even turning an object weaker than yourself into other animals requires a lot of physical strength. In fact, the real use of this magical power is to change your own form, allowing you to change in 1,000 ways. And the most important thing is that it changes yourself, and the consumption is very small." Ohuchin smiled at the two of them while holding up Nightwing's pigtail. He usually transforms into a giant seagull, actually using this ability. 068 No one can become rich without unexpected wealth. After dealing with Nightwing, the three returned to the front battlefield. Jin Dajuan called out and immediately stepped forward to suppress the perfect creature with Gongqian. Huchen handed the piglet Nightwing in his hand to Yu Xian, then slowly stepped forward and his body gradually turned into a 3-meter-tall gorilla. Huff huff. Pig Nightwing struggled fiercely for a few times in Yu Xian's hands. Unfortunately, he is now a pig, with his tail in Yu Xian's hand. No matter how he twists, he cannot break free from Yu Xian's big hand. Yu Xian returned to the top of the mountain carrying the piglet Nightwing. Zhang Shou had already been teleported back. Seeing the tender white suckling piglet in Yu Xian's hand, he immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Xianyu, where did you get the piglet? Are we going to barbecue it here?" The image of roasted suckling pig appeared in his mind, and he swallowed subconsciously. This pig was originally a human, and was just transformed into its current appearance by Colonel Oe using Pangu's magical power. "Are you sure you want to eat it?" Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou and asked with a smile. When Zhang Shou heard it was a human, he immediately shook his head and said, "Forget it then." In fact, in theory, the creature transformed by Pangu's magical power has already undergone changes at the cellular level. It is indeed a pig now. There is no falsehood about this. Blue Bird said while suppressing a smile. Zhang Shou looked at the Blue Bird and said sarcastically, "Sister Blue Bird, do you dare to eat it?" "I don't like meat," Blue Bird said immediately. Yu Xian created a bubble and threw Nightwing the pig into it. He said with a smile, "Even if you dare to eat it, you can't eat it now. His body still has research value. You can consider it after the research is completed." "Who would consider that?" Zhang Shou complained. Bluebird watched the 3 people in the distance working together to beat up the perfect creature and asked, "Xianyu, now all we can do is wait and see? What else?" Yu Xian took out a storage ring from his trouser pocket, looked up at Qingniao and asked. "If they really dare to go up now, they will be killed by the aftermath of the 3 people's attack in minutes, so people must know their own limitations, and fragile mages should not always think about charging to the front line. For example, when Yu Xian fought with Scott and Nightwing, he never dared to appear in front of them from beginning to end. Both Scott and Nightwing were actually ridiculously strong for their level. Without spatial abilities, it would have been impossible for Silver Blood and ordinary bubbles to cause much damage to them. Of course, where there is loss there is gain. Scott lost his life, so Yu Xian he got wealth. Because he killed Scott alone, all the spoils on Scott belonged to him. What he was most curious about now was how much property Scott had, and he hoped that Scott had the habit of carrying all his property with him. He first followed the common sense and the Qilin app and carefully checked the entire ring, especially the inner ring, to make sure there was no mechanism. Generally speaking, the internal space of a storage ring is self-contained, so it cannot be tampered with, but the ring itself can be equipped with mechanisms, such as small hidden weapons like stingers. However, Scott was probably very confident in his own strength, and his storage ring did not have this kind of mechanism. After making sure it was safe, Yu Xian put the ring on his left hand, mainly because he already had a storage ring on his right hand. After putting on the ring, he focused his attention on his left hand and immediately sensed a huge space. The space of this storage ring was even larger than his own storage ring. This is too exaggerated. Yu Xian first saw stacks of money in the space. He roughly estimated that it was at least tens of millions. The first thought that came to his mind was that such a large amount of money was more than enough for him to buy back the small factory inherited from his ancestors. His father did not sell the factory to seek medical treatment at the beginning. Firstly, even if he sold the factory, there would not be enough money. Second, he wanted to leave the factory to Yu Xian so that Yu Xian would not have to worry about money. Yu Xian suffers from ALS and decides to sell the factory because he is the only remaining child in the Yu family. If he cannot survive, the factory will eventually be taken back by the authorities. Instead of that, he might as well fight to the death. But he didn't expect that after all the twists and turns, he not only survived, but now has the money to redeem the factory. However, after hesitating for a moment, he gave up the idea of redeeming the factory. After all, he had now stepped into the world of extraordinary people and should not have too much involvement with ordinary people. If an enemy used the factory to threaten him in the future, it would be too dangerous for the workers in the factory. Of course, with such a large sum of money, he will never be short of money in the future. Once he activates the super stomach and super taste on the perfect skill tree, he can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day and enjoy life. He thought about what to do with the money, and then continued to check the things in the space. First, he saw a large pile of potions. These potions were packed in exquisite bottles, and the name of the potion was written on each bottle. Lots of healing medicine. Yuxian checked and found that there were more than 50 bottles of medicine for healing alone, as well as medicines for increasing defense and improving reaction ability. But Scott was plotted against by him at that time. It was a 1-second kill without any intention, so there was no time to use these drugs. After reading the medicine, Yuxian continued to look down. There were so many good things in Scott's storage ring. Next to the potions are a wide variety of weapons, and these weapons are not ordinary standard weapons. Just looking at the appearance, you can tell that each one is carefully crafted, and the worst one should be eagle level. Yuxian took out a staff, and instantly his hand and the staff felt as if they were extended, as if the staff was one with his body. He felt that his spirit had become very active and his perception ability had greatly improved. Although he could not see the scenery behind him, he could vaguely feel the scene of swaying trees. In game terms, this staff should have attributes such as Spirit +1, Perception +1, Mental Recovery Speed +10%. Yuxian played with it for a while, then threw the staff to Zhang Shou and said with a smile, "Old Zhang, try to use it to activate your skills." "Fuck, a magic wand?" Zhang Shou said in surprise. Extraordinary equipment has always been in short supply. As an Eastern force, Qilin has never had many extraordinary weapons like staffs. Every time it gets a staff, it will be snatched up by its subordinates. Zhang Shou tried to activate the healing touch, and instantly a tentacle that was 1/3 thicker than before appeared out of thin air. The strengthening effect is too obvious, Zhang Shou said in surprise. Yuxian smiled and said, "This is a gift for you. Use it well. This is too valuable. I'd better return your merits to you," Zhang Shou said seriously. "It's okay to treat you to food and drinks, it doesn't cost much anyway, but this staff is too valuable." He also uses the Qilin app every day to learn all kinds of knowledge about the extraordinary world, so he knows very well that if this staff is put up for sale in Qilin, it may not reach 100 million, but it can be sold for at least 70 to 80 million. Although the price is definitely a premium. You can use it first, and we'll talk about it when you have some free time, Yuxian said casually. Then he continued to check Scott's storage ring, and even felt like he was searching for treasure. This guy had so many good things. 069 Several small goals. It is true that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. Yuxian then found a large amount of gold in Scott's storage ring, estimated to be at least 100 kilograms. The price of gold has been rising now, and it is ranked as the most expensive metal together with silver. However, silver is deliberately hyped up by vampire capital, while gold is truly rare. Gold is the most important medium in alchemy. Alchemical products such as the Philosopher's Stone and the Philosopher's Stone require a large amount of gold. Yuxian estimated that if he sold all the gold, he would become a billionaire. Although the so-called billionaires are just small rich people who have just achieved a small goal. Yuxian is already thinking about buying a new house. The community where he lives now is, after all, where ordinary people live. He often cannot relax for fear of affecting others. If conditions permit, he still wants to buy a bigger house, preferably a detached villa with a large garden and high privacy, so that he can bask in the sun in the large garden and exercise his abilities in the garden without worrying about affecting others. 100 million should be enough. Yuxian recalled the housing prices in Yinchang and calculated in his mind. Not long after the outbreak of the alien insect plague in Yinchang, housing prices have dropped sharply. Houses that used to cost 400 to 500 million now cost only 100 to 200 million. There are even some houses in bad locations that can be bought for 70 to 80 million. It can be said that if you need to buy a house in Yinchang, now is the best time. Next, Yuxian continued to count Scott's property. Scott may have a habit of collecting and storing trophies, and there are a lot of second-hand equipment in the storage space. Because there were so many types of weapons and some of the equipment was engraved with the names of the original owners, Yuxian knew very well that these were theoretically stolen goods, and the owners were either dead or robbed by Scott. Yuxian sorted the weapons into categories and carefully inspected each one. The quality of a weapon is not necessarily related to the strength of one's strength. A weakling may also possess a divine weapon, and an adventurer who has just left the novice village may also have a good sword. In fact, there are some good things in these weapons and equipment. For example, a second-generation apprentice who had just graduated used a dragon-level sword as a weapon. After Scott killed the opponent, he put the sword away and never used it until now. After Yuxian counted the equipment, he estimated that if he sold it, he could make at least 500 million or 600 million. He felt a little numb. If he killed one Scott and became so rich, Wouldn't he become the richest man in Silver City in a matter of minutes if he killed a few more? The gold belt for murder and arson. Yu Xian decided to keep the gold and not sell it, and sell all the unused equipment to the headquarters. Qilin has been recycling various extraordinary equipment, mainly because each team is in short supply of extraordinary weapons and equipment. According to the process, Qilin will first publicize the weapons and equipment seized from criminals to the extraordinary people, and contact the owners or the parents and relatives of the victims to inform them that the murderer has been killed, and ask them whether they want to redeem these weapons and equipment. If the other party does not want to pay for the redemption, the weapon will be placed in the official mall and members of each team can purchase it. In the world of extraordinary people, laws only apply within the city. Once you leave the city, the law of the jungle applies, or the strong prey on the weak. This is also the reason why extraordinary people must pay money to redeem their equipment. If Qilin kills the murderer, it means he is helping to take revenge, and the spoils will naturally belong to Qilin. This is the rule of the game recognized by all extraordinary people. When Yu Xian learned about these rules, he was a little curious why they had to be made public and even the owner had to be contacted. Later, he learned from one of the files the necessity of doing so. Hundreds of years ago, when Qilin did not have this rule, a team member was holding a weapon seized from criminals. As a result, the victim's father mistakenly thought he was the murderer and was brutally murdered. After this case, Qilin headquarters promulgated this regulation and it has been implemented to this day. In fact, many parents of missing persons have been paying attention to the website of the combat police force, hoping to get news about their children, but also afraid that their children's weapons will appear on the public website. Yu Xian took a look at Scott's spoils and knew that hundreds of parents would be sad in the future. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the perfect creature finally died. Perhaps it was unable to continue photosynthesis at night, and the energy in its body was insufficient to repair its own injuries. Eventually, its flesh and blood withered and it died, its body looking like dried straw. After confirming that the perfect creature was dead, Jin Dajuan and Oh Huchen left separately. Both of them took time out of their busy schedules to come and help, and now that it was over, they naturally had to go back and continue with their own work. The evil killing team returned to the office through a bubble with the corpse of the perfect creature. The corpse of the perfect creature will be handed over to the headquarters for research. Yu Xian, Zhang Shou, Gong Qian, and Xing Miao discussed it and decided to rest for a night and discuss anything tomorrow. Now all the clues about the potion are in Yu Xian's mind, and Peng Zhu must have hidden himself. Even the Peng Zhu that Uwei Jie had seen in the past was just a disguise, so even if he was anxious, there was no way he could get back to where he was. Yu Xian returned home. He first fought with the perfect creature, and then fought a battle of wits and courage with Scott and Nightwing. Even though I wasn't physically tired, I was mentally exhausted, so after taking a shower I simply lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shouxian returned to school, and the process was unremarkable. After school in the afternoon, the two came to the office. With the help of the staff, Yu Xian perfectly reproduced Peng Zhu's appearance. As long as Peng Zhu had appeared in public with this appearance before, he would definitely not escape investigation. Yu Xian then took out a large amount of equipment and asked the staff to count them, and then sold them all to Qilin headquarters. Qilin headquarters will definitely not lose money, and Yu Xian will also benefit from it and become a small rich man with several small goals. After finishing his own work, Yu Xian leisurely returned to Jinxing's office. Zhang Shou was lying on the sofa playing games, and Gong Qian and Xing Miao were whispering about clothes. Yu Xian sat on the single sofa and asked, "Who's free this weekend?" "I'm busy. I saw a good task and I'm going to Rongcheng," Xing Miao said immediately. Under normal circumstances, team members don't really get together. Everyone looks for tasks that suit them and works hard to earn merits and become stronger. This time, they have been gathered together for such a long time because of a series of events involving the alien insects, Jotai, demos, and perfect creatures. Now that everything has come to an end, Peng Zhu cannot be found in a short time, so after the memorial service on Saturday, the Bluebird will leave. Sister Qing Miao and I will go together. Zhang Shou raised his hand. Yu Xian was surprised and asked, "You're going to Rongcheng?" "Well, I also have to work hard to become stronger. I can't always be a spectator." Zhang Shou nodded seriously, which was rare. This mission was a huge blow to Qing Miao and Zhang Shou. Both of them played no role at all. If it weren't for Yu Xian, Qing Miao would be dead now. Zhang Shou watched the show from beginning to end, as if it had nothing to do with him. When Yu Xian went to stop Scott and Nightwing, Bluebird and Zhang Shou reached a consensus that they must catch up, or at least not become a drag on the team. Since the two of them really had something to do, Yu Xian had no choice but to look at Gong Qian, but Gong Qian also said that she had some private matters to attend to. Yu Xian was helpless. Suddenly, the image of a golden goose popped up in his mind. Since no one was free, why not try asking Nora? 070 The headquarters background is so terrifying. Saturday. The memorial service was held at the barracks outside Silver City. Because those who died in Daima's attack had no bodies left, there were only cenotaphs. The memorial service was hosted by Deputy Minister Xiao Cheng, who came from the headquarters. When Gong Qian heard the names of the members of her former team, she cried very sadly. Qingniao kept comforting her, but in the end, even Qingniao herself was infected by the sadness and began to cry softly. When he heard Yu Bo's name, Zhang Shou couldn't help crying. As a result, he cried louder and louder, drowning out everyone else. Gong Qian looked at Zhang Shou crying so hard that she could no longer cry. After the memorial service, Xiao Cheng met with Yu Xian specifically. In addition to asking questions related to perfect biology, he also asked Yu Xian if he had any difficulties or what resources he needed. The headquarters is really confused. Before I could figure out how to reward Yu Xian, in the blink of an eye, Yu Xian had made another contribution. Fortunately, there is no such thing as someone who was more accomplished than his master, otherwise Yu Xian would have to be given a golden medal of immunity from death. In ancient times, granting a golden medal of immunity from death actually meant that the minister's merits were so great that even the emperor was wary of him. Official positions and money were no longer enough to reward him, so the emperor could only grant him a golden medal of immunity from death to express his gratitude. Of course, Yu Xian is still a long way from being the most rewarding. The headquarters is having a headache because they value and love Yu Xian and hope to give him the most appropriate reward. After Xiao Cheng asked, Yu Xian's eyes lit up and he told him about a weapon he wanted. That weapon happened to be in the extraordinary shelter at Qilin headquarters, numbered 033, codenamed Great Flame Burning Sky Sword. This is a mysterious weapon from the abyss. Once the user pulls it out of the scabbard, his own life will continue to burn. However, the power of this knife is extremely terrifying. A slight burning of life can burst out a high temperature that even the dragon level can hardly resist. If the user burns life with a fearless attitude, it can even burst out a power beyond the dragon level. No, you can't use the Great Flame Blade. Xiao Cheng rejected Yu Xian's words immediately after hearing them. Yu Xian frowned and said, "Minister, that's not right. I'm a vampire with an infinite lifespan. Why can't I use it?" "Who said vampires have unlimited lifespans?" Xiao Cheng asked back. Yu Xian was stunned for a moment, then said in disbelief, "Could it be that vampires can also die of old age?" "Vampires just don't age and die, but their lifespan isn't infinite. You may not know that lifespan is actually a concept. If you possess abilities like the Eye of Data or the Eye of Truth, you'll discover that vampires also have lifespans, and they're limited," Xiao Cheng explained earnestly. Yu Xian frowned and said, "Then Minister, what will happen when a vampire's lifespan reaches 0? Generally speaking, when the lifespan of an immortal species reaches 0, it means that his destined death has come. He may die from an enemy attack, or even be struck to death by a bolt of lightning." Xiao Cheng replied. Simply put, an immortal may also be hit by a car and die. So looking back from the future, he actually has a lifespan limit, which is from the moment he is born to the moment he is hit by a car and die. Maybe he just lived longer, but his lifespan was not infinite. For example, the ancestor of the Blood Clan is now more than 500 years old. If he were killed today, his lifespan would actually be more than 500 years, not infinite. Minister, could it be that the blazing sky-burning sword is burning the illusory destiny? Yu Xian couldn't help but ask after hearing what Xiao Cheng said. Xiao Cheng nodded and said, "That's understandable, after all, it does bring you closer to death." Then, Minister, does the headquarters have special blood with abilities like the Eye of Data or the Eye of Truth? Yu Xian immediately decided to change his target. Even if he was given the Great Flame Burning Sky Sword, he would not dare to use it. However, he has his eyes on the Eye of Data or the Eye of Truth. If he can see his own lifespan, perhaps he can find a way to prolong it. He is very afraid of death. I thought that being a vampire would mean I would never die, but it turns out that vampires are not truly immortal. I feel so sad. I don't have the Eye of Data and the Eye of Truth, but I do have a dragon-level universal identification skill book that can also reveal lifespan. If you want, I can help you apply for it." Xiao Cheng replied. Yu Xian's eyes lit up and he nodded, "Thank you, Minister. I want this skill book." "Okay, the skill book will be delivered from headquarters on Monday." Xiao Cheng said with a smile. Yu Xian then asked about the skill book, mainly because he was curious about the source of the skill book and whether there were other skill books. Not to mention, there are actually quite a few skill books in the headquarters. These skill books come from number 023, codenamed Death Game Machine. This is the ability that a gaming geek develops after eating the forbidden fruit. He can create a permanent game console and obtain skill books, weapons and equipment, and even money through the game. But he didn't know that the character in this game console only has one life. Once the character in the game dies, the player will also die. The final result was no surprise. The gaming geek died due to a mistake while fighting the boss. Moreover, the monsters in the game will be refreshed infinitely. If no one plays the game console for a period of time, when the number of monsters exceeds the carrying limit of the game console, the monsters will descend into the real world. It was because of the sudden appearance of the monster that the official finally discovered this game console. At first, dozens of death row prisoners died in order to verify the capabilities of the game console. After the function of the game console was figured out, the console was sealed up. Every time the console was full of monsters, the monsters that descended into reality would be cleared out. These monsters that descend into reality will also drop various equipment items, ranging from insect level to dragon level. There are currently only 9 dragon level skill books, each of which is priceless. Only those who have obtained first-class merit are eligible to apply for exchange, and Yu Xian happens to be eligible. With Xiao Cheng's introduction, Yu Xian learned that there were 8 remaining skill books, namely Equipment Enhancement Technique, Weapon Forging Technique, Monster Immobilization Technique, Space Teleportation Technique, Field Slowing Technique, Dragon Level Creation Technique, Dragon Level Contract Technique, and Dragon Level Sealing Technique. To be honest, Yu Xian is not particularly interested in the Space Teleportation Technique because it conflicts with the Space Bubble Technique. He wants all the remaining 7 skill books. With the Equipment Enhancement Technique, he can make top-level armor by himself and enhance the most common weapons to the level of artifacts. If he had the Weapon Forging Technique, he could mass-produce extraordinary weapons. At that time, he could confidently say, "I have never liked money. I am not interested in money." The remaining abilities, although all combat-oriented, are each terrifyingly powerful. Especially the Dragon-level Sealing Technique, which can really seal dragon-level monsters. If there is no one outside to help break the seal will last for tens of thousands of years. That's how terrifying it is. 071 Get the identification skill. On Monday, I don't want to go to school. Yu Xian was half lying in the large garden of his Chinese-style villa, his whole body exuding the scent of salted fish. Yesterday, he and Nora went house hunting together and chose this Chinese-style villa covering an area of 3 acres among the many houses for sale in Yincheng. The main thing is that this villa is very close to the school in the east of the city, and the villa has been decorated so you can move in directly. If I really have to say a disadvantage, it is probably that the price is too high, it costs 2 small goals. Before Yu Xian became a vampire, he really couldn't afford this luxurious villa even if he sold himself. Fortunately, he had sold Scott's collection of trophies before, and now he is considered a small rich man. After buying this villa, he still has 2 small goals left. These 2 small goals are more than enough for him to live a comfortable life. Sometimes life's encounters are so magical. A blessing in disguise can turn into a disaster, or a blessing in disguise can turn into a disaster. No one can predict the fickleness of fate. Ever since his father fell ill, bad things have happened one after another. Now that good times have come, it is time for Yu Xian to enjoy himself. Currently, he is storing energy to activate the super stomach. After a few days, when the super stomach is activated, he will continue to activate the super taste. In addition, he is also preparing to activate the super smell. The main reason is that the super sense of smell is a very abnormal search ability. The perfect creature can find Uwei from several kilometers away because its super sense of smell is unreasonably strong. It is obvious that the smell from Uwei's side cannot be transmitted several kilometers away, but the perfect creature still smelled it. After these 3 skills are activated, Yu Xian will continue to work on Pangu's immortal magic. Although Deputy Minister Xiao Cheng's words made him feel a little gloomy about eternal life, it was precisely because of this that he wanted to obtain Pangu's immortal magical power even more. After all, in theory, the harder it is to kill, the longer its lifespan must be. It is impossible that the whole world is targeting one person and wants him to die. At this time, a golden light flew from the sky, then circled above Yu Xian's villa, and then slowly fell down. After the golden light dissipated, Ether, who had met Yu Xian once, appeared. Itai stood in the garden, cynically observing the surrounding scenery, exclaiming in admiration. Finally, he enviously said, Xianyu, your life is amazing. Unlike me. I have to travel and work hard every day, and when I return to Yinjing, I can only live in a 2-meter capsule dormitory. Why don't you come and stay at my place? It happens that my place is very spacious and has many rooms. Yu Xian said with a smile. Itai quickly stepped back in fear and said in horror, I didn't expect you to be such a jerk. You actually coveted my beauty. It seems I have to stay away from you from now on. You? And you're so beautiful? Not even as good as a goose. Yu Xian looked Ether up and down and then complained. A goose? What unit of measurement is this? Itai didn't understand, but that didn't stop him from knowing that Yu Xian was despising him. The two bickered for a while, and then Ether took out a packed box from one of the storage bags and said, Okay, I have another task. This is a delivery from your headquarters. Please confirm it and open it for inspection. Okay, thanks. Yu Xian stood up and took the box. He gently drew it with a silver thread, and the box opened automatically in an instant. Inside was a very simple book. He took out the book and instinctively said, Study. In an instant, the book turned into light and merged into his body. He naturally comprehended a skill, which was the art of identification. He immediately glanced at Ether and silently activated the identification spell. Then the various properties of Ether appeared in his consciousness. Name, Chang Pai. Codename, Ether. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 22. Lifespan, 269. Level, Eagle. Faction, Chinese Dragon Dynasty Qilin Division Support Division. Ability. Light Chaser, can mobilize the etheric energy within the body to cover itself, moving it near sub-light speeds. This ability cannot generate kinetic energy, so its destructive power is extremely low. Ether Light Arrow, mobilizes the ether energy in the body to transform into arrows to attack the target. Due to its low destructive power, it can only cause damage to enemies below the insect level. Summary, this is a weak chicken that runs very fast. Yu Xian raised his eyebrows, looked at Itai and smiled, so your name is Chang Pai, that's an interesting name. Hiss, did you apply for that book on identification? Ether gasped and immediately reacted and asked. Seeing Yu Xian nod, Itai quickly covered his chest with his hands and said excitedly, I have to stay away from you from now on. I will not accept any tasks related to you. Goodbye. No, I won't see you. After saying that, he manipulated the ether energy to cover his body, and without giving Yu Xian a chance to speak, he flew into the sky and ran away. Yu Xian originally wanted to ask him if he wanted to know his lifespan, but seeing that ether was running so fast, he had to give up. He sat back on the recliner and raised his hand to use the identification spell on himself. Then, his own attributes appeared in his mind. Name, Yu Xian. Codename, Salted Fish. Race, Flash Vampire. Gender, male. Age, 17. Lifespan, 5,322. Level, Sparrow. Faction, Chinese Dragon Dynasty Qilin Tribe Fighting Division Evil Squad. Ability. Light Eaters, they can absorb the light energy that shines on themselves to replenish the various needs of the body. Silver Blood, can absorb silver, combining it with one's own blood to form silver blood, comprehensively enhancing one's own attributes. At the same time, one can control the silver blood to form silver bloodlines for attack and defense. Space Blood Energy, secondary mutated blood energy, a supermutation ability formed by combining Pangdu Lingzhu's magical power with primary mutated blood energy, can create space bubbles that connect to other spaces. Identification, you can use your mental energy to identify the target, thereby forming an attribute panel and easily understanding the target. Summary, the elves that are different from others are called Sparkle Elves, and you are a Sparkle Vampire. After Yu Xian understood his own attributes, his eyes finally fell on the lifespan column. Although 5,000 years is actually a very long time, he just wanted to say something like Versailles, my lifespan is only 5,000 years? It's so short. In other words, more than 5,000 years later, he will die in some accident? The thought of being killed in the distant future made him feel a little bad, and when he was in a bad mood, he didn't want to go to school. But just when he was about to slack off for the day, the bubble at the main gate was tapped twice. He sighed helplessly because Nora had arrived. Because Nora had accompanied him to look at houses yesterday, she knew that he had bought this villa and moved in overnight. This silly goose had wanted to try walking to school with his classmates a long time ago, so the two of them made an appointment yesterday to walk to class together today. Yuxian was teleported back to the master bedroom by the bubble. After changing into school uniform, he appeared at the gate the next moment. Because the villa covers a large area, he specially placed bubbles everywhere so that when he doesn't want to go the wrong way, he can teleport directly to various places. He opened the door, and sure enough, Nora was standing outside, her long golden hair particularly dazzling in the sun. When Nora saw him, she immediately said happily, "Good morning." "Good morning." Yuxian smiled subconsciously. A moment ago he didn't want to go to school. At this moment, I feel that there is nothing wrong with going to school. Men are sometimes very fickle. 072 Forbidden fruit sees forbidden fruit again. The sun is shining, the wind is gentle, and everything is lovely. Yuxian and Nora walked side by side on the street leading to the Superpower Academy. When passers-by passed by them, they all smiled as if they had seen the beauty of the world. The two are handsome and youthful. Walking together they look like the prince and princess in a fairy tale. They can be said to be a perfect match. I've always wanted to try this feeling. It's great. Nora said with a smile when she saw students going to school not far away. She has always had a special car to pick her up and drop her off at school. When she was still in primary school, she envied her classmates who were walking to school together noisily outside the car window. Now that she finally has friends who are willing to go to school with her, she is really happy. Yuxian just smiled, but his attention was on the attribute panel identifying Nora. Name, Nora Rex. Codename, Dumb Goose. Race, mixed blood mutant vampire. Gender, female. Age, 17. Lifespan, 5322. Level, Ant. Faction, Marcus Duke Rex's daughter. Ability. Daywalker, immune to damage from sunlight and increase resistance to various light attribute attacks. Blood Flame, can manipulate blood to burn into a blood red flame with a temperature of 1500 degrees Celsius, possessing extremely powerful lethality. Summary, this is a beautiful weak chicken. Yuxian knew that Nora was not strong. What really surprised him was that Nora's lifespan was exactly the same as his. Could it be that he would die on the same day as Nora? We are all 17 years old and our life expectancy is 5322. This is too much of a coincidence. For some reason, a comic strip appeared in Yuxian's mind. He and Nora graduated together, then got married, raised their children together, and as their children grew up, they gradually grew old. Finally, they held hands in the hospital, with satisfied smiles on their faces, and passed away on the same day. The children cried sadly. Etc. This script is wrong. He and Nora are both vampires, so even if they can have children, they won't die of old age. What's wrong? Nora, who was standing by, noticed that Yuxian was distracted and asked with a confused look on her face. Yuxian looked at Nora and asked, "Tell me, if you and I die on the same day of the same month of the same year in the future, what do you think it will be?" Before he finished speaking, Nora's fair face turned red like a red apple, and her eyes were watery as she looked at him. The scene was so beautiful that he forgot what he wanted to say next. The atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous, and the two walked forward in silence. For the next half-month, Yuxian went to school and came home as usual, and occasionally went on night patrol with Zhang Kai. He first lit up the super stomach and then the super taste. Just as he expected, he regained the ability to eat normal food. But it is not without flaws. That is, his sense of taste is too sensitive, which makes him very demanding on food. He will spit out food that contains a lot of additives or whose ingredients are not processed well after taking a bite because it is too unpalatable. At night, Yuxian was sitting in a police car. Zhang Kai was driving. Looking at the fish balls in Yuxian's hand, he asked, "Yuxian, I noticed that you really like eating fish balls." He had seen Yuxian holding a small paper box of fish balls for 2 consecutive days. "The fish balls here are delicious," Yuxian replied. Among the many extraordinary food restaurants in the east of the city, there is only one fishball restaurant that not only uses authentic ingredients, but also processes the ingredients almost perfectly, making it so delicious that you will never get tired of it. Of course, delicious food is naturally expensive. A small box contains only 6 fish balls and costs 320 yuan. Yuxian is not short of money, so he eats it every day. In fact, he originally had another expectation for the super stomach, which was to replenish energy through eating, so as to awaken his innate abilities faster. But after actually activating this ability, he discovered that the super stomach could only digest food to replenish his physical strength, but it could not allow him to accumulate heartbeat energy like the light eater. Because of this, he understood the value of the supplementing the body's various needs mentioned in the introduction of the light eater. Obviously, the energy required for heartbeat is another kind of energy, which vampires can only accumulate slowly by sucking blood and spending time. However, he has the talent of Light Eater, which can directly and quickly replenish this special energy, so the speed of awakening the talent is particularly fast. The two chatted, stopping from time to deal with the invading supernatural creatures. They thought they would spend the night safely, but when the car drove to the west of the city, a red beam of light suddenly appeared in the south direction of the city. The beam of light rose from a residential building with more than 20 floors, and the entire sky turned red. Yu Xian immediately created a bubble in front of the police car. Zhang Kai had seen his ability, so he stepped on the accelerator and drove the car into the bubble. The next second, he appeared in a park in the south of the city. Walk! The two got out of the car and immediately ran in the direction of the light column. It was not far from the park, so Yu Xian did not place any bubbles. When the two arrived at the scene, a large number of residents had already come out of the building. The red light is coming from the 16th floor. It must be Zhang Heng's house. My house is just downstairs from Zhang Heng's. I just heard him laughing, as if he had discovered forbidden fruit at home. Forbidden fruit? Doesn't that mean Zhang Han will become a transcendent? The residents around were talking about it. Yu Xian and Zhang Kai looked at each other, then Yu Xian created a bubble to wrap up the two of them and quickly flew towards the 16th floor. Forbidden fruit never only has benefits. There are too many tragic examples of people who ate forbidden fruit in the archives of Chilinap. Zhang Kai sat in the bubble, constantly giving orders through his mobile phone, asking the arriving police to evacuate the crowd and seal off the entire area to avoid possible heavy casualties. On the 16th floor, in the kitchen, a man was suspended in mid-air, his whole body emitting red light. The dazzling red light penetrated all matter and formed a thick beam of light directly in the sky. I don't know what his wish is, this is too exaggerated. Zhang Kai couldn't help but say after seeing it. Yu Xian frowned and said, I have a bad feeling. I will move him out of the city. Captain Zhang, you go into the house and investigate to see if he has any diaries or anything like that. It would be best to find out his wishes. Okay, be careful. If you really can't win, retreat quickly. Anyway, with your ability, no one can stop you if you really want to run away. Zhang Kai nodded. There is an unspoken rule about forbidden fruit, the bigger the noise, the greater the price. This beam of light could be seen throughout Silver City. Furthermore, since no one knew what kind of power the other party wanted, Yu Xian felt that this person might not be able to afford the price of the wish. Zhang Shou thought he was very restrained, but in the end he was tormented by the forbidden fruit. Although Zhang Shou didn't say it, just think about it and you will know that death is definitely not a pleasant feeling. Moreover, he has to commit suicide frequently to refresh his condition. The current commotion is much bigger than the one with Zhang Shou. Yu Xian has already prepared himself mentally for the worst situation. 073 Abnormal Insect Hunter. At this time, the SWAT team had already investigated the owner's information and sent it to Zhang Kai's mobile phone. Zhang Kai looked at his phone and frowned. The owner, Zhang Hong, is 38 years old and lives alone after divorce. He has a son, Zhang Lei, who was awarded to his ex-wife during the divorce. Over a month ago, Zhang Heng's parents, his sister Zhang Ling's family, his brother Zhang Chang's family, his ex-wife, and his son all died in a plague of parasites. He seemed to be deeply traumatized and became completely unhinged. Neighbors had seen him wandering around the rooftop several times and suspected he was suicidal. So miserable. He was the only one left in the family. After hearing this, Yu Xian had a very bad feeling. It would be fine if Zhang Hong had no power, but now he is even taking the forbidden fruit, which is definitely a super unstable factor. Suddenly, the beam of light began to shrink gradually, and Zhang Heng's body in the beam of light was gradually covered by a red substance. His expression was distorted with pain, but he laughed crazily. Amidst his laughter, he gradually transformed into a 2-meter-tall, blood-red monster. He fell to the ground, twisted his neck, then reached into his abdomen and pulled out a huge blood-red sickle, his eyes looking at Yu Xian and Zhang Kai outside the house. At this moment, his eyes no longer had any emotions that a normal person should have, and he gave people the feeling of a cold hunter. Just a glance. Then he withdrew his gaze, as if he had no interest in Yu Xian and Zhang Kai. Yu Xian was very calm and immediately used the identification technique on Zhang Heng. Name, Zhang Heng. Codename, Alien Bug Hunter. Race, Ghost. Gender, Male. Age, 38. Lifespan, 0. Level, Wolf. Alignment, Lawful Neutral. Ability. Zerg Killer. When the enemy is a Zerg, the fighting desire increases by 200%. Each time a Zerg creature is killed, the strength increases by 1%. Hunting insect scents. It can smell the scent that makes it angry and excited, and will chase the target until it dies. Ghost Body. A cursed body obtained by dedicating everything. It will never die until all target creatures are killed. Blood of Rage. When angry, you can burn your own blood, greatly increasing your strength until your blood is completely burned. Summary. Even though I am dead, I will kill them all. After reading the attributes, Yu Xian watched Zhang Heng go downstairs in silence. Yu Xian? Zhang Kai frowned and asked when he saw that Yu Xian did not teleport Zhang Heng away. Yu Xian had a complicated expression inside. Zhang Heng is dead. Now all he has left is his obsession. He won't attack any innocent people, only the alien bugs. Just tell everyone to stay away from him. What if it causes panic? Zhang Kai asked worriedly. Yu Xian smiled bitterly and said, try your best to guide them. Unless all the alien insects are dead, Zhang Heng will never be killed. Unless he kept an eye on Zhang Heng would appear in other cities even if he was not in Yincheng. Besides, he thought it was a good idea. With Zhang Heng in Yincheng, no matter how many alien insects came, they would die. At this time, Zhang Heng had already gotten to the ground. He glanced at the crowd around him, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly rushed towards one of the young men. The military police on guard saw this scene and immediately shot at Zhang Heng. However, Zhang Heng didn't care about the bullet that hit him at all. He walked past a SWAT officer and swung his sickle. In an instant, the young man's head was split in two by the sickle. A brain-hugging neural worm emerged from the young man's head and stretched out its tentacles to attack Zhang Heng, but was caught by Zhang Heng's hand the next second. Then, blood-red flames covered the brain-hugging neural worm, and in an instant, it was burned to ashes. Under the horrified and surprised gazes of countless people, he turned and glanced into the distance, then seemed to lock onto something and began to move in the predetermined direction. His hatred for the alien insects is really endless. Zhang Kai couldn't help but sigh after watching the whole process. Yu Xian sighed and said, after all, he is also a pitiful man. Zhang Kai was unable to refute, so he took out his cell phone and told the police not to attack Zhang Heng. However, for safety reasons, he ordered 3 police officers to follow Zhang Heng to ensure that Zhang Heng did not kill innocent people. Afterwards, the two returned to the police car. Zhang Kai didn't rush to drive away. He blamed himself for a moment, saying, Zhang Heng's tragedy was actually caused by our inadequate work by the SWAT team. If we had discovered and dealt with the situation earlier, perhaps his family wouldn't have died. Don't blame the war police, and don't blame the country. The one who really deserves to die is. Yu Xian took out a soda from the storage ring and handed it to Zhang Kai, then took out another one for himself. He unscrewed the lid, and when he heard Zhang Kai's words, he stopped and spoke slowly. He didn't finish his words, but Zhang Kai knew he was talking about Peng Zhu, that mysterious force. The whole country is now looking for Peng Zhu, but the problem is that Peng Zhu's appearance may have been disguised, so there is still no clue. After drinking the soda, the two continued their night patrol. When passing by a trash can, they even stopped the car to see who could throw the soda bottle more accurately. As expected, both of them threw the soda bottles into the trash can, resulting in a draw. Sometimes a man's happiness is just that simple. The two of them felt much better because of this little game. The next day, morning. Yu Xian returned to his home, took a shower, put on his school uniform, and the next moment he appeared at the door. Sure enough, Nora came jumping over. Good morning. Nora immediately smiled brightly when she saw him. Yu Xian responded and then went to school with Nora. As they walked, Yu Xian had a box of dumplings in his hand. He ate while walking. Nora was so greedy that she simply took out various pastries that vampires could eat from her storage ring. She had never eaten on the road before because it was unladylike, but ever since Yu Xian was allowed to eat, she was led astray. Noila, let me ask you a question. Yu Xian swallowed the steamed bun and grabbed a piece of cake from Noila with a bamboo stick. Without waiting for Noila to glare at him, he quickly changed the subject. Nora pouted and said, You ask. What do you usually do when you don't sleep at night? Yu Xian asked curiously. Vampires don't need to sleep, so he was really curious about how other vampires spent their time. I'm sleeping. Nora blinked and answered as a matter of course. Yu Xian was stunned for a moment and asked, but don't vampires need to sleep? That's a vampire in its first embrace. Wild vampires like you don't need to sleep. I'm a vampire born by my mother, and I'm still growing. Nora said with a smile. Although she can choose not to sleep, she still sleeps habitually. This situation will probably continue until she stops growing. In simple terms, when she stops growing, she will no longer need to sleep. Suddenly, Nora realized one thing: she would continue to grow up, but what about Yu Xian? 074 How Bats Make Friends. Self-study class. Nora lay on the table absent-mindedly, secretly glancing back from time to time. Although Yu Xian is very handsome now, she still wants to see how mature and handsome he will be in the future. Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face? Yu Xian felt a little numb on his scalp and couldn't help asking. Noila Emo shook her head in silence, then turned her head and lay down to sleep. Yu Xian blinked and had no choice but to look at Chen Ling for help, his eyes conveying, "My queen, please use your invincible gossip ability to help me." "Xianyu, are you never going to grow up?" Chen Ling blinked, receiving the distress signal, and asked. Yu Xian's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Chen Ling gratefully. He finally understood why Nora was in a bad mood. He would not grow anymore, but Nora would continue to grow. He had known this for a long time, but Nora seemed to have only realized it this morning. No wonder Nora was so unhappy. He immediately replied, deliberately speaking a little louder, "Theoretically, I won't grow anymore, but I should be able to adjust my appearance as I please in the future. I can become whatever age I want. Is it magic?" Nora couldn't help but look back and asked in a low voice. Yu Xian shook his head and said, "It's not a spell, but the ability needs to be kept secret. Anyway, it's a real physical transformation, not a trick or a temporary spell, but a permanent change of appearance." What he was actually talking about was Pangu's magical power of transformation. The abilities of the Panga series need to be kept confidential, so specific information cannot be disclosed, but it can still be mentioned slightly. After all, when other people use their abilities, they can't kill all the witnesses. Theoretically, Panga's magical power of transformation can permanently change his own form. As long as he mentally deduces his appearance as he continues to grow, and then uses Panga's magical power to change, he can become whatever age he wants. Moreover, every time there is a change, as long as Panga's magical power of transformation is no longer used for adjustment, it will be a permanent change. Then can you become an old grandfather? Nora's thinking process was different from that of ordinary people. She looked at Yu Xian with shining eyes, and her head was already imagining what Yu Xian would look like when he was old. Yu Xian supported his cheek with one hand, felt relieved, and smiled, "Maybe." "Xianyu, can you do me a favor?" Chen Ling said at this time, and blinked after speaking, as if she was here to collect a debt. Yu Xian immediately made a please speak gesture, and Chen Ling said, "I found a Qigong secret manual in the antique street. I went to several appraisal offices and the appraisers all said it was genuine. Can you help me check whether it is genuine?" As she spoke, she took out a somewhat old book from her bag. Yu Xian took the book, flipped through it and read 2 pages, but didn't understand the content. After getting Chen Ling's consent, he took a photo with his mobile phone and posted it to the discussion section of the Qilin app. Someone replied after a while, saying that this Qigong secret book was genuine and very popular. This secret book is called Hunyuan I Qigong. It does not require much talent from the practitioner, but the progress of practice is very, very slow. It is a garbage method that may not be able to break through the insect level even if you practice it until you are old. Yu Xian scanned the entire book and, after confirming that nothing was missing, returned it to Chen Ling, saying, "The Qigong secret book is indeed genuine, but if an ordinary person practices this technique for a lifetime, it will probably only prolong their lifespan. Unless you're a super genius, hoping to become an extraordinary person through it is simply a fantasy. What if you vampires practice cultivation?" Chen Ling was a little disappointed at first, then asked curiously. Yu Xian quickly shook his head to show his disinterest. He now had Pango bloodline and vampire bloodline, and now he also practiced Qigong. What the hell was that? It's too scary, I can't even imagine it, it feels like it might explode at any moment. Nora, why don't you give it a try? Chen Ling then looked at Nora. Nora hesitated and asked, "Can vampires practice Qigong?" "I don't know, don't look at me." Yuxian saw Noila Mo looking at him subconsciously, and quickly spoke. He really didn't know whether vampires could practice Qigong, but after he said that, he was a little worried that Nora would really try to commit suicide, so he quickly asked Qilin's comrades for information on this matter on his mobile phone. Vampires can indeed practice Qigong, but most vampires can only practice techniques that regulate the Qi flow through the Run Meridian, such as the Ice and Taiyin techniques. Techniques like the Fiery Divine Art and the Nine Yang Manual will cause harm to vampires. But I've always had an idea that Kuma's daughter, Nora, might be well suited to practicing this type of martial arts. I happen to have a technique called a sunflower facing the sun. If she's interested, I might as well give it to her. At this moment, a member codenamed Bat sent a message to Yuxian. Yuxian thought for a moment and replied, "Thank you. I'll ask." This Bat obviously knew his codename, but he also happened to know this Bat because the other party was the vampire Nora mentioned before, who was spared from persecution by the Blood Clan because he joined Kirin. It can be said that the two of them are the only ones of their kind among the Qilin. "Nora, do you know bats?" Yuxian looked at Nora and asked. A question mark popped up in Noila Mo's head. She put that Hunyuan Ichi Shingon in her hand on the table and asked, "Who is the bat? Didn't you tell me before that there was a wild vampire who escaped being hunted by the Blood Clan because he joined the Qilin?" "Bat is him," Yuxian explained. Noila Mo suddenly realized, then shook her head and said, "Oh, you mean him? I don't know him." "Then why did he ask me to give you a secret manual of magical skills?" Yuxian muttered to himself in confusion. But then he was too lazy to guess and asked the other party directly on the phone. The other party's answer was very simple: "Because of curiosity, I am a scientific researcher specializing in the development and research of exercises. Nora and you are both very rare individuals. Then why don't you come to me?" Yuxian continued to ask. Bat replied, "You're too unstable. I've never heard of a vampire soaring from insect level to sparrow level in just a few dozen days. Although Panga's blood has contributed to this, I don't think you're fit to continue adding more instability. Nora's situation is obviously much more stable than yours, and stability means safety." Although Bat had spoken very subtly, Yuxian understood what he meant. Simply put, Bat thought he was like a bomb that could explode at any time, so he didn't dare to do anything rash again. Therefore, he set his sights on Nora, hoping to contact her through Yuxian so that he could conduct his own experiments. "Did you give the Qigong that Chen Ling has in her hand to her?" Yuxian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked on the phone. The Bat replied, "Yes, it is a gift. I hope you like it. I'm a straightforward person, so I'll just say it straight. I don't really like your style of doing things. If you dare to plot against my friends like this again, I'll beat you up." Yuxian typed rudely. He was a little surprised before. Even if Hunyuan Qigong was very popular, it would not be easily available to ordinary people. Otherwise, with thousands of middle school students, this kind of skills would have spread among ordinary people long ago. Apparently, Bats was well aware of his relationships and knew he was in school during this time. By giving Chen Ling a secret Qigong book without a title, he simply drove Yuxian to ask about Qigong and Qilin, and then he took the opportunity to contact her and threw out the sunflower Xiangyang magic skill. "I won't do that next time. After all, don't we already know each other?" The Bat seemed to anticipate Yuxian's displeasure, and sent a smiling bat cartoon emoticon, then made an assurance. 075 extension of spatial perception. Although Yuxian was a little unhappy, he was not yet furious and shouting for killing. After all, the Bat was very honest. After he asked, he did not hide anything. Instead, he openly admitted that he had used a trick, so now he could only not do it again. Next comes Nora's choice. Nora is actually still ambitious. After discussing with Chen Ling, she decided to try practicing the sunflower facing the sun magic skill. Many vampires in the Blood Clan have the power of other systems, but most of them are mediocre. For example, it is difficult for most vampires to practice Qigong to perfection, and they can only perform some small tricks with magic at most. Mainly, these systems are provided for living people to practice. Strictly speaking, vampires are not living people, but more like undead, or dark creatures. The biggest difference between Nora and these vampires is, she was born by her mother. Simply put, as a mixed blood vampire, she has a living side, which is the fundamental reason why she will continue to grow, so she may really be a genius in practicing other systems. Of course, the above is just Bat's personal opinion, and there is currently no reliable case to support his conjecture. Currently, except for Nora, all other vampires with mothers are not hybrids. Their mothers are also vampires, so Nora is really the only one. Moreover, except for Nora, other vampires born normally are treated as princesses and princes by the blood clan. These frogs in the well have a high opinion of themselves and look down on the power of other systems. Yu Xian downloaded Sunflower Xiangyang magic skill and forwarded it to Nora. Nora immediately opened her phone and read it carefully. The Superpower Academy does have something to offer. At least in elementary school, they teach knowledge about the 8 extraordinary meridians. Even Yu Xian couldn't understand the martial arts techniques, but Nora, who was half a foreigner, could understand them all. Seeing that Noila Mo and Chen Ling were both studying the exercises, Yu Xian continued to bask in the sun. From time to time, he could hear Chen Ling quietly asking Nora about the location of a certain meridian, and then Nora explained in detail, and even gestured on Chen Ling's body. By the way, since blood energy has mutated into space blood energy, can I try to learn space magic? Yu Xian looked at the scenery outside the classroom, and suddenly an idea popped into his head. If it were just ordinary blood energy, it could perhaps only be used to cast blood spells, but spatial blood energy has space in front and blood energy in the back. It is obvious that the spatial attribute has completely surpassed the blood attribute. He immediately opened his phone and searched for space magic or space spells in the database. Because magicians and sorcerers are both supernatural professions with a relatively large number of people, what matters mainly is the individual's qualifications. Many magicians and sorcerers are willing to accept apprentices, so the confidentiality of magic and spells is not high, and Qilin has a large amount of information. For example, the demon killing team, the 7 people including Tianshu are strictly speaking sorcerers. In addition to the spells learned from their master, they will also look for spells that suit them in Qilin's database to learn. Yu Xian entered the word space in the search interface, and then a bunch of witchcraft, magic, spells, immortal arts, and martial arts came out. He carefully read through each skill, looking for the ability that suits him. Although the merits required to redeem these skills are not high, he is not sure about his learning ability, so he plans to find a skill that he needs most to test its depth first. After a few minutes, his gaze was fixed on the spatial perception technique. This is a snake-level spell. The caster can specify a certain spatial coordinate and use it as the center to perceive all the surrounding information. In theory, the stronger the mental power, the wider the range of perception and the more comprehensive the perceived information. Yu Xian decisively exchanged for this spell and then started studying it. First, meditate on an invisible space seed in your mind, then perceive the space coordinates that need to be placed, release the space seed to the coordinate position, let it take root and sprout, and bloom into a space flower that can perceive everything. Yu Xian frowned and looked carefully at the meditation techniques. Then he simply closed his eyes and imagined the invisible space seed in his mind. Etc. If you can't see it, how can you imagine it? Yu Xian felt that this was a bit contradictory, and he could not imagine such a seed in his mind. The bell rang, and he opened his eyes helplessly. He simply asked in the discussion forum, but all he got was, "You ask me, I want to know too." There was also an honest person who specifically told him that this spatial perception technique had been included in the Qilin database for more than 500 years. From ancient times to the present, no one in the entire Qilin had successfully learned this spell. Yu Xian was dumbfounded after seeing this. He had finally found a spell that could observe things from a distance, but it turned out that no one had ever learned this spell? Could this spell be a fake? Yu Xian angrily contacted Xiao Chang and said depressedly, "Minister, I want to apply for compensation. No one can learn spatial perception. I want my money back." Refund? Don't even think about it. I can tell you for sure, kid, this spell is a genuine dragon-level spell. Its real name is the Divine Art of Observing the Other Shore. It comes from the land immortal Kong Kong Jinwen 500 years ago. If you can't learn it, it must be because your realm is not high enough. Xiao Chang said bluntly. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Yu Xian looked at the phone helplessly. Although the merits for exchanging spells were not many, he felt like he was losing out if he couldn't learn it. Yu Xian thought about it and simply started practicing the spatial perception technique, reading it word by word. But after reading it, he was still full of questions. Noila, Chen Ling, let me ask you a question. How can you imagine an invisible seed? Yu Xian couldn't help but looked at the 2 people at the table in front and asked. Chen Ling shook her head and said, "I don't know. This is completely contradictory. Does it have to be invisible? If you really can't do it, then why not just imagine one that can be seen?" Nora asked back in confusion. Yu Xian was stunned. "Oh, that is right. Since I can't meditate out an invisible seed, I might as well try meditating out a visible one. He did what he said. He found a seed pattern on his phone, memorized it, and started meditating. It was not smooth at the beginning, but he gradually got into the state, and the image of the seed appeared in his mind. At the same time, he found that the spatial blood energy in his dantian was mobilized and naturally formed a small blood-colored seed. As soon as he thought about it, the seed instantly appeared in a space bubble outside Silver City. Then the seed quickly took root and sprouted, growing vigorously, forming a blood-red spider lily in the space. Then a large number of petals of the red spider lily fell off from the stamens of the red spider lily and began to float around. These petals are like an extension of Yu Xian's perception. He can see ants foraging on the ground, grasshoppers hiding on the back of the grass waving their antennae, and an aphid eating a leaf. Suddenly, a snake seemed to see the petals of the red spider lily. It stopped to look at it, then turned around and slipped away. 076 The top students cannot resonate with the poor students. Can it see? Yu Xian was stunned. If even ordinary creatures could see the petals of the red spider lily, then there would be no point in conducting secret reconnaissance. He immediately conjured up another seed through his meditation, and then used his index finger to create a space bubble. He placed the seed into the bubble, and soon a red spider lily appeared inside the bubble. He manipulated the petals of the red spider lily to float out of the bubble, looked up at the backs of Noila Mo and Chen Ling, and said, "Noila Mo, Chen Ling, look back." The two girls turned around at the same time, and then they both said in surprise, "Wow, so beautiful." Yu Xian's expression suddenly fell. He could see it. But it is normal to be able to see it. After all, the seeds he meditated out are visible seeds, not the original invisible seeds. "Xianyu, is this your new superpower?" Chen Ling asked curiously. As she spoke, she tried to touch the petals floating in the air with her hands, but her fingers passed through the petals. It was obvious that these petals were not physical entities. What are the uses of these petals? Nora obviously paid more attention to practicality. Yu Xian sighed and said, "These petals are like my eyes. Wherever they float to, I can see the scenery." "Then why are you controlling them to float down, you pervert?" Nora quickly covered her skirt, her face flushed. Yu Xian quickly argued, "I swear, I didn't control these petals just now. They had their own ideas and were floating around." Snort. Noila Mo rolled her eyes at Yu Xian and turned around to continue studying the sunflower Xiangyang magic skill. It turns out that only those who are not innocent know how innocent they are. Yu Xian sighed, leaned over the table and opened his phone. Since he had already learned the art of spatial perception, he decided to learn a few more spells since they seemed quite simple anyway. The class bell rang, and Yu Xian immersed himself in the vast space magic. Space jumping technique. Using mental power as an anchor point, one can jump and transfer back and forth between two coordinates within a short distance. Space dimension gate. Build a stable space gate between two coordinates, which can be entered by multiple people. Space vortex technique. Stirs the space within a certain range and strangles all matter in this space. Space folding. Fold two spaces together to form an infinite looping space. Space maze technique. Based on the space folding technique, it folds the space over a large area to form a complex space maze with no exit, trapping the enemy. Space expansion. It can expand part of the space to form a larger space. It is one of the basic skills for making storage bags. Shrink the earth into an inch, compress the space under your feet, take a step to 1,000 miles, and the ends of the earth are all within reach. The universe in the sleeve. The space can be permanently expanded to form an independent small world, in which the universe, sun and moon are all located. Yu Xian decided to start with the easy and then move on to the difficult, so he exchanged for a space jumping technique. The main reason is that he must first return to the space bubble before he can perform space teleportation. Although this is just one more step, in fact, in battle, just one more step is often the distance between life and death. The space jumping technique just makes up for his shortcoming. He can preset anchor points in many space bubbles. Even if he is not inside the bubble, he can return to the bubble at any time, thus avoiding most attacks. 10 minutes later, his body flashed in its original position. In just a few seconds, he shuttled through dozens of bubbles and finally returned to the classroom. There was still an expression of disbelief on his face. This spell seemed a little too easy. Am I a magic genius? Yu Xian touched his chin and guessed with some joy in his heart. After all, this is too easy. An anchor point can be formed by simply using a little mental power, especially the anchor point inside the bubble. Constructing it is as simple as opening your mouth to eat. He couldn't help but ask in the discussion forum whether space magic was difficult to learn. As a result, in just a few minutes, a lot of people complained under his question. Codename Tianquan, is spatial magic difficult? It's difficult, damn hard. I learned the simplest spatial expansion technique. Do you know how long it took me? 10 years, a full 10 years. Do you know how long I learned spatial jumping? 15 years, a full 15 years, and I still haven't mastered it. Codename Fairy, let me put it this way, for people without spatial talent, learning spatial magic is like a fish wanting to learn to run on land, or a person without wings wanting to soar in the sky. Do you think it's difficult? Codename Bald, look at my codename, I am Bald who studies space magic. I don't have the talent to sense space. Just calculating the coordinates gives me a headache. I really envy those geniuses who don't have to calculate coordinates. Codename Orange, in order to learn the dimension gate, my head was pinched into a rectangle. I really regret joining the support department and learning space magic. Why does space magic exist in the world? Yuxian looked at other people's complaints and could not resonate with them at all. What? Have you studied space jumping for 15 years and still haven't mastered it? What? We still need to calculate coordinates in space, can't we just feel and locate it? What? The dimensional gate is difficult, and your head will be pinched? Yuxian's mouth curled up. According to the fairy, he seemed to be a genius in space. I smile triumphantly, I smile triumphantly, I smile triumphantly. He happily read the complaints of many of his comrades, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. It turned out that this is how the top students feel when they look at the poor students. It seems a bit refreshing. Then he exchanged for the space expansion spell, which was indeed very simple. He easily expanded the desk cabinet to the size of a classroom. If he was willing to waste more space blood energy, he could even expand the desk cabinet to be wider than the entire school. Isn't this simple? Yuxian said to himself with a smile. When he thought that it would take 10 years to learn Tianquan, he felt secretly happy. Cheating is fun for a while, and it will be fun all the time if you keep cheating. He held the phone in his hand, his eyes fixed on the shrinking the earth into an inch spell, which was the same as the universe in the sleeve, a spell of great supernatural power level. After spending a lot of merit, he successfully exchanged for the spell, but he was dumbfounded after opening it, because the spell was full of Taoist and I Ching terms. He knew every word on it, but he didn't recognize any of them when they were put together. I never thought that I couldn't learn to shrink the earth into an inch because of my lack of education. Yuxian studied it for a long time, opened the book of changes and compared it word by word, but finally gave up in a headache. It was too difficult to shrink the distance into an inch. Indeed, a person can be without strength, but he must not be without culture. Otherwise, even if the secret manual of magical skills is placed in front of him, he cannot understand it and cannot learn it, and it will be useless. Reluctantly, he looked through other people's cultivation experiences and found that shrinking the earth into an inch required not only culture but also a certain realm. I can't learn it. I really can't learn it. What is the law of nature? What is the unity of man and nature? What is the emptiness of the heart? He is only 17 years old, how can he have any realm? He hasn't even figured out love yet, and the realm is too far away from him. 077 Specialized Talent. Night. Yuxian sat in the hexagonal pavilion in his garden, constantly trying to meditate and construct a not-so-complicated magic circuit in his consciousness. Compared to meditating on spells, constructing a magic circuit is obviously a little more difficult, and the magic circuit he tried to construct this time was not space magic, but light and shadow magic. Spells are centered around meditation, and the guidance of spatial blood energy is relatively simple. Magic, on the other hand, is just the opposite, focusing more on the guidance of spatial blood energy, and meditation is more for assisting in building circuits. Mirage Clone Technique. When Yuxian successfully constructed the magic circuit in his consciousness, he immediately shouted loudly. Magic places great emphasis on a sense of belief. When the caster shouts out the name of a spell loudly, it greatly enhances the magic, increasing its power by almost 1/3. Although Yuxian felt that doing so was stupid and was simply reminding his opponent what moves he was going to make, in order to successfully release the magic, he still did it honestly. But after waiting for a while, a cool breeze blew and there was no movement around him. Failed? There's clearly nothing wrong with the magic circuit I constructed. Yuxian didn't give up and checked the surroundings carefully. He searched the hexagonal pavilion, the goldfish pond, and the flowers and plants nearby. Not to mention a clone, there was not even a ghost. During the day, he still thought he was a magic genius, but at night, he was slapped in the face by himself. What kind of magic genius was that? There was no such thing. Mirage clone is the simplest light and shadow magic. In fact, it is to use the principle of mirage to create a large number of light and shadow clones of yourself around. Yuxian originally planned to learn this magic in 10 minutes, but now 3 hours have passed and he still hasn't learned it. Identification. Yuxian raised his hand and immediately cast an identification spell on himself. He didn't believe that he hadn't learned the mirage clone technique. Name, Yuxian. Codename, Salted Fish. Race, Flash Vampire. Gender, male. Age, 17. Lifespan, 5,322. Level, Lower Snake. Faction, Chinese Dragon Dynasty Qilin Tribe Fighting Division Evil Squad. Ability. Light Eater, Silver Blood, Spatial Blood Energy, Appraisal. The divine art of observing other places on the other shore consumes mental energy and spatial blood energy to create a visible red spider lily seed and place it at the designated spatial coordinates. After the red spider lily blooms, everything can be observed wherever the petals touch. Space jumping technique, using mental power as an anchor, one can jump and move back and forth between different spatial coordinates. Space expansion technique consumes spatial blood energy to expand and stretch part of the space, forming an even larger space. Space vortex technique consumes spatial blood energy to stir up space, forming a red spatial vortex that strangles all matter within it. Space folding technique consumes spatial blood energy to fold and overlap two spatial coordinates, forming a ring. Space maze technique consumes a large amount of space energy, folding space over a large area, creating a chaotic space with no exit, thus trapping the target. Summary: the elves that are different from others are called sparkle elves, and you are a sparkle vampire. They're really ISNT1. Yuxian looked at his attributes and felt terrible. Because space magic was so easy to learn, he had an illusion that perhaps he didn't need to wait for his innate skills to awaken every 10 days, and he could master a large number of skills just by self-study. But there's no point in deceiving yourself. After this failure, Yuxian was basically certain that the reason he could easily learn space magic was not because he was a genius, but because the spatial attributes of space blood energy were too strong. Of course, spatial blood energy is his original ability, so strictly speaking, he can be considered a genius with a certain specialty. He lay on the bench in the hexagonal pavilion. Although he was a little shocked, he was not sad. After all, he had made a lot of money by learning so many space spells. Moreover, he was living in a luxurious villa. When he thought that the entire 3 acres of land were his home, he couldn't be in a bad mood. Even if you are in a really bad mood, look at the goldfish pond outside the hexagonal pavilion, feed the fat goldfish in the pond, or take a walk in the garden, smell the flowers, and look at the scenery, and your mood will soon improve. Sometimes you have to admit that having money can really reduce your worries. Since other spells are difficult, then I'll focus on studying space spells. Yuxian quickly came to his senses. After all, space magic was the most advanced magic. Only time, fate, and other magics could be compared with it. Others want to learn but can't, but he can easily learn space magic, which is already very good. Although it loses the diversity of spells, the space spell is powerful. The only pity is that there are actually not many space skills included in Qilin. After all, spellcasters with space talents are extremely rare, and there are naturally fewer space spells that are inherited and developed. Qilin can include dozens of spatial skills, and is considered to be a powerful existence among the extraordinary forces of various countries. The extraordinary forces of most small countries may not even be able to use a space spell, that is the norm. The night is long, which is a good time to study quietly. Yuxian took his mobile phone, opened the Qilin app, and began to study Fushi's 64 hexagrams. He had to make up for the missing cultural knowledge first, otherwise even if there was a secret manual of magical skills in front of him, he would miss it because he couldn't understand it. While he was memorizing, Nora's guardian Roach appeared outside his door. As Nora's guardian, Roach has very complicated feelings towards her. He has the illusion of being a father and a brother, and sometimes even regards Nora as his forbidden delicacy. He has been Nora's guardian since she was 6 years old, and has transformed her from an ignorant and cute innocent baby into the cheerful, lively, and sunny girl she is today. As a vampire who cannot see the sun, Nora can be said to be the sun in his heart. During this period, Nora began to refuse the special car pickup. He did not realize the problem at first, but just thought that Nora wanted to train herself. After all, the bastard who stole Nora's blood has now become an official of China. Naturally, the mission that the Duke gave to Miss Nora ended in failure. It's a good thing that Nora was stimulated and started to work hard. But during this period of time, he gradually felt something was wrong. Nora seemed to start to like going to school. Although Nora had not been averse to going to school before, she seemed to go to school just to follow the crowd and had no enthusiasm at all. Now she goes out with a smile on her face every day, which is so abnormal. Especially today, Noila Mo has started to practice internal skills. Where did she get this internal skill from? Are there any hidden dangers? Roche immediately summoned the human bodyguards who were secretly protecting Nora. After some threats and intimidation, he found out that Nora actually went to and from school with that bastard every day, and Nora also asked the bodyguards to keep it a secret for her. Aha, damn bastard. The vampires were magnanimous enough to spare Yu Xian's life, which was already a special favor. How dare Yu Xian lay his hands on Miss Nora? Roche's whole body twisted on the spot. 078 Yu Xian in Marcus's deal. The gate of the villa was chopped open by a knife, and the screen wall in front was kicked to pieces. Luo Qi exuded a murderous aura as he strode towards the main building of the villa. At this moment, Yu Xian suddenly appeared in front of the building's door. After seeing Luo Qi, he frowned and said, "Vampire? Bastard, I'm warning you, stay away from Miss Nora from now on." When Roche saw Yu Xian, he suppressed his anger and opened his mouth to give Yu Xian a warning. But before he could finish his words, Yu Xian spoke first. According to Chinese law, if a transcendent breaks into a private residence by force and verbally threatens the homeowner, the minimum sentence is 100 years in prison, and the maximum, death penalty. You bastard! Roche glared. Yu Xian pulled out Qilin's ID and interrupted again. I am an official member of the Qilin tribe's fighting division's evil squad. According to our country's laws, I'm officially warning you. Kneel on the ground with your hands raised above your head and surrender immediately. Otherwise, I have the right to execute you on the spot. Don't say I didn't warn you. He looked at Roche with a rather cold gaze. Because Nora mentioned Roche to him and said that she didn't like Roche's interference in everything she did. Even Roche had a very bad attitude towards her mother and often prevented her mother from seeing her when she was a child. It's okay that Yu Xian hadn't met Luo Qi before. Now that Roche has committed a crime and has fallen into his hands, he has made up his mind to make Roche spend the next 100 years in prison. Don't bluff, bastard. No one can save you tonight. Roche originally planned to beat Yu Xian up, and then stopped after warning Yu Xian to stay away from Nora. But Yu Xian's words just now made him so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. Now he didn't want to think about anything else and just wanted to kill Yu Xian. The blood sword in his hand suddenly exploded, forming a large number of blood needles. Only by torturing Yu Xian severely could he vent the evil anger in his heart. According to his mental assumption, Yu Xian, a vampire who had just been transformed for less than 2 months, could only flee in a panic under his attack and would end up being cut into pieces by him. How could a mere bastard possibly defeat him? He is an elite vampire who has lived for over 200 years. When he shot the blood needle at Yu Xian, he found that Yu Xian's expression did not change from beginning to end. Then his eyes blurred and Yu Xian appeared in front of him. Boom! Yu Xian raised his hand and smashed half of Luo Qi's head with a slap. The vampire's powerful vitality successfully saved Roche's life. He fell heavily to the ground, with an expression of disbelief on the other half of his face. This is a wild vampire that has been transformed for less than 2 months. How could it be so strong? Bastard? Where's your mother? Remember this in your next life, don't mess with me. Yu Xian looked at Luo Qi lying on the ground and said with contempt. Then a space bubble appeared in his hand. The space inside the bubble was very chaotic, as if it contained the power to strangle everything. The slap he just gave was purely impulsive, and it resulted in Roche's blood spilling all over the floor. It was so dirty. As expected, when humans are pushed to the limit, they can do anything except mathematics. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind, and he used the space bubble plus space vortex technique to create a combination of skills that could destroy the body without leaving a single drop of blood. After strangling Roche into pieces, he can be directly teleported to the river outside Silver City to feed the fish. Before Roche could react, his consciousness suddenly went black and his body was taken over by Nora's father, Marcus. Yu Xian, please wait a moment, I am Nora's father. Roche raised half of his face, looked at the bubbles falling, and spoke quickly. Yu Xian controlled the space bubble to freeze in mid-air. He looked at Marcus and asked, Duke Rex, are you trying to shield this criminal? Those who knowingly break the law will be dealt with severely in our country. Roki made a mistake and should bear the consequences, but he is my descendant after all. I wonder what I need to pay to get the forgiveness of you, the victim? Marcus looked at Yu Xian and spoke slowly. Yu Xian didn't take Luo Qi seriously at all. It didn't matter whether he was killed or not. After all, at the rate he was getting stronger, the ancestor of the blood clan would probably be just a small fry in a year. You mean, you can satisfy any request I make? He thought for a moment and looked at Marcus with a smile. Marcus said calmly, as long as you agree to forgive Rocha's mistakes. After all, this matter could be big or small, it all depends on whether Yu Xian wants to pursue it. If he doesn't, Luo Qi will naturally not be considered to have broken the law. Lao Dang, I want Nora. A bold idea flashed through Yu Xian's mind. But he was still an innocent 17-year-old boy after all. He hesitated and said, I need blood magic. I wonder if Duke Rex can provide it. I can give you 3 blood spells. Marcus pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Yu Xian instinctively bargained immediately, not enough, I want 5 blood spells. Okay, deal. Marcus agreed immediately. Yu Xian suddenly felt like he had lost out, but since they had already discussed it, he could only accept it. I'll ask Nora to bring you the blood spell, so, let's say goodbye. Marcus controlled Rocha's body, instinctively patted the dust off his body, then he looked at Yu Xian and said. Yu Xian nodded and let Marcus control Rocha's body and leave. There are cameras everywhere in his house. If Marcus dares to default on his debt, he can go to his house tomorrow and let Roche and the others see how violent China's violent organizations are. My door. My screen wall. After Luo Qi completely disappeared, Yu Xian walked to the gate with a heartache. Looking at the gate that was split open by a sword and the screen wall that was shattered on the ground, he felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. He had lived in this house for less than a month when the door and screen wall were gone. The heartache must be transferred. He took out his cell phone and called the property manager in the middle of the night, asking him to feel his heartache and instructing him to send someone to repair the gate tomorrow. As for the screen wall, he planned to customize the style he liked and make arrangements later. The next day, workers came to repair the gate early in the morning. When the workers saw the gate being split open by a sword, they began to discuss in a low voice how strong the person who split the gate was. Yu Xian listened to the workers praising Roche as a sword immortal, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He really wanted to tell them that Roche was just a small snake-level Karami. Of course, in reality, the snake class is the backbone of any force, while the eagle class is the elite among the elites, and when it comes to the tiger class, they are the top tier. In fact, the advancement of extraordinary people is generally not very fast. They all rely on years of practice to become stronger step by step. It is actually very rare for someone like Yu Xian to reach the snake level in less than 2 months. The most important thing is that he has not eaten the forbidden fruit, and he has no indelible side effects. The side effects of forbidden fruit cannot be eliminated. This is a consensus understood by all extraordinary people. Therefore, although the forbidden fruit can allow people to reach the sky in 1 step, many extraordinary people are not very interested in the forbidden fruit and will not deliberately look for it. Especially those who practice qigong, immortal cultivation, magicians and other professions, they avoid forbidden fruits as much as possible. Only those with very poor qualifications would consider using forbidden fruits to change their fate. 079 Self-Created Bubble Clone Technique. On the way to school, Nora and Yu Xian walked side by side. Give. Nora calmly handed Yu Xian a small black box, and then quietly observed Yu Xian's reaction. What is this? Yu Xian took the box and looked at it, then looked at Noila with a confused look on his face. In fact, Noila Mo was more curious about why Yu Xian was connected to her father. Seeing that Yu Xian really didn't seem to recognize the box, she shook her head and said, I don't know. Today, my dad suddenly took control of Luo Qi and gave me this box, asking me to give it to you. Do you know my dad? I guess we know each other. Yu Xian replied. Although he had never met Marcus, he did get to know old Deng last night. He took the black box and studied it, and found that one side could be opened, but after opening it, there were 2 strange interfaces. It should be an electronic product that requires a certain type of connecting cable to use. What an antique! Yu Xian took out his cell phone, took a photo, and figured it out after a quick search. This black box is a solid-state hard drive that was eliminated hundreds of years ago. It is really an antique. Obviously, the solid-state drive should store the 5 blood spells agreed upon last night, but now he must first buy a connecting cable that can read the information from the solid-state drive. Come on, go shopping with me. Yu Xian put the phone back in his pocket, held Noila Mo's hand and walked towards the electronic city. Originally, Nora wanted to ask Yu Xian where he was going, but the moment Yu Xian held her hand, all she could hear was the goose-like cries of Gia 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 in her head, and she could only follow Yu Xian's steps closely. 9 o'clock in the morning. Yu Xian put his hands on the desk cabinet and looked at the content read from the solid-state drive, his face looking a little bad. He underestimated the thickness of Marcus Oldman's skin, and at the same time felt that he was still too young. He should have asked what blood spells were available and he should have been able to choose which spell he wanted. The 5 blood spells sent by Marcus are Blood Shield, Blood Barrier, Blood Regeneration, Blood Guardian, and Blood Healing. How shameless. Surprisingly, all the spells given were defensive spells. Blood Shield and Blood Barrier, what is he doing here? As a person with spatial abilities, he can dodge most attacks by teleporting, so the effect of these 2 spells on him can be said to be very, very small. There is also the Blood Regeneration technique. Who are you looking down on? Even if his arm was broken, it would grow back after a good sleep. He would have no use for this regeneration technique. Fortunately, Marcus did not do anything too extreme. At least he gave him 2 useful spells, Blood Guardian and Blood Healing. Blood Guardian is actually a spell used to resist mental damage, such as memory stealing, hypnosis and other mental attacks, which can be resisted by Blood Guardian. There is also the Blood Healing spell, which has a similar effect to Zhang Shou's Healing Touch. Both are spells that remove negative states. With this ability, he will not be afraid of most toxin damage. Although, he is not afraid of most toxins. Because of the super stomach, even toxins can be absorbed as nutrients. On the podium, the bald math teacher was explaining a new type of question that might be tested in the college entrance examination. The students were listening carefully, occasionally lowering their heads to take notes. Yu Xian was listening to the class while practicing magic spells. He placed his hands in the expanded desk cabinet and was practicing the simplest blood shield technique. This blood spell can be said to be an entry-level spell. However, for most fragile vampires, this spell is actually one of the most important spells. Blood shield can form a suspended shield around the body. Depending on the blood energy consumed, it can form at least 1 shield and at most an unlimited number of shields. With the protection of the blood shield, the fragile vampire can output with peace of mind without fear of being killed instantly by various physical attacks. Yu Xian whispered a spell and constructed a spell circuit in his mind. The blood spell was a bit like a spell, but also a bit like magic. After he finished reciting the last syllable of the spell, a blood shield immediately appeared in front of his fingers. Fortunately, he expanded the space of the desk cabinet, so the shield, which was about 1 meter long and half a meter wide, did not burst the desk. It's easier than I thought. Yu Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the blood shield technique was successfully released. He was really scared of light and shadow magic and worried that he would not be able to learn any other spells except space magic. Fortunately, blood magic can still be learned normally, and he now has several more methods to use. Next, he began to practice the blood barrier technique. If blood shield is used to resist physical attacks, then blood barrier is used to resist energy attacks. For example, if the enemy uses weapons such as swords, arrows, etc., the blood mage must use the blood shield technique. If the enemy uses fire, lightning, ice and other attacks, he must use the blood barrier technique. Of course, if you have enough blood energy, it is best to use both together for greater safety. Yu Xian soon discovered that his talent for blood magic was equally terrifyingly strong, and he mastered all 5 spells in just half an hour. He also came to his senses at this time. Maybe he is not partial to a certain subject, but a specialist. Because his spatial blood energy only has 2 attributes, space and blood energy, he can quickly learn spells of these 2 attributes. He couldn't learn the other spells not because he had poor aptitude, but because he simply didn't have that attribute. This is completely like a good cook having no rice to cook. He doesn't even have that kind of energy, so how could he possibly cast a spell successfully? But can it be changed to change the mirage clone technique from light and shadow magic to space magic? Yu Xian suddenly had an idea the next second. Although many spells and magic were the products of other people taking the forbidden fruit, many were also created by later generations based on these spells. For example, the space maze technique is actually a spell created by later generations based on the space folding technique. Since others can create new spells, why can't Yu Xian create his own spells? After finding the target, Yu began to study the magic circuit of the Mirage Clone technique. At the same time, combining his limited spell knowledge, he tried to transform light and shadow magic into space magic. First of all, the basic principle of this magic is to use the refraction of light to form many clones around. The medium of the Mirage Clone technique is actually the water molecules in the air. This isn't pure light and shadow magic, it also contains a little bit of water magic. The problem is that I don't have these two attributes at all. I don't possess either light magic energy or water elemental magic energy, so the only medium I can use is space. Yu quickly figured things out, but then encountered another major problem: the space could not support light and shadow, etc. Since pure space doesn't work, what about space bubbles? Yu immediately came up with an idea. He could use the space bubble as a carrier. Perhaps he could achieve a similar effect to the Mirage Clone technique. He immediately tried to follow the magic circuit of the Mirage Clone technique, and then used a space bubble as a carrier for casting the spell. Boo! The first time, I failed. Then Yu adjusted the circuit. He actually didn't know the function of each circuit, so he used the stupidest but most suitable method for him, which was to dismantle them one by one and then cast a spell to test them. Although most circuit dismantling results in spell failure, there are occasional cases where the space bubble is affected by the spell effect in bursts. It wasn't until around 3 in the afternoon that he created a fat clone. After he dismantled several circuits, the space bubble was affected by the spell and turned into a human figure similar to a fat man made of balloons. His expression is still on the surface of the space bubble, but after being stretched by the bubble, it doesn't look like him at all. But this was obviously a very good start. He immediately kept adjusting the magic circuit, but failed to replicate the effect. After trying all possibilities, he could only use the previous circuit again. It seems that the magic circuit can no longer be adjusted. Can the space bubble be adjusted? Yu looked at the pile of chubby versions of himself that he had created in the cabinet, and thought for a long time. Since he couldn't change the circuit, he might as well change the bubbles. He tried changing the shape of the bubble, which did create a slimmer clone to a certain extent, but the surface was too smooth and looked very funny. It was obvious at first glance that it was a balloon man. Then he simply created a large number of ultra-small bubbles, used these bubbles as pixels, and cast the spell again. This time, the dotted clones, which would make anyone with trypophobia faint on the spot, moved like countless tiny insects. The picture was so beautiful that Yu almost vomited. However, he also saw the dawn of success. He continued to shrink the bubbles. This time, he shrunk the bubbles to smaller than a pinhole. Countless bubbles formed a human shape under the influence of the magic circuit. This time it finally looks like a human. The problem is that as long as Yu uses the silver blood to strengthen his eyes, he can still see the flaws at a glance. But this time, he had come up with the perfect solution. Bubble clone technique. Yu immediately cast the spell again without thinking, and added a red spider lily seed in the process. In an instant, a clone that looked exactly like him appeared in the bookcase. His aura and demeanor were exactly the same as his own. Even though he used silver blood to strengthen his eyes, he could not see any flaws. Perfect. Yu looked at his clone and smiled with satisfaction. At this time, the bald teacher on the podium looked at Yu and said with a smile, "Dear students, it seems that Yu has learned it. Then you come up and answer this question." Ah. Yu looked up with wide eyes, staring blankly at the complicated math problem on the blackboard. This question is too difficult, he can't do it. Nora chuckled secretly at the front table. 080 The rich woman's financial resources are unfathomable. In the evening, when school was over, the sky was covered with dark clouds and it suddenly started to rain heavily. Neither Yu nor Nora brought an umbrella, so they stood in the corner of the school gate, looking at the sky side by side. Although Yu could teleport home or create a space bubble to block the rain, he was sick today and didn't want to use his supernatural powers. Although Nora could ask the bodyguard to send an umbrella with just one phone call, she just happened to forget the bodyguard's mobile phone number. It's nice to have rain. Yu looked at the raindrops falling from the sky and suddenly said something out of the blue. Well, it seems like it hasn't rained in Silver City for a long time. Nora smiled softly and also looked up at the sky. Although the sky was covered with dark clouds, her heart was sunny. The two of them just looked at the sky quietly, looking at each other from time to time, and their eyes would disappear as soon as they met. When classmates appeared, they looked at the sky, the ground, the leaves, and the colorful umbrellas, which seemed like blooming flowers. Gradually, all the classmates left. The heavy rain blocked the complicated world outside the school gate, and it seemed as if there were only the two of them left in the world. By the way, Nora, do you plan to go to college after finishing high school? Yuxian could smell the unique fragrance on Nora's body. He watched the raindrops falling, his gaze shifted to a wet leaf, his heart moved, and he asked. Noila Mo's eyes fell on Yuxian and nodded, of course I want to go to college. I want to apply to Yanjing Vocational and Technical College. Yanjing Vocational and Technical College? I remember the passing score last year was 600 points. How far are you from that now? Yuxian looked at Nora with admiration. He didn't expect that the silly Nora actually wanted to apply to the highest institution of learning in China. Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, whose full name is Yanjing Super Vocational and Technical College, is also the only super university in China. Moreover, the dean, Zhang Daoqin, is the strongest dragon level in China. Not only is he a qi refining practitioner of the highest level, he is also a warrior, cultivator, alchemist, formation master, and other professions. He is proficient in the cultivation methods of various extraordinary systems, and his strength is unfathomable. He is known abroad as one of the 3 pillars of China. The reason why Yuxian knew this so clearly was because Uwei, the head of the Qilin department, was one of Zhang Daoqin's disciples. A quick look at Uwei's resume would reveal that his teacher was Zhang Daoqin. The total score for the academic subjects is 360 points, and I can get around 330 points. The practical subjects. I'm still a bit short. When Nora heard about her grades, she suddenly became a little unconfident. Her academic performance was actually not bad, especially among extraordinary people, but she had never passed the practical courses. The practical course is divided into 3 courses, namely individual competition course, team competition course, and finally strength test course. In individual competitions, with a total score of 100, Nora was always at the bottom, with her score never exceeding 20 points. In team competition, the total score is 100, but because no one wants to team up with Nora, the score has always been 0. The strength test has a total score of 100. Nora can get 90 points every time because her attack power is high enough due to her awakened blood flame. After listening to Nora's words, Yuxian did some calculations and was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Nora's total score was only about 440, which was 160 points away from the passing score. This was too much. Your score in the practical course is so low, you probably won't pass the exam. Yuxian looked at Nora and couldn't help but point it out. Noila nodded and said, well, I missed by more than 100 points. Fortunately, I saved a lot of pocket money. According to the rules of Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, you can buy 1 point by spending 10 million. I still need to spend about 1.4 billion to pass. Yuxian was speechless. What did he actually want to say just now? That's right. He originally wanted to say that he could help Nora with her studies. Individual competition is nothing more than playing more and practicing more, and he is confident that he can help Nora improve her scores. In addition, team competition is actually not difficult. He and Nora worked together to deal with the alien insects in the school before, and the two cooperated very well at that time. At worst, he and Nora will take the exam together, and they will team up with Nora in team competition. They should be able to get at least 90 points. With these 2 scores up, coupled with Nora's high scores in cultural subjects, there should be a high probability that she will be able to be admitted to Yanjing Vocational and Technical College. But he never expected that Nora was actually going to spend 1.4 billion to buy points to enter Yanjing Vocational and Technical College. Sure enough, the world of rich women is too far away from him. Noila Mo was completely unaware of how much shock her words had caused Yuxian. Her eyes lit up and she said with anticipation, if I can enroll in Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, I will definitely become a snake-level master after graduation. If she waited her time according to the routine, it would take at least 200 years to advance to the snake level. She couldn't wait that long. So she had to work hard to get into Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, where she could grow faster. Do you really want to become stronger? Yuxian came back to his senses from the shock, looked at Noila Mo who was full of fighting spirit, and asked curiously. To be honest, Nora had never told him about this before, and he only now knew Nora's short-term life goals. Well, because my dad said that once I reach the serpent level he will no longer interfere with my personal life, nor will he send guardians or bodyguards to follow me. Then I will be truly free. I can go see my mom if I want to, travel wherever I want to, and meet whoever I want to meet. Nora nodded and continued seriously. Her mother is Chinese and was not married to Marcus. Her appearance was completely unexpected. Is your mother in the country now? Yu Xian asked. Noilamo glanced at Yu Xian and replied, well, my mother should be working in Bingcheng now. Ice City. That was in Heilongjiang. It's so far. Yu Xian thought about it and couldn't help sighing in his heart. No wonder it was difficult for Noila Mo and her mother to meet. In ancient times, there were no extraordinary creatures wreaking havoc, and people could easily travel between Silver City and Ice City by plane. But now there are very few flights, and every flight requires the escort of a tiger-level expert, and the price is ridiculously high. In addition, the airplane was not the kind of ancient passenger plane that could carry hundreds of people, but a small plane that could only carry 20 to 30 passengers. So it was not easy for Nora's mother to come and see Nora. Damn it, Roach. Yu Xian finally understood why Nora didn't like Roach. If it were him, he would do everything he could to kill anyone who dared to stop his mother from seeing him. At this time, the rain stopped. Both of them stood there and didn't want to leave. Yu Xian looked at the water stains on the ground and invited, would you like to go get something to eat? I know a shop that also serves food to vampires. Nora immediately agreed, well, it happens that I'm hungry. The two smiled at each other and walked out of the school side by side. 08118 years old, a werewolf. East of the city. Big Mouth Barbecue. Yu Xian and Nora sat near the street. He ordered a lot of food and continued chatting with Nora. At this time, several classmates in school uniforms came over. They sat not far away and laughed quietly. Yu Xian learned from the conversation that one of them was turning 18 today, so they decided to brave the world and take the risk to come to the extraordinary people to taste their food. Those are students from class 2. Noila Mo whispered to Yu Xian. Because she was so beautiful, she received quite a few love letters from students during these days, but she burned them all with blood flames without even reading them. However, there are still many boys who often deliberately walk around outside class 1 in an attempt to attract her attention. Although she is not interested, she will still have some impression of him, such as this person is so naive, this person is so stupid, this person is so ugly. It's great to be young. Yu Xian said with a smile. Noila Mo rolled her eyes at him immediately. Others were celebrating their 18th birthday, but Yu Xian was only 17, and his 18th birthday was still several months away. At this time, the students at that table also noticed Yu Xian and Nora, and their voices became much lower. Lao Xiao, your dream lover, but she is obviously in love with the fish god. A fat man said in a low voice. Fish god? The corners of Yu Xian's mouth twitched slightly. When did this nickname appear? How come he didn't know about it? In fact, this nickname was spread by the classmates who were saved by him. After all, he went on a killing spree in the school. The alien insects were instantly cut into pieces by the silver wire before they even got close. The scene was so shocking. It was scary and disgusting, but also so satisfying and handsome. In addition, Zhang Shou, Chen Ling, and some old classmates all knew that his nickname was Salted Fish. Therefore, many classmates at school actually secretly called him the fish god, but he took too many days off and usually only played with Zhang Shou, Chen Ling, Nora, and others, so they were kept in the dark. Zhao Kan glanced at Yu Xian and Noila Mo quietly, blushing and whispering, don't talk nonsense, today is Lao Li's birthday. What are you afraid of? We are all classmates. Why don't you invite them over to celebrate together? The fat man said with a somewhat crowd-pleasing smile. However, his proposal was quickly rejected by the birthday classmate. After all, he didn't want to spend his birthday with strangers. It was comfortable to eat and drink with a few good classmates, but if two unfamiliar classmates suddenly came, it would be uncomfortable. Yu Xian and Nora arrived first, so the waiter quickly brought what Yu Xian ordered, and the table was soon filled with all kinds of delicious food. It's so spicy. Can vampires really eat this? They won't get diarrhea, right? Nora picked up a piece of blood tofu and ate it. Then she stuck out her tongue and looked at Yu Xian with suspicion. Yu Xian nodded as he ate the barbecue. He swallowed a piece of meat and said, of course, Lao Zhang and I have been here twice. At that time, I couldn't eat ordinary food. Nora looked at Yu Xian eating meat in big mouthfuls, and suspected that Yu Xian was showing off. She also wanted to eat meat and wanted to know what it tasted like. It's worth mentioning that spicy is actually a pain sensation, not a taste, so vampires can indeed taste spicy food. At this time, the students on the other side also started to make a noise. Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, Lao Li! May you have this day every year. When several students saw the waiter bring a plate of special meat mountain cake, they immediately stood up and congratulated with a smile. The classmate named Li Cheng stood up with a smile and watched everything with some emotion, but just as he was about to blow out the candle, his face suddenly turned red and he felt dizzy. He held the table with one hand and pressed his head with the other, and his temples were throbbing. Old Li? Are you okay? Several classmates saw him like this and became worried. Li Cheng shook his head and wanted to say that he was fine, but the next moment his eyes turned red. His clothes cracked, his body swelled rapidly, and his head gradually turned into a werewolf's appearance. Li Cheng. 18 years old. Probably a werewolf. Yu Xian stood up from his seat and immediately gave Li Cheng an identification spell. Name, Li Cheng. Codename, Lao Li. Race, werewolf. Gender, male. Age, 18. Lifespan, 521. Level, lower insect. Faction, Superpower Academy Senior 3, Class 2 student. Ability. Night Wolf Transformation, transform into a werewolf at night, greatly improving overall quality. Summary, you may not be a ruthless person, but you are definitely a werewolf. After Yu Xian looked at the attributes, he immediately understood. Ouch. At this time, Li Cheng completely turned into a werewolf 2 meters and 5 meters tall. He immediately opened his arms and howled to the sky. Several classmates were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. We had agreed to be ordinary people, so how come you suddenly became extraordinary? Suddenly, Li Cheng, who had turned into a werewolf, opened his mouth and bit Zhao Kang directly. If he had bitten hard, Zhao Kang's head would definitely be bitten off. But at the critical moment, a bubble wrapped up Zhao Kang. Li Cheng bit the bubble, but because the bubble was too big, his canine teeth only scratched the surface without even a ripple. Yu Xian, don't be too harsh. His werewolf bloodline must have awakened. Nora reminded in a low voice. Yu Xian nodded, then used the space jump technique to appear behind Li Cheng. He knocked Li Cheng down with a light knife and said with a smile, "Okay, everyone continue to eat, everything is fine." He wrapped Li Cheng with bubbles, took out his cell phone and called Zhang Kai, asking Zhang Kai to come and take Li Cheng away. Fish God, thank you. Zhao Kang's legs were still shaking. When the bubble dissipated, he sat down on the chair. He reacted and spoke quickly. It's just a small matter, you guys continue. Yu Xian waved his hand and then returned to his original seat. As a snake-level being who can kill enemies above his level, he has no pressure at all when dealing with tiny insect-level creatures. Many diners laughed at this time. Some were sighing at Li Cheng's good luck, while others were discussing Yu Xian's strength. On the contrary, Zhao Kang and the others had lost their appetite and sat in silence. The birthday boy is unconscious, what should they do now? And since Li Cheng suddenly turned into a werewolf, will he become a superhuman in the future? This is the first time I've seen blood awakening. Nora said to Yu Xian while eating. Yu Xian smiled and said, me too. In fact, I've also wondered before if my ancestors had some special bloodline that was awakened in my generation. What if there really is one? Nora laughed. Yu Xian shrugged, it was hard to say about such things. After all, many extraordinary bloodlines have gradually become lost in the crowd because of the difficulty of awakening. 082 Youth Journey. According to Qilin statistics, about 20% of the Chinese people have latent extraordinary bloodline. This is very close to 1/3, but among these people, only about 1 in 10 million can successfully activate the power of their bloodline and transform from an ordinary person into an extraordinary person. Among them, the most awakened is the werewolf bloodline. Extraordinary bloodlines are divided into dominant and recessive types. For example, the nine-tailed fox bloodline of Uwei and Tuer is a very stable dominant bloodline, and their offspring are born with the power of the nine-tailed fox. But there are also many bloodlines that are recessive. People are born as ordinary people and require specific conditions to activate the power in their bloodlines. For example, werewolf bloodline is a recessive bloodline. The offspring of a werewolf are not necessarily werewolves. If their bloodline is not activated at the age of 18, then the offspring of a werewolf can only be ordinary people for the rest of their lives. Moreover, since the activation rate of the werewolf's latent bloodline is not high, if several generations of people are ordinary people, many people will not even know that they have werewolf bloodline. The reason why werewolves have become the most awakened race is mainly because they are so fertile. Unlike vampires. Werewolves can give birth to 5 or 6 children at a time and are famous for their fertility among the extraordinary races. It is so well known that werewolves can give birth to cubs that if an ordinary person gives birth to triplets or quadruplets at once, they will often be suspected of having werewolf blood. Yu Xian didn't know whether Li Chang's mother had ever been suspected. But he was 100% sure that one of Li Chang's ancestors must have been a werewolf. And from the fact that Li Chang completely regards himself as an ordinary person, it can be seen that many generations have passed, and his parents, grandparents, and even the previous generation do not know that he has werewolf blood. A few minutes later, Zhang Kai drove over hurriedly. After seeing the unconscious Li Chang, he said happily, "Good boy, he is so big after just awakening." How tall was he originally? Old Li. Oh, that's not right, Li Chang seems to be 1.85 meters tall. Li Chang's fat classmate answered quickly. Zhang Kai nodded, then said to Yu Xian, "I'll take this guy with me. Don't even think about snatching him away from us. Our army is really short of people right now. There aren't many naturally awakened transcendents in Silver City. Most extraordinary people have an orderly inheritance, either they have extraordinary parents or masters, and they will never join the combat police force. If it is Qilin, these people will seriously consider it." Zhang Kai's abacus was clattering loudly. The SWAT force is now short of manpower, so he wants to recruit Li Chang into the SWAT force. In time, he will definitely become a trump card of the SWAT force. Although werewolves are not a powerful race, they are at least stronger than ordinary war police. The most important thing is that werewolves can evolve. The first stage of a werewolf is the night wolf, and the next stage of evolution is the silver wolf. Above that are the very rare war wolf, magic wolf, and wolf king. With each evolution, the werewolf's strength will increase significantly. As long as Li Chang can evolve a few more times, the comprehensive strength of Yincheng's combat police force will definitely be among the top 10 in the country. Captain Zhang, I have no say in this. Qilin has the responsibility to register extraordinary people. You will definitely not be able to hide it anyway. Yu Xian smiled faintly and cleared himself of all charges. I don't care. I'm determined to have this guy. Zhang Kai simply acted like a rogue and carried Li Chang into the car and left. Be careful on the road and don't let him wake up. Yu Xian looked at the excited Zhang Kai and reminded him helplessly. Generally speaking, when ordinary people awaken their werewolf bloodline, they will experience a 24-hour reversion period due to the surge of blood. Simply put, they will be dominated by animal nature and turn into wild beasts that only know how to attack and destroy everywhere. This is also the reason why Li Chang attacked Zhao Kong immediately after awakening his bloodline. At that time, he was dominated by animal nature and completely lost his mind. Only when the surge of blood gradually subsides will Li Chang gradually find himself and slowly master the werewolf's extraordinary power. Yu Xian wasn't sure how long his knife could keep Li Chang asleep. If Li Chang woke up while Zhang Kai was on his way back, that would be quite a show. He wants to recruit werewolves. Can he afford to support them? Nora asked Yu Xian in a low voice after seeing Zhang Kai driving away. Yu Xian chuckled and said, "Brother Zhang definitely can't afford it. If he really recruits Li Chang, I guess he'll cry poor every day. The first evolution of a werewolf is very expensive. Because if the night wolf wants to evolve into a silver wolf, it needs to eat a lot of silver. The silver wolf's silver hair contains silver elements, so it has a very strong restraining effect on vampires. But because the Blood Clan has driven up the price of silver to an extremely high level, werewolves have to spend a lot of money to advance to become silver wolves, so werewolves hate vampires very much. Most werewolves would not refuse any opportunity to trick a vampire. Next, Yu Xian and Nora stayed in the store for a while, and only paid and left after Zhao Kong and others paid the bill. The moon hangs high in the sky and the stars shine brightly. The sky after the rain is bright and clear, and the earth is covered with a layer of warm silver gauze, gentle and quiet. Yu Xian and Noila walked slowly, but they finally arrived at Noila's door. The two smiled at each other, and Noila said, "I'm going back. Be careful on the road." "Well, go ahead and go to bed early." Yu Xian nodded and smiled. He watched Noila Mo enter the door, then turned around and took a step out, and instantly he was teleported back to the villa. After taking a shower, he sat on a chair on the balcony. He took out his cell phone and opened the photo album. On the way, he secretly took a lot of photos of Nora. Especially the last one, when Nora discovered him while taking a photo. Nora looked so cute with her blushing face. He looked at the photo with a smile, then sighed deeply after a while, put his phone on his lap, and looked up at the sky. In fact, when Nora mentioned her mother, the look of longing for her mother deeply touched his heart. He also has relatives he misses, but he can never see them again, so he really wants to help Nora so that they can be reunited as mother and daughter. At that moment, he felt a strong urge in his heart, but he was hesitant and afraid in his heart. Even feel uneasy about this impulse. Yuxian felt like a sailor about to embark on his first voyage, looking at the endless ocean, full of anticipation and fear at the same time. No one knows what they will encounter when traveling from Silver City to Ice City. The wilderness hides too many dangers, and even ordinary people know the dangers of the wild. Yuxian had no guide, no experience, only the passion of a young man and a little bit of impulse. There are a million reasons not to go. But he wants to go. Yuxian's eyes gradually became firm. He took a deep breath, and the next moment bubbles covered his body. In a blink of an eye, he was teleported out of the city. He sat in the bubble and controlled it to fly towards the Ice City. At the same time, he opened the Kirin navigation software on his mobile phone and used satellite positioning to ensure that he was not flying in the wrong direction. The night is long and the road is long. A young man embarks on a journey full of unknowns for the first time alone. 083 Moonlit Night Adventure. There were no dark clouds in the night sky, only moonlight, starlight and wind. The earth was like a clear lake, and when the wind blew past, the trees rippled. A transparent bubble hung high in the air. The young man sat cross-legged inside the bubble, taking in the beautiful scenery on the ground. Yuxian could see the huge silver horse king running on the ground, the wind dragon white wolves hunting the flat-eared cattle in groups, the Boeing hunting bats swooping back and forth in a V-shaped formation, and the huge cobra chasing the colorful python. At this time, a giant eagle with a wingspan of 12 meters swooped down from the sky, the earth shook violently, and a tiger was pressed under the eagle's claws with its tongue sticking out, unable to move. When Yuxian saw this scene, he took a photo and was so scared that he quickly increased his flying speed and did not dare to stay there for a moment. Does this count as the eagle class crushing the tiger class? He sent the photo to Qilin's chat section, then waited for others' replies with a smile. Sure enough, night owls who were not sleeping in the middle of the night soon expressed their opinions. Codename Fairy, I said there was something wrong with the hierarchy. Tigers can't fly, so how can they be placed in front of eagles? Codename Meow Meow, so, I'm stronger at eagle level than tiger level? Yeah. Codename Science, for your information, the giant eagle photographed by Shenyu is a tiger-level monster, the golden-winged Daruma eagle, and the tiger hunted by it is a wolf-level monster, the severed saber-toothed tiger. The two are actually one level apart. Codename 17, a tiger, but it is not tiger level but wolf level, what a loser. Codename Drunkard, Daiua +1. Codename Fat Cat, lost the tiger +1. Codename Pig Pig, lost the tiger +1. Yuxian smiled as he read his comrade's interesting comments. Then he saw that all the rest were Diohua +1 and no one was going off topic, so he put away his phone and continued flying. In fact, everyone just wants to have some fun in their busy schedule. Not to mention wolf-level tigers, those tigers without extraordinary powers can't even be rated as insect-level, which is even more shameful. Yuxian saw the bright lights in the distance and felt a little relieved. After leaving Yincheng, he finally encountered the first other city. He looked down at the navigation on his mobile phone and knew that the city ahead was Zhucheng. Zhucheng is a small city with a population of less than 10 million. It is famous for its bamboo products. Every household grows bamboo and lives in symbiosis with bamboo-eating beasts. In short, every family has a panda. And these pandas are not ordinary pandas, they are all extraordinary beings. The city lord even has a tiger-level giant panda, whose combat power is not even weaker than that of a dragon-level one. Therefore, although Bamboo City is small, it is extremely stable. Yuxian flew over Zhucheng, and many pandas lying in the bamboo forest looked up. Some of the more vigilant pandas even roared at the sky. How cute! When Yuxian saw some chubby little creatures, he couldn't help but land and took out his mobile phone to take a few pictures. Then, after leaving behind a few space bubbles smaller than a needle hole, he quickly left Zhucheng. If you don't run away, you'll be beaten by the panda. After leaving Zhucheng, Yuxian looked at the scenery ahead and felt inexplicably at peace. The fear and anxiety he felt when he just left Yincheng were all swept away when he met Zhucheng. It turned out that in the same land, in the same time and space, in a place so far away from Yincheng, there were compatriots with the same eyes and the same skin color who were working hard to live. Even if he was far away from Yincheng, he would not be alone. It's like having a home behind you, and you won't be lost no matter how far you go. 2 hours later. Yu Xian looked at the red circle on the positioning map and raised his head curiously to look at the location marked by the red circle on his left. That's a restricted area. There are many such restricted areas in China, and the reasons for their formation are various. For example, the mess left by Daimos, if the poison cannot be cleaned up in the end, then that area will be marked as a restricted area. In addition, various extraordinary creatures above the tiger level occupy a certain area, which will be marked as a restricted area for safety reasons. In addition, some ancient battlefields and tombs of dragon level masters will also be marked as restricted areas. Finally, there is the abyss. All areas with abyss cracks are restricted areas with the highest alert level. Not only will there be garrisons, but there will also be dragon-level powerhouses guarding them. Yu Xian tried to strengthen his eyesight to see what was inside the restricted area. As his eyesight improved, he looked down at the restricted area from the air and saw a three-legged golden toad 100 meters high from a long distance away. No, that was not a golden toad. The huge dragon horns on its head and the huge ingot on its forehead are clearly different from the three-legged golden toad. Yu Xian frowned slightly and tried to use the identification technique. Name: Dragon King Golden Toad. Codename: None. Race: Dragon Palace Treasure Toad. Gender: Male. Age: 833. Lifespan: 5322. Level: Dragon. Faction: Neutral. Ability: Attract wealth and treasure, possesses the power to suppress wealth and fortune. Wherever you are, there will be mountains of gold and silver, and treasures everywhere. Dragon King Roar, concentrating the dragon's might, he roars, suppressing all creatures weaker than himself, rendering them unable to move. Skyblasting ingots, consume some of the wealth that has been suppressed, summoning a massive meteor shower of gold ingots to strike targets in a wide range. War off evil and bring prosperity, strong fortune gives one extremely strong power to ward off evil. At the same time, fortune will continue to rise over time. When it reaches its limit, it will randomly summon a treasure to fall beside it. Summary: mountains of gold and silver are not as good as the Dragon King's golden toad. After reading the attributes, Yu Xian's eyes almost popped out. There actually is such a mythical beast in the world. At this moment, he no longer loves dragons or phoenixes. He only loves this Dragon King golden toad. I really want to touch it. Can touching make you rich? Yu Xian looked at the motionless golden toad of the Dragon King and his saliva was about to flow out. At this time, the Dragon King golden toad suddenly opened its eyes slowly, and it happened to be facing Yu Xian, and its red eyes just looked at Yu Xian quietly. Yu Xian didn't dare to move. He knew that frogs, toads, bullfrogs, and toads all seemed to react to any disturbance and would shoot out their tongues at great speed to catch prey. Could it be that the Dragon King golden toad also has this characteristic? If it really exists, will he be attacked by it if he moves? After all, he was actually very close to the restricted area, and he might be within its attack range. So, the two sides just stared at each other from a distance. There was no emotion in the eyes of the Dragon King golden toad. Yu Xian gritted his teeth and refused to blink, staring at the Dragon King golden toad. About 3 hours later, the Dragon King golden toad slowly closed his eyes, and Yu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the Dragon King golden toad suddenly stuck out its tongue and approached the bubble at a speed that Yu Xian could not react to at all, but stopped before hitting the bubble, less than 1 centimeter away from the bubble. Yu Xian's eyes widened as he looked at the huge tongue in horror. When he realized that the Dragon King golden toad had no intention of attacking him, he came to his senses and noticed that there was a knife stuck on its tongue. 080 for the highest praise, you are awesome. This is a straight sword that is almost 2 meters long. The scabbard is inlaid with 2 purple gems and has a large number of lightning patterns. Yu Xian knew without any identification that this was definitely a precious sword, but the question was it a gift for him? He subconsciously glanced at the Dragon King golden toad, but the Dragon King golden toad still closed his eyes and didn't look at him. Oh. Understood. Yu Xian suddenly understood and a smug smile appeared on his face. This was a competition between him and the Dragon King golden toad to see who could blink first. The Dragon King golden toad admitted defeat because he blinked first, so he gave him a treasure to show his strength. Thanks, let's compete again next time. Yu Xian stretched out his hand, grasped the sword, and smiled at the Dragon King Jin Shan. However, after the Dragon King golden toad retracted its tongue, it slowly turned its back to him, obviously not wanting to compete in blinking with him anymore. When Yu Xian saw this scene, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but he was in a good mood. The restricted area was not that dangerous after all. At least some of the extraordinary creatures were quite friendly. Seeing that the Dragon King Golden Toad really didn't want to pay attention to him, he simply left a bubble on the ground, told the Dragon King Golden Toad that he would come to see it next time, and then continued his journey. On the way, he sat cross-legged in the bubble, constantly looking at the sword in his hand. This knife is not light, weighing almost half a ton. Most people can't lift it at all, but it is just right for him. Perhaps the Dragon King Jin Shan had already seen through his strength when he gave him the gift, so the gift he gave was so suitable. He gripped the hilt of the knife and slowly pulled it out. In an instant, traces of electric light wrapped around the blade, emitting white light. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. When he pulled the knife out completely, the blade kept emitting electric current sounds, and then the electric flash and the sound of electric current gradually disappeared, and instead there seemed to be a flash of flowing lightning on the blade. This is definitely a treasure. Yu Xian looked at the knife and immediately gave it an appraisal. 10,000 words flashing thunder blade. Level, Dragon. Ability, each time you swing this sword, your body will be strengthened by lightning. The next time you swing this sword, your speed will increase by 1%, up to a maximum of 2,500%, and the blade will become sharper. Summary, too slow, too slow, too slow, too slow, cut, 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 I can't survive without going crazy. Worthy of being the Dragon King Golden Toad. The treasure given away is extraordinary, it's too powerful. Although the attributes of the Wan Zi Shan Lei Dao are very simple, it is extremely powerful. Once the speed is fully stacked, the frequency of attacks will increase to a very terrifying level. Besides, Yu Xian also has spatial abilities. Once they cooperate, he can definitely kill any small shrimp with one blow. He put away the thunder sword, leaned on the bubble and looked at the sky, but the image of the tongue attacking him flashed involuntarily in his mind. That scene just now was so close. What if the Dragon King Golden Toad wants to attack him? Spatial ability is not 100% safe, and the sudden tongue of the Dragon King Golden Toad is the best proof. The first thing he thought of was his bubble clone technique. He created another bubble outside the bubble and released the bubble clone technique into that bubble at the same time. Then he used the silver blood to strengthen his ability to absorb light, and his body instantly became extremely black. He then adjusted the bubble that carried him, making the bubble completely transparent. In a blink of an eye, there was only a bubble left in the air, and inside the bubble was his clone. This should be able to mislead some creatures. Yu Xian sat in the bubble, looking at his clone from afar, thinking secretly in his heart. The rest of the journey was uneventful. Perhaps humans were not on the diet of many animals, and he was flying high in the sky, so the supernatural creatures on the ground had no intention of attacking him. He didn't stop until dawn, watching the sun rising from the east from afar. Because there are many restricted areas that need to be bypassed, and some of them are particularly large, he did not fly in a straight line along the way, and the flying speed could not be too fast, otherwise he would not have enough time to respond if an accident occurred. The result was that he only flew 1/3 of the distance throughout the night and was still far from Ice City. He wanted to give Nora a surprise, so after watching the sunrise, he left several space bubbles at different coordinates in the original place and then teleported back home. What a long night! Yu Xian appeared out of nowhere on the lounge chair on the balcony. He lay down and became lazy. A few minutes later, he and Nora went to school together. When he arrived at school, he just lay down and took a nap. He was not physically tired, but mentally tired. He needed to clear his mind. He slept until noon, then got up, looked at the sunlight outside the window, and continued to think about magic. The method he came up with last night of using a bubble substitute to replace his real body was very good, but there were still many areas that needed to be improved. With his current mental strength, he could only control one clone at most. If there were too many clones, there would be flaws. The main thing is that these clones need his independent control. It doesn't mean that after releasing the spell, the clone will have consciousness. To put it bluntly, the bubble clone is actually a puppet, and he needs to control every move. At night he can also transform himself into a non-reflective black form, but this trick doesn't work during the day. Another thing is that the bubble clone has no eyes after all. Its perception range depends on the perception range of the petals of the red spider lily in its body. In fact, the perception range is very small, and can only be maintained at 1 or 2 meters around the body. This means that Yu Xian cannot control it from a distance because he cannot see it from a distance. Unless he creates a large number of petals of the red spider lily to form a perception space within a radius of 100 miles, he cannot be too far away from his clone. These are the problems that need to be solved at present. In addition, the bubble's defense must also be improved. The first thing he thought of was to integrate the blood shield technique and the blood barrier technique into the space bubble. Since he could even change the mirage clone technique into the bubble clone technique, why couldn't he integrate the blood shield technique and the blood barrier technique into the bubble as well? Because of the success of the bubble clone technique, his thinking is now completely open. If there is one, there must be two. He never thought that he would fail. He placed his hands in the desk cabinet, then created a bubble, and then used the blood shield technique to put the blood shield technique on the bubble. The first step was successful. Yuxian then tried to shrink the shield, and then created more shields to completely wrap up the bubble. It's probably like a bunker, with only a gap at a certain height of the bubble to see outside. When the enemy attacks, you can rotate the bubble at any time to allow the gap to continuously adjust its position. Perhaps this method was too clever, and he was able to accomplish his goal very easily. However, he soon discovered a new problem. As the shield became smaller and thinner, its defensive power actually decreased a lot. Shields that were too large were not easy to arrange. After all, there are still many problems. Of course, the biggest problem is that it is not beautiful. A large amount of blood shield covers the surface of the bubble, making the bubble look like a red balloon. He has become a complete sitting duck, and the target is too obvious. 085 Warm little hands. Yuxian kept tinkering with it until school was over, but he still couldn't come up with a particularly good solution. The main reason is that the blood shield technique is a bit complicated. Unlike the mirage clone technique, it can be disassembled at will. It is the type that will not work if one screw is missing. And besides being able to adjust the size, there's no way to change the shield's shape at all. Yuxian walked home with Nora, thinking about how to increase Bubble's defense. He was a little bit tempted to give up the blood shield technique. You seem very tired today. Did you encounter any difficulties? Noila couldn't help but ask when she saw Yuxian not paying attention to his surroundings while walking. Yuxian sighed and said, "There's a spell I want to change but I can't. It's really difficult. I don't understand anything about magic, but when you encounter difficulties, sometimes you can put them aside for now. Maybe things will work out when the time comes." Nora comforted with a smile. Yuxian couldn't help but laugh and said, "That's right. I won't think about it for now. By the way, have you started practicing internal skills? Haven't you noticed that I've been secretly practicing martial arts every day?" Nora showed a sly smile, and her expression was like a big white goose that had successfully grabbed food. The sunflower facing the sun magical art can only be practiced during the day. The progress of practicing at night is very slow, even worse than sleeping. So after trying it once, she did not continue to practice it at night. "How does it feel to practice?" Yuxian asked curiously. Noila thought for a moment and replied, "It feels like taking a hot spring bath, and my body temperature is about 10 degrees higher than before. Apart from that, I haven't noticed anything special yet." "The body temperature is rising? That should be a good thing," Yuxian said immediately after thinking about his own situation. After taking a large amount of silver blood, his body temperature also rose, and after his body temperature rose, his physical fitness also improved. He estimated that Nora was in a similar situation. This shows that Nora is indeed getting stronger. At this time, Noila put her hand on Yuxian's face, blinked, and asked, "Is my hand hot now?" "Not hot, just warm." Yuxian felt the soft touch on his face, looked at Noilamo's smile, and couldn't help but smile. Then he felt something in his heart, put his hand on Nora's cheek and asked, "Where is my hand? Is it warm? It's so cold." Nora quickly distanced herself and pretended to be disgusted. Yuxian used the silver blood to strengthen the temperature of his palm, and chased after him again, smiling, "What now? Hey, why is it getting hot again?" Nora looked at Yuxian in surprise, her face flushed. Yuxian just smiled, but refused to tell Nora the reason, which made Nora so angry that she chased Yuxian like a goose. Afterwards, the two of them dawdled, laughed, and joked all the way, and a journey that should have taken 5 minutes took them more than half an hour. After sending Nora home, Yuxian then teleported back to his own home. After taking a shower, he opened the refrigerator, took out some fresh beef, and prepared to make a stir-fried beef dish. Ever since he was able to eat, he had no intention of abusing himself, so he bought a lot of meat and froze it, so that he could cook it himself occasionally when he didn't want to eat out. In fact, his cooking is not bad. In the past, in order to take care of his father, he taught himself many dishes. Although he may not be as good as a professional chef, his skills are definitely better than those of ordinary people. Besides, he now has a super sense of taste. As long as he is willing to taste more, there is no way it can be unpalatable. Half an hour later, he sat in the living room eating stir-fried beef and a bowl of white rice. Perhaps it was a bit too quiet, so he turned on the TV and connected to the Kirin app to see if there was any big news inside. A flying zombie has appeared again in Twin Mountain West. We are currently searching for it. All members below Eagle rank are requested not to approach Twin Mountain West. The fighting division has added 6 more captains, and the awarding ceremony will be held in Yanjing. The nationwide investigation into the brain-holding nerveworm has been completed. All victims controlled by the brain-holding nerveworm are currently under surveillance. The research department will develop medication as quickly as possible to save every victim. Regarding weapon application details, all members who meet the eligibility criteria can apply. Thanks to the weapon provider, codenamed Comrade Xianyu. Yu Xian's face looked a little strange. What kind of feng shui treasure land is Gemini West Mountain? Why does it always appear flying zombies? It's too scary. In addition, he thought that Qilin had given up on the investigation of the brain-hugging neural worms because of Demos's incident, but Qilin secretly investigated the situation in all major cities across the country. However, what he didn't expect was that Qilin did not immediately take action against those who were parasitized by the brain-hugging neural worms, but instead wanted to save these people. In fact, these people who were parasitized by the brain-hugging neural worms are not dead yet. Their nerves have been replaced by brain-hugging neural worms, but their brains are still alive. It's just that the information they receive is controlled by the brain-hugging neural worms, and their every move may be misled. If there is a way to save these people, Yu Xian also thinks that he should try to do it instead of killing them all at once. I hope the research department will be successful. Yu Xian took 2 mouthfuls of rice and silently blessed in his heart while eating. As for the last piece of news, although he sold extraordinary weapons and equipment to Qilin, he sold them at the standard market price. The problem is that extraordinary weapons and equipment have always been in short supply, so many equipment are actually sold on the market at a price far higher than the market price. In addition, he sold a large number of weapons and equipment, which greatly alleviated the supply pressure of the logistics department, so the logistics department expressed special gratitude to him. He clicked on the message and sure enough, many of his comrades expressed their gratitude to Xianyu. I felt a little happy after seeing so many people thank me. After finishing the meal in one breath, Yu Xian prepared to continue his journey. Although last night's journey was a bit tiring, boring, and even a bit dangerous, it was more of a curiosity about the unknown and anticipation for the scenery ahead. He kind of liked that feeling. In an instant, he appeared at the location marked last night, and then he controlled the bubble to continue flying forward. It is not completely dark yet. The setting sun is emitting red light in the sky. The red clouds in the sky look like flames burning the sky. The dim mountaintops flicker in light and darkness, as if they are dormant monsters. Yu Xian adjusted the navigation positioning, slightly adjusted the direction of flight, and then took pictures continuously with his mobile phone to record all the beautiful scenery that came into view. But just as he was checking the photos he took, a green shadow flew towards him at an extremely fast speed on the ground. A blood shield was formed instantly, and then it was cut in half by a knife. What a big mantis! Yu Xian saw the attacker clearly and thought in surprise. The next second, when Mantis slashed out with his sickle again, he moved to another bubble not far away. In an instant, he saw the bubble he was originally in being cut open by a knife. Identification. Yu Xian took the opportunity to activate his skills. The next moment, the attributes of the mantis appeared before his eyes. Name, Slashing Mantis. Codename, None. Race, Monster. Gender, Female. Age, 30. Lifespan, 0. Level, Eagle. Faction, Hostile. Ability. Iron Cutting Strike, using its sharp sickle, it can easily cut through even steel. Furious Slash, swing the 2 swords at the fastest speed, cutting everything around. Summary, the super swordsman among insects. It's actually Eagle level. And he is obviously a fragile character with high attack and low defense, no wonder his bubble can be cut open with one sword. At this time, the slashing mantis came after him again, its sharp sickle emitting a cold light. Tisk, you're looking for death by overestimating your own abilities. Yu Xian frowned slightly when he saw that the mantis slaying was endless. He raised his hand and popped out a bubble. The bubble quickly grew larger during the flight, and the space inside became chaotic and distorted. The slashing mantis was caught off guard and crashed headfirst into the chaotic space bubble. Its body seemed to be stirred by a huge force. It exploded in less than a second and turned into a constantly rotating green blood mist. It comes quickly, dies quickly, and dies cleanly and neatly. Yu Xian looked at the green blood in the bubble and suddenly became curious. If he sucked the blood of this thing, could he gain a new skill tree? But in this case, wouldn't the chaotic space bubble become a juicer? 086 killed. Perhaps the essence of human beings is that they love fragrance. I won't suck blood anymore. Pangu's blood. So delicious. The blood of a perfect creature. So delicious. After sucking the blood of Pangu and the blood of perfect creatures, Yu Xian wanted to try sucking the blood of any animal he saw to see if he could grow a new heart. Although the blood of the slashing mantis did not look good and seemed to be poisonous, he could not suppress his curiosity, so he stepped forward and filled a cup with a little blood. He extended his vampire fangs and took a small sip from the edge of the cup. Then his whole face wrinkled up. Vomit. It's so hard to drink. And the memory of slashing mantis is so disgusting. Especially the memory of eating, which made Yu Xian want to vomit out all the dinner he had eaten. It turns out that vampires don't suck the blood of all animals. At least most vampires are not interested in the blood of mantises. It took Yu Xian a long time to recover, and he felt his face was a little green. Fortunately, this time of blood-sucking was not without any gain. At least through the memory of the slashing mantis, he saw some interesting content. There is a very hidden cave on the back of the mountain in front. Slashing mantis once entered the cave to hunt a big rat. Yu Xian could see a lot of traces of human excavation in the cave through slashing mantis's memory. When slashing mantis chased halfway through the cave, it felt danger and quickly withdrew from the cave. So, what was inside the cave? Is there a fugitive hiding here? Yu Xian immediately suspected that the cave was dug by a fugitive of extraordinary level. Many extraordinary people will flee the city after committing crimes. Because China has always dealt with crimes committed by extraordinary people severely and strictly, these fugitives dare not easily show up in human society and can only live as savages in the wild. At the beginning, Yu Xian actually thought about escaping to the wild to avoid being hunted by the vampires. Fortunately, I later followed Nora's advice and successfully joined Shilin with the help of Jinsheng, so I didn't have to be a savage. It's only 6 o'clock now, let's go explore the route. Yu Xian thought about it, and since it was still early, he decided to go and take a look at the cave. If there really is a criminal hiding inside, he will act according to the circumstances. If the criminal is stronger than him, he will call for help. If the criminal is weaker than him, then arrest him directly and send him to the Public Security Bureau. As for those who are neither strong nor weak, or not much stronger than him, then they are unlucky and must be killed without mercy. He remembered that Qilin had a bounty on most extraordinary level fugitives, and the higher the level, the higher the bounty. He didn't mind making some extra money at all. A minute later, he flew out of the cave. After confirming that the cave was exactly the same as in Slashing Mantis's memory, he quickly controlled Bubble to enter the cave. The cave was pitch black, but in his eyes it was no different from daytime. He observed the walls of the cave and found that they were indeed dug by humans, and it must have been there for quite some time. He passed through the cave silently, and suddenly the front opened up to a spacious stone chamber. There is only a stone bed in the stone chamber. At this time, a middle-aged man was meditating on the stone bed. When Yu Xian's eyes fell on him, he immediately opened his eyes and was surprised to see Yu Xian. Because Yu Xian was suspended in the air from beginning to end, and the space bubble was self-contained, there was no breath leaking, so the middle-aged man did not notice anyone coming in at all. It was not until Yu Xian's eyes fell on the middle-aged man that the middle-aged man felt a sense of something and realized that there was someone there. And the moment the middle-aged man opened his eyes, Yu Xian also recognized his identity. This guy is a wolf-level wanted criminal, Zhong Wuliang. 8 years ago, Zhong Wuliang, due to road rage, killed hundreds of ordinary people in Taching with a hammer in one breath, and then fled out of the city and his whereabouts are unknown. However, Qilin has been offering a reward for Zhong Wuliang and has never given up hunting him down. Now, Zhong Wuliang's bounty has reached 50,000 merits and a reward of 2 million yuan. Ah! Zhong Wuliang did not ask who Yu Xian was, but instantly entered combat state. A purple gold hammer appeared in his hand and he quickly smashed it towards Yu Xian. The purple gold hammer slammed hard on the surface of the bubble. Boom! The bubble burst on the spot. But Yu Xian had already teleported away, and only several bombs fell from the bubble to the ground. Rumble! The entire stone chamber suddenly shook violently, and Zhong Wuliang was smoked into charcoal. Zhong Wuliang is a martial artist who has practiced the 8 treasures elephant suppressing art to the 7th level and possesses wolf level strength. Although the bomb was powerful, he used another purple gold hammer to block most of the frontal damage, and the remaining aftermath was not enough to break his defense. He held 2 purple gold hammers in his hands, knowing that he could not stay here for long, and immediately ran out of the cave quickly. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, 2 sounds of sweet potatoes falling to the ground were heard simultaneously from the front and the back. Zhong Wuliang's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly used the purple gold hammer to protect himself in front and behind. In an instant, 2 explosions sounded at the same time, and the entire cave shook, and even stones began to fall from the top. No, he wants to trap me here. Zhong Wuliang reacted suddenly, gritted his teeth and rushed forward. But the next moment, a deafening explosion was heard from the cave entrance in front. The whole mountain shook and the passage collapsed rapidly. No! Zhong Wuliang was furious and waved his hands wildly, smashing all the falling rocks and rocks blocking his way, trying his best to blast his way out. But the passage collapsed too quickly. It took him half a day to dig this cave. The passage is long and winding. I thought I was hidden enough and not afraid of being discovered, but now I have buried myself. Zhong Wuliang watched helplessly as the passage ahead was solidified by the collapsed rocks. He knew very well that it would take at least 2 hours for him to hammer through the rocks, and he couldn't help feeling despair. Boom! At this time, several more bombs appeared out of nowhere and landed not far from him. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Zhong Wuliang's forehead was bulging with veins, and he hammered around furiously, but was engulfed by the explosion the next second. This environment and terrain are really suitable for bombs. Zhong Wuliang probably didn't think that the enemy would be a super rare space ability user when he was digging the tunnel. As a result, his caution backfired. But this is normal. People with spatial abilities are extremely rare, and there are probably no more than 100 of them in the world. Who would have thought that he would be so unlucky? After the explosion, Zhong Wuliang was covered in wounds, but they were all superficial. The body of a martial artist who practices horizontal training is very strong, and even the most powerful bombs can hardly cause much damage to him. However, Yu Xian doesn't have much else, but he has a lot of bombs. Zhong Wuliang gasped for breath, realizing that Yu Xian would not let him go, so he dug into the surrounding rocks regardless of the consequences, trying to carve out a way to survive against all odds. Boom! Knock knock! More and more bombs fell, and none of them exploded. Zhong Wuliang caught a glimpse of the bomb on the ground from the corner of his eye, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he swung the purple gold hammer with both hands even faster. If it was just 1 bomb or more than 10 bombs, he wouldn't be afraid of being bombed, but if it was hundreds of bombs, even if he was a martial artist with horizontal training, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Especially in such a closed environment, the power of the bombs would be greatly increased. He felt his scalp tingling at the thought of so many bombs exploding at the same time. 087 Yu Xian's dirty tactics. Zhong Wuliang had thought about running back and escaping to the stone chamber. The problem was that the way back had just collapsed, and now he only had a small range of movement, with no room to dodge at all. In addition, after the tunnel collapsed, it became extremely difficult to excavate. As soon as you hammer away some rocks and soil, new rocks and soil will fall on top, so the efficiency is actually very low. Even though Zhong Wuliang had amazing strength and his potential exploded between life and death, he still couldn't move fast enough, especially when he didn't dig far before a huge rock fell, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. I surrender, I surrender. Zhong Wuliang looked back at the increasing number of bombs and finally felt fear. He placed the purple gold hammer in his hand on the ground, quickly knelt down, raised his hands, and shouted to the surroundings. Boom! 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 Bombs continued to appear out of nowhere. Zhong Wuliang felt more and more stressed, his eyes bloodshot as he watched the bombs gradually pile up into a small mountain. He shouted, I've already surrendered. What else do you want? What good will it do you to kill me all? Boom! 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 The bombs continued to fall. Zhong Wuliang knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, Brother, sir, I really surrender. Otherwise, I will break my hands and feet. Will you believe it now? High in the sky outside the cave, Yu Xian had no idea that Zhong Wuliang had surrendered. To be on the safe side, he planned to place 500 bombs and blow Zhong Wuliang directly into the sky. It was his first time dealing with a martial artist with horizontal training, and he had no experience at all, so he felt that he should be conservative and not take risks easily. When he had placed enough bombs, he pulled the safety pin of the last bomb and threw it into the space bubble. The grenade disappeared the next second. Rumble. In an instant, the entire mountain below shook, and the location of the cave was like a volcanic eruption, with large amounts of rocks, soil, and dust sprayed into the sky. In a confined space, the power of the bomb is indeed greatly increased. Yuxian looked at the ground and happened to see an arm being blown out and finally falling on a rock, with blood flowing out from the broken end. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out of the explosion pit and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. "You're not going to die?" Yuxian's eyes widened, he was truly shocked. In fact, the reason why Zhong Wuliang was not killed by the explosion was mainly because in desperation, he simply curled himself up, blocked the front with many rocks, and then used a purple gold hammer to block himself. In the end, he still underestimated the power of the bomb dropped by Yuxian. The arm holding the purple gold hammer in front was blown off, and the other arm was also broken. Run! Must run quickly. Zhong Wuliang had thought about hiding in the big pit and attacking Yuxian. The problem is that he has no confidence at all. Yuxian has spatial ability, and he is afraid that Yuxian will teleport away as soon as he makes a move. The big crater created by the bomb was perfect for dropping a second bomb. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to escape first. If he really couldn't escape, he would find a suitable terrain to fight the enemy. But as he ran, he began to feel something was wrong. He stopped suddenly, turned his head to look at the big tree beside him, and looked down to see the blood dripping from his broken arm stuck to the tree trunk. He had just run past this tree, why did he come back again? Boom! A bomb fell at Zhong Wuliang's feet. He looked down at the bomb, and a smile uglier than crying gradually appeared on his face. The other party was obviously a fragile space ability user, and would definitely not believe anything he said. Even if he broke his own hands and feet, the other party would probably still suspect that he was using a self-torture trick to lure the enemy closer, and then suddenly use his trump card to kill him. Under this suspicion, the other party would only come closer after killing him completely. From the very beginning, he was sentenced to death. Yuxian's storage ring now has more than 5,000 bombs on hand. A few days ago, the office specifically applied to the headquarters for more bombs. When the next supply is delivered to the office, it is conservatively estimated that he can receive more than 10,000 bombs. Amidst the explosions, Zhong Wuliang was finally killed. From beginning to end, he did not pose any threat to Yuxian. He was obviously higher in level than Yuxian and had stronger attributes in all aspects, but he died miserably at Yuxian's hands without even a chance to resist. Yuxian continued to drop bombs after Zhong Wuliang's death until he was sure that Zhong Wuliang was dead. In an instant, he appeared next to Zhong Wuliang's body. At this time, Zhong Wuliang's hands and feet were broken and bent, and his torso was twisted and deformed by the explosion. There was not a single piece of good skin on his face. He took out his mobile phone and took a few pictures of Zhong Wuliang. Then, silver threads extended from his fingers and instantly took off the 2 rings on Zhong Wuliang's fingers. After making sure that Zhong Wuliang had no other belongings, he controlled the space bubble to fly back to the big pit caused by the explosion and picked up the 2 purple gold hammers left by Zhong Wuliang. These 2 purple gold hammers are very heavy, and it is estimated that each one weighs 1 ton. This is because the materials used are purple gold refined from gold, purple placenta, and other materials. The 2 hammers are very spiritual and have self-repair capabilities, so there is no need to worry about damage no matter how you smash them. Yuxian put away the spoils, then he opened the wanted section of the Qilin app, found Zhong Wuliang's wanted page, and posted the photo. After a moment, a red mark with the word executed appeared on Zhong Wuliang's wanted photo. Yuxian checked and found that his merit had indeed increased by 50,000. At the same time, with a ding-dong sound, the bank card he registered for receiving salary also showed that 2 million had been deposited into his account. Although this amount of money is not much for him who has 2 small goals, he can't help but feel happy when he sees the string of zeros. Next, he continued on his way and took out Zhong Wuliang's 2 storage rings. He had previously packaged Scott's storage rings and sold them directly to the headquarters. This time he planned to keep one of Zhong Wuliang's 2 rings as a spare. He took the first ring, and after making sure that there were no hidden traps in the ring, he put on the ring to check what was in the storage space. Meat. Lots of meat. The first thing Yuxian saw was a pile of processed meat, and next to the meat were 2 knives for cutting the meat. These pieces of meat are probably Zhong Wuliang's food. Obviously, in order to avoid being wanted by the Chinese authorities, Zhong Wuliang is very low-key and probably wouldn't dare to leave the cave unless necessary. In fact, this is no different from going to jail. But when he thought of the person he had beaten to death, Yu Xian felt that he deserved it. China does not blindly suppress the extraordinary people, otherwise it will only lead to the alienation of all the extraordinary people. In fact, as long as the extraordinary people have their reasons, they can also protect their own rights and interests. Otherwise, wouldn't the extraordinary people be scammed by ordinary people every day? Although the law is stricter on extraordinary people, it must be fair and just while protecting the weak, and it must convince everyone. Ding dong. At this time, Yu Xian's cell phone rang with an incoming message notification. 088 damage trick. Xian Yu, don't waste Zhong Wuliang's body. Sell it to me and I can give you 3,000 merits. Yu Xian picked up his phone and opened it to see the perverted text message from Bat, which said something about not wasting the corpse. This was too scary. He frowned slightly and quickly asked in voice, "What do you want Zhong Wuliang's body for?" After clicking send, Bat quickly replied, "For research purposes." Zhong Wuliang was a single-line disciple of the Taching Eight Treasures sect. The Eight Treasures elephant suppressing technique he practiced is one of the best horizontal training techniques in China, but it's been passed down orally from generation to generation, with no written records. So, I want to study Zhong Wuliang's corpse and try to deduce the Eight Treasures elephant suppressing technique. Yu Xian had to admit that Zhong Wuliang's defense was indeed very strong. More than 500 bombs failed to kill him. Later, he wasted hundreds of bombs before he completely killed Zhong Wuliang. The key point is that Zhong Wuliang is only at the wolf level. If he were at the tiger level, he might not be able to do anything to the opponent even if he used up all his bombs. Remember to give me a share when you figure it out. Yu Xian replied immediately. Codename Bat, no problem. Yu Xian's mind moved, and the space bubble immediately turned around and flew back. Fortunately, because of the smoke produced by the explosion, no animal dared to approach Zhong Wuliang's body in just a few minutes. Yu Xian emptied the ring that held Zhong Wuliang's meat, and then put Zhong Wuliang's body into the ring. One of his arms is broken. Does it need to be recovered? Yu Xian thought that Zhong Wuliang still had one arm in the big pit, so he asked with his mobile phone. Codename Bat immediately replied, "Yes, a horizontal martial artist's body will definitely show signs of his training. The loss of an arm means that the technique he has researched may be incomplete." "Okay, I'll go and collect it." Yu Xian replied. He quickly returned to the big pit. He remembered that Zhong Wuliang's severed hand fell on a rock and was bleeding a lot. But when he found the rock, there was only a pool of blood and his arm was missing. "Where are your hands?" Yu Xian looked around, dumbfounded. He looked around and found no traces of animals. Then he strengthened his sense of smell and sniffed the air carefully. A faint smell of blood extended upwards. It was obvious that a carnivorous bird like an eagle had taken his hand away. If he had known that the bat wanted Zhong Wuliang's body, he should have put away the severed hand just now to avoid any more trouble. Yu Xian sighed, then controlled the space bubble to move in the direction of the smell of blood. Because he was afraid that Zhong Wuliang's arm would be eaten by animals, this time he increased his flying speed to the fastest speed that the space bubble could withstand, which is 20 times the speed of sound. About half a minute later, he saw a large black bird that looked like a vulture flying with Zhong Wuliang's arm. The vulture bird also noticed Yu Xian behind it at this time. It immediately increased its speed and dived down quickly, trying to get rid of Yu Xian's pursuit. The man and the bird then started a chase in the air. This bird must be an extraordinary creature. It was even faster than Yu Xian when flying at full speed. Moreover, it was Yu Xian chasing it, not it chasing Yu Xian, so Yu Xian was being led by it. Every time the bird changed direction, it would create a huge distance between them, so that Yu Xian could never catch up with it. Yu Xian stretched out his hand, and a large number of silver threads shot out quickly from his fingertips. The big bird sensed the danger and flapped its wings faster again. At the same time, its body rotated and its flying direction turned to the left. When Yu Xian followed suit, it had already flown hundreds of meters away. Wow, the potential has been unleashed. Yu Xian gritted his teeth and tried to fold the space around him, but the big bird was flying too fast. He had just locked a coordinate and before he could fold it, the big bird had already flown out of the distance he could bend. In the end, he simply gave up intercepting and all unnecessary means, as long as he didn't lose the target. Anyway, he has plenty of energy and has never been afraid of anyone. When the bird is tired of flying, it will naturally stop. He doesn't believe that the bird has unlimited energy. Sure enough, after he continued chasing for a few minutes, the big bird began to lose strength, and it decisively let go of Zhong Wuliang's arm to reduce its own weight. Yu Xian swooped down quickly and tied Zhong Wuliang's arms with silver wire. Finally got it back. Yu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and put the arm into the storage ring. Then he looked at the surrounding environment and quickly took out his mobile phone to check the location. He was just concentrating on chasing the bird, following it wherever it flew, but he found himself lost. When he clicked on the map, the entire map was glowing red and had warning words on it. Damn, restricted area. Yu Xian's face changed. He didn't expect that he would chase into a restricted area. You really can't blame him. After all, he was flying with the big bird, and for the big bird, there probably weren't any restricted areas in this world. When he wanted to teleport away the next moment, a blue shadow suddenly flashed across a huge lake not far away, and then a giant blue dragon emerged from the water with its head, its eyes staring straight at Yu Xian. The dragon's head alone was as big as the Bird's Nest Stadium, an ancient building in Yanjing, and its eyes exuded a terrifying dragon aura. Yu Xian felt as if he was frozen when he was looked at by it. Gurgle. The Pangu heart in Yu Xian's body beat suddenly, and his almost stagnant thoughts recovered a little, and he immediately swallowed subconsciously. Inexplicably, he had an idea and launched an identification spell on the blue dragon, and quickly teleported away the next second. The giant dragon was originally just staring at Yu Xian, but when Yu Xian used the identification technique, a trace of anger flashed in its eyes, and then the gem on its forehead shot out a thick pale blue beam of light. The beam of light swept through the air, and the bubble left by Yu Xian burst on the spot. Even the clouds higher up were affected, cutting out a huge trace. On the other side, Yu Xian returned to one of the bubbles he had located before and breathed a sigh of relief. That dragon is so terrifying. The wild is indeed full of dangers. At this time, Yu Xian's attention shifted to the attributes that had just been identified, and he was dumbfounded again. Name, Jilong. Codename, None. Race, Dragon. Gender, None. Age? Life? Grade? Camp? Ability. Summarize? It was the first time that Yu Xian had identified a situation where all the findings were question marks. He immediately suspected that his identification skills were not high enough, so he could not identify the attributes of the extreme dragon. Because his identification skills are only dragon level, so in theory he can only identify the attributes of creatures below the dragon level. Could it be that the giant dragon's strength has already surpassed the dragon level and reached the legendary god level? At this moment, he was once again filled with awe for the forbidden area. Although there were friendly supernatural creatures like the Dragon King Golden Toad in the forbidden area, there were also terrifying and powerful monsters like the Extreme Dragon, which were not necessarily friendly. Fortunately, although he may not be good at other things, he has first-class running speed, otherwise it would be too dangerous to accidentally enter the penalty area. At this moment, he suddenly had a bold idea. He had thought about placing bubbles at the Qilin headquarters before, and when he encountered an enemy that he couldn't defeat, he would teleport to the headquarters and let the bosses surround and beat up the enemy. Obviously this method will not work. But what if you put bubbles around the Ultra Dragon? When Yu Xian thought of the enemy being teleported over and seeing Jilong, the impulse in his heart became stronger and stronger. 089 free heart. Done. Yu Xian made up his mind and decided to go back and secretly release the space bubble. He has a good memory and remembers the route from the big pit to the restricted area where Jilong is clearly. This has nothing to do with vampires, but rather that he has had a good memory since he was a child. Even if he didn't study seriously, his grades were generally above average. He first returned to the big pit, and then flew towards the restricted area of Jilong. Of course, he definitely didn't dare to enter the restricted area of Jilong this time. He planned to place a few bubbles on the periphery and then control the bubbles to slowly move near Jilong. Half an hour later, Yu Xian returned to the edge of the penalty area. Really marginal. From where he was, he couldn't even see the lake where the extreme dragon lived. He could only see layers of mountains. He estimated that he had to go several thousand meters deeper to see the lake. But this was enough, he really didn't dare to get any closer. Start. Yu Xian stretched out his hand, and tiny bubbles quickly condensed in his palm. Then he controlled these bubbles to move quickly towards the location of Jilong. Move close to the ground. At first he could see the bubbles, but later he couldn't even see them. He could only condense the seeds of the red spider lily and put them into one of the bubbles. After the red spider lily bloomed and the petals spread out forward, he used his limited perception to control the space bubble to move at an extremely slow speed. He was very careful throughout the whole process, for fear of disturbing the dragon in the water. Fortunately, in the end, nothing happened. Bubble finally moved to a position very close to the lake. When the petals of the red spider lily touched the water, he immediately controlled all the petals of the red spider lily to dissipate. In the last section of the race, he was completely blind. According to his calculations, the bubbles should have entered the water, so he stopped interfering with them. Next, he flew high into the sky on a space bubble and released a large number of tiny bubbles into the air, which was easier to control. Finally, all the bubbles stopped above the lake. From then on, whenever he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat, he would teleport those who could fly into the lake, and those who couldn't fly into the air. In this way, even if the enemy can fly, he will have to face the extreme dragon as soon as he is teleported here, and it is likely that he will not be able to escape even if he has wings. It will be even more interesting if he cannot fly. The enemy will fall from the air into the water, and the noise will be enough to alarm the extreme dragon. Yuxian has already begun to look forward to the scene when those enemies are teleported over and face Jilong. I hope the enemies won't get too desperate. He thought about it and immediately created a lot of bubbles, placing them around the edge of the entire restricted area. Some were placed on the ground among the light and dust, and some were placed in the air among the clouds. After completing all preparations, he turned and left. A sleepless night. Without any danger, Yuxian flew another third of the distance. During this period, he passed through Green City, Fruit City, and Shui City, and placed space bubbles in each of them. In the future, if he wants to go to these cities, he can get there with just a thought, and traveling back and forth will be very convenient. A little after 6 in the morning. He teleported back home, took a shower and changed into school uniform, and Nora was already jumping out the door. Good morning. Yuxian teleported to the front door, opened it and smiled. Noila Mo seemed to be in a particularly good mood today, and responded with a smile, well, good morning. The two of them went to school together. Nora smiled happily from time to time, attracting Yuxian's frequent glances. Nora didn't keep it a secret and said with a smile, my dad transferred Roche away. The new guardian is a very easygoing sister. She just took office last night, and we talked all night. Then congratulations, you are much freer now. Yuxian said with a smile. He was not actually surprised that Marcus would transfer Roche away. After all, Roche's behavior when he came to him that night was actually very abnormal. It was impossible for Marcus not to be suspicious of Roche. For example, would Roche have any inappropriate thoughts about his daughter? Yuxian secretly despised Roche, and felt a little amused when he saw the happy Nora. He thought that when he flew to Ice City tonight, Nora would definitely be even happier tomorrow. By the way, my mother heard that Roche was transferred and booked a flight for tonight. I will be able to see my mother tomorrow. This time there will be no annoying people getting in the way. Nora continued happily. The smile on Yuxian's face froze for a moment, and then he laughed dryly and said, you said, your mother is coming? Well, the flight is tonight and should arrive tomorrow. Nora nodded, her eyes full of anticipation and her whole body exuding a joyful aura. Yuxian had no choice but to smile and say, congratulations, tomorrow is Saturday, you can spend some quality time with your mother. This is a bit embarrassing. He also wanted to give Nora a surprise tomorrow, but Nora's mother would come to Silver City first tomorrow. According to his original plan, he would prepare the space bubble in Ice City tonight, go find Nora tomorrow, then use the space bubble to teleport Nora to Ice City, and then go to see Nora's mother together. That picture is beautiful just thinking about it. Who knew that plans could not keep up with changes, because Roche's transfer triggered a chain reaction and the entire plan was ruined. What's wrong? Nora asked when she saw Yuxian was a little disappointed. Yuxian forced a smile and said, nothing, I was just a little tired last night. I'll be fine after a good sleep when I get to school. The two came to school together. After entering the classroom, Nora happily shared her happiness with Qianling. The two girls huddled together and whispered to each other. Yuxian didn't eavesdrop. He supported his cheek with one hand and was thinking about whether it was necessary for him to go to Ice City. Although he couldn't give Nora a surprise, he was a little shocked, disappointed, and lost. But after these 2 nights of travel, he had already fallen in love with the feeling of adventure and freedom in the wilderness. Traveling the world with a sword was once just a dream, but now that the dream has become reality, what reason does he have to refuse? After the frog in the well has seen how vast the sky is, who would be willing to go back to the bottom of the well and continue looking at the sky which is only as big as the well mouth? Moreover, if he didn't go out for a walk, he wouldn't know the Dragon King Golden Toad, nor would he see the power of the Extreme Dragon, and he wouldn't be able to understand how wonderful and magnificent this world is. Sure enough, Ice City, I'm going to book it. Yuxian took a deep breath and already had the answer in his mind. It's not just Ice City, there are also Buddha City, Stone City, Lion City, Dragon City, Fragrance City. In the future, he will go to many places, experience different customs and cultures, taste the food in different cities, and meet more interesting people and things. Besides, since he is not in a hurry to go to Ice City now, he can stay in other cities for a while. For example, on the way to Bingcheng, he would pass through Yanjing. He could also visit Jinshang, go to the headquarters to broaden his horizons, and hand over Zhong Wulyan's body to Bat. No longer having to rush to surprise Nora, time suddenly became more abundant. Yuxian found that the result was actually not bad, at least he was freer. 090 I have learned a lot. Evening. A bamboo forest in a corner of Zhucheng. Yuxian appeared out of nowhere and just happened to see a giant panda with a chubby little panda. He actually loves pandas very much. If he wasn't in a hurry, he would have insisted on touching the panda's head and feeding it bamboo. Now that he was not in a hurry, he went home to take a shower and then teleported here, ready to have fun with the pandas. Auntie Panda, I really like Xiaomei, please let Xiaomei follow me. Yuxian approached the giant panda cautiously, then he was possessed by the spirit of acting and spoke to the giant panda seriously, and finally looked at the red panda affectionately. The giant panda sat on the ground, breaking the bamboo with a calm look on its face and eating it slowly. The little panda lay behind its mother, watching Yuxian's performance with curiosity. Auntie Panda, since you have no objection, I'll take Xiaomei away. Yuxian immediately took advantage of the situation and slowly walked towards the giant panda. Then he saw one of the giant panda's paws loosen the bamboo and start to clench its fist. Without saying a word, he jumped through space and ran away. This giant panda has the strength of an eagle. He can't stand it if you hit him. In fact, supernatural creatures are very intelligent, especially those who often live with humans, who can basically understand human language. Mom, is my name Xiaomei? When the red panda saw Yuxian running away, it curiously called out to the giant panda. The giant panda remained calm. It picked up the bamboo and yelled, "Idiot, you're a male panda, the most you can be called is Ergu." "But I'm a panda, not a dog," the red panda retorted. The giant panda said calmly, "Then call me second cat." "But I'm a panda, not a cat," the little panda growled in dissatisfaction. The giant panda slapped the red panda, making it roll back and forth, and yelled, "My butt is itchy, and you're the one who's always making trouble." There is no doubt that this is definitely a real mother, and she is not vague at all when it comes to taking action. On the other side, Yuxian had no idea that the red panda was being beaten for his impromptu performance. He was sitting by the window in a small noodle shop, slurping up his bamboo-flavored noodles and chicken soup. This kind of noodles is a specialty of Zhucheng. The noodles have a strong bamboo aroma and taste very special. People who like it will probably like it very much, while people who don't like it will probably not be able to finish it after taking one bite. Yuxian felt that he should like it. With the blessing of his super taste, he could taste that these noodles were made with very good bamboo leaf juice and flour, and were cooked with sweet chicken soup as the base, and paired with various high-quality auxiliary ingredients. The taste was simply unique. After eating 8 bowls of noodles in one go, Yuxian walked out of the noodle shop with a satisfied look on his face. Speaking of which, vampires actually hate the smell of garlic very much. If they stay in a confined space filled with garlic for a long time, they may even fall into a coma. But after awakening his super stomach and super taste, Yuxian seemed to have become immune to this weakness. At least now he could eat garlic with great pleasure and without any discomfort at all. Next, he approached a few red pandas, but without exception, they were all driven away by the giant panda, who treated them as ghost lights. After playing for about 10 minutes, he teleported to Cuicheng and then flew towards Bingcheng. 12 o'clock. A city without walls appeared before Yuxian's eyes. This city is so big that you can't see the end of it even if you fly in the air. Even at midnight, the whole city is still brightly lit, and the roads are crowded with cars, like an endless river of light. We have arrived in Yanjing. Yuxian slowly landed, and in an instant several mental powers swept over him. He immediately looked towards a building not far away. With his silver blood enhancing his vision, he saw a young woman holding a cane standing at the top of the building, also looking at him. The woman was wearing a black skirt, her red hair fluttering in the wind, and she had an eye patch on her left eye. When the two looked at each other, her only right eye emitted a sharp edge, giving Yuxian a feeling of rebelliousness. Tiger class? As expected of Yanjing, there are so many strong people here. Yuxian withdrew his gaze and looked down at the ground. A moment later, a police car stopped beside him. A police officer in black combat armor got out of the car, saluted, and said, "Hello, please show me your ID." Yuxian nodded, took out Qilan's ID from the storage ring and handed it to the war police. His identity was quickly verified. The other party saluted and returned the ID to him, and told him that flying was prohibited in Yanjing. If he wanted to fly in the air, he needed to apply for registration first. Obviously, his flying over just now had aroused the vigilance of the entire combat police system. After that, no police officer came to him to verify his identity, and even the police car did not stop when it passed by him. Yuxian took out his phone and contacted Bat, saying, "Bat, I'm in Yanjing. I'll send Zhong Wuliang's body directly to you. Send me the location. Please send me the location. I'm driving at the moment." Bat responded quickly. Vampires are night owls, so Yuxian didn't hesitate to send his location directly to the Bat, and the Bat said it would arrive in 15 minutes. Yanjing has been expanding, and the 35th Ring Road was built a few years ago. Yuxian's current location is probably the 36th Ring Road, which has not yet been recognized. Because each ring is larger than the previous one, the total length of the 36 ring roads is already very exaggerated, so Yuxian estimated that Qilan's headquarters should be in the 34th or 33rd Ring Road, otherwise the bats would not have been able to get here so quickly. He sat on a bench by the road for people to rest, and casually attached many ultra-small space bubbles to the indentations on the back of the chair. For some reason, he felt like he was quietly sticking his booger to the back of the chair. 15 minutes later, a bulletproof SUV stopped in front of him. The window slowly rolled down, and the young man in the driver's seat said, "Get in." "Are you a bat?" Yuxian stood up, opened the passenger door, got in the car, closed the door, and then asked. The bat's temperament is very similar to his, but the bat's skin color is much paler, even with a hint of blue, more like a dead person. However, because he has two beating hearts, his skin color is very close to that of a normal person, but it is whiter, closer to the so-called cold white skin. "Nice to meet you. My name is Codename Bat." Bat introduced himself while driving. Yuxian smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Xianyu. Are you going to the headquarters now?" "Yeah." Bat responded and continued driving. Yuxian realized that the bat was actually not talkative, so he lowered his head and continued to play with his mobile phone. He was looking at the food guide of Yanjing. After arriving in Bingcheng and placing the space bubble, he would come back and eat a lot. Half an hour later, Bat drove the car into an ordinary building. After parking the car in the parking lot, he took Yuxian to swipe the card to enter the building. The moment Yuxian stepped into the building, he was shocked. The building looks ordinary on the outside, but its interior is full of technology. Moreover, the interior space of the entire building has been expanded. A small room is larger than a football field. Yuxian felt like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, dazzled by the sight as she followed the bats. The dragon girl was so pretty, and there was a mermaid controlling the water flow passing by. The masked person of Lei Zhenzi's bloodline made my head tingle at the first sight. When passing through certain rooms, you can see zombies, evil spirits, fierce ghosts, and monsters suppressed by chains, talismans, and magic weapons through the huge glass windows, and scientific researchers are collecting special tissues from their bodies. As expected of the headquarters, there are all kinds of weird stuff here. Yuxian really feels like he has broadened his horizons. 091 A space that cannot be blocked. Bat walked in front with one hand in his pocket. The researchers around him seemed to be very afraid of him and made way for him. The two came to the door of a room. Bat entered the password to open the door. Yuxian followed him into the room. The door suddenly closed automatically, which scared Yuxian. Just then the lights in the room came on, and the room was full of corpses soaked in formaldehyde. Oh shit! It was the first time that Yuxian saw so many corpses of all shapes and sizes. He was so scared that his hair almost stood up. Just at this moment, the bat turned around. Although Yuxian could kill the bat with one punch, the bat looked extremely scary in his eyes at this moment. What kind of perversion is this? Bat raised his hand, and Yuxian asked warily, "What for?" "The body of Zhong Wuliang." The bat looked helpless and had to remind him. Yu Xian reacted quickly and took out the storage ring and handed it to Bat. Bat took the ring and walked to a laboratory table. He put on the ring and took out Zhong Wuliang's body from the space. When he saw Zhong Wuliang's twisted and blackened body that was blown away, he sighed slightly, took out a syringe from the workbench behind him, mixed the medicine and injected it into Zhong Wuliang's body. Then he took out a yellow talisman and stuck it on Zhong Wuliang's forehead, then pressed the button on the side of the experimental table, and a layer of transparent film instantly covered Zhong Wuliang's body. "What's the use of this?" Yu Xian came forward and asked curiously. Bat said calmly, "I injected him with a very small amount of corpse chi mixture. Within the next 24 hours, his body will transform into a zombie. During this process, his cells will automatically repair the damaged parts, especially the meridians filled with corpse chi. The concentration of corpse chi can be used to determine its strength, and from this, we can deduce the meridian routes he cultivated. It's too dangerous to do this." Yu Xian frowned after hearing this. Bat said calmly, "There's no such thing as 100% safety when conducting experiments, and this is our headquarters." "That's right." Yu Xian thought that there were so many experts in the headquarters that a small zombie really couldn't cause any big waves. In fact, if he only needed to suck a sip of Zhong Wuliang's blood, he could easily obtain the 8 treasures elephant suppression skill from Zhong Wuliang's memory, but Zhong Wuliang was killed in the explosion, and his corpse was so disgusting that he couldn't bring himself to eat it. Besides, the 8 treasures elephant suppressing skill is not that important to him. The most important thing is that he really doesn't want to see the memories of an old man who lives alone in the wilderness and is particularly strong. The memory of slaying mantis is disgusting enough, and he thinks Zhong Wuliang's memory is definitely more disgusting. Based on the above reasons, Yu Xian chose to give up sucking Zhong Wuliang's blood, so as to prevent Zhong Wuliang's memory from polluting his brain. Bat took off the ring and returned it to Yu Xian, saying, "You came to Yinjing, probably to visit Jin Shang, right?" "Well, but it's too late now. I plan to go see the captain tomorrow morning." Yu Xian nodded. Bat walked to the sink on the side, washed his hands, and said calmly, "Then I'll take you out?" "No, I'll just walk around the headquarters first." Yu Xian refused. He also planned to place some space bubbles at the headquarters and would not leave until all the bubbles were released. "Then, whatever you want." The bat hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay, bye." Yu Xian nodded, then turned and walked to the door. The door opened automatically and he immediately ran out of the room. This room was too scary and depressing. Staying there for one more second would be a torture to his spirit. Next, he walked around the first floor and placed the space bubble in the appropriate corner. "Fuck, salted fish." Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Yu Xian looked up and saw Jotai turning around and trying to run. A smile appeared on his face, and the next moment he wanted to use the space jump technique to chase after him, but this time the space jump technique failed. He realized belatedly that Qilin headquarters probably had some kind of formation or barrier that prohibited space teleportation. Wait, then wouldn't it be a waste to place the space bubble? Yu Xian immediately controlled a space bubble to become bigger, then he stepped into the bubble and instantly appeared behind the double chair of the 36th ring. He looked up at the dark sky, and then teleported back to the Qilin headquarters again. It seems that this ability to prohibit space teleportation cannot prohibit space bubbles. He had just teleported back to the Kirin headquarters when he saw Ether's large face pressed against Bubble, looking at him as if he were a god. "Xianyu, how did you do it?" Ether asked solemnly. Seeing how serious he was, Yu Xian asked innocently, "How did you do that?" "That was teleportation just now, right?" Ether asked with an exaggerated expression. Yu Xian nodded, and Ether immediately jumped up, saying excitedly, "Do you know how many layers of formations and barriers there are in the headquarters? Not to mention you, even if a dragon-level boss came here, he wouldn't be able to use his spatial abilities. Even any artifact wouldn't be able to teleport in or out. You, this is terrible." Then Ether roared loudly, and soon Qilin's security guards surrounded him. Half an hour later, Yu Xian and Jotai were sitting in the minister's office. Uwei and the others were all surrounding Yu Xian and looking at him. Xiao Cheng took the opportunity to rub Yu Xian's head, making it messy. "Xiaoyu, try teleporting again," Uwei said to Yu Xian. Yu Xian said "oh" innocently, then created a space bubble and instantly teleported to Yinqing's home through the bubble. He patted his chest, he was scared to death. "The last time I was so stressed out was last time." After waiting for a while, his cell phone rang. Uwei sent him a message, asking him to go back quickly. Alas, if it is a blessing, there will be no disaster. If it is a disaster, there will be no escape. Yu Xian sighed, and with a bitter face, he teleported to Uwei's office again. Good boy, this ability. I don't know what to say. Uwei smiled, patted Yu Xian's shoulder, and said with admiration. Xiao Cheng analyzed, Xiaodu's space bubble is likely unaffected by the external space. It's a very high-level, self-contained space, so he can teleport freely within it. Can we use this principle to develop a more stable teleportation array? Said a bold strong man. Then everyone started discussing, and also discussed how to deal with the Yu Xian incident. After all, Yu Xian's ability was too cheating, which meant that he could come and go freely in the headquarters without being monitored. In the end, Uwei made the final decision. Uwei smiled and said, Xiaoyu, I allow you to place bubbles in the headquarters, but I have the final say on the location. You are not allowed to place them secretly. Yes. Yu Xian immediately agreed with his head held high and chest puffed out. Xiao Cheng patted Yu Xian on the back of the head and said jokingly, don't try to be sneaky. I'll have security check every day. Your bubbles won't be hidden from them. I promise I won't release bubbles secretly. Yu Xian's cheeks were slightly sweaty and he quickly promised. Although he did have a brief thought about secretly releasing a few more bubbles. 092 Pillar Level Benefits. Qilin has always recruited talents regardless of their background. The bigger the capability, the bigger the stage Kirin will provide. Of course, as the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the power, and the greater the responsibility, the more benefits. After discussion, Uwei, Xiao Cheng and others made a small change to Yu Xian's identity. First of all, Yu Xian's ranking was directly raised from the original 6330 to 33. The code name remained unchanged for the time being. The main reason was that Xianyu was too confusing, and it might even become Yu Xian's protective color. Sometimes, underestimating the enemy is also an advantage. Also, although Yu Xian still remains in the Zhuxie squad, his direct superior has been changed to Xiao Cheng, who has the authority to not carry out missions and can even forcibly interrupt missions. Simply put, Yu Xian's safety is the most important thing. The welfare levels within Qilin are divided into 4 levels: basic level, elite level, pillar level, and national level. Originally, Yu Xian enjoyed basic level benefits, but now, after discussion, his benefits have been upgraded from basic to pillar level, directly skipping the elite level. This is definitely a promotion that is very important. In addition to the most basic accommodation, travel, medical care and other guarantees, the headquarters will also form a 5-person logistics team to serve Yu Xian. As long as the requirements put forward by Yu Xian are legal, reasonable and compliant, the logistics team must obey orders unconditionally and try every means to meet Yu Xian's requirements. Of course, with power and benefits come responsibilities. Yu Xian needs to provide 10 teleportation points for Qilin. In the next period of time, Su Hebai, director of the support department, will take the time to personally take him to the 6 restricted areas to place space bubbles. In case of emergency, Yu Xian will need to send designated personnel to the designated location. 10 teleportation points are really not too many. Besides, dragon-level warriors cannot move around freely, so this task is actually very idle and is completely disproportionate to his benefits. There are too many benefits. And the task was too easy for him. However, the reason for this result is mainly because his potential is great enough. He ranks 33rd not only because of his special abilities, but also because Uwei and others see enough potential in him. If he possesses eagle-level strength, he might even be ranked in the top 3. If one day he draws Pangu's powerful magical power, he will directly replace Gong Qian in rank 1st. When Yu Xian came out of the minister's office, he was still dazed. He looked at Yi Ting beside him and asked, I don't need to take the test, but I'm already ranked 33rd? Brother, don't talk. I'm dizzy too. Ether patted his cheek and said in disbelief. He was also rewarded for being the first to discover Yu Xian's special ability. This was the first time he was praised by so many bigwigs. He was excited but also a little dizzy like Yu Xian. Then I'm going home first, bye. Yu Xian took a deep breath, patted his cheeks, then created a space bubble in front of him and teleported back home in an instant. Hey! Ether watched Yu Xian teleport away and reacted belatedly. The minister clearly said that bubbles are not allowed to be used indiscriminately at Qilin headquarters and can only be used in designated locations. Why did Yu Xian use it again? At this time, Su Hebai, director of the support department, came out, patted Itai on the shoulder, and said with a smile, okay, if he just wants to use it himself, let him do it. Now Yu Xian can be said to be the freest person in China. He can go wherever he wants, and the headquarters has no intention of restricting him. Talent cannot be retained by relying on rules. Over the past few hundred years, Shilin has produced countless talents, most of whom eventually fell into the abyss and never returned, but there are also many talents who are willing to stay. What they rely on is not rules or power, but empathy. You can't just not allow people to use their abilities. Uwei and others just didn't allow Yu Xian to leave too many bubbles inside the Qilin. Yu Xian returned home. Just lie on your bed and check the benefits of the pillar level on your phone. After reading all the benefits, he sighed deeply. The benefits were really too good, so good that he felt a little guilty and even worried whether he had enough awareness to match these benefits. At the same time, he was deeply moved. Uwei, Xiao Chang, and other big guys truly care about him and are not giving him small benefits out of hypocrisy. This time, Qilin headquarters really gave him all the benefits it could give, without holding back at all. Normally, the rewards and benefits of supernatural forces would be reserved at 3 points to prevent there from being no more rewards in the future. Qilin was exchanging sincerity for sincerity, without considering future problems at all. He opened the page of the extraordinary shelter and carefully searched for things he could use. One of the benefits of the pillar level is that you can apply to use a containment item every month whose side effects have been resolved. Number 034, codename, Premonition of Doom. It is actually a bottle of sleeping pills. After taking it, you can have dreams that predict the future. The problem is that a predicted dream is bound to be a nightmare, and the result cannot be modified at all, and it must be exactly the same as the situation in the dream. After research by Kirin headquarters, it was found that this sleeping pill would definitely cause the death of the user or someone close to the user, but it also had a special effect, which was to peek into information about the future. In short, it is a very unlucky prop, and how it was formed is still an unknown mystery. Researchers later discovered that there is actually a solution to dreams of foreknowledge of death, which is acting. For example, if you dream of someone's death, you can act out a scene of that person's death. As long as the scene is exactly the same as the scene in the dream, you can directly eliminate the result of foreknowledge of death. After reading it, Yu Xian felt that this thing was too troublesome, and he didn't need to know information about the future. He continued reading. Number 035, codename, Self-Trainer's Notes. This is a notebook. When the goal is written on it, it will subtly influence the writer and slowly move towards the goal. For example, if someone wants to lose weight, he or she can write down that he or she wants to lose 70 pounds. Then this person will gradually develop the habit of exercising until he or she successfully loses 70 pounds. But never write goals that you cannot achieve, such as I want to become a god, or I want to become an immortal. Because this kind of goal will drive the writer to go to some place with great opportunities. If he survives, he will get the opportunity. If he fails, he will die. So far, no one has been able to get the opportunity, and all have died on the way to get it. The side effect of this notebook is that self-domestication is fake, and in fact these people have been domesticated by this notebook. At the beginning, users can write down their wishes with relative caution and restraint, but the more they use it, the more they will be domesticated by the notebook, and eventually they will become the notebook's puppet. At that time, the wishes they write will become more exaggerated than the last, until they are completely killed by the notebook. As for the solution to this side effect, it is surprisingly simple. 093 Go to the extraordinary shelter. The method is to write in a notebook, I want to be a person who cannot be tamed by a notebook. Don't say. This notebook is really honest. As long as you write, I want to be a person who cannot be tamed by a notebook, it will really tame the writer into a person who cannot be tamed by a notebook, making him immune to its domestication. It's a card bug. Yu Xian was curious about how many times Kirin's researchers had to test it before they discovered this vulnerability. Moreover, this method is a one-time writing method that is valid for life. From then on, you can use this notebook however you want. Currently, many procrastinators in Qilin are using notebooks to force themselves to complete their work on time. Yu Xian felt that he would not have any use for the notebook for the time being, so he continued to look at the next item. He spent the whole night looking at them, and he found that he was probably a very wealthy man. He looked at hundreds of collections, but he was not tempted by any of them. It's not that the things are bad, but that his own abilities are too strong, so he doesn't really need the assistance of these external things. Wait, why do I keep looking down? Yu Xian realized it at dawn. The reason why he saw number 034 when he opened it was because he had previously taken a fancy to the great flame burning heaven sword number 033, and since he had a browsing record, he jumped directly to number 034. But in fact, there are still many powerful objects ahead. He quickly opened the container number 032, but unfortunately the page showed that it could not be used. It was obvious that there was no solution to the side effects. In fact, the Great Flame Burning Heaven Sword is also a containment item that is not allowed to be used under normal circumstances. If an ordinary person uses it once, his lifespan may be burned out in a few minutes. Yuxian continued to look forward, number 031, number 030, number 029. It's true that the higher you go, the more perverted the things contained are, but the side effects are also more terrifying, and there is no solution to most of the side effects. However, when Yuxian saw the number 020, his eyes suddenly lit up. Number 020, codename, Bronze Sacred Tree. This is a very ancient artifact. There are 9 bronze birds on the 9 branches of the sacred tree. Anyone who drips blood on the bronze bird will transform into a golden crow and hang forever above the person who dripped blood. A golden crow is equivalent to the sun at noon. If ordinary people are exposed to the sun at noon for a long time, they will soon die from heatstroke or dehydration. Even among extraordinary people, few can bear it. Having a golden crow following you is like facing 2 suns during the day and 1 sun at night, making it difficult to rest or sleep. But this is not a problem for Yuxian. The more Yuxian looked at it, the more he felt that the golden crow was suitable for him. If there was another sun shining at night, the time it would take for him to awaken his innate abilities would definitely be greatly shortened. The only problem now is that the bronze sacred tree is not within the scope of application. Because no solution has been found to the side effects, the bronze sacred tree and the great flame blade are both prohibited items for containment. Yuxian thought about it and simply dialed Xiao Chang's cell phone number. Hey, don't you need to go to bed? It's only 6 o'clock. Xiao Chang stayed up late last night because of Yuxian's matter. He didn't go to bed until after 4 o'clock and was woken up by a phone call from Yuxian at 6 o'clock. Yuxian reacted and apologized profusely. Xiao Chang said angrily, "Alright, if you have anything to fart, fart now." "Minister, I would like to apply for the right to use the storage number 020. Yuxian said directly. Xiao Chang was silent for a moment, then agreed, "Come over at noon, and I'll take you to pick it up." That's it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Yuxian had prepared a lot of reasons, but they were all stuck in his mouth. Just agreed to it? Because of the matter of the Great Flame Blade, he thought Xiao Chang would reject him like he did last time, without any negotiation at all. However, this time Xiao Chang simply agreed. Could it be that Minister Xiao also knows the art of identification? A thought flashed through Yuxian's mind. No, maybe all the top executives knew it. Even if it is not identification, the bosses should have other means to understand his attributes, and the information obtained may even be more comprehensive than that obtained by identification. The reason why he was able to shock everyone this time, in addition to the incredible power of the space bubble, may also be his unreasonable growth rate. The last time we met, he was still an ant-level rookie, but now he has become a snake-level master. How long has it been? It's just like seeing a baby who has not yet been weaned today, and when you see him again the next day, the baby has become a yellow-haired boy riding on Will-o'-the-Wisp. How shocking it is. Noon. Yuxian teleported to Qilin headquarters. He went straight up to the 3rd floor, knocked on the door and entered Xiao Chang's office. Xiao Chang's office was completely different from what Yuxian had imagined. First of all, it was huge, and secondly, it had a lot of potholes. Although it was called an office, Yuxian felt that it was more like a battlefield, and Xiao Chang was sitting at a small desk in the corner working, which was out of place with the surrounding environment. Hold on. When Xiao Chang saw Yuxian coming, he said something without even turning his head, and quickly processed the files on the computer. After about 2 minutes, he shut down his computer, stood up, and said, "Okay, let's go. Leave the office and start climbing the stairs." Yuxian followed Xiao Chang and couldn't help but ask, "Minister, why is there no elevator at headquarters?" "Because headquarters doesn't need losers who need an elevator even for this short staircase," Xiao Chang answered as he walked. "Anyone who can join Qilin is an extraordinary person. Even the extraordinary person with the worst physique has much stronger physical fitness than ordinary people. It would be a joke if they can't even climb this little staircase." Of course, there are other reasons, but Xiao Chang is too lazy to explain. But then Xiao Chang saw Yuxian create an elastic bubble, sit on the bubble, and leisurely float up the stairs. Xiao Chang inexplicably had the urge to pat Yuxian on the back of the head. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Give me one too." "Oh. Yu Xian responded and created another elastic bubble. The two sat on the bubble and moved upwards quickly, soon reaching the 50th floor. Then Xiao Chang stood up and took Yu Xian into a dark room. Yu Xian followed Xiao Chang and found that although he had night vision, the room was still pitch black. Walking straight in the dark room, Yu Xian gradually became confused in his sense of space and time. He even felt a slight change in his weight. Suddenly, the view ahead opened up, and a huge, enclosed, all-metal base appeared before Yu Xian. Yu Xian couldn't help but look back. The room behind him was still pitch black. "Stop looking and let's go." When Xiao Chang saw Yu Xian looking back, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he spoke. But the next moment, Yu Xian created a bubble to wrap himself up, and then his eyes suddenly widened with an incredible look. 094-5322, Unknown Disaster. Minister, what exactly is this place? Yu Xian looked at Xiao Chang in shock. In his perception, all the bubbles placed on the earth became extremely far away. Although he could still teleport there instantly, that distant feeling could not be shaken off. This is the extraordinary shelter, located on Kepler's star in the Cygnus constellation, more than 600 light-years away from Earth. Isn't it shocking? Xiao Chang introduced proudly. Yu Xian nodded subconsciously. This was more than just shocking, it was absolutely fucking shocking. I'm telling you this because you have spatial abilities. Remember to keep it a secret. Xiao Chang said with a smile. Although elite members are also eligible to enter the extraordinary shelter, most people don't know where the extraordinary shelter is. When they come here, they just feel a slight change in gravity and feel that this place is a bit strange. Only someone with spatial abilities like Yu Xian could keenly perceive changes in space and even discover the secrets of the extraordinary shelter through spatial coordinates. However, Xiao Chang had actually anticipated all this when he brought Yu Xian here. The main reason is that Yu Xian is qualified to know more secrets. After you mastered the identification technique, you should have discovered that this year is 5322. Xiao Chang continued to move forward. Yu Xian came out of the bubble and hurried to catch up. Xiao Chang said as they walked. Of course Yu Xian knew this number. So far, he has seen that the lifespan of many creatures is 5322, and except for the extreme dragon, which is a question mark, 5322 seems to be the lifespan limit of all creatures. 5322 may be the limit of our world. Xiao Chang said. Yu Xian was surprised and asked, what will happen after 5322 years? I don't know. Maybe our world will be destroyed, or it may be completely swallowed by the abyss. Every year, a large number of talents enter the abyss to find ways to save the world. Do you know how many talents we Qilin lose every year? Xiao Chang sighed and asked Yu Xian. Yu Xian shook his head, and Xiao Chang answered himself, every year, more than 10 of our eagle-level elites from Qilin enter the abyss. We can't keep them, nor do we want to, because they go in search of hope with the belief of saving the world, but most of them never return. We don't know if they are dead or still fighting. However, many people at headquarters are also looking for other ways out, such as the Sea of Stars outside the Earth. Kepler is the result of one of these attempts. Qilin has always regarded 5322 as the ultimate imaginary enemy, and the disaster level is unknown. Compared to the unknown level crisis of 5322, the alien insect crisis is just a small dish. As they were talking, the two came to a glass house. Inside the glass house was an ancient bronze sacred tree. Xiao Chang took out his ID card and pressed it against the glass. Then, a series of light circuits condensed in the glass and quickly focused on the ID card. After confirming the identity, the glass automatically disintegrated. Go ahead, but you are only allowed to take one golden crow. Xiao Chang said to Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded and walked forward excitedly. He instantly condensed the silver thread and cut his finger, dripping the blood onto a golden crow. The golden crow, which was originally made of bronze, quickly turned blood red, and then the blood red was swallowed by the gold, and its body quickly emitted light. The golden crow flapped its wings and flew over Yu Xian's head affectionately, circling around him. Yu Xian immediately felt as if he was standing under the midday sun, and his whole body became hot. But, it's very comfortable. The Light Eater talent is taking effect. The talent that was originally awakened on weekends will probably be awakened in a few hours. Yu Xian walked out of the glass house, and Xiao Chang took his ID card out of the light circuit. The glass that disappeared in an instant quickly reappeared and protected the bronze sacred tree again. Come with me. Xiao Chang glanced at the golden crow above Yu Xian's head, and then spoke to Yu Xian. The golden crow does not affect other people, it only shines on Yuxian. In the eyes of others, there is just a golden bird above Yuxian's head. The two of them arrived at an empty room, and Xiao Cheng said to Yuxian, "Put a few bubbles here as backup. If something goes wrong with the other transmission method in the future, at least you have a safety net." Yuxian nodded and immediately created a large number of tiny bubbles that attached to the surroundings of the room. Because each bubble is very small, he specially released hundreds of bubbles this time. He can replenish the consumed space blood energy in an hour. After putting it away, the two did not return to Qilin headquarters by the same route, but teleported back directly using the space bubble. However, when the two walked out of the space bubble, before they had time to speak, Xiao Cheng and Yuxian discovered that the golden crow had disappeared, and they both looked up almost at the same time. "Where is my golden crow?" Yuxian asked in surprise. Xiao Cheng also frowned, but before he could say anything, Yuxian said with a strange look on his face, "It seems to have been left on Kepler." As he spoke, Yuxian controlled the bubble of Kepler to teleport the golden crow over. As soon as the golden crow was teleported over, it flapped its wings happily and flew over Yuxian's head, circling around. "Minister, it seems to be a living thing." Yuxian looked at Xiao Cheng and said seriously. Just now, he mistakenly thought that the golden crow was an inanimate prop, so when teleporting, he only thought of teleporting himself and Xiao Cheng, so the golden crow as an independent living being was left in place. "Are you sure?" Xiao Cheng looked at the golden crow above Yuxian's head, his expression moved, and he said in disbelief. Qilin had studied the golden crow of the bronze sacred tree before. In order to find a way to eliminate the side effects, all of these golden crows had been studied, and the conclusion reached was a ball of light. There is no evidence to prove that the golden crow is a living creature. Yuxian created a space bubble at this time. He used the space bubble to wrap up the golden crow above his head. The golden crow that was originally resting on his head became a bird in a cage. His space bubble can imprison the golden crow. Although Xiao Cheng had repeatedly overestimated Yuxian's abilities, he was still stunned when he saw how easily Yuxian imprisoned Jinwu. The side effects of the golden crow, which Qilin had been unable to solve for hundreds of years, were solved just like that. The problem is that in the past Qilin actually tried to imprison the golden crow using his spatial ability, but failed at all. So what is going on with Yuxian's spatial bubble? "I can only trap living things," Yuxian proved to Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng frowned and thought a lot, and finally realized that it didn't matter whether the golden crow was a living creature or not. Because apart from Yuxian, no one else can do anything to Jinwu. He pinched the bridge of his nose tiredly and turned to walk towards the office. "Go play by yourself, I have something else to do." "Oh, goodbye, Minister." Seeing that Xiao Cheng looked very tired, Yuxian thought that Xiao Cheng did not get enough rest last night, so he said goodbye and simply teleported away. In Yinchang, Yuxian returned home and directly imprisoned the golden crow in his space bubble. He held the bubble with his hand and looked at the golden crow that kept hitting the bubble. He smiled and said, "Little thing, be obedient and don't hit it." However, Jinwu didn't understand what he said at all and continued to hit the bubbles. "Okay, this is dumb stuff." It was most likely that it mistook him for its mother, and that was why it had been perched on his head. However, when Yuxian thought of those mothers who were sunburned to death by the golden crow, he decided that the name of this golden crow would be Stupid Thing, or simply Little Stupid. 095 The smell is all within 1,000 meters. Afternoon. Yuxian sat in the garden basking in the sun. From time to time, he would lock Xiaochun in a space bubble and let him out when Xiaochun got anxious. At the beginning, Xiaochun would be so anxious that he would keep hitting the space bubble, but after the number of times increased, he started to give up. This shows that Xiaochun is indeed a living thing, not a dead thing. It actually has its own thinking, even a temper, and can be trained. However, Xiaochun lived up to the name Yuxian gave it. Even though Yuxian repeatedly placed it on his shoulders through space bubbles, or tried to induce it to fly to a designated target, he failed without exception. Apart from flying around above his head, this guy just messes around in the space bubble. When he decided to give up teaching, the heart carrying the perfect biological skill tree beat violently, and in an instant he chose super sense of smell, and countless heat currents immediately rushed from his heart to his nose. He felt his nose getting hot, and when he touched it he found that he was bleeding from his nose. The next second, as he breathed, all kinds of smells rushed into his mind. His eyes rolled back and his whole body twitched on the recliner. While he was struggling, a space bubble at his fingertips quickly grew larger, wrapping up his entire body and blocking out all smells. It took him a while to recover. Super sense of smell is too abnormal. Yuxian took out a tissue from his storage ring and wiped the blood from his nose, sitting in the bubble with lingering fear. Just now, he seemed to feel the various smells accumulated in Silver City for thousands of years through his breathing, and even traced their roots through these smells. He even knows who made the shit. Furthermore, the changes in the feces in the other person's intestines, the changes in the stomach, and what kind of food it was originally can all be clearly analyzed through smell. If it was just a small amount of smell, it would be fine, but the smell of the entire Silver City is too overwhelming. This is too complicated. So much so that his brain couldn't handle it. Originally, Yuxian planned to activate his super sense of smell and then continue to accumulate energy to work on Pangdu's immortal power, but now he had to activate his super brain first. A super brain cannot make a fool smart. At most, it can only improve a person's memory. The brain's problem-solving speed is increased, which is equivalent to replacing a computer with a more powerful CPU, but the software inside has not changed. For example, a perfect creature may have a super brain, but it is still not smart, it just processes information faster. Now Yuxian needs a super brain to process the huge amount of information brought by his super sense of smell. If this problem cannot be solved, his super sense of smell will become a burden. At present, he can only use space bubbles to block out various smells, otherwise his brain will continue to be occupied by smell information. He doesn't know if he can hold on until the day when the super brain is activated. In other words, even if it can be activated, his brain will be full of junk information by then, and will he still have the self-awareness to choose his talents and abilities? But now the super sense of smell is not useless. Yuxian manipulated the space bubble and tried to let in the smell within 1 meter around him. Instantly, his brain felt the fragrance of leaves and the earthy smell of grass. Going deeper, there were earthworms under the soil, as well as various insects that Yuxian couldn't name. Although his brain is not a super brain, as a superhuman, his brain is actually quite useful. At least his ability to process information is much stronger than that of ordinary people. 1 meter, no problem. Then Yuxian tried to smell the rusty nails buried underground and the worn-out shoes left behind by the workers when they built the house. Yuxian frowned and found that there was a lot of construction waste buried under his house. He even found some food bones left by the workers. He somehow knew that these bones were left behind on a certain day 5 years ago. Through the slight smell, he also knew how these bones were cooked. As expected, the super sense of smell is incredible. It is completely beyond the scope of normal sense of smell and is simply a superpower. Afterwards, Yuxian kept trying to expand the range of the smell, from 10 meters to 50 meters, and then from 100 meters to 1000 meters. Finally, he determined that the maximum amount of information he could currently withstand could only be maintained at 1000 meters. Beyond 1000 meters, his brain would have difficulty processing it. 1000 meters is actually not bad. Yuxian flew out of the villa in a bubble, sensing everything around him through smells: snakes hiding by the river, people driving, passengers farting quietly, and lifeless passers-by. He slowly moved towards the crowded area. When the smell information became dense, he had to narrow the circle from the original 1000 meters to 500 meters. Hey, it's Nora's scent. Yuxian suddenly smelled a familiar sweet smell on a street. Then he smelled a scent that was somewhat similar to Nora's, but compared to Nora's scent, this scent was a little more complicated. The other party, there were at least 2 men. Nora's mother? Yuxian's heart moved, and he strengthened his brain with the silver blood and took another deep breath of the air around him. In an instant, a large amount of smell information is classified by the brain, and even the image is deduced through the molecular structure of the smell. For example, when a person smells the scent of roses, the image of roses will naturally appear in his mind. When he smells the scent of roasted chicken, the image of roasted chicken will appear in his mind. Super sense of smell can easily convert a large amount of information into this kind of picture, allowing the host to see the prototypes of these smells. Of course, this requires a good enough brain to accomplish. A poor brain will simply crash due to receiving too much information in an instant. Yuxian can currently only use this ability when his brain is strengthened by the silver blood. It is estimated that only when the super brain is activated will this ability become a normal ability and can be used at will. At this moment, Yuxian seemed to see Nora wearing a white dress walking with a middle-aged woman who looked a bit similar to him in the crowd a few hundred meters away. There were many bodyguards around the two of them, all carrying guns. It's Nora's mother. Yuxian opened his eyes, looked down at the ground, and instantly locked onto Nora and her mother. Originally, Yuxian thought that Nora's mother must be an extraordinary person, but it turned out that her mother was just an ordinary person, but with a very special temperament, like a superior. However, since Nora's mother could be involved with the Duke of the Vampire clan, she could not be an ordinary person. Even if she was not an extraordinary person, she was a special class among ordinary people. Besides, it would certainly not be difficult for Nora's mother to become a superhuman, but the fact that she did not become one is something worth pondering. Either she is open-minded enough, or she has greater ambitions and is pursuing a brighter future. No matter which of the above is true, Yuxian feels that Nora's mother is not simple. 096 A scent that transcends time and space. Yuxian did not disturb Nora and her mother-daughter reunion. After watching the two people from a distance for about half a cup of tea, Yuxian then teleported back to the villa. He felt that his super sense of smell still had great potential to be tapped, especially after being linked with his super sense of taste. He could vaguely sense more information. Snakes use their tongues to collect odor particles in the air. What snakes can do, super tasters can actually do as well. However, in the past, even if Yuxian collected odor particles, he had no way to distinguish the information contained in them. But with a super sense of smell, the two abilities complement each other. Yuxian returned to his own garden, and this time only the smell inside the villa was released into the space bubble. The silver blood strengthened his brain, and his super sense of smell and super sense of taste worked at the same time. With his eyes closed, he seemed to have become a higher dimensional creature. The past was like an onion, unfolding layer by layer in his mind. It was as if there was a progress bar in his mind, and he could adjust the progress bar at will, thereby seeing everything that had happened here in the past. Buyers who come to visit the villas, workers who build the villas. Hundreds of years ago, this place was originally a slum, with dozens of families living in disorderly wooden houses. The further you look, the more information is missing, and the more blurred people's voices, faces and smiles become. Yuxian opened his eyes after a while, as if he had traveled back hundreds of years to this moment in time. He breathed a long sigh of relief and couldn't help but complain, a perfect creature actually uses this ability for hunting. What a fucking waste of nature. Super brain, super sense of smell, super sense of taste, these three abilities combined have an incredible effect. Yuxian returned to the room. He knew who made every piece of furniture in his house, which worker moved them, and even whether the other party had smoked before moving. He knew it clearly. To be honest, this is actually very unscientific. Because he only smelled the odor on the furniture, but his brain automatically connected it to a furniture factory on the edge of Yincheng. It's like quantum entanglement, where once you understand one end, you automatically understand the other end. Although it is unscientific, Yuxian has to admit that it is a superpower. The bed must be thrown away. These 3 pairs of underwear are no longer available. Fuck, who's so disgusting that they'd just wash a bowl that fell on dog shit and sell it? Yuxian checked everything in the house and found that many things in the house were completely unusable after tracing back to their origins. The bed he usually sleeps on is apparently newly bought, but it is actually a refurbished second-hand one, and the previous owner was a sea king. Sometimes, the more you know, the less happy you are. Anyway, Yuxian feels a little disgusted by everything he sees now. Night falls. Yuxian went back and forth and replaced many things in the house. A police car stopped in front of the villa's gate. Yuxian was instantly transported to a bubble outside the gate. Zhang Kai sat in the car and said with a smile, "Let's go. Today is a day off. Let's go out for a meal together. It's my treat. TSK, this is a stingy guy who's been plucking feathers. Let's go." When Yuxian heard that he could eat for free, he immediately reduced the scope of the bubble and floated into the car with a smile. Zhang Kai, who was standing by, looked at Yuxian in the bubble and asked curiously, "Are you training your abilities?" "No, just the opposite. There's something wrong with my ability, so this is the only way for now." Yuxian sighed. Zhang Kai asked with concern, "Is everything okay? Do you need to find a skill corrector?" "No need, it will be fine in a few days." Yuxian replied. An ability corrector is considered a supernatural psychologist. Some supernatural people will have deviations when practicing their abilities, such as going astray and becoming possessed, which will cause shadows in their hearts. This requires the help of an ability correction teacher to correct the deviations in abilities. Zhang Kai drove the car to a pub. The two got out of the car and entered the pub. Zhang Kai immediately ordered dishes skillfully. It was obvious that he was a regular customer of this pub. "I like 3 dishes in this restaurant. The lamb chops are fresh and satisfying, and the tendon and dompa pork are all pretty good," Zhang Kai said with a smile. Yuxian smiled and said, "Don't brag yet, I have a super sense of taste." I should have the final say on whether it's good or not. Hey, I brought you to this restaurant just because I know you have a super sense of taste. Do you know what their chef's abilities are? Zhang Kai asked with a proud look on his face. Yu Xian didn't say anything and waited for Zhang Kai's second half. It is said that the chef of this restaurant has inherited the god of cookery's abilities. One of his abilities is the god of cookery's tongue, which can detect the most subtle changes in the taste of ingredients. Zhang Kai introduced seriously. Yu Xian complained, across the country, there are at least 800,000 people claiming to have inherited the legacy of the god of cookery, if not 1 million. Forget it. It's different. I think this one is very authentic. Zhang Kai smiled easily. At this time, 2 waiters brought up the lamb chops together. Zhang Kai immediately asked Yu Xian to start eating. After Yu Xian took a bite and nodded to indicate that it was delicious, the 2 of them immediately started eating in a lively atmosphere. Waiter, give me a bottle of green plum wine. Oh, and since you are not yet 18, give me a can of juice. Zhang Kai said to the waiter immediately after the braised pork and 2 vegetarian dishes were served. Yu Xian picked up a piece of lotus root and was about to open his mouth to eat it, but the next moment he froze. He sniffed the lotus root slices and said, Brother Zhang, after we finish eating, ask the waiter where these lotus roots are sourced. What's wrong? Zhang Kai asked in a low voice when he saw that Yu Xian looked unhappy. Yu Xian placed the lotus root slices on the table and whispered, other people may not be able to smell it, but I have a super sense of smell. These lotus root slices smell like a corpse. What are you waiting for? I'll go ask right now. Zhang Kai immediately stood up and said. Yu Xian quickly said, keep a low profile and don't ruin their business. Don't worry, your brother Zhang, know my limits. Zhang Kai nodded. Yu Xian put down his chopsticks. He had no appetite anymore. After waiting for a while, he let some of the surrounding smells into the bubble. Then he smelled the lotus root in the kitchen, which had a stronger corpse smell than these lotus root slices. In fact, it is strong, but only stronger than lotus root slices. In fact, the smell of corpse is very light, and even if an ordinary person eats it, it is not enough to turn into a zombie. The human body has a detoxification function. As long as there is sufficient yang energy and you get some sun during the day, even a little bit of corpse gas will not cause any harm at all. But if there is corpse qi, there must be a source of zombies, and Yu Xian wants to find this source. After a while, Zhang Kai came back with some money in his pocket. He sat down and said, they bought the goods from the Green Lotus Pond in the south of the city. Do you want to go take a look? Let's go and take a look. I'm afraid there are zombies under the pond. Yu Xian nodded. Zhang Kai has known Yu Xian for some time. He knows very well that Yu Xian is not the kind of person who likes to brag. Since Yu Xian said it, there is a high probability that there are really zombies in the Green Lotus Pond. His heart tightened and he went to pay the bill immediately without even bothering to eat. After leaving the tavern, the 2 got in the car and Zhang Kai drove to the south of the city. He drove very fast this time, and Yu Xian could feel that he was a little nervous. A few days ago, when I was on night patrol, I saw several little kids catching loaches over there. It was the middle of the night, so I drove them all back home. But yesterday I heard from a soldier in the team that those little kids were catching loaches again. Zhang Kai looked ahead and said to Yu Xian, if there really were zombies in the pond, it would be fine if the children catching loaches didn't encounter them. But if they did, once the zombies' ferocity was aroused, they would definitely die. Obviously, Zhang Kai was worried about the safety of those children. 097 zombies under the pond. Green Lotus Pond. In the night, fireflies dance among the lotus leaves. For children are catching loaches with buckets in their hands. A police car drove up from a distance and stopped on the road beside the pond. Zhang Kai got out of the car and immediately shouted, come here, all of you come here. The 4 children looked up and finally went ashore obediently. Zhang Kai was so angry that he started to curse at Yu Xian, then said to him, I'll take them back first. Are you okay here? Go ahead, just leave it to me. Yu Xian sat cross-legged in the bubble, glanced at Zhang Kai, then glanced at the child who was looking at him curiously, and finally nodded. Fortunately, nothing happened to these children. Zhang Kai nodded and left with the 4 children. It was not until Zhang Kai and the others walked away that Yu Xian slowly floated over the Green Lotus Pond. He took in the pond air, and the next second his face turned green, and he almost vomited out the mutton he had just eaten. After quickly closing the smell entrance, Yu Xian felt very uncomfortable for a long time. This pond is terrible. All kinds of rotten animal carcasses, human urine and feces, and animal excrement were mixed together with the mud. Others just smelled it bad, but he smelled it was super bad. However, he still found the location of the corpse in the stench. In his mind, the entire pond seemed to be hanging upside down, and the corpse gas was like a tree root, taking root and sprouting from the source underground, and finally spreading throughout the pond. This zombie must be of a very high level. Because the stench affected Yuxian's judgment, he can only confirm that this zombie was more than 400 years old and was most likely a tiger-level zombie king. Although Yuxian has spatial abilities, he's never fought zombies before. Zombie rabbits don't count. He really didn't know how powerful the tiger-level zombies were. For safety reasons. Call someone. Yuxian thought about it and took out his cell phone to contact Xiaochang. After Xiaochang answered the phone, neither of them spoke first. What's daddy's dad's name? What's mom's name? From Xiaochang's side, a child's tender voice came. Finally, Xiaochang handed the child to his wife's side and said, if you have something to say, please talk about it. Minister, how about I contact Minister Uwei and you stay at home with your wife and children? Yuxian said a little embarrassedly. Xiaochang stood up and walked to the balcony, saying, hurry up and tell me. Oh, it's a long story, so I'll try to make it brief. When I was having dinner at Zuheiju, I found that the lotus root slices had corpse aura. Then I found out that the lotus root slices came from the green lotus pond. After I came here, I found that there was a zombie under the pond that was more than 400 years old. It was most likely a tiger-level zombie king, or even a dragon-level one. What should I do? Yuxian finished his words in one breath. Xiaocheng frowned and said, don't act rashly. If it really is the zombie king, then it has probably already completed its transformation from negative to positive. Once it is born, the entire Silver City will be engulfed in flames. You should quickly call the war police and have everyone on martial law. No one is allowed to approach the Green Lotus Pond. Without biological stimulation, the zombie king won't wake up so easily. I understand. Yuxian nodded. Xiaocheng continued, once you've made the arrangements, send them to headquarters immediately. We'll figure out how to handle this. Okay. Yuxian replied. After the two hung up the phone, Yuxian immediately called Zhang Kai to confirm that Zhang Kai had sent the children home. He then asked Zhang Kai to immediately lead the police force to retreat 1,000 meters with the Green Lotus Pond as the center and impose martial law. All residents within this area were arranged to take refuge in the nearby gymnasium. About an hour later, all the AV police forces were dispatched, turning the Green Lotus Pond into a restricted area and prohibiting anyone from entering. After Yuxian confirmed that there were no mistakes, he immediately teleported back to the headquarters. Xiaocheng happened to come over from home, and the two of them went upstairs together and entered the meeting room. After a while, other senior executives rushed over, and after the last Uwei arrived, the meeting officially began. Xiaoyu, are you sure that the zombie is tiger level? Asked Hua Chang, director of the fighting department. Yuxian nodded and said, the zombies under the Green Lotus Pond are definitely at tiger level. I even suspect they've reached dragon level. Then let's figure out the level first. After all, there's a huge gap between tiger level and dragon level. If it's tiger level, then we'll activate the 13-layer sky locking formation and send people to suppress and kill it. If it's dragon level, I'm afraid we'll have to start a war. Su Hobei said, looking at everyone. Yuxian gritted his teeth and said, I can determine the level of the zombie king. Give me some time. Oh, okay, then leave it to Xiaoyu. Thank you for your hard work. Uwei glanced at Yuxian and immediately smiled at him. Yuxian nodded and teleported himself directly into the bubble beside the Green Lotus Pond, leaving only one bubble in the conference room. Green Lotus Pond. Yuxian looked at the pond full of silt and his expression became very solemn. The ancient said that a true warrior must dare to face the bleakness of life and dare to look at the blood. Now is the time for him to face the stench of the world and watch countless people eat, drink, defecate and urinate. No matter how disgusting it is, he has to endure it. Yuxian took a deep breath, then slowly expelled the air. The next moment, he opened the scent channel and took a deep breath. The silver blood strengthened his brain. In an instant, it seemed as if lightning was running through his brain. The blue veins on his forehead bulged out, and his eyes quickly became bloodshot. The entire pond, from nothing to something, and from something to its current appearance, was all replayed in his mind. The zombie underground was originally a Xingtian warrior. He fell from the sky into the pond, and finally his powerful body sank to the deepest part of the pond. It was not until 400 years ago that he came into contact with a wisp of corpse gas and began to transform into a zombie. Xingtian warrior. At first, the extraordinary broke out. At that time, Pango had not appeared yet, and there was no such thing as the X-Force. In order to protect China, a group of armed police voluntarily injected Xingtian's blood, held battle axes, and defended people from the invasion of various supernatural creatures. They would even continue to fight after death until the blood of Xingtian in their bodies was exhausted. The Xingtian warriors gradually faded out of the stage of history until the appearance of the war police injected with Pangu's blood. Yu Xian had only heard their stories in history class. The hero of the past has now become the source of disaster. Yu Xian knew very well that if this Xingtian warrior were alive, he would rather die than become a zombie and cause trouble to others. He took a deep breath, bowed slightly, and then teleported back to the conference room at headquarters. How about it, tiger level or dragon level? Hua Chang asked immediately. Yu Xian said solemnly, dragon level, and there is bad news, the zombie king is a Xingtian warrior who has exhausted Xingtian's blood. Everyone present's expression changed. First of all, the zombie king's body is extremely strong. If the zombie king's body was already at an extraordinary level before he became a zombie, it would be even more terrifying. Xingtian warriors happen to be warriors with extremely strong bodies. Even the Xingtian warriors who have exhausted their Xingtian blood are invulnerable to swords and guns. You can imagine how terrifying the zombie king they have to face is. In addition, all Xingtian warriors are heroes. What they now have to face is a monster transformed from the remains of a hero. 098 transmission successful. Uwei knocked on the table at this time. When everyone looked at him, he said seriously, since the zombie king is a Xingtian warrior, we should be more proactive in dealing with it without causing any casualties. We should believe that this hero absolutely does not want his remains to cause harm to anyone. Well, the minister is right. We should be determined not to let the hero's glory be tarnished and do our best to resolve the hero's worries. Xiao Chang nodded in agreement. Yu Xian clenched his fist and said, I can try to teleport the zombie king to the suburbs, but I can't guarantee 100% success. Although the zombie king is immune to sunlight, his strength will drop by at least 10% to 20% during daytime combat. I think tomorrow at 10 o'clock is the best time to take action, said Cheng Kaitian, director of the Drug Research and Development Department. Su Habai gave Yu Xian a thumbs up and said with a smile, give me 10 hours, and I will lead all the personnel of the support department to set up the formation as quickly as possible. If Xiaoyu fails to teleport, I can ensure that the zombie king will not cause too much damage to Silver City. It just so happens that 2 generals have returned from the abyss tonight. They can be deployed tomorrow and asked to participate in the battle. Hua Chang also said immediately. Uwei nodded and said, very good. Then tomorrow we will work together to see the hero off and relieve his worries about his future. Next, everyone began to discuss the various details of the plan and spent half an hour perfecting the entire plan. This operation will be commanded by Uwei himself, and all senior officials will participate. The codename of the operation is Live Up to the Heroes and Safeguard the Glory. After finalizing the plan, Yu Xian became a courier, first delivering supplies to Yin Chang, and then sending members of the support department over one by one. He was busy until after 3 in the morning before he had time to rest. He returned to the South City Security Bureau in Silver City. A large number of people on the streets were heading to other districts for refuge under the guidance of armed police. There were also many extraordinary people standing on the top of the building watching all this, guessing what was happening. The support department was setting up the formation, and that kid Ether was flying around in the air at an astonishing speed. Yu Xian observed for 10 minutes and saw that everything was going smoothly, so he flew to a high altitude and waited, closing his eyes to conserve his energy. Tomorrow is the real highlight. If we can teleport the zombie king Xingtian out of the city before starting the battle, the losses in the city can be reduced by at least 90%. He must give his all to complete the task. The next day. At 9 o'clock in the morning, rays of light from the activated formations continued to rise with the Green Lotus Pond as the center. The 1 Yuan formation, the 2 Yin and Yang formation, the 3 Talents formation, the 4 Symbols formation, the 5 Elements formation, the Lioha formation, the 7 Stars formation, the 8 Diagrams formation, the 9 Heavens Demon Ceiling formation, a large number of formations covered the sky and the earth. At this time, Uwei and others were teleported one by one through Yu Xian's bubble. Now with Yu Xian's space bubble, they can travel back and forth to Yanjing in a very short time, so they have enough time to take action. Otherwise, faced with this situation, they can only worry at the headquarters. From this point, we can see how important Yu Xian is to Qilin. Xiao Yu, come here. These two are General Gao Wei and General Su Ao. You first teleport the two generals to another battlefield. If you successfully send the zombie King Xingtian to another battlefield, the two generals will be responsible for holding it back. Yu Lai called to Yu Xian at this time. Gao Wei was indeed very tall, with a square face and a pair of eyes that were intimidating without even being angry. Perhaps he had just returned from the abyss, and there was a murderous aura about him. He nodded slightly to Yu Xian without saying anything. Su Ao smiled. He was the exact opposite of Gao Wei. He was rather short, only about 1.68 meters tall, with two catfish-like whiskers growing on both sides of his beard, giving him a sophisticated and smooth feeling. Generals, please enter this bubble and I will teleport you there. Yu Xian popped out a bubble, and the bubble instantly grew bigger. Because they had just experienced it once after being teleported from the headquarters, Gao Wei and Su Ao did not hesitate and walked directly into the bubble. They were instantly teleported to a wilderness dozens of kilometers away. Old Gao, why don't we warm up first? Su Ao looked at the trees around him and said to Gao Wei with a smile. Gao Wei nodded and said, okay, let's clean up the battlefield first. Do you really believe that guy can teleport the zombie king here? Su Ao asked in surprise. Gao Wei said calmly, I am Minister Xinu. He has never made a mistake in judging people. As for the inheritance of Guanjianku, if he is ranked second, no one dares to be the first. Su Ao thought about it and realized that most of Qilin's talents were indeed discovered and cultivated by Yu Lai. It can be said that among the many disciples of Zhang Daoqin, the best in the world, Yu Lai is the most like Zhang Daoqin, and both of them have many talented students. He nodded and smiled. Well, let's do it. The next moment, he turned into a giant dragon and flew into the sky. Then he controlled a large amount of water to form sharp blades that fell down. The surrounding trees were cut off by the blades one after another, and the extraordinary creatures hiding in them all suffered a devastating blow. When Gao Wei saw Su Ao taking action, a layer of golden light appeared on his body, and then his body began to swell up and turned into a golden giant spirit. He took out a long-handled Xianhua axe from his storage ring and swung it around. A terrifying gale swept across the other side, and countless trees and animals were blown away by the gale, and their flesh and blood melted in the process. The two of them cleared a large open space in just 2 moves. Countless creatures in the distance sensed the danger and began to flee frantically. On the other side, Yu Xian and others gathered at the edge of the green lotus pond. Yu Xian created a bubble with a diameter of 5 meters and controlled the bubble to slowly sink to the ground. At this time, Yu Xian had closed his eyes, and all his senses were focused on the space bubble. Everyone around him remained quiet and did not dare to disturb Yu Xian. The space bubble continues to sink. When the soil passed through the bubbles, Yu Xian could sense the shape of each grain of soil. Suddenly, the bubbles enveloped the strands of hair. In an instant he felt as if he were falling into a sea of fire. The zombie King Xingtian turns from negative to positive. On the day he is born, the land will be scorched for thousands of miles and everything will be burned. According to legend, ordinary people will spontaneously combust if they look at it. Yu Xian used a space bubble to cover the zombie King Xingtian, which is equivalent to hugging the zombie King Xingtian with his consciousness. You can imagine how dangerous it is. However, Yu Xian had been conserving his energy until now, and he had already realized it in his heart. He endured the feeling that his skin and blood seemed to be burning, and gritted his teeth to control the space bubble to cover it downwards. Xingtian Zombie King, teleport to me. Boom! The next second, Yu Xian turned into a man of fire. Upon seeing this, Yu Lai immediately formed a seal with one hand and shouted, "Call the water dragon, hurry and obey the command." A water dragon immediately appeared in the air and quickly fell towards the bubble. Yu Xian was still conscious and immediately allowed the water dragon to come in. Soon, his whole body was soaked in water. His whole body was charred black. He opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of white smoke, then gave a thumbs up to Yu Lai outside the bubble. Okay, the transmission was successful. Yu Lai was cheered up when he saw Yu Xian's gesture and said happily to others. On the other side, Gao Wei and Su Ao had cleared out a battlefield. Suddenly, a burly corpse appeared in a bubble, and the entire bubble burst. When the corpse touched the ground began to turn charred black with it as the center, and the terrifying high temperature distorted the air and spread in all directions. Whether it was Gao Wei or Su Ao, their pupils shrank slightly when they saw the Xingtian Zombie King, and their expressions became solemn and cautious. 099 The power of crushing, withering, and decaying things. Xingtian Zombie King is 3 meters and 5 meters tall, with well-developed muscles all over his body. After becoming a zombie, his muscles were as clearly defined as marble, and each muscle gave people an indestructible feeling. Moreover, its right hand was deformed and actually merged with the super alloy battle axe. The blood vessels and muscles spread to the battle axe. The sharp blade of the battle axe emitted a touch of hot blood light. There was no doubt that this axe had become an extraordinary weapon. In addition, the armor it wears is a super alloy armor specially made by the military for Xingtian warriors. This set of armor weighs 10 tons and has extremely strong defense. Each piece of armor is incredibly thick. Only Xingtian warriors can move freely while wearing it. What's even more terrifying is that under the nourishment of corpse energy, the armor has obviously undergone some incredible changes. The color has turned into turquoise, and a faint glow is rising like smoke. Be careful of its axe. Uwei, who was in the air, whispered to Gao Wei on the ground. Gao Wei held the Xianhua axe in his hand and nodded. The next moment, he exerted force with his right leg and instantly appeared behind the zombie king Xingtian, chopping the axe towards the zombie king's neck. Boom! A terrifying roar shook the earth. Gao Wei's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. He had used all his strength to attack with his axe, but it hit a place without armor protection and didn't even break the skin. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Gao Wei instinctively stepped back and suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen. He looked down and saw that his abdomen was charred. He looked up at the zombie king Xingtian and found that the zombie king Xingtian didn't move at all. A question flashed through his mind: how did he get injured? Lao Gao, be careful of the extremely turning young corpse chi on it. This corpse chi is extremely hot, invisible and colorless, and difficult to defend against. Su Ao reminded. Gao Wei took out a can of healing medicine and swallowed it, then said unhappily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" He activated the internal skills, and golden light covered the burned area. Suddenly, there was a sizzling sound, and a large amount of black smoke came out of the wound. Finally, he took out a bottle of wine and sprinkled it on the wound. The black smoke turned into white smoke and quickly dissipated. The injury was healed in the blink of an eye. Do you say it is a dragon, or a god? Su Ao looked at the zombie king Xingtian and asked Gao Wei. Gao Wei also looked at the Xingtian zombie king and said, "Longshang, he is probably very close to being a god. Fortunately, we discovered it early, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous." Suddenly, the Xingtian zombie king in the distance moved his fingers slightly. Maybe it was sleeping for too long, so its startup speed was a bit slow, and it finally responded at this time. Get started! Gao Wei and Su Ao both noticed the movements of the zombie king Xingtian, and both of them attacked at the same time in tacit understanding. The true Tai Sui of gods and demons, the giant axe that splits mountains. Gao Wei's eyes burst into golden light, he roared angrily, and his whole body was burning with golden light. He raised the Xianhua axe in his hand, and the long handle extended instantly, and the axe head went straight into the sky. Then he swung the axe fiercely at the Xingtian zombie king. When the axe fell, the long handle quickly shrank, but the head of the axe kept getting bigger, and finally turned into the size of a mountain and fell down with a bang. Boom! The ground sank and dense cracks appeared all around. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the giant dragon transformed by Su Ao was circling in the air. Gao Wei controlled the axe to shrink, and just as he made room, a bolt of lightning almost equivalent to a beam cannon fell from the sky. Rumble! The lightning instantly submerged the Xingtian zombie king, and the surrounding ground was melted by the high temperature and gradually turned into magma. 30 seconds later, the lightning dissipated. Su Ao and Gao Wei were both shocked, looking at the zombie king Xingtian standing on the lava in disbelief. Although the zombie king Xingtian was not unscathed, the attacks of the two of them only broke the zombie king's skin. His defense was too terrifying. Roar! The Xingtian zombie king suddenly opened his eyes. One eye looked up at Su Ao, the other eye looked sideways at Gao Wei, and then he let out a beast-like roar towards the sky. Danger! Gao Wei's sixth sense flashed by, and then he saw the scarlet axe coming towards him. So fast! He immediately used the Xianhua axe to attack the axe of the Xingtian zombie king. The two axes collided with each other, and the Xianhua axe shattered in an instant. Then Gao Wei was knocked to the ground by the Xingtian zombie king's axe. Lao Gao! When Su Ao saw this scene, he was immediately shocked. Among the dragon level, Gao Wei's defense and strength are first class, but when he fought against the Xingtian Zombie King, he was completely suppressed. At this time, the Zombie King Xingtian raised the axe in his hand, ready to give Gao Wei a fatal blow. Ternary Heavy Water, Super Shield Machine. Su Ao immediately dived down, with water surrounding his body. The moment he got close, four streams of water rotated and turned into drills, crashing into the Xingtian Zombie King. But a red light flashed, and the water drill collapsed instantly. After Xingtian Zombie King cut the water flow with an axe, he immediately punched Su Ao's dragon head with his left hand. Su Ao's huge body was knocked to the side and rolled continuously, leveling the originally uneven ground. Roar! Xingtian Zombie King looked around and saw that all the enemies had been eliminated. He immediately let out a long roar to the sky. Then it lowered its head to look at Gao Wei, who was unable to move, and its gaze gradually locked onto Gao Wei's neck. Its throat suddenly moved, and its blood-sucking instinct began to awaken. However, when it pounced on Gao Wei's neck and opened its mouth to bite, its body paused again, as if another instinct was preventing it from biting. Roar! The Zombie King Xingtian felt inexplicably angry and raised the axe in his hand to chop off Gao Wei's head. At this time, a golden light shot out from the sky, and the Xingtian Zombie King immediately blocked it with an axe. When the golden light hit the axe, the powerful impact force directly pushed the Xingtian Zombie King hundreds of meters away, leaving only two dents on the ground plowed by its legs. Uwei, Xiaochang, Huachang and others fell from the sky one after another. Uwei's vertical eye between his eyebrows emitted golden light, and there were 3 circles of merit halos behind him. The Zombie King Xingtian was illuminated by the light emitted by the merit halos, and his body emitted sizzling white smoke. Xiaoyu, send General Gao and General Su back to the city for treatment. Uwei looked at the Zombie King Xingtian and said to Yu Xian in the air. High in the sky, Yu Xian was sitting in a bubble. He heard Uwei's words through the bubble in his ear. He responded and controlled the space bubble to send Gao Wei and Su Ao back to Yinchang. In this battle, he still played a supporting role and did not participate in direct confrontation. After all, with his small body, it is estimated that Xingtian Zombie King's axe is enough to kill him, and he will be reduced to ashes. However, he also has an advantage, that is, as long as the injury is not fatal, he can recover quickly. A few minutes ago, he had large areas of burns all over his body, but now there is no trace of burns on his body. Of course, it still hurts, at least when you get burned, it hurts so much that you want to cry. Yu Xian looked at the two parties confronting each other below, and immediately mobilized the spatial blood energy in his body and used the spatial maze technique on the surroundings. Once the surrounding space is folded into an enclosed space with no exit, unless the Zombie King Xingtian also has spatial abilities, even if Uwei and the others are defeated, Yu Xian is confident that he can trap the Zombie King Xingtian here. 100 Defense Invincibility. Space maze technique is actually an advanced version of space folding technique. The only difference between the two is the number of folded spaces. Also, the space maze technique is not folded randomly, but folded according to certain rules. Stacked up and down, left and right, north and south, west and east. The entire space seemed to have turned into countless lines, and different lines had to be connected with different lines. This required Yu Xian to continuously consume blood energy as glue between the lines. Yu Xian had practiced the space maze technique before, but it was actually only used on a small scale. This was his first time using the space maze technique on a large scale. He was a little unfamiliar at first, but after several successful connections, he became proficient and even had extra energy to use identification techniques on the Xingtian Zombie King below. In an instant, the attributes of the Xingtian Zombie King appeared before him. Name, Zhou Xiaoyang. Codename, Master Zhou. Race, Xingtian Zombie King. Gender, male. Age, 23. Lifespan, 0. Level, Dragon. Faction, Huaxia Dragon Dynasty Special Tactics Department Xingtian Team Number 7623. Ability. Xingtian Body, after death, the body's defense is increased by 1000%, and strength is increased by 1000%. Immortal Corpse King, greatly increases its own defense, becoming immune to 80% damage from the same level. For each level lower, immunity increases by 10%. Indestructible Zombie Body, use Corpse Chi to nourish yourself, greatly improving your defense. After being injured, you can use Corpse Chi to quickly repair your injuries. Cathode to Yang, Corpse Chi transforms from Yin to Yang. Moonlight and sunlight can be continuously converted into Corpse Chi, while being immune to most Yang attributed damage. Corpse Chi also has a high temperature. Drought Ganshi can fuse various axe-type weapons and increase their hardness to 200% of the bodies, with high temperature and highly toxic properties. 1,000 miles of barren earth, all the corpse chi in the body explodes, igniting everything around it. Summary: Zhou Xiaoyang, number 7623, stand at attention. After reading the attributes of the Xingtian Zombie King, Yuxian finally understood why Gao Wei and Su Ao were defeated so quickly. Because Su Ao and Gao Wei are both below the dragon level, although both of them can unleash attacks above the dragon level, even if they unleash their full strength, only 20% of the damage will be inflicted on the Xingtian Zombie King, and this 20% of the damage will be repeatedly reduced by the various defenses of the Xingtian Zombie King. It's good enough if the two of them can break the skin. Below, the battle between Uwei and others and the Zombie King Xingtian has begun. Uwei, holding a dragon-level weapon, a three-pointed, double-edged sword, touched the axe of the Xingtian Zombie King and his body retreated lightly. The Xingtian Zombie King wanted to chase him, but he opened his eyes between his eyebrows and a golden light instantly repelled the Xingtian Zombie King. What a great strength! Also, don't let your weapons collide head-on with its weapons. Uwei landed on the ground and said solemnly. His three-pointed, double-edged sword actually had a chip on it from the collision just now. The axe of the Zombie King Xingtian was too hard and too sharp. Fortunately, I don't use weapons. One of Xiao Cheng's eyes turned golden, the white of the other turned black, and the pupil turned white. After he finished speaking, a ball of gray energy condensed in his hand, and like throwing a bowling ball, he threw the gray energy towards the Xingtian Zombie King. In fact, everything happened very quickly, just a few seconds. As soon as the Xingtian Zombie King was repelled by the golden light shot out from Uwei's sky eye, Xiao Cheng's attack came towards him. It immediately swung its axe and chopped at the gray energy. In an instant, gray energy exploded, forming an area with a diameter of about 10 meters. This realm is called the Days Feel Like Years realm. Once you are trapped in this realm, things that can be completed in 1 second will take an hour to complete. Although the domain can only last for 24 seconds, it is equivalent to controlling the opponent for 24 seconds. The ability to control time is often beyond standard. Even enemies with higher levels than Xiao Cheng are not immune to this attack. The Xingtian Zombie King was frozen in the area and his movements became extremely slow. Everyone present knew that this was a good opportunity to attack. Even Yuxian, who was performing the space maze technique in the air, couldn't help but join in. However, the first one to take action was Hua Chang. As the director of the fighting department, Hua Chang was unexpectedly an archer. He held an exaggeratedly large crystal longbow that could only be shot horizontally. He immediately drew the bow and aimed, reciting the mantra in his mind. A 3-foot arrow, a 6-gene bow, and 1 arrow pierces the pine tree. The long bow is as curved as the moon, and the sharp arrow is as fast as the wind. Boom! In a moment, a sound exploded. A crystal arrow shot out instantly, and wherever it passed, the ground exploded and sand and rocks flew everywhere. But when the arrow entered the area where every day felt like a year, it was instantly fixed less than half a meter away from the forehead of the Zombie King Xingtian, and the attack was temporarily frozen. Comet Strike! The one who attacked after Hua Chang was Su Huabai. He was flying quickly in the air with stars on his body, and finally threw the spear in his hand at the Xingtian Zombie King with all his strength. Countless stars surrounded the spear and fell together. Although Su Huabai is not a fighter, his attack is equally good. After falling into the realm of living day by day, it could still be seen with the naked eye slowly approaching the Zombie King Xingtian, and the stars surrounding the spear were rotating at an unstoppable speed. Then the others took action, and Yuxian took the opportunity to shoot a chaotic space bubble at the Xingtian Zombie King. Finally, Uwei opened his eye between his eyebrows, formed seals with his hands, and whispered, "Xinging Platinum Divine Light." Boom! His heavenly eye shot out a thicker beam of white light, which continued to bombard the Xingtian Zombie King in the realm where every day felt like a year. The others were not idle either. 24 seconds was a very long time for everyone present, enough for them to attack dozens of times. When 24 seconds were up, the feeling of living day by day suddenly dissipated. The Zombie King Xingtian was hit in the face by Hua Chang's arrow and his body fell backwards involuntarily, but he was attacked by a spear from behind. At the same time, various attacks hit it one after another, especially Uwei's attack, which caused a terrifying explosion, and a thick beam of light shot up into the sky. Roar! A red light flashed in the beam of light. The Xingtian Zombie King actually used his axe to split all attacks and emerged from the explosion in an instant. He immediately locked onto Yuxian. At this time, most of the injuries on its body were minor, with only a dent and twisted mark on its shoulder. It was obvious that Yu Xian's chaotic space bubble had caused the greatest damage to it. Attacks related to space and time are often the most unreasonable. Space damage is actually a fixed value of damage. The stronger the space it is in, the stronger the attack power. There is no doubt that the Xingtian Zombie King is not yet strong enough to go against the world. Boom! It kicked its legs and flew into the air in an instant. But when the axe was about to hit Yu Xian, his body passed through space and the axe hit the ground, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the earth. Fuck, I was scared to death. Only then did Yu Xian realize that the Zombie King Xingtian chose to attack him first. The main reason was that the Zombie King Xingtian's movements were too fast, so fast that his nerves could not react at all, and everything was delayed by at least 1 second. Fortunately, he cast a spell to create a space maze. The first thing he did was to fold the space in front of him and connect this space with a certain coordinate on the ground. So when the Zombie King Xingtian attacked him in a straight line, he appeared at the other end of the folded space in the blink of an eye. But the situation began to take a turn for the worse. After missing its first strike, the Xingtian Zombie King immediately changed its target, charging towards Xiao Chang. Seeing Xiao Chang fire a gray energy ball, it dodged to the side. Its movements were much more agile than they had been under concentrated fire, as if the attack had actually awakened it. Too fast to lock. Xiao Chang watched as the Zombie King Xingtian got closer and closer. Finally, he gritted his teeth and shot a gray energy ball at the ground. In an instant, the realm of every day is like a year unfolded under his feet. If the Xingtian Zombie King dared to rush in and attack him, he would be frozen in time. At this moment, Xiao Chang was already prepared for injury or even death in order to create opportunities for others. However, the Xingtian Zombie King obviously knew the horror of the days are like years field. It suddenly braked, spun its body, and instantly appeared in the air, just as Su Haobai's flight trajectory overlapped with his position. Oops. Su Haobai's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and attacked with a spear in hand, but the spear was directly cut off by the axe of Xingtian Zombie King. As the two men fought, Xingtian Zombie King opened his mouth, revealing his fangs that were nearly 8 centimeters long, and bit Su Haobai's neck fiercely. But just when the fangs were about to touch Su Haobai's neck, the Xingtian Zombie King's movements paused again. Uwei's support finally arrived, and in an instant a golden light knocked the Xingtian Zombie King away. Boom! The Zombie King Xingtian fell to the ground, directly smashing a big hole in the ground, but his body still did not suffer much damage. Everyone present felt troubled by this monster with its extremely strong defense and attack. In the air, Yu Xian looked confused. After the operational meeting last night, he put a bubble in everyone's ear for communication. Just when Xingtian Zombie King and Su Haobei crossed each other, he controlled the bubble in Su Haobei's ear to expand, intending to teleport Su Haobei away. But his movements were too slow compared to those of the Xingtian Zombie King. But because of this, he was the only one who observed the lag in the movements of the Xingtian Zombie King. Could it be that the Xingtian Zombie King still possesses the self-awareness of a Xingtian warrior? Yu Xian's heart moved. Looking at the Zombie King Xingtian who was fighting with everyone below, he gritted his teeth and took a breath towards the outside world. Smelly. Super smelly. But then everything about the Zombie King Xingtian was slowly peeled off like an onion.